see her looking at me with those eyes. And they say stuff like that again, which makes me think that it's supposed to be glamoring, but they don't add that as a story,
No, they never said
which
it.
would still not make it any less creepy.
No.
But so Will, the obsessed orderly, takes the stuff from Greg and goes, "Yeah, well, wipe that smile off your face. I'm going to go ahead and take the rounds. I insist." Then we see somebody walking into Vampire Linda's room, and she's listening to her headphones, and you see, "Hello, Linda," and they go, "Jane?" She's like, "No, no, not Jane. Jane's gone away. It's just you and me, free to do what grown-ups do," is what it says.
Gross.
As Linda looks scared, do you want to guess out of who it is now that's on there? Do you think it's the orderly there to go
No.
bathe her down? Who do you think it is?
No, I think it's the Dr. Jane.
Oh, you think it's Doctor? It's not Dr. Jane.
Oh, it's not Dr. Jane.
It's Dr. Koenig.
Oh, Dr. Koenig, of course.
And he says, "You'd like that, wouldn't you? It's what you've been waiting for, isn't it? Of course it is. Of course it is. I've been waiting too.
This guy.
Look closely. Remember Brooklyn North? Remember me? Remember what you did to me?" Dr. Koenig is the orderly from the very first of the story that got his dick bitten off. Because he's sitting there and he's grabbing his junk there in the panel. Then he points the gun. He has a gun that he points at her. I can't. And like, there's a whole dialogue thing. I'm just going to pass over this as quickly as he's just like expressing his love for her. And he's just like, "I love you. You know, like I've always loved you. That's why I've forgiven you. And I've tried to take care of you. That's why I followed you from mental hospital to mental hospital." See what I mean? Like with the glamoring, it would make sense that he would still.
Oh, sure. Yeah. She
But
drug him in there. Yeah.
He's like, "I did wrong, but it's not as if you're a little girl anymore. I mean, we can just continue from. It's all." And then he holds the gun to his crotch and says,
Nope.
"Just pretend it's me."
Nope.
And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Don't like
I'm
it.
not going to
Don't
describe
like it.
what happens.
Don't like it.
I'm just going to tell you the number. 5,
Yep.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Actually, you could say 12, 13, 14.
But those don't have to do with the thing.
Okay. All right.
There's 11 panels, 12 kind of technically,
Of her
that describe of her performing.
Well, she puts the gun in her mouth.
She puts the gun in her mouth and then
Yeah.
proceeds to
She does that.
simulate
Yeah. No,
right?
No.
For 12 panels
No.
on the gun.
I'd like to cash out, dude.
And it excites him. Yeah, this is the far. I think this is the worst comic maybe we've done so
It
far.
is. It's terrible.
It
Yeah,
is.
it's awful.
And
Can we do Wolverine again?
and he fumbles the gun and he drops it, and he realizes he messes up, and he's like, "Oh no!" And that's when she lunges towards him.
From my experience, a bullet's not going to stop a vampire anyway.
No, and they hear the screams again, and they go down.
From my experience.
And they see that she has ripped out his throat and he is bleeding out again. But he's like, I didn't mean it.
Yeah, no, he didn't.
And he's sitting there and he's still, I couldn't help it. You've got to understand that I love her.
He got exactly what he deserved.
Yeah, I love her is repeated over and over again until we see her in a padded room.
Yeah, in a padded cell.
Like
now.
with a straitjacket on her.
Again, I just don't know how they're keeping her there.
I don't know. We see a conversation between the two of them, and they talk about how between the orderly and the janitor.
Oh, okay. All right.
And he's looking like the obsessed orderly is looking at her, smiling still through the little like notch in the window.
Mm-hmm.
And the janitor goes, "I don't believe you, man. After what she did, you're still interested." And he goes, "Hey, I'm just checking on her, purely routine." And it looks creepy.
Dude, I do not mean to rein ahead or anything, but I'm starting to look at some of these panels coming up.
Mm-hmm.
It's just it's the same thing over and over.
Yeah,
it's all just this sexual abuse.
Yeah,
is all it is.
It's
gross. This is terrible.
And then so the doctor goes, "Well, don't get too comfortable with the idea." Oh, sorry. The janitor goes, sure, me, I'm happy as long as there's a steel door between me and her." And the guy goes, "Well, don't get too comfortable with that idea. You're with me on breakfast duty tomorrow." And he goes, "Oh, rats," kind of essentially. And it's a panel, and it's split in two, though. And this is something I want to show Mike, because he grabs his junk
Yes.
and it's split in half to where you know that it focuses on him grabbing his
I
penis.
don't like any of it.
Anyway,
I don't like any of this.
they talk back and forth about how, like, oh, Coney, like about how he had tracked her down.
Sure.
Because the orderly asks Dr. Jane how to go with the police, and she goes, they took all the files except for the Brooklyn North one I dug up,
Brooklyn North.
which is where they were before. She's like, did you know he was the one who assaulted Linda when she was 6? I'm sorry, I guess I kind of gave that away.
Yeah,
But she goes, he'd gotten off on a
You really
technicality.
screwed it up for me.
They couldn't prove that Linda was provoked. The next thing you know, the bastard is back on his doctorate. He tracked her from clinic to clinic until he could get her posted here. And he's like, he kept her like a pet kind of thing. It's just kind of weird. And the stuff in his desk, oh man, this is all weird. Like they're talking about everything. Or then again, if I had my dick bitten
It's
off,
nothing but
and
playing
she's
cards.
like, are you done? He's like, look, sorry, I'm just finishing up, man. And the shift's like, I'm about to go home. And she's like, all right, I'm going to go check on everything. And they go back in there and she goes to check in on Linda. And they have this
that
moment.
panel is my problem. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we're going to
Yeah,
get there.
that's not great.
And she's like, Jane tells Linda, I had a hunch. I asked around. It's not you, that she's leaving is what she's telling her. And it's not you. It's just me. Those come to bed and I'll show you something eyes. Is it you give it to everybody? Like, she's just telling her, like, you give those looks to everybody. I thought it was just me. It's kind of her having that moment.
So,
And
so
then-
I want the audience to understand that
I hate this.
No.
Oh.
I want them to understand our sacrifice we've made here, because we're doing this for you so that you don't have to.
Yeah, because it's bad.
Because please don't pick this up.
No, if you see it, don't.
No.
Keep that 250. Jane
250.
says everybody does. They all want a piece of you, but they don't realize you want a piece of them too. Literally. I mean, it's crazy. I've had boyfriends. I've had sex, but I love you is what she says. And Linda says, I love you too, honest. And Jane goes, Linda, what have you done to me? And Linda goes, I can't help it. Will you make love to me?
And she just
And the
drops
two of them
trowel.
there, and like Jane just starts undoing her shirt, and she goes, are you going to bite me?
I
and
thought
Linda
this was a
says,
guy.
I don't know. No, it's
When I saw
Jane.
the panel, I thought it was a guy.
No, it's Jane.
Because this hand right here, I thought those were
Kinda
boxer shorts.
No, it's her.
Yeah, no,
it's
it's great.
her. It's her
Yeah,
stockings.
yeah, it's bad.
And she's like, give me a second and I'll get that off of you. Talking about the straitjacket. And Linda just bites through and rips it open.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Why did she do that to begin
And
with?
she's like, no problem. And the two of them embrace, right? And then we cut to. And it
so
goes-
she's really complicit in staying there. Like, honestly, she has been complicit the whole time.
Yeah.
Because she could have busted out of the straitjacket. She could have gone through the wall. She could have broken the mirror. She could have done any of those
She's been
things.
complacent in all this.
And instead, 10 years.
yeah.
You just sit around
She-
for 10 years.
Then we cut to the orderly. So it's the next morning.
She
She
loves
goes,
the tater tots.
She goes, yeah, I can see her. It's okay. And the two of them go in there to give her breakfast. Remember, they're on breakfast
sure.
duty. Is she asleep? Yeah, she's asleep, and she's wearing a jacket. Here's where we get the namesake from this quote right at the very end. The orderly goes, she couldn't get us if she tried. And the janitor goes, well, you can feed her your sweetmeats, not mine.
Oh, no.
And so it's exactly what you thought.
It's bad.
And he goes to wake her up and goes, Linda, honey, it's Will. It's time to eat. Cornflakes, Linda. And roll over, and it's Jane in the straitjacket. And Jane says, Linda's gone. Jane tells her that, or Jane, the back in the office, tells the two of them that she realized that, hey, she's healed. I figured she was cured, and I went ahead and discharged her. And they're like, what do you mean? You don't discharge patients in the middle of the night without completing paperwork. She's only 16, no family. Where could she have gone? There's more to this than you're letting on. And Dr. Jane says, you're right, there is, but don't worry too much about it. Linda, I told you, she's cured. As to where she'll go, I guess she'll just follow her urges, is how it ends. With a cool-looking Linda in a leather jacket and sunglasses hitchhiking.
That she got where?
Yeah. But then it says, I didn't read this, in the ancient Gothic streets of Berlin.
No. Read that correctly. In the ancient
Gothic streets of Berlin.
Ick. They break
Ick.
the word up,
Yeah.
which is so weird.
In the ancient Gothic streets of Berlin, a killer stalks the undead. Sugar Virus by, Warren Ellis is a name in comics at least. Martin Chaplin and Gary Marshall. A
Gary
heart-stopping
Marshall
love
from Laverne
story.
and Shirley?
No, 2 R's.
Oh.
A heart-stopping love story, literally. In the long, lonely nights in the city, a lover hunts for a prey. Night Vision
Who was
by
the-
Dan Quinn and Hannibal King.
Who was the guy
Beauties
who
in the
wrote
Eye of the
this?
Beholder. Bad Blood. This was written by Pete Venters and Steve Trainer. It was
P-E-T-E.
two
What?
writers, Steve Tanner.
It
Sorry.
took two people for this.
Yeah, two people.
Oh,
Pete also did
and
the
one
art,
of the
though.
writers did the art.
But there you go. That is Sweetmeats in all of its unglory.
It's
That
really
was
bad,
awful.
dude. Yeah, it's pretty bad.
I had to read it, so I had to share it with you because I'm not going down on that one alone, man.
Is Pete Vent? This is the same guy. He's an artist on Magic the Gathering since 1993.
Oh.
So he's done actual work.
Oh, wow. Well, that's,
But you
good
can
for him,
kind of, if you look at that art from Magic, you can kind of see it.
a little bit.
Yeah.
But still, look at him turning something. But, well, I mean,
Yeah. I don't think this helped him.
well, no. But he found work. I don't know. It has kernels of things that could be in something, but yeah, it
Yeah.
did not turn out to
Yeah,
where
see.
it needed to be.
You
I
can
see it
you
a
can
bit,
see it,
but it
yeah.
works well on that. But there you go.
Yeah.
So that is, we did Wolverine Revolver and we did Sweetmeats. We covered the just bad today.
Terrible.
It's been a while
comics.
since we've done bad.
Yeah,
That
this
was
is
bad.
rough, man. This is terribly rough.
Is that the worst comic we've read, Mike?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
I have a
we've
feeling
read
we're going to
some-
say this a lot with the stuff that we get into with some of the things from your.
Yeah,
Because
sure.
it's in the 90s, which is the Wild West, man, when it comes to comic
Yeah,
book
it's all
stuff.
from about the same year.
Yeah,
so it's
93, 92.
92,
right around.
93. Yeah. Yeah. And and again, like I said, I had no filter on this. So I just took one of everything,
Yeah.
just like bought them all.
So there you go. That's what we had there. If you listen through this whole thing, thanks.
This is my. This is my way of investing. Is what this is. I'll
How'd
take
it
all
turn
these
out?
comics and it didn't turn out.
Yeah. But what you can do is make sure to check out Rogue Media Network and the Rogue Media Network family of podcasts.
RogueMediaNetwork.com.
And as always, we appreciate you guys taking the time out to listen.
Boy, do we.
And until
Especially on
next
this
time,
one.
oh, for sure. And until next time, stay safe, everybody.
Comic-Con.
Frozen, heroes. Gonna tell you about Frozen, heroes. Gonna tell you about.
This has been a Rogue Media Network production. This is a Rogue Media Network podcast.
Frozen, heroes. Gonna tell you about Frozen, heroes. Gonna tell you about comic books,
Costumes,
Facts, boots.
and other stuff.
In this week's issue,
Beneath the Trees Where Nobody Sees, issue 3.
Welcome into Bros, Foes, and Heroes. I'm Zach, joined as always by the spooky one,
Hello.
Mr. Mike. I
Was
know
that
we're.
spooky?
That was close enough.
That's spooky-ish.
I know that we are in the month of February, which I guess
Oh, the spookiest month of the
people
year.
might think more of a month of love, but we just follow the release schedule when it comes to this, and
Yeah.
that is Beneath the Trees Where Nobody Sees, as we cover issue 3 today on the show. This is a series by Patrick Horvath that we've been covering. He wrote and illustrated it, and we've been covering it since it started
Yeah.
back in October of last year. And it's been coming out bi-weekly. I think we got one in October, one in either November or December, and then this one came out this last week. So I went and picked it up. And it's just kind of one of the current series that's going on that we've had a lot of fun with, and one that I definitely recommend picking it up. Obviously, spoiler alerts, because we're covering the most current issue here. If
Spoilers.
you haven't read, if not, we're obviously going to break it down a little bit for Mike. I kind of just keep him. I'm that friend that kind of keeps him in the loop on comics by doing this.
That's right.
Is I just kind of tell him about, hey, I read this cool thing. This is
Yeah.
what happens. This is what's cool about it.
So, I used to be into comics.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
A lot. And like last couple of weeks, I brought in a bunch of stuff I had in my attic.
Yes.
And so to look forward to this down the line, we're going to start opening some of those really crappy comics that I had.
Yes, I have a pile. I didn't mean to cut you off. Go
No,
ahead.
you're good.
I was gonna say I have a pile that sits behind us in our workstation there, and it's there on purpose for if I have just a bit of downtime for me to grab one and to start reading it. And what I did is I purposely found the covers that just look the most ridiculous.
Yeah, and there's some bad ones.
There are some bad
Yeah.
ones. There's one that I don't know when we're gonna get to it, but we are going to get to it. If anything, just off name alone, because it's called Sweetmeats.
Sweet meat.
It's about a vampire, I think. I think it's some kind of like spooky
Yeah.
kind of. There's things like that. I know I have an issue about Soviet super soldiers.
When I
and,
look
like,
at that sweetmeats thing, I think
it's all
like-
black and white.
Well, I think it's like American Psycho meets
Barbecue.
vampire,
Oh.
but with a girl. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, it just. Did you ever see American Psycho 2?
No, I never saw the second one
It had
with Mila.
yeah.
yeah,
Mia
Kunis. Yeah,
Kunis. Yeah, I didn't see it either.
no. Well,
I can't imagine that's any good.
that's. I don't know. Did you watch the Psycho remake with Vince Vaughn?
Oh, I love that, but it's a shot for shot.
Oh, is it? See,
It's a shot for shot
but
reenactment.
But
Yeah.
I have the same mindset thing. I think to myself, I've seen the first one. I'm
Yeah.
good. Like I don't need
Yeah.
to see it with Vince Vaughn. So maybe people thought the same thing about American Psycho.
Yeah, but it's American Psycho 2.
That's true.
So
It's
that's the
well, from my understanding, and this is me knowing just too much random stuff because I haven't seen the movie, is I think that it was made as a completely different movie, and the studio added the title to it to try to drum up more.
Oh, that makes total sense.
I think.
Yeah.
Like maybe they were like, oh, we can add a little bit like faint kind of connections here to make this all work.
Yeah, I know your movie was called Killer Lady. Now you're American Psycho 2.
And people
Yeah.
will go see it because they think
Yeah.
it's but we are going to kind of stay in the realm of the serial killer. Would you consider Patrick Bateman a serial killer?
Oh yeah,
I
absolutely,
would.
100%.
Um,
Not Jason Bateman, but
no,
Patrick Bateman.
but Patrick Bateman.
Mhm.
But man, that business card. That's one of the scenes that I still oddly.
Oh yeah,
That there's things
a
about
good
that
movie.
movie. Oh yeah.
it's a good movie.
It's
creepy as hell. It's
But
good.
we will stay in that realm of just kind of deranged killers as we go ahead and get into issue 3 here of Beneath the Trees.
My
where
theory
nobody
is
sees.
that he's actually nuts, though. The actor.
Christian Bell.
Yeah, I think he's actually nuts.
Oh,
I think that because I mean, look at the way he plays Batman. Look at the way he's played anything. He's one of those method guys,
Very
right?
much
I
so.
mean, he's
well, do you think there's something
what's his-
wrong with Daniel Day Lewis?
yes,
Okay.
yeah,
fair.
definitely, yeah,
Uh-huh.
yeah. I mean, because I don't think
Leto's like that.
who.
Jared Leto.
Oh, geez, I thought you were talking about Jay Leno. Leno's like that. He really gets into those characters when he's
One of my
talking about his
favorite-
cars.
Did you ever watch Craig Ferguson?
Yeah.
I love Craig Ferguson. One of my favorite bits that they used to do was the Jay Leno fly, though.
Oh yeah.
Or the-
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
He what was I saying?
Method actors and why you
Yeah,
think
method
that,
actors. So yeah, Daniel Day Lewis. I mean, he's nuts, but he's a great actor because he pours himself into that. One of the examples I would use would be Jim Carrey when he played
Andy Kaufman?
Andy Kaufman.
That documentary
He
was
went
really
nuts.
good. Yeah, no,
He basically went nuts because he got into the mind of this character.
he did.
He's never been the same.
No, that's true.
He's a bearded weirdo now.
I
yeah.
wouldn't say weird. I don't know. He has some
No,
moments
he's a weirdo,
still now.
dude. Yeah, he's a weirdo.
We're all I'll quote
Yeah, we are.
Aesop Rock. We're all a bunch of weirdos on a quest to belong.
We
So,
are all a bunch of weirdos, but we're not all on an 80-foot screen.
That is very
So
true.
there you go.
Okay. Well, let's go ahead.
Ha
and
ha!
stick with-
Win.
I guess let me go ahead and give you a recap of where we are just to get us caught up here. Our main character is a bear. These are all anthropomorphic animals for the most part.
Good job on
think-
that word, by the way.
Thank you.
I stumble on that word a lot.
It usually gives me trouble, but today I got it. And I'm not going
Anthropomorphic.
to repeat it again because why? So, you
Yeah.
know what I said.
Yep.
But it's essentially our world here is the busy world of Richard Scarry meets
Yeah.
Dexter is
Yeah.
the best way that I like to describe it. Sam, she's our main character, and she is a veteran serial killer. I think
Mhm.
that's the best way to put it. But she lives in this very quiet little quaint town named Woodbury or Woodbrook. I always forget every time when I go into it.
Woodbrook-Berry.
But it's just think like Mayberry, and that's
Yeah.
the
Well, I think the Richard Scarry comparison
Is-
is very
hold on.
apt. I
So,
mean, it's
it's a very just peaceful kind of like sweet like animal living talking animal
Yeah.
living town that you would think of.
yeah. Feels
But
very much like Stars Hollow, Gilmore
Exactly.
Girls ish, but it's all animals.
so
Yeah.
our main character, Sam, who is also a serial killer, would leave this place though because it was her nice little peaceful, quiet village, and she would
Yeah.
leave off into the big city where she
gotta
would
go
do
kill.
her terrible deeds, and
Dark
she
Passenger.
would. There you go. That's a good way to put it. And would
Isn't that what he called it?
painstakingly. I think you're right. Yeah, Dexter did call
Passenger,
that. Yeah.
yeah.
She would painstakingly remove and take care of all the evidence and everything. She's been doing this for years. It's
She
like
would remove a lot.
she did.
Like she cut people into chunks.
And like put them in paint cans and
Yeah.
bury the paint.
Yeah.
Like it was very intricate. And
Yeah.
this is something she's been doing like once every 3 months, once every I don't know, but it's been going on for 20 plus years.
Sure.
And it's the way of her release. And then she drives back hours away, as the city is from her place, and she drives back to her town to where she just owns her hardware store and she gets to live this perfect little life. Everything's perfect here. She goes and she takes care of that, dark entity that's in her,
Yeah.
and then she just comes back.
Her urges.
Exactly. She always makes sure that it's somebody,
Urges.
that it was a stranger that she didn't
Oh,
know.
yeah,
And it
sure,
was all like
sure,
she had all
yeah.
these rules to make sure not to get caught. But there's another story. Mike
I'm
honestly
so sorry.
just
I just
headbutted
turned
the
my
mic.
head and hit the microphone.
I've never seen that happen.
I'm so sorry.
No, but so the
These animals get me all riled up.
The secondary story is there's like the town is celebrating their 200th year anniversary, 100th year anniversary, whatever it is.
Right.
And so they're having a giant float for it. And in the process, the turtle, who may or may not have been the mayor at the time, I don't know, and still is loved by the town. There's a problem with the float, and it reveals that one of the townspeople has been murdered very gruesomely and it's kind of been hung up there on the float.
Yeah.
It sends the town into a panic. Everybody, the mole who works with Sam there at the
Not
hardware store, not
a literal mole.
a literal
Yeah.
a family of moles. Sam is best friends with, because Sam's kind of older, but remember she's best friends with a little quiet mouse
Right,
who's
right.
kind of sickly and getting older.
Mhm.
Her and her son that live there. Everybody's just kind of scared of everything that's going on, except for a pig. Do you remember the pig
Oh,
from
yeah,
issue 2?
absolutely.
Oh, Cherry Gaskins, who was very much an angry, just asshole. There is no better way to put that to describe her character. But she was just rude and mean. And at a town hall meeting, she brings up how the police need to do more and how nobody's going to keep her from doing what she wants to do. And this pig is just very much of like, hey, this killer is trying to scare everybody.
Yeah.
We're not going to let them win. Like,
Yeah.
sticking up, this is our town kind of thing.
By the way, a group of moles is called a labor.
Oh, okay.
Just telling you.
There you go. Now I know.
I'm always interested as to what
I get that.
where that stuff is called and where it comes from.
So Cherry, even in her loud mouthness, there was a little bit to appreciate of the fact of like she wasn't going to let this killer ruin things that were going on in the town of Woodbury. All of while Cherry's throwing a fit, Sam is still trying to figure out, hey, who is doing all of this? Like who murdered old Martin, the librarian, the goat that they there? She's trying to figure out. It's interesting. Sam, our killer, is trying to find the killer before the actual cops do because she's afraid with all the poking around that they might stumble upon things that would elicit her in some of her acts. When she talks and she asks around, she finds out that there was somebody else there who was helping work on the float that the first victim was found on, which was a cat named Melody. And we know that she was allergic to lavender. Remember there, because the turtle telling her the story of like, oh, I do remember. I thought I was there by myself and I heard somebody sneeze.
Right.
So Sam thought, oh, maybe the cat here has something to do with it. We ended the last issue though, Cherry went for a walk, and while she was out
Talking
on
about
her,
your Sam's Cola here.
oh yeah,
Yeah. I
while
had asked you yesterday whether they were any good, and
they're not bad.
okay. All right.
Um,
Sorry, folks. Just talking Sam's Cola.
But she went out for a walk by herself, kissed her husband, the owl, goodbye, which is an odd pairing for an owl and a pig.
Yeah.
But on her process out, she was caught by the killer, and they found her the next day just decapitated
Chunked
there
up.
in the middle of the school. We closed out issue 3 with her husband essentially telling the chief of police that they needed to do more. Like the town is now in full-on panic. We have victim number 2 of this Woodbury killer, and all of the townspeople are scared, and that is where we
Well,
will
they should
pick
be.
up issue 3, and I love it. Did it again. As you open the cover, it has like a newspaper front page that gives your titles over and credits over here.
And I'm assuming you're going to say how they work the people that worked on the comic into the headlines.
Exactly.
And stuff.
Yeah. So
that's cool.
like it has over on the side as part of like it has our headline of like Killer Strikes Again. Outspoken local figure found decapitated at gruesome scene. It's just like it's Woodbrook. I call it Woodbury. It's the two Woodbrook. Woodbrook Wanderer. Wanderer is the name of the paper.
Wanderer.
But they talk about how the police are baffled as they're trying to, hunt things down, and it has it as the byline, like the written and illustrated by Patrick Horvath, letters by Hassan Utsman Alua. I apologize if I butchered that. Editor Maggie Howe, assistant editor Jake Williams, and then product and design by Nathan Wittick. But
You did much better on that name than I would have done.
And I hope I got that right, because it's all very, like, the lettering on this is so great too. We talked about it last week, how it like interacted with the art, and then there's parts of where you can tell that it's written from a journal, the way it's like in here with it all. It's just all, this whole thing is done really well. So kudos to them. But it also then has pictures of our two victims there, of the pig, Cherry, and then our goat, Martin. And we're opened up with scenes of different townspeople locking their doors. And we get narration from Sam over it talking about how that...
It's so weird how the hands are very human.
Even though they have the fur and stuff like they're animals. The problem with the monster is that they can hide in plain sight. None of the normal things work. Like, chances are that they've already made themselves cozy, behind a locked door, just like you, or maybe you've known them your whole life. Like they could be your neighbor. Her illustration over all this is just really painting this great picture of, they'll nod their head, make you feel understood, do their best to make you feel comfortable. And we follow, after all those people locking, it follows this raccoon as she's making her trip somewhere, and she walks into the butcher. And we see the raccoon order something of like, hey, I'm glad you're open in all these dangerous times. I'd like 4 cutlets, please. And then there's a tiger who's like, oh, tell me about it. My kid's convinced that she's going to get murdered just walking to school. Oh, can I have 2 pounds of roast beef?
It's so weird that they're ordering meat.
It is very weird that they're ordering meat. I do kind of wonder if this is going to come up somehow before it's all said and done.
Yeah, you would think so.
Anyway, right now it's not. It's just animals as humans. And then part of me wonders is if some of it's done to that to make it.
They come in and they walk right past like dead animals, like sausages and ham and steaks. And
it is weird.
All this stuff. It's just odd.
It's very weird because we would it would be weird for us to walk by a person shop.
Well, I think that the last issue had the pig lady walking past the place, and there was like a pig head in the window.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But so we see
a weird place to live.
And then we see another badger come in, and she's like, oh, it's enough to make you never want to leave the house again. And then we get a chew.
What does that say?
That's butcher twine.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
And then we get a chew from somebody sneezing. And we get, oh, bless you, Melody. Thanks, Mary, because our butcher is the cat.
Yeah.
See, this is what I love about this issue, too, is because it told us flat out last issue that Melody the cat is allergic to lavender.
Yeah.
So we already know going in, and it is playing with you already, like the way it's setting this up about it being somebody you know, somebody you could be friends with.
Sure.
The chopping of the meat as it does it all, like it wants you to be like, all right, we know who our person is now, and it does a really good job.
This is very much
all this.
red herring in a movie kind of thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it's done so well here, though, because she's like, oh, sorry, it must be my allergies. And she just goes through, and it shows her working in the butcher shop, and just a line of people, obviously in all these troubled times, they still are going to the local butcher shop to see her. At least it's some sort of like solace in a way.
See, the dog makes sense to me.
Yeah, the dog does.
Because they would eat any of this
But why
meat.
is there a raven there?
The bear makes sense to me because they would eat any of this meat. Raven, I don't know. And why is it so big?
There's multiple birds.
Yeah.
I don't know. We see, though, a picture of her.
I'm just saying about animals eating animals. I'm thinking like, okay, the dog's fine, the bear's fine. But when you start getting into a mole and a raven and stuff like that,
it gets a little weird.
Yeah. And the cat's cutting it all up.
Yeah, exactly. We see a picture of her and her husband. Apparently, they own the butcher shop together.
Her husband's who?
It's a cat, too.
He's a cat as well.
Yeah,
okay.
It's 2 cats. And so it shows her serving all the customers, and then she closes. She's open Monday through Saturday, 8:30 to 6:30, which is a heck of some hours too.
That is a lot of hours.
And it's her leaving, and she's walking by, and she walks past the hardware store, and we get to see inside the hardware store where Sam's talking to, I don't remember the mole's name, Charlie maybe, I think it is Charlie. And so our main character, Samantha,
Charlie, for
the
some
bear,
reason, makes sense as
it
a
does.
mole's name.
It does.
Yeah.
But Sam and Charlie are talking, and Charlie's talking about like, "Hey, are you going to the funeral?" Talking about for Martin, the
Mhm.
librarian go.
Yeah.
He's like, "I don't know if I want to take the kids." Like,
He's the one
obviously,
that was up on the float, right?
he was the one
Yeah.
on the float.
Okay.
And Charlie the mole's just like, "I know I always say that Woodbrook is a bit boring, but honestly, man, I wish it would go back to being as boring as it would be. Like,
Yeah.
I'm kind of tired of all this." And
I'm
Sam's
tired
like,
of all this murder.
murder. And Sam's just kind of
Murder's whack.
listening, and she's like, "Yeah, no, you're right, Charlie." And she hears a sneeze, and it catches her eye as she looks outside to see Melody pass by. And we get more narration, because all the narration from Sam I love is it's like on notebook
Mhm,
paper, so it looks
mhm.
like it's a journal entry.
Yeah.
And so she says, "So when you're
it
searching for a
probably is,
monster
yeah.
that can hide in plain sight, you can't trust your eyes. You got to follow your nose." Like, it's making you think. And I love this scene because it's 2 full pages. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 12 different panels. I could have
Uh-huh.
done that to myself. And there's not a single bit of dialogue in it, but it tells a whole story.
Yeah.
So we see that Melody's gotten home. She throws her keys there. She's making a steak. Makes sense as a butcher.
Sure. Well,
Make-
as a cat also.
Well, that's true.
you know.
Make steaks for dinner. She's listening to music as she cooks.
Yeah.
She eats. She
She's
finishes.
got the little sprigs in there with the
Yeah,
meat
no,
and
she
everything.
goes up.
She's a very
she
good
finishes. She looks across. There's nobody there to eat with her.
cook. Yeah.
She goes back. We get an outside view, which makes it look like somebody's watching her. She's washing her dish. She's putting it ready. She's drying off. She's going to leave. And now we see shoes outside of the
Yeah.
window that was
Yeah.
watching her. Because we then hear noise like of water coming from the bathroom, and it's Melody brushing her teeth. And we look through the
Yeah.
blinds of a closet, and we see Sam's eyes. She's obviously hiding in the closet watching.
Yeah.
And we see Melody walk in, and it says, "Hey, sweetie."
Because there's somebody already laying in the bed.
Already laying
you
in
can't tell
bed,
who it is.
but limp wrist hanging
Yeah.
off the edge of the
Yeah.
bed. "Hey, sweetie." And again, we talked about the letters. I love how, again, it looks like it's cut off on purpose behind the door.
Yeah.
Like, they do just small
No, it's
things
very
like that are
purposeful.
great.
Yeah. Yeah.
And he's like, "It's been a miserable day." And she
Yeah.
closes the door behind her. So something doesn't seem right there with Melody. We go back to the next day, and so we don't go back. We move forward to the next day.
What is this person? What are they?
I think it's like a muskrat or like a
Okay.
meerkat or something.
Couldn't figure out what they were.
But it's
Most of the animals you can tell exactly what they are. That one is tough.
yeah, it is.
She's got a
kinda
wig
tough.
on.
But it is a newscaster kind of giving a update of like fear, paranoia, and intrigue with the killer at large. Like, the sheriff's department's trying to do everything they can. They don't have any leads. Right now, the list of victims grows. The questions at mind, like, is anyone safe? When will you strike? All that kind of
No one's safe.
kind of talk. Melody's walking by, just kind of distracted by it, and she walks by Sam. And Melody just says, "Oh, good morning, Samantha." And then, Sam, "Oh, good morning, Melody. Hey." And it's one of those that you can see they both act friendly to one another, but when they pass, both of their faces
Yeah.
just kind of change.
Yeah.
And so it's like a
we-
ships in the night type.
Do we have
passing thing.
any inkling as to why they don't kind of like each other?
We're gonna get into.
We
some,
haven't heard that yet, though.
No,
right?
no,
Okay.
no. We
All right.
don't know anything yet now, but we're
didn't
gonna
think
get into
so, but I was
something
just
a
double-checking.
little bit more
Yeah.
interesting there. So we go back to the butcher shop.
Uh-huh.
And with her narration again, I love the "Can you spot a monster? Could it be your friend? Could it be the butcher?"
Yeah.
Like, and it shows, and it's intercut with her like sitting there just serving different customers and chopping meat. You get the ding of the bell. You get
This
her.
reminds me of like my favorite part of Evil Dead, where you get those quick cuts to things.
Yes.
You know, and so this is like a quick cut to the number being torn, a quick cut to her chopping a chop, a quick cut to the bell over the door, a quick cut to her sawing ribs. You know, I mean, just kung, 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 all
and
these
I
things.
love the quick cut. The dog super excited, which goes into what
Sure.
you're.
Yeah.
But I also love every time it shows her, it's completely red in the
Uh-huh.
background
Yeah.
too, to
Yeah.
make you believe that this.
Yeah.
But the narration over while she's serving the customers is, can you spot the monster? Could be your friend, could be your neighbor, could be the butcher whose dead husband may or may not actually be buried in the ground. Who's to say?
Wait, it says the butcher? And their husband could be buried in the ground? Huh.
No, who may not be.
Oh, may
So
not
Sam-
actually be buried. Oh, okay.
So we find
okay.
out now from that little just piece of dialogue,
People think he's dead.
people think he's dead. Well, she was sitting across from an empty table.
Yeah.
She was like planning like it was.
But he's
But
actually.
when she went to bed, there was somebody in bed whose
But-
arm was just hanging off
Yeah,
the
but
side
we
of the
didn't
bed.
hear that person
We
say
don't know.
anything. We didn't see their face. Nothing.
So Sam is very
Sketchy.
Exactly. She thinks something is up with the butcher for sure with all this.
By the way, whomp, ding ding, zut zut zut, shunk, squirt, splut. Those are all the sounds
great
from the
sound
panels.
effect
Thank
work
you very
on here.
much. Appreciate it. I do my own Foley.
Oh, I could tell. So we then cut to the evening that night, and Sam is locking up the hardware store, and all the Mole family is going to walk home together because obviously we're all just going to do it together as a family just to be
Sure.
safe.
Sure.
And they ask her,
Can
Sam,
moles
if
see in the dark?
I think so. I don't know.
Is that their thing?
Well, they can't. I don't know.
I don't know. I don't remember.
But they asked Sam if
They all have glasses.
they do. I love
which is
that.
weird to me.
They asked Sam if they want her to, or if she wants them to wait for her to walk her home, and she's like, no, that's okay. You guys go ahead. Like,
Yeah.
I got one more thing. I'm just gonna tie my shoe, and then, oh, you know what? I realized I just left my jacket back at the store. You guys
Whoops.
go ahead, and like, I'll catch up with you. And they're like, okay, well, be safe. And she's like, I promise you guys, I will. And there's a reason why, and that is because she has a plan. And we see her. I love the way that they did this. We just get an outside shot of the butcher shop just from street view. And the next panel,
Just like a single light under the door.
and the next panel is Sam standing in place of that same picture as she's blocking the door,
Yeah.
and she's standing across the street from it, and you
Just
see a brick in
staring
her
at it.
hand.
Yeah.
Like she has a plan of something she's about to do. And Mike, do you want to know what she does?
What does she do?
I'll tell you about it right after this break.
If you go down in the woods today, you're sure of a big surprise. If you go down in the woods today, you better go in disguise. Beneath the trees where nobody sees, they'll hide and seek as long as they please. That's the way the teddy bears have their picnic.
Welcome back into Bros, Foes, and Heroes.
Why,
My
thanks.
voice decided to go out on me, bros. But still,
Hey, by the
um,
way, moles, they
can
do
they
have
see?
they do have eyes, and they are not
they
blind.
do have eyes.
They are,
Wow.
they are not blind, but
That
they
was
have
kinda
very poor vision. So I like the fact that he put glasses on all of them. That's kind of cool.
The whole family does have glasses.
Yeah, yeah, because they all have bad eyesight.
That is funny. I don't know why I sounded so mean saying
Moles,
that. They have eyes.
Oh, I don't care. Moles can only see dark and light. There's no mid for them.
Really?
Yeah,
Huh. Well, you learn something new every day.
yeah. I'm enjoying this, learning about all these animals.
Oh, yeah?
Great.
Is that your favorite part of this?
A
is learning
labor
about animals?
And
Oh,
blind
labor
moles.
and blind
Yeah.
moles. You learned a lot about moles today.
No, I like this comic book. I think it's great. I think it's a really good story, and it would make a great like animated feature kind of
But
thing.
it's
Kind
also
of
the
like
animal
Watership
facts, too.
Down kind of stuff, right?
Oh, that'll
you know,
mess with you.
Yeah,
if,
yeah, yeah.
If you don't know what you're getting into with Watership Down, that'll throw you for a loop.
Yeah, if you don't want to watch that, you know, and you're touchy as far as these movies and stuff go, watch Old Yeller. Really great. It give you a good feeling, make you happy. Got a boy and his dog.
Yeah, nothing goes wrong there.
You ever seen that movie, A Boy and His Dog?
No,
It's about like nuclear war.
No.
Okay.
Wow. All right.
That was a little depressing, also.
It was. Well, let's continue to be. I teased you a bit before we went to break. Let me go ahead and tell you what Sam does then. Now.
Yeah, so we got Sam standing in the dark, looking across at the butcher shop
With a brick in
with
hand.
a brick in her hand.
Well, in the next panel, we get the crashing sound of the brick going
I thought
through
she
the window.
might use the brick. Yeah.
And an alarm going off. And again, I'm going to brag about it every time we see
Oh,
it.
yeah.
The burr from the alarm goes from one panel
Oh yeah, it's so
all the
cool.
way down, and it turns into the ringing of the
phone
phone
ringing,
in the
yeah.
next panel.
Yeah, that's awesome.
And it's so good.
Uh-huh.
But Melody answers the phone. Obviously, it's the alarm company to tell
Somebody
her, like,
stole
hey,
your meat.
yeah, something's going on. She's like, what? The shop right now? Yeah, no, I'm on my way. Thanks. And she says, sweetie, I have to go. There's been a break-in at the shop, is what Melody says as she puts her clothes on.
Yeah.
She grabs her
Wait,
keys.
let me see that panel where
she
she says
leaves.
that. Oh,
Which one?
Okay, so
The-
she's in bed,
Yeah.
but we can't see if
We
there's
can't see
anybody
what's
on the
next to
other
her.
pillow.
No, they do a very good job of this.
However, I want you to think about this. She's in the, if you look at the bed, she's in the right hand side of the bed. She reaches all the way over to the left, which would be over the other person or whatever is in the bed to get to the phone.
That is true.
Okay. And then she says, "Hey, sweetie, I'm leaving. I got somebody to break in," but you don't see anything behind her.
Nope, you don't.
Okay.
And she goes to leave, and Sam waits for the car to pull out of the driveway.
By the way, her car says Chawutwood.
Well, it also says vroom when she
Vroom.
leaves.
Chawutwood vroom.
So Sam is able
But
to
this even
pick
says
the
scoop
lock.
when she picks up her keys.
Dude, they're
scoop.
so good. I love the
Yeah.
sound effect.
Yeah, it's great.
She's able to pick the lock of the sliding glass door, and she slides open to sneak in. 'Cause
Oh, so
she's-
Sam's at her house.
Sam's at her house.
Ah,
Sam
okay,
used
we're fixing
it.
to find out. All right, I got you.
Sam's using the time to snoop around more to get to the bottom of why she suspects this from Melody.
Yeah.
So I'm doing the good old.
I know you're having to hide it. I
I'm
get it.
doing
Yeah,
the good
sure.
old fold.
I'm not gonna
just
look.
to,
I'm
no,
not
I
gonna
know.
look, yeah.
I know, just to keep things building. So she has a headlamp on too,
Yeah.
and she's going through, and she looks through the kitchen. There's
Itty bitty
nothing.
headlight.
She goes up and down the hallway. We see a picture of Melody and her husband there on the wall.
He was a fox.
Was he? He kind of looks like a cat.
Right?
I don't know. And she walks into this.
No, I just meant he's really good looking.
Oh yeah, no, he is. What's confusing with this, with it being animals? And she opens the door, and she sees all these stuffed heads
Ah.
on the door, and it takes her back for a bit. And she goes, "Is this felt?" Like
Right.
she can't tell
Yeah.
if they're real or not. And then she goes, "Bathroom," and she goes to look in the bathroom, and she opens the door. And about that time, as she opens the door, sorry, I'm getting a little,
Yeah.
there we go. She walks in and goes, "Oh, I see." And as we look into the bedroom, we see him laying there.
Yeah.
And she goes, "That's a pretty good likeness too." As she kind of picks up and like feels the arm
Yeah,
and stuff like
yeah.
that. But about that time,
She says that's a good likeness.
likeness.
Huh.
And about that time, there's a click as the hall room light comes on, and
Yeah.
she's obviously in trouble. So she goes and she hides in the closet where
Yeah.
she was before.
Yeah, you got the stereotypical looking through the blinds of
With
the,
the look of
closet.
the-
Yeah.
and as she's looking there,
Very noir kind of lighting.
because Melody's back, and Melody goes, "Good news and bad, or bad news and good news, sweetie." She goes and she turns the light on in the bedroom where
Yeah.
Sam's in there. And she goes, "Somebody decided to throw a brick through the shop window," and Sam's just kind of watching.
Yeah.
And he say, "The good news is that nobody took anything." Again, I'm telling you, I'm going to brag about it every time. Through the slits
Yeah, it's
of
cool.
it takes away from the word
Yeah.
bubble, and it
No,
does
it's
really
very
well.
nice. Yeah, very well done.
I just want
Very
to point out when I
stylized.
noticed, yes. And then she says, "So good luck, bad luck. I'm going to hop in the shower and try to relax." And Sam hears the water rushing as the door closes. And so she's going to use that to sneak out. And we see a speech bubble as Sam's sneaking out behind her. And it goes, "I wasn't sure who to expect, but I never would have guessed you, Sam."
Oh wow.
And we turn around, and Melody has a gun pulled on Sam
Yeah.
here.
Yeah.
And she goes, "Planning on murdering someone tonight?"
Oof.
And Sam goes, "I know this looks bad, but you were the last one with Birdie that night Martin was killed, and you're allergic to lavender. So I thought maybe," and Melody, still holding the gun though,
Yeah.
looks just very shaken up, and just
Sure.
she goes, "So you thought that I killed Martin?" And she,
Yeah.
like she's just
Yeah.
kind of, and Sam tells her, "And that's possibly that you had a dead body in your bed." Like she's just
Yeah.
laying it all out there for her.
Yeah.
And Melody just kind of sits down next to her on the couch and just sets the gun. Like it's just hitting her that she thought,
Well, it's a little bit of a relief, I would imagine.
in
as
a way,
well.
that
Yeah.
she's not going to get murdered. But at the same time, it's her
She's
being
gotta
like,
tell
"Oh,
the
you
whole
thought this
story."
was all
Yeah.
me." And she's sitting there and she goes, "And you've been spying on me?" And Sam tells her, "Sorta, yes, sorry about that." And Melody has this very kind of moment. She goes, "We had everything, Sam. We had the shop. We had the life we always wanted. After Frank died, it all became a mask I wore so people would stop worrying about me.
Wow, so he did die.
But I got lonely. Having something in bed with me helps." She goes, "Sometimes when I wake up, I almost forget he's not real." So it's just a fake body that she just kind of has there in bed with her, kind of made out of felt and stuff, to have something kind of there. And she goes, "Please don't tell anyone." And Sam tells her, "Not a word, I promise."
So wait,
And Melody, crying, goes, Now get out of my house, Samantha.
Well, sure. But wait, so she said, we had everything we wanted about me, but I get lonely, having something bad. Sometimes I want to have them. Please don't tell me. Okay, so it is a fake body.
It is a fake body.
Okay, all right. Okay.
She's using it just to help
So,
her grief.
but
of-
what about
of
the
losing her
heads?
husband? They're all felt like she
Oh,
thought
okay.
it was.
All right.
They're just different ones that she switches out, either just I guess for wear and tear
Okay.
stuff, like things like that. But no, it's just something that Melody has done to help her process her grief of not having her husband. As she says that, sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night and I forget that he's, not even
Yeah,
there.
sure,
Like
sure.
and so it just makes a lot of sense of why that's there now. And all of a sudden it's Sam being like, oh, okay. Like I was wrong there again then. And she obviously tells Sam to leave her house. And now we're met with a funeral scene for Martin, who was the goat.
For some reason, I'm very upset about this rooster in a suit.
The rooster and a tiger hanging out.
Yeah,
there.
I don't know. I don't understand the rooster in a
You're
suit.
going to do, of all days on Big Red's
And
funeral.
why is the rooster so big?
Because
They're all comparable in size.
It's Big Red.
Anyway, all right.
All right, we only got 3 more pages.
No, you're good.
here.
Yeah, this is great.
And we get more. I like this kind of
This
introspection.
funeral's taken a
too.
while, by the way, to
It
come
is.
around.
It is. Or also, like, not a lot of time has passed in these issues. We can
That's
look
true.
at it too
Yeah,
that way.
either way.
Sam's narration says, I don't pretend to know what it means to them. I know what's expected of them or of me at something like this. I do enough to not be noticed and to kind of blend in, but I do find it interesting.
This is
This-
the psychopath part of her
Yeah,
talking.
this is
or
this is the Dexter part of her talking as
Yeah.
she's kind of people watching, and she goes, and I know like I've caused this for countless others. Like she's realizing like I know what's kind of going on here. I know I'm the cause of this for other people. Like
Yeah.
she goes, when I choose someone and make them disappear, I imagine what I cause kind of must be even worse because there's no rhyme or reason to it in a way. It's like
But she
her
doesn't care.
She
I
doesn't,
mean-
but she's just having these just kind of
Yeah,
realizations as
she
she's
just doesn't
watching
have those kind of
everything.
feelings.
Yeah. She goes, to be honest, it's fascinating to watch. And I know whoever caused this has to be here watching today, too. I bet they wouldn't miss this for the world. Because in her mind, she's like, yeah, there is all like, it's weird to see all these people deal with death and how they're reacting to it, how they're interacting with one another. But at the same time, the guy who caused this, he wants to see all his, or the person who caused this, they want to see all their work. Like they're not going to miss this for the entire world. And she notices that as she looks around. And we have the pastor who's reading, kind of welcoming everyone
Sure,
there.
sure.
And he's like, friends and family, I'd like to begin with a prayer. And everybody, kind of starts to bow their heads. And it goes, please bow your heads. And then all of a sudden you hear, shoo, another sneeze. And Sam turns to look to see who it is. And we hear the pastor go, dear Lord, we thank thee for our friend, dear Martin, as Sam just kind of looks and sees who it is with just a, I'll be damned as her thing, because it's her friend's son.
Oh,
The little mouse
yeah.
is the guy sneezing, and we get the cover to tease next week's issue.
Oh, wow.
And it's him with like a little briefcase, but it's pictures of Sam in there.
Well, there's
It's
also pictures of
skulls.
skulls, yeah.
It's we
That
might
is-
have finally found.
That is a bear skull too, and the only reason I know that is because I used to have a video store down here by Baylor called Campus Video, and our logo was like a bear skull,
And that's what it
yeah,
looked like?
whatever. Yeah, it looked just like that. Yeah.
So we now know potentially. I say that because we thought it was going to be the cat.
Yeah.
It could be.
Well, it's a red
her.
herring. It's a misdirection.
It could be another one,
Still
or
could be,
we do
yeah.
have something interesting because it could be her best friend's son who was the killer. Then
Yeah, I don't know.
it'll be interesting. We also get the cover that we had of Melody and her.
Yeah, I love that. But
doll
this one
husband,
is
and
super
then
interesting
The alternate cover
because
here,
I don't
which
know what
is
this
really good.
means.
I don't know either. I think it just looks really cool.
It's her, but she has no pupils, and she's looking down at a doorway that's in her chest, and her hands are just covered in blood,
Yeah,
like in almost like a grip, like she's about to grip somebody by the neck or something.
and just ring them. It's really cool
Huh.
looking though.
Yeah, and then
Yarn and
Yeah, and her
hammer
tools,
nails.
yeah.
Yeah, I like that. But no, so there you
no,
go.
it's beautiful
Uh,
cover.
Beneath the Trees Where Nobody Sees, issue number 3 by IDW, and I can't wait for issue number 4, which I think obviously I'll have to wait until April. But when
Well,
that
what's
comes
going to be
out,
so cool is when you get to the end of this and able to put all these together and just read it
yeah.
all the way through. That'd be kind of cool.
see, and that's what I think. Like we're obviously doing this issue by issue, but once I get all 6 of them, then I'll probably reread the whole thing all together.
So
as
this
once
is
just to see
6
it all.
issue limited.
I'm pretty sure it's going to be 6, and we're at the halfway point then right now, which would make sense that we would finally find, I think, in this story who our killer was, because I think we're going to have a little bit of a dance back and forth.
Yeah,
then.
sure. I get that. So have we not seen any cows?
No, we have not seen any cows.
Okay. So they're all eating cows, apparently. Cows are way down on the
scale.
food chain here, I guess.
Yeah.
Huh.
But
we have seen pigs.
we have seen
Cut
pigs. Well,
Yeah.
and dead.
Huh.
Beneath the trees
Well,
where nobody sees. issue
Horvath,
3.
right?
Yes, Patrick Horvath.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful stuff.
Oh,
Good.
that's great.
And the story's cool too.
It
Like
is.
in the pacing of it, it's really good. Like it's very much a whodunit pacing.
Oh, for sure. I don't know exactly what we're going to do next week, Mike, and that's kind of the beauty of it. We'll just surprise you with this.
Well, next week is going to be the grab bag, right? We're going to grab out
I
of
think
some of my old
I'm
crap.
going to find some of the
Yeah.
grab bags to dig into.
Yeah.
I just don't know which exact
Yeah,
ones
yeah,
yet.
I get you.
There's a lot of stuff. I know we teased some. I know that I have one that's a Ninja Turtles and a haunted pizza that we can
Haunted
get to at
pizza.
some point in time. I'm hoping to find something just really bad in there.
So let me speak to this just real quick.
Yes.
I probably, let's see. I think y'all said that those comics were from about 97.
It was it was earlier than that.
Really?
Well, I know that we got everything from like 91, 92, all the way to about 96, 97.
Because I know that Death of Superman was in there.
93 was
so
Death
that's
of Superman.
93?
I
So,
think
okay.
it's 93.
So I think we're dealing with 92 through like 94.
Yeah.
Right.
It's the golden age of bat. So I say that you, and obviously you know this as being somebody who lived through it. But it was
The war.
Well, no, I say that like I was around for it too, but it hit me different as a
Mm-hmm,
kid than it did as somebody who was older, especially since you had to deal with buying comics and stuff. But this is the 90s of where like there is so much product out there.
Oh,
And
yeah.
just like it is.
It was killer. I mean, it was just stacks and stacks on stacks.
like this
But-
is what led to the collapse of it in a way.
Yeah,
was
yeah,
just
yeah,
how
yeah.
much that was out there.
But what I was going to say is at this time I was running an outlet store in the big city of Hillsboro, Texas.
Woo, woo.
It was a video, music, and then I convinced them to bring in comic books and T-shirts and stuff like that. And so I would buy comics every week from Diamond Distributing.
Who was the only distributor at the time?
Yeah,
for
they
all
were
the
pretty
big
much the
ones?
only one. And then because I remember when Dark Horse started, I remember when Image started, all of that stuff, right, from about that time. But I would basically order all this stuff, and I didn't know anything about any of them, but I would order whatever looked cool, and then I would buy myself a copy from it because I was getting them all at cost.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of comics in there that are in bags that I've never even opened them. But there were stacks of comics. It was
Oh yeah. No, there was a lot of stuff we went through.
What do you think? How many do you think? Like 150?
Oh, easily.
Yeah.
There was a lot. And
There were a
we'll
lot
go
of
through some
comics.
of that stuff.
And you and Mason Mason especially just
Yeah.
drooled over all of it.
Oh, it
Like
was
he
so
was,
fun. But no, I just love going. It's just
Well,
like
it's great.
it's a time capsule.
I'm glad that it turned into something. That's cool. And being able to go through those things will be really, that'll take me way back.
Oh yeah, no, it'll be fun.
Yeah.
So we'll go and dive into the grab bag for next week to close out February, and then I don't know. I'll have to figure out what
Screw
to
you,
do for March.
February.
Also, what we'll do is it came out already, and we'll tease it a bit. I know you've seen it, but we'll go ahead and we'll be a bit late, but we'll talk about it some. The new Deadpool trailer.
Yeah, I think we're going to do a little bonus where we're just going to kind of react to the Deadpool trailer because I've got some stuff to say about it. Yeah.
I enjoyed it. And
Yeah.
that's all I'm going to say. We'll get more
it's
into that
exciting.
obviously when we do that. So
Yeah.
we'll look at that. And also, I told Mike we'll go ahead and cover Deadpool before the movie comes out in July too.
It's
So,
amazing that Ryan Reynolds has done all the stuff he's done
Oh,
because
yes.
he very rarely lets you down.
no, that's very true.
There's a couple of movies that are kind of iffy,
But not a lot.
You ever seen The Voices? The
I
one
know
where,
it. I haven't seen it.
where
Though.
he's
Where
a
he's the
serial
killer.
killer.
Yeah.
yeah, it's
I've
very
heard
good.
it's good.
It's
I've
very
never seen
good.
it.
It's full of humor. Like
Yeah.
it's got a lot of funny stuff in it.
Hey, you know what? We here on the podcast love Ryan Reynolds. I don't know what he cares
I do
or
love
what
Ryan
he thinks about
Reynolds,
us, but we love Ryan Reynolds.
I think I would be very surprised if people had bad things to say about him.
Same.
Plus, he's Canadian,
Yeah.
so they have to be nice.
I don't know if they have to be, but still.
It's in the charter.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
What charter?
Vancouver v. Johnson from 1852.
Good enough for me.
I didn't make up any of that.
Nope, not at all. As always, we appreciate you guys taking the time out to listen. Make sure to check out Rogue Media Network and the Rogue Media Network family of podcasts.
RogueMediaNetwork.com.
And until next time, stay safe, everybody.
Golly God.
Pros and heroes. Gonna tell you about pros and heroes. Gonna tell you about.
This has been a Rogue Media Network production. This is a Rogue Media Network podcast.
Pros and heroes. Gonna tell you about pros and heroes. Gonna tell you about comic books,
costumes,
Facts, boots.
and other stuff.
In this week's issue, Bosco the Bear presents more romance comics.
Welcome into Bros, Foes, and Heroes. I'm Zach, joined as always by the I can't think of a word. I'm trying to think of something romantic that starts with M.
Mushy.
The
Mushy.
the mushy one,
I'm
Mr.
the
Mike.
mushy one. That's it. That's
There you
what,
go.
That's what it says in my yearbook. Most likely
most
to be mushy.
Last week you were out of town, so we ran a rerun, and we looked back or played an old episode of some romance comics we had looked at. Romance comics, just kind of a brief, backup. It's something that was created by at least the genre by Joe Simon and Jack Kirby, the same duo.
Joe Simon.
And Jack Kirby, the same duo who created Captain America. They eventually, comics were in a weird time and they were kind of suffering and they needed new things out there, and they came up with the idea of romance comics. Now, the problem with a lot of this stuff and media in general that I always find funny is comics, especially in the time that we're covering now, because the stories we look at, you threw your pen down in
I know.
anger.
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. Yeah. As I was throwing it, I thought, oh crap, it's gonna make a noise.
But where the stories we're covering today are from the 50s and 60s, and so comic books at that time is a very male-dominated industry.
Yeah.
And it's always so funny to me to see like these middle-aged men try to write for these women in some of these, but just the stories themselves are ridiculous.
Think this is how it's supposed to go.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But then just because there's so many, because when romance comics debuted, they got a little bit of, I guess, popularity. I don't necessarily believe they got super popular.
No.
But there was a time where at least it warranted other people to be like, hey, we need to make more.
They were selling them.
So there is an onslaught in the 60s of just all these romance comics. And I've gone through in previous times, kind of like the rerun we ran last week, and found some of the more ridiculous ones from that time to cover. And that is what we're doing in honor of Valentine's Day this week.
Valentine's. It's Find Your Person month.
The whole month?
Yeah.
I just did
It's your whole month.
It's going to be weird then, because next week we're not talking about anything sweet and loving.
Okay.
We're going back to issue 3 of Beneath the Trees Where No One Sees.
We gave them 2 love episodes. What else? If they
we can murder now.
That's right. That's right.
That's if 2 loves equal 1 murder, in case you're trying to.
That's just simple math.
It feels like we've turned into a true crime podcast
Court
now.
math.
Court math.
Yeah,
Dude,
this is.
What if we did just like a comic book
foes, and
truth?
bruises?
Well, in that case, it sounds like we would just have to find cases where like nobody got super hurt. It's just
it sounds like just somebody got beat up.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But back to
this podcast is all about bar fights. Let me describe a bar
Bros,
fight to
foes, and bar fights wouldn't be bad.
That's really not bad, honestly.
No, it's not. But
come in and tell your best bar fight story.
That we would get some interesting
We
characters.
would get some interesting characters.
But we have romance comics.
None like Bosco, though.
None like Bosco, who is going to kick off our first story here.
Well,
Wh-
shit, maybe we would though, because we're literally across the highway from
a lot of
from a university
oh,
that has bears in a
That's
pit
true.
over
That's
there.
very true.
Yeah,
Multiple
bears.
So we could have granted, and
Dos bears.
here's the thing too. You look that way, we're honestly just miles away the
It's
other
true.
direction
From
from,
the
a
zoo.
zoo.
Yeah,
So there are
yeah.
bears everywhere. Around
You
us.
never know. You look up and there might be a bear in this office.
Bears
at some
beats
point.
Battlestar Galactica.
Bear beats Battlestar Galactica. You know they're talking about rebooting Battlestar,
Oh, really? I thought you were going to talk about The Office. I was about to say we've talked about this
but
before.
it's Sam, not Ismail. Yeah, the guy who did Mr. Robot.
Yeah.
It's him, which I think I would trust him with that.
Wait, are you talking about the actor? Are you talking about Sam Raimi? Not Sam
No.
Raimi's the director. You're talking about
Ismail.
Rami Malek.
No, I'm talking.
Oh,
about
the guy
Ismail,
who did.
it.
Oh, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah,
I'm sorry.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I would trust him with that because he's very good at like the intricate. God, why did
don't know
that give me a problem? The intricate details, of like coding and all that kind
Yeah,
of
yeah,
stuff.
yeah.
And so I think he would be very technical.
No,
about
that would
it,
be
which would be very cool.
that would be interesting to see.
Anyway,
All right, back to Love.
back to love.
What I was saying, I was just teasing next week. Beneath the Trees, where no
Oh,
one sees
yeah.
issue 3. Which I read yesterday, and it is really good.
Good.
So let's get into our first story here, which is Bosco Plays Matchmaker, which is
Oh,
from
that's
February of 1960. Confessions of the Lovelorn, number 111. So by 1960, there were already 111 issues of this.
Oh boy.
I can only assume that if it's coming out monthly, my goodness, it's been around for a bit. Or anyway,
Maybe it comes out like twice a week. Who knows?
that's
you know?
true. We don't know how often they're putting them up, but
Now, the subtitle on this says, "Love can come to a boy and a girl in many ways, but none as astounding as when Bosco plays matchmaker."
and spoiler alert, because it's right there, we see
Bosco.
Bosco's a bear.
Bosco was a bird.
That obviously, I guess, would make reference of why we were,
Yeah, she's
understand of why we were
she's on
referencing
the other
bears
side of the
earlier.
cage and she's chucking her
Wedding
bouquet over, and the bear's going to catch it. And the bear looks very happy about catching it.
He is. So what
Oh, sweet.
we find out is that our setting is the Bronx Zoo,
Hmm.
and that it is one of the largest of zoos, according to this in 1960.
Okay.
But also, it's a place that many people visit.
I
It
love-
says
I
the
love
Bronx
these.
is one of the largest.
I love these facts. The Bronx is one of the largest, and many people visit it. Great, thanks.
But it tells you well,
Numbers, maybe? I don't know.
Well, my favorite part is it shows like a couple there, or a father and daughter, and they're greeting
Oh, come
Bosco, and the little girl's like throwing food at Bosco.
That's a bad idea.
It is, but this is the 60s. They didn't know better.
Sure,
So they were
sure.
like just throwing food at bears.
That girl
at the
was
zoo.
eating.
And she's like, oh, he's so cute and stuff like that. And here's what I
This
love.
is so stupid.
It is. Here's what I love.
I'm sorry,
It
I read
says,
ahead a little bit.
See,
yeah.
that was the one problem.
I-
I love to share these with Mike so that he can like see the
I
pictures
get
as
it.
we read along, but he always
Yeah.
reads ahead and spoils some of the fun. But so we see a panel of like just people looking in at Bosco, and it's kind of shows the back of this bear standing there looking out at them. And our caption reads, Bosco couldn't talk, of course, but did you ever wonder what he might be thinking? And it shows a thought bubble over Bosco, and it just says, nice enough crowd, but wait until May. That's my favorite. Love that May.
Love that May.
Love that May. Now, why does
Like-
Bosco love May? Oh,
Well, because he knows what the hell a calendar is, number one.
Uh-huh.
And he knows that months exist.
he can tell. Well, here's the thing. He does not have a calendar. Like it's
Yeah.
the bars all the way around.
It's
so
just
there's
in
like
his
nothing
head.
hung. And he's able to just to be like,
Uh-huh.
I sense May. It is now May.
Why May?
Yes, he loved May. Because that was the season of lovers.
Mm.
And if there was one thing that Bosco loved, it was lovers.
Well, as someone whose birthday is in May, I got to say that whatever 9 months subtracted from May, that was my parents' lovers month.
Like
Yeah, so
September-ish,
something like that,
October-ish.
I guess. I don't know.
You're a Halloween baby. That explains the
Conceived-
devil soup.
I was conceived
So-
in a lab.
Oh, man.
It was birthed in May.
We then are introduced to our two main characters of the story. There's this one girl who's just staring at Bosco by herself and goes, here, Bosco, I guess she has food. You're
Yeah.
the only one I get to talk to. And then she leaves, and a
Uh-huh.
guy comes, and he talks to Bosco, and he goes, hey, fella, you don't talk, but who else is there for me, kind of essentially. So we get two lonely people whose only friend in town is the Bronx Zoo Bear.
So I want to. Can I point one thing out?
Yeah.
When you look at this cage, that's a problem, because like from her waist down, it's like it's like a regular fence.
I didn't notice
like
this till now, but yeah.
But at the top, where they are sticking their hands through and throwing things at this bear,
It looks
it
wide.
is very wide.
It looks wide enough for her to squeeze her whole body through
They could
easily.
both be drugged through there real
Easily.
quick
Oh, just wait.
and just ate.
So,
Aided.
Aiden. So we go back to our hotel, or to their apartments.
Our hotel.
Our hotel, to their
The
apartments.
bear goes home to his hotel.
And we meet our main female,
Squeeze.
our main squeeze. I couldn't talk. Mary Dennison
Yeah.
would go back to her lonely room.
God almighty.
And she
she's-
goes, "If
even the
only I
room is
knew."
lonely.
If only I knew. Someone in New York. And Pete Hayes.
Aren't there like a jillion people in New York?
There are, but Pete Hayes, who's also lonely, and he's like, if only I knew someone in New York. So neither of them know anybody in New York,
Okay.
and they're both lonely. We find out that Mary
Oh, I
works
love
at a
that part.
hosiery, and she hated it, and it
She
shows
works
her.
behind a hosiery counter.
Counter.
Who else? Wait, is that still a thing?
This is 1960. So
But I'm saying, can you still buy like fine hosiery at some store?
I don't know. I've never bought fine hosiery.
Well, you remember
I'm Lowe's, maybe.
you, you remember from good job. You remember from National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation? He goes in and he buys panties from that girl at the thing.
Oh,
And
yeah.
he tells her, it's quite nipply outside,
Yeah,
that
yeah,
kind
yeah.
of. But that's how I envision. Like you go up to this thing, and this lady lays out these beautiful hosiery, and this
And you
was
like grab it.
this
like,
was made
rub it
from-
between your
yeah.
thing, and you're like, not
this
soft
is,
enough.
This
Ooh,
is made
that
from
one maybe.
Central American worms and
And you're like, I'm
whatever
gonna be
the hell
wearing
makes
these all day.
silk.
If
Yeah.
those things run, my day's
Oh.
over. It doesn't look
Oh.
like are they? Is there like tests like you like stretch to make?
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't know how fine hosiery is bought. Again, unless I
Well,
go to Lowe's.
You're fixing to get a little
Yeah.
insight here.
But Mary says, "But madam, you can't return stockings that are so badly torn."
Uh-huh.
So apparently, she works kind of at Walmart, and the woman says,
Walmart hosiery
"Young
counter.
lady, I'll have you fired for this. For what? For telling her like I'm not going to
Can't
take
return
back."
your nasty ass run hose. Come on, this lady looks like. Well, number one, she looks like she should be somewhere beating Annie into submission, right? And then and then she's returning this gross torn hose.
Oh, she is,
to
and
the
she's
store.
She even has the finger in her face.
Oh,
Like
she's
very
wagging
angry.
away.
And as for Pete, he hates his job too. I'm assuming he's a mechanic because he's underneath a car. But there's two things that kind of make me wonder. One is that all he says is another day, work, 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 which
Uh-huh.
doesn't allude to anything.
Sure.
And the second thing is I have never seen anybody work on a car in a suit.
In a suit on one of those roll around things that you lay on. Also, I'd like to point out the exhaust on this car.
Oh, I just noticed that
It's
too.
an effing harmonica, is what
It's
it
not
is.
like an
It's just a
exhaust pipe.
harmonica.
Well, maybe that's the
This
front.
car-
I don't know.
This
what
car
the-
goes down the street, and goes the whole time.
I just love that. I like to think, looking at it, that he's checking something himself. He doesn't look like
Yeah.
somebody who would work on.
Yeah, yeah.
Anyway,
Well, maybe it's one of those suits that they put out in the '60s that the astronauts wore. You just wipe everything right off.
maybe.
It's a plastic green suit.
Oh,
Sure.
and he doesn't have to wash it. It's just like one towel that's
Yeah,
his dirt towel.
yeah.
That,
When you buy it, it said made with new
thermal moon rocks. yeah.
thermal asbestos,
Thermal
strongest in the
asbestos.
country.
It'll give you multiple forms of cancer.
They didn't know that.
Oh, damn. Yeah, you're right.
They just
But-
knew they had a big growth on the back of their neck.
It
That's all.
shows that both of them, when they sleep at night, they dream of some mysterious woman or
Yeah.
man that they're lovelorn, right?
They are lovelorn.
So they go. It shows them that they both decide to go visit Bosco on Sunday because that's their Bosco
Well,
day.
hang on. The one in Mary's dream, they're kissing.
Yeah,
What are they doing in Pete's dream?
I think they're kissing.
They're like touching noses. Is that what they're doing? Like it's just so weird. Like he's staring straight ahead, and she's got her head all
don't know.
cocked and
I
smacking
don't know
into
how
him.
how to describe it. So
if I
I'm
could-
gonna do it the best I can for this podcast. Imagine like a face is looking straight ahead, right, or kind of to the side, and there's a woman's face blocking the front of it,
Yeah.
and it's angled like it should be kissed, but it's angled higher, so it looks
Uh-huh.
like she's chomping down on his nose.
It does kind of look like she's chewing on his nose. If I
But
could
he
only
loves
meet
that.
my dream
Well, that's-
woman, she would knock knock foreheads with me, and we would.
Mary's like, oh, I can't wait for my true
Yeah.
love's kiss.
Yeah.
And Pete's like, I can't wait to find some dame who'll bite my nose.
He's got, we're not here to shame anybody's kinks, but
oh,
try not to
man.
bite each other's nose.
Oh, man. I don't know. That art just threw me off on that.
Yeah.
So they go visit Bosco because Sunday's Bosco Day. And while they're both there, they kind of think to themselves, and Pete thinks, wow, she's got a nice face. I'd like to know her. That's what he thinks. that
She's got a nice face. I'd like to
face.
mash it.
So see, I don't feel bad for speaking for Pete that way because he seems like a guy who would say something like that then.
Pete's a goober.
Yeah. It's funny you say goober. Goober's going to come up, I'm pretty sure, in one of these stories too.
Yeah. Anyway, go ahead.
Mary looks at Pete and goes, he looks nice.
Nice.
But
With an
you-
exclamation
Yeah,
mark.
but you just can't trust anybody in a big city. He could even be a criminal,
He could be a criminal.
which is very true.
But so could the bear.
Finally, Pete's like, hey, I'm going to go ahead and break the ice here.
Mhm.
And he goes, I've been noticing you here, and I thought that maybe. And she's like, indeed. Well, it just so happens that I'm not interested in whatever you're interested in. Like, she just turns on him out of
What the-
nowhere, right?
And the bear now has two faces.
He does, because it's
He's
the
just
like
going
double
back and
take.
forth like a-
yeah.
like a tennis
He's
match.
like,
Yeah.
what? Like that kind of thing.
I'm a bear.
And so Mary like storms off angry, leaving, and Pete's kind of confused. Here's the best part of this story, I think, is the name calling. She
Mhm.
says,
Mhm.
and I'll thank you not to try to talk to me again, you masher.
You masher.
To which Pete replies with, don't worry, I won't, you pickle puss.
Pickle puss.
So there you go. That's a new one to call somebody.
Yeah.
But you know what?
Pickle puss.
Even with that fight, that drop down, just angry,
That was a rough
hate-filled
one.
fight.
Yeah.
Pete cannot stop thinking about Mary. There's just something about Mary, if you would.
I will say that he's at least taken his jacket off
To
now
work on
change
tires
a
this
tire.
time.
Yeah.
And then Mary's at the hosiery store, still thinking about Pete.
Wait, he says, darn it, why can't I get her out of my mind? She's just a sour-faced shrew, so why can't I forget her?
She's sour because she's a pickle puss.
She got pickle puss.
No, that's. And Mary, just moving. And Mary is thinking about Pete. And why does his face keep coming back to me? It isn't as if he was a good guy, just a flirt. She doesn't know.
Well, that's the thing. The poor guy.
Well, I'm just saying, neither of them know. Like, she could be, honestly, like.
She could be the
could've-
criminal.
She could have shown him who she is right there by yelling at him and leaving. And he's thinking, wow, she could be great. And she's still thinking, like,
He's a masher.
he could be just, he's been able, like, neither of them know.
I
And
just, I'm not misogynistic in any way, but I do want to take.
is there a
Pete's-
but? See,
I
this
do-
is always, we talked
do
about
wanna-
this the other day.
I do want to take Pete's side on this, though,
Oh,
because he literally just turns to the lady. He is in a full suit with a tie. He's not, he's not a crackhead. He's not.
that you know of.
Crackheads don't present themselves well. So he's just there.
We've
He's at
hung
the
out with
bear
different types of
cage, and he says, "I've been noticing you here, miss, and I thought that maybe." And then she's like, "Get out of here, you masher!" Well, shit. What's he supposed to do?
But at the same time, as she's leaving, he's not like, oh, it's a misunderstanding.
Mm.
He
Pickle
just
puss.
doubles down and yeah.
Well,
So I'm saying like it could have
Different
handled.
times.
It could have been handled. Anyway,
just the way
so
they are.
That's
Mhm.
that's them.
I just go ahead, and I got an observation real quick. But go
Well,
ahead.
no, go with your
No,
observation.
It's
Okay,
it's
okay.
about the next panel.
So we get to the next panel, and for some reason they still go to talk to Bosco because in a city as big as New York,
Well,
the
it's
only
Sunday.
person
It's
they
Bosco
go
Day.
it's Bosco Day. The only
Yeah.
person they have to talk to still is Bosco.
I just want to point out the way that Bosco is standing. Number one, he's a bear and he's standing. And number two, he has both hands like on his hips, like, why don't you just get along? You know?
He does. He's really torn up about it.
Good old Bosco.
And then he's sitting there and he's looking at it and he thinks to himself, though, the good old Bosco, that settles it. It's time for me to get busy. And what does that mean? He steals Mary's purse as Pete's leaving. Because Pete's like, if I don't get to talk to Bosco by
Yeah.
myself, I don't want to be
Yeah.
here. So Bosco has decided to take things into his own hands, and he's
Literally.
going literally as he is taking stolen Mary's purse, and he's going to, I guess, play Cupid, if you will.
I just love how he dumped everything on the ground and then
And
just
then
turned his
left.
back on
That's
her.
the thing.
He's
So
like, yeah, screw it.
he pulls the purse into
wanna
the
eat your
cage.
crap.
It falls everywhere, and then
Yeah.
he leaves it.
Yeah.
But you'll see this is part of Bosco's trap.
Oh, I know. Bosco's a genius.
He is a genius.
Mhm.
So Mary's like, my month's pay. Her first thought, I've got to get it before Bosco comes back.
She has
He
an
might rip the money up.
She has an entire month's pay
In her purse.
just hanging around.
Where is she going? It's just her apartment in
I
the
don't
zoo.
know.
That's it.
The only person I know I could point at about this time who carried around a month's pay or more would be the chick from Psycho. You know, she took all that money and took off, and then she got killed in the Psycho Hotel.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
kind of what it's like. Oh, I got all the money, and now the bear's stolen it.
But she does what any sane person does.
Take a shower.
Climbing the bars wasn't hard.
Oh,
I'll just
God.
climb right in.
And again, she
and
could have
ride
gone
out.
through them.
She could. They're big enough for it. But she climbs over and she thinks, I'm going to grab my purse and everything before Bosco gets back. And as she scoops it up, that's when Bosco leaps to try to attack her.
You ever seen Grizzly Man?
Yes,
The
but it's been
documentary?
a while.
Yeah, dude gets eaten.
He does, yeah.
Right? Even though he's like, yeah, this bear's not going to hurt me. That's the same thing.
Yeah.
I don't care how much of a matchmaker you think your bear is
You
playing.
don't F with bears.
Don't go in the cage.
You never mess
No,
with bears.
No. no.
Anyway.
I won't mess with any wild
even
animals, honestly.
Even Bosco, who is such a bear genius.
Good old Bosco.
Well, Bosco lunges at Mary, and Pete isn't far away and hears, and he's like, hang on, I'm coming. So what does Pete do? He doesn't get help. No, he decides to jump in himself.
Sure.
And he's like, now she's got her. He goes, how she got in here, I'll never know. As he climbed to get
Well, I
in
think
himself.
I think it's
I
about the
think
way you got in
that's
there, buddy.
Yeah, that's a good idea,
Yeah.
probably. And he tells her, run over there to those high rocks over there in the back. I'll deal with Bosco.
Don't tell me what to do, Masher.
It says Bosco lets them get away for the moment. And he's like, here, we'll have a better
He
chance
just
to hold
stands
up
there.
here.
Bosco just stands there and goes, grr. That's it. He's a genius.
Well, and so like Pete's helping Mary to safety, and Bosco comes at him again, and Pete turns around and punches him in the nose.
Well,
Which, if anything, Mike, this is going to be a weird thing to interject here, but I'm going to add it. Do you remember a show on Spike? First of all, Spike TV.
I do remember Spike TV.
Back
That's where
in
the
the
Man
day,
Show came on to begin with, right?
No, I think it was Comedy Central first.
Was it? Okay.
Yeah. Anyway, but they had a show called Mansers.
Mansers?
Mansers, right?
Okay.
Spike TV, in case you were curious, was a TV station that was made for.
Spike is short for misogynistic TV.
There
Yeah,
you go.
is what
Yeah,
it
that's
is,
a,
yeah.
that's a great way to put it.
Yeah.
So, as a younger kid, I would watch. I say younger kid, kind of like late teens and stuff like that. There would be shows on there
6-8 months.
that we would watch that I would just find ridiculous because they were shows, even
Yeah.
at my age, but still
Sure.
they're funny. One of them was Mansers. And it was like these stupidest questions that they would ask, and it'd be like, "Oh, how can you survive this?" Or "What is the?" I don't know. I watched it a couple times, but one of the episodes I remember was like, "What can you do to survive like a grizzly bear attack or something?" It was really stupid. Mike's pulling it up right
I'm
now.
looking it up, yeah.
But I remember the guy in the grizzly bear show. Question is like, "Oh, you can punch it in the nose," and even at like, 17 years old, I was like, yeah, there's
Mm-mm.
no way if
You
I'm
shouldn't do
coming
that.
up against a bear, I'm punching it in the
You shouldn't
nose.
do that.
But
It
that is
says-
exactly what Pete does here.
Various stupid and some very interesting questions are answered by men. That's the entire premise. That's it.
It's not. What they would do is they like ask guys on the street, and then they would have like some half-baked sign. Like it's not good TV.
Well, it starred.
It didn't star anybody. There wasn't a
It
host.
starred Ward Roberts.
Or maybe he was the voice for it.
Yeah, he was Ward Roberts.
Do you
He's,
remember like that and like 1,000 ways
Actually,
to
shit, he's been in a lot of stuff.
and like 1,000 ways to
Oh
die?
yeah. Honestly,
It was that kind of like it was all in that same kind of.
when you
vein.
look it up, that's one of the references down at the bottom. Is 1,000 ways to
same.
die too.
But
yeah,
I-
the same kind of thing.
It is.
Yeah.
I had that brief branch off into just terrible television
The other one
just
is
because he punches him in the
Paranormal
face.
Whacktivity. It's just a girl in a bikini in front of what looks like the paranormal movie thing. Hey, but it
was
also
highbrow
also
stuff.
you get Max Saves the World with a little dog.
Okay, one of them looks.
This
I'm afraid that poster is not what the movie's
It's the
about.
goofiest thing.
Okay, we have.
All right, go.
We have
Sorry,
derailed. Let's
sorry.
get back
Yeah,
to
Go for it.
Bosco and Mary and Pete. Pete punches Bosco
Welcome
the
to our
bear
Mansers
in the nose.
podcast.
Oh, it was just it was a terrible, misogynistic, just awful show. And
Well, he punches the bear in the face, and then the bear runs away going,
How-
ooh, ooh, wow.
But then he
ooh,
goes,
wow.
how am I doing? Like, who's
To
he
himself.
talking to?
To
Yeah,
himself.
like he's like, oh, my acting's good. How am I doing? But nobody's there to like, who's he talking
How
to?
am I doing, Bear Jesus? Sorry.
Here's what's weird. Then so the zookeeper comes by and he's like, in this cage you'll
Why
see
is he
something.
dressed like an ice cream man?
I don't know.
He's in all white.
He is. He's like, in this, you'll see something very unusual. It sure is unusual for a bear cage because Mary and Pete are making out. They did not crawl out. No.
no.
Of the bear exhibit. Pete just punches Bosco in the nose. The bear runs
my
away, and they
God.
start making out in the bear exhibit.
It does not get better than this last panel.
Then,
I swear to God, that is the greatest panel you have ever shown me in a comic book.
oh, there's a reason I included it.
There, jeez.
Then it says at the very end, the very last panel of this story, that's all, reader, except that one late celebrant still swears to what he saw. And it's Bosco is shaking hands literally with Cupid while the drunk behind him says, I'm going to swear off. I know when I've had too much.
So this, what's he a celebrant of? That it's the month of May? I mean, because let's think about this for a second. If it's May, so generally when you see guys in a top hat and a tuxedo who's very drunk, it's New Year's, right? This is halfway through the freaking year. Has this guy been drunk the entire time?
Here's the thing, too. When you see Cupid, you think of February. You think
that's
of
true, too.
Valentine's
Yeah.
Day. So when they say late celebrants, I'm thinking both of them, this New Year's guy and Cupid, both hung around till May because they were like, Bosco's got one for us, guys.
Just sitting
I
there
got a
waiting.
feeling. Just
Yeah.
waiting.
Wow. Yeah, that's it. Oh, see, but I didn't see the next one you got here. too, so
Mike, I
it gets
made
better.
sure that here's the thing: the last two,
boy.
the last two aren't going to be as ridiculous as the first two in premise.
sure
They
about
have other
that?
things. I'm sure about that, but the
Okay.
next one we get to is so good. I wished when I made these I would have flipped them, but this was okay. It's called Lip Service, and the kind of heading for this one says, "I heard his words of love only, or I heard his loves." I'll just try it again.
Yeah.
I heard his words of love only through a dummy. I yearned for the day he could speak for himself rather than use the dummy's lip service. And what we have here is a story about a ventriloquist, folks. And we see and we're met with, I think, is it Harry? I'm trying to find his name. Harry, Harvey. It is Harry. Okay. Our main character is Harvey, our ventriloquist, and his dummy's name is Charlie.
Okay.
And we see a set to open up the first panel of Charlie, the dummy, and Harry, the ventriloquist. And Harry says, Charlie, say it's a pleasure to meet the young lady. And Charlie goes, it's nice to know you, miss. How's that? Like, he kind of talks him up a bit.
Why does Harry look like he hates Charlie in the first panel? Like he just looks like he detests this thing.
This story is so weird, Mike. Just wait.
All right.
And he's like, no, he's basically just doing the whole act. Now, tell the lady that she's lovely. And it just kind of shows the top panel is just them kind of going through their act. But underneath, after it tells that bit about lip service, it shows Charlie off leaning against the bed. And he says, I love you, Linda, truly, by himself. And Charlie is sitting away from him, talking to himself. That's good, Charlie. Very good. But why can't I say it to her?
Why does he have a picture of this chick named Linda and it says "Love Linda" in the bottom of it if he can't say it? I mean, shit, she's already given you the opening.
She can say it. Charlie can say it.
Okay.
Harry can't. So we're introduced, and
Poor
it tells
Harry
the
can't.
story of, we go through this whole bit. The story's told by Linda. And Linda's telling us how she first saw Harry Devon on the West River Showboat. So that'll
West River Showboat.
Oh, this one doesn't have it. Dang it, I missed it. I can't remember what issue this one's from. We're still in the 60s though. But he's doing his bit, and he's like, Charlie, I'm surprised at you. I've asked you not to flirt with the girls, and Charlie the dummy is a player, and the ventriloquist is not. It's kind
What's
of
up,
the
pimp?
gimmick here. Yeah.
So Zach told me a story. He came through the lobby yesterday, and dude looked at him. Number one, it's the guy who wears one of those male jumpers.
I
Like
don't know. About,
it's always like the same pattern on his shorts and his
see,
shirt.
I appreciate that.
Okay.
I like the
You,
unison.
you go right ahead.
uh,
And then the guy looks at him and goes, "What's up, pimp?"
Yeah, he said, "What's up, pal?" And I hadn't been asked that in like
Yeah.
12 years.
Yeah, sure. At least.
So I don't know why my ADHD or just my introvertness or just my unable to deal with people in the morning kind of kicked in, and
Sure.
I just went and just kept walking because I didn't know what to do.
Hey,
So,
another point we need to make before you continue is that Charlie, the ventriloquist dummy, now has a straw hat on.
well, that adds personality.
Yeah, yeah. It's like anybody who's old enough to remember Shakey's Pizza. They used to come out in straw hats and suspenders and bow ties and
Did they
stuff and
sing?
play the banjo while you're eating pizza.
Is that what that's from?
Nothing makes a great slice of pizza go down.
Was it like red and
better.
white
Yeah,
shirts? I
yeah.
feel like I've seen pictures of these people and didn't know.
Nothing makes a good
was a
slice of
pizza
pizza go down better than banjo music.
Well, yeah, I want to feel like I'm in the deliverance or in
Yeah,
deliverance.
yeah,
I'm eating
yeah,
pizza.
yeah. Like,
But
hey, this pizza sure is good, but I hate what comes later. Yeah.
Ooh-wee. So, Charlie is like kind of hitting on the ladies because Harry asked him, like, I asked you not to flirt with the girls, and Charlie goes, I wasn't flirting with her, bub. He always says bub too.
Bub?
He goes, I wasn't flirting with her, bub. I just asked her for a kiss. Like he's just like the smooth kind of like the dummy with that silent like sexiness about him. You know what I mean?
Can I do his voice real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
What's wrong with that?
He does seem like the way it's written. It does seem
Don't
like
you
it.
ask plenty of girls for a kiss? So I'm just a chip off the old block, bub.
And I feel like Harry's like, yeah, no, you're right.
Be quiet, Charlie.
It's just completely different.
It's my voice. It's always been embarrassing.
Man.
Hey, that's not copyright anymore, so we're good.
Yeah. No, yeah, that was specifically the
That was
Steamboat
specifically
Willie
Steamboat
version.
Willie.
I feel like I need to say, yeah.
Oh, the steamboat
Actually,
sure is
I don't think he
steamy.
laughs. We should probably.
All right.
Good luck finding that.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to listen to a lot of the episode
You
to
got
find
it.
that, Disney.
You got it,
We
Disney.
won.
Get on it, Disney.
Anyway,
Dare you.
so
Take that out.
this will be the one we get.
Yeah.
Actually, no, we got a. Well, never mind. That's something different.
I just wanted to cease and desist.
We didn't get a
That's all
cease
I'm
and
saying.
desist.
I
We
just
just
want one
gotta.
of
You can't monetize, which is fine because
Oh,
that means
yeah,
though
who
that
cares?
but
Whatever. YouTube.
yeah.
Stupid YouTube.
Anyway, now back to our show. Boop. As he's continuing this thing, he starts to hit on Linda, who is the girl in polka dots, because
Mhm.
Charlie starts talking up. He's like, "All right, let's talk about this pretty dresses. How do you feel about the polka dot job?"
Mhm.
And she's just kind of blushing, and Harry kind of covers his mouth, and he's like, "Oh, that's enough. Good night, folks." Like his bit is, I guess, that Charlie the dummy just like talks up the ladies, and
He's a
Harry's
little
like,
bit of a
"Oh,
womanizer.
that's not, yeah,
He's like,
that's not cool."
How do you like that polka dot job?
Yeah. So
Charlie.
Harry, without Charlie, Harry the man by himself, Harry the man, is out on the boat, and he runs into Linda, and they kind of get to talk a little bit, and they introduce each other, and she tells him that I'm Linda Holly, and I thought your act tonight was great, and
Linda Holly.
you delivered your lines so well, and it seemed so real when you made that dummy talk, which I can only think reading that line that she was just like, I know it's not real, but you make me believe. You make me believe, Harry. Like just something like that.
Harry, you make me believe in magic.
Dummy match.
In dummy magic.
But he goes, Charlie is well trained, even though he gets a little brazen at times.
Well trained.
Yeah, no, here's
It's you.
that's what I'm telling you. Because she goes, your job must be very interesting, Mr. Devon. Just look at all the things you can say and blame them on a dummy. And he's like, well, yeah, I guess I never really thought of it exactly like that. I try to make people laugh. And then she goes,
He's so
sh-
sad for somebody
She
who's trying to
is.
make people
Yes.
laugh.
She's like, my shot in the dark had hit home. I knew Harry Devon's secret. Without his dummy to speak for him, he was like an embarrassed little boy.
Mm.
So she's like, he's using the dummy to, and it would make sense.
I can fix him.
Well,
That's what she
yeah, they like to write that a lot too.
Yeah.
So she says that she wants. He goes. I'm sorry. So Harry goes. You can just call me Harry. Like Mister's, just too formal.
Yeah.
That's my name and stuff. She's like, all right, on one condition, you show me what makes Charlie tick, which could be taken one ways or one of two ways. Maybe she's like, yeah, I'll call you that if you show me what makes Charlie tick, and she's like, coming on to him a bit,
Yeah.
or she really wants to see the dummy. What do you think? She really wants to see the dummy. So
I think later she's gonna say, "Stick your hand in me like you do that dummy." I think is where that's going.
oh, I was gonna make a joke, but I'm not going
yeah,
to.
Sorry.
Nope.
Mine was
So,
bad enough. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah, we'll leave it there.
Sorry, folks. Sorry. Come back, please.
But so while they're there and
More
they're
Bosco.
talking, he pulls Harry pulls Charlie back out, and Charlie he's like, "Wow, it's the polka dot job." Like he goes right back into that whole bit.
No, he doesn't say wow. He says wow.
Oh, he does say "wow."
Wowee.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
The E part, IE part
Is in bold.
Yeah, in bold.
And Harry's like, "Charlie, I warned you to be nice," and he's like, "Oh, I could be nice, real nice to her." Like, he's
See?
like, "Yeah." And she's like,
it.
"Oh, yeah." And he's like, "Oh, pay no attention to Charlie."
Ugh.
And Linda's just playing it up, and she's like, "Oh no, I'm enjoying this." Like she likes, I guess, him being kind of a little riled up bit, which makes sense. And this is so weird. It says, "Say you'd like to kiss the lady, Charlie,"
Ugh.
and it goes, "Linda, I'd like to kiss you." Oh man! And then all of a sudden, he did.
With that damn doll sitting back
And
there watching.
he lays the doll down on the chair, and yeah, it's watching the background. And then it says, then I heard more words, wonderful words,
I heard
but
more
they
words.
didn't come from Harry Devon. And you see, you were all I want,
You're
all
all
I
I
ever
want,
wanted.
All I ever wanted.
But the speech bubble is coming from the puppet and not from Harry.
Well, number one, he is a very
Good.
talented ventriloquist.
He's
can
throwing
throw
his
his voice.
all across,
Yep,
completely
yep.
across the room.
What a
He's
guy.
too afraid to say what he wants to her that he'll instead throw his voice.
He's already kissed her.
Just don't say anything.
It's
Like
just
that's
so
the thing. I don't
goofy.
like if he's that nervous, I get him like just clamming up and not saying anything. But being so nervous that you throw your voice to make a dummy clear across the room talk is a bit.
I have a continuity issue.
Yeah, what's up?
And the next thing, he's had this orange suit on the whole time, and then the next panel, it's yellow.
Oh, it is
all of a
yellow
sudden,
for
like
just one
Dick
panel.
Tracy.
For
Yeah.
one panel.
Yeah.
Maybe it was a color with our
I'm sure.
problem with the printing press. And she's
Whatever.
like, "That's not you talking, Harry, or is
You
it?"
can't fool me.
Still, she goes, "Or is it?" Like she's kind of confused. And she's like, I'm not talking to a dummy. Forget this. I'm done." And so like she leaves, and he gets sad. Well, the next day
He gets sad.
he decides to call her back, and he's like, "Hey, I'm doing a show at the Aquacade, and didn't know if you wanted to come hang out at the beach and all that." And she's like, "With Harry or the dummy?" Like she's kind of like, "I'm not doing this BS."
I know, this is
again."
a dummy.
Yeah, yeah. She's
I
like,
float.
it was weird enough. It was weird enough the first time. We are not doing this again.
Yeah.
But he's like, "It's with me." She's like, "All right, I'll come hang out." So they're over at the beach and they're talking, and you see a suitcase that's sitting away from them, and all of a sudden,
God
a speech
almighty.
bubble from the suitcase
This
says,
guy.
"I love you, honey, darling. I mean every word." He's still
He's still talking as the dummy, and the dummy's in the suitcase.
in the suitcase. Here's what I want to know though. He doesn't have a show till that night.
Yeah.
Why did he bring the dummy to the beach with him, even
Well,
if it's
'cause-
still in the suitcase?
Charlie loves the sun.
But he's in the suitcase.
It's UV rays. They get through it.
All right.
I don't know.
So
Because he's an idiot is what
That's
that's
true.
the real answer here.
So Linda's had enough, and she's like, "The dummy spoke those words again, Harry, not you. Even when he's in the suitcase, he does all the talking."
It's true.
And she's all right.
Yeah, now see, she does have something to kind of be pissed off.
No,
about,
on this one,
honestly. Yeah.
she's in the right on
This
all
is
this.
not, oh shit, I woke up, you have stubble, I hate you.
No, Linda's in the right on all of this. This is Harry being weird.
Mm-hmm.
And
this
he-
dude's
and he's like,
freaking
"But
weird."
and she's like, "Please, not another word. I dislike lip service from a wooden dummy. When you learn to speak for yourself, let me know. Goodbye, Harry." Like a very good, just boom.
Mm.
But Linda couldn't leave. She still obviously like cared for Harry a bit. So she goes out to watch his show that night, and it is awful, right? He's out there on stage, and it just shows her sitting around the crowd, and the crowd is like, "Ha, some act."
I got choked up because of what they do to him.
Yeah.
It's rough.
It is, but and so the crowd is heckling him, and they're like, "Ha, some act." Every time the dummy talks, you see Devin's lips move. He's a rank amateur. Like people are yelling out there, and they're booing him
They
now.
literally boo him out loud.
They boo him.
Boo.
And they're like, "Throw him out. Bring on the next act," because he's
Oh
just
my
so
gosh.
horrible. And Linda's like, "Something's wrong," and she hurries backstage,
This is not the ventriloquist I paid for.
Oh man, I like to think that it's an open mic night, so none of them did.
exactly.
But she goes backstage to see Harry, and Harry goes, "So after you left me, I decided to learn to talk for myself. I did learn, only too well, and now I can't make Charlie talk." So he's learned to express himself so well, he can no longer be a good ventriloquist.
Somebody needs to check this guy for a brain tumor. This poor guy. He's like, I can talk to you now, Linda. Can't talk to my dummy anymore. Dude, come on.
Maybe he only has room for one person. Maybe that's what it is.
Well, that's true. Yeah.
But he goes, "I love you, Linda. I love you, Linda. I love you."
Number
He's
one.
saying it himself.
Fast as hell.
That is true.
Yeah. I mean, just like you've literally hung out with her twice.
That's true. And
I love you. I love you. I love you.
And you talk to her through your dummy for half that time.
Yeah. Yeah.
And Linda
How
says,
is she not afraid of this guy?
Well, she goes, "And it's you, darling. All right, you talking,
Darling.
darling. How nicely. You talk. How wonderfully." And then he goes back out on stage with Charlie, and she proudly watches his act. And he goes, "Charlie, say it's a pleasure to meet the young lady." Like, this is them, I guess,
Yeah.
before he goes back out. And he's like, "Nice to meet you, miss. Now, Charlie, say you think the lady is very, very lovely." "Of course I think she's very lovely." And he looks back, still sad looking for some reason. And he goes, "Now it's important, Charlie. Tell the lady you love her." And he goes, "I love you, Linda. I love you." And then we get a close out of her face. And I knew the words were for me.
Yeah, because your damn name's in the sentence. That's why. That's why you knew.
And I knew.
You're an idiot, Linda. Yeah.
Hey, cut
Yeah.
her some slack.
Linda's
She's
an idiot.
No, cut her some
No.
slack. She dealt with Harry. Look at that. But still, she goes, "And I knew Harry could say them too. We had found our own lip service."
Good
The
Lord
end.
Christ in heaven. Good
Oh
God.
man. Well, that's a perfect place for us to take a break, though. We'll come back, and I got two more. One of them involving, I'll just tease it for you, of how I tortured my in-laws. Is
Nice.
the next one. We'll get to that coming up right after this break.
Enjoy these lovely commercials.
All right, welcome back into Bros, Foes, and Heroes. After that lovely break we got to hear that was so eloquently thrown to by Charlie the dummy.
Hey there, everybody.
There we go.
Welcome back.
There we go. I just need.
I'm not a womanizer anymore.
I've reformed.
I've taken up ships in a bottle.
Isn't that oddly weird being a wooden dummy? You know what? We're not going to get into that.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and get into our last two stories. Then the first one being from April of 1950.
Wow.
Right?
1950.
Yeah, from My Pass number 11, and it says the artist possibly early Pete Morisi. It's from Fox Publishers.
All right.
But it's called I Tortured My In-Laws.
Sounds like a fun game.
What we have here is, I'm trying to see our main character's name. Her husband's name is Ray. Betty. Betty is our main character. And Betty talks about how she likes her home so much, too much to share it with her in-laws that were ailing, right?
Yeah.
The doctor had suggested to her husband that they keep them there, and she's just because keep them there to live with them. And I didn't care how sick they were. While they lived in my apartment, I made their lives so miserable they were forced to leave. To face life or death alone, I didn't care how much I hurt my husband.
Wow.
Yeah. Right? So that's why I read that first part, and I was like, oh, yeah, we're doing this one.
Yikes.
So we're introduced to Betty and Ray, who have been married for 3 years at this point, right? And life is just absolutely perfect. We kind of get a little setup for them of how they have their own garden that they work. And Ray tells her, like, we're lucky to have a garden, Betty. Like, a lot of big city dwellers like us don't even have a backyard. And she's like, oh, I know, Ray. It's wonderful.
I know, Ray, darling. Darling.
She talks about how their lives together are so great that even when they're reading, they don't need to talk. Like, just being in each other's company and life's just so awesome. My husband and I found marriage bliss. We enjoyed staying home alone. Honeymoon Bridge was our favorite indoor game. I wonder what their favorite outdoor game was.
What's a honeymoon bridge?
Bridge, the
Well, I
card
know
game.
it's bridge, but
I don't know what makes it honeymoon bridge.
Okay, all right.
I don't know if it's a type of game
Take
or
your pants off.
are
Let's
they-
play honeymoon bridge.
where the hell Charlie come from.
I don't know. He's
He's just gonna be hanging around.
Yeah.
But no, I just love that our favorite indoor game though too. Like, what was their
Mhm.
favorite outdoor game?
Jarts.
I was gonna say yard
mostly,
darts.
Yeah.
What are jarts?
Jarts or lawn darts?
Why is it jarts?
It was a
though?
brand.
Oh.
Yeah, it was just called Jarts.
How do you think that's how they lost a best friend? Probably took one of them.
Well, I think once one of them hits you in the head, then you can't pronounce words correctly anymore. Because you're just like Jarts. I get hit by Jarts because it's sticking into your frontal cortex.
Oh man! All right, so they're playing.
That was terrible. I'm sorry.
That one. I don't have anything
Jarts.
for that. I don't.
We gotta get him to the hospital, Bob. Jarts.
Oh man. Okay, so they play honeymoon bridge and maybe yard darts for outdoor stuff. But it says, I didn't want his mother and father to spoil my life, so I tortured his in-laws. And when she says it like that, it makes it sound like she locks them up in the basement.
But then,
But it's not that bad.
The next panel is so odd. It's a little skinny little panel,
It says, we both like the same kind of recreation.
and then it's got two hearts with an arrow through it. So you gotta think they're talking about the horizontal lambada or whatever.
Yeah,
right?
I think so, right?
Okay, all right.
I didn't pick up on that, but
There were-
you
if I
think
d-
that's like a little
Yeah, that's what I'm
1950s
saying.
koi?
Yeah,
Oh,
I think that this was before there were other positions besides missionary, and so.
So that
Most
was a-
sexual positions were invented after 1965.
Yeah, it was. So
yeah.
they thought about Bob. We got to recreate that. I think it's going to be less obvious if we do an arrow going through two hearts.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
enjoyed your idea of the sheet ghost with the hole cut out
Right.
in
I
it.
also like
but-
the train and the fireworks, but
But-
those are hard to pull off in a comic book.
I hate that you missed my.
I
sheet
heard
go-
you sheet
okay.
with a hole in it.
Okay,
yeah,
thank you.
Hasidic Jew. Yeah, or Mormons. I don't know which ones have sex through a sheet,
I
but
think
one
it was
of
just.
them does.
It was all. I think it was just super religious people in general.
Oh, okay. All right.
Because I heard it from about the.
How
the
often
story
you
from
gotta wash
Catholic
that damn
people.
sheet? Is what I'm saying.
It's
Like it ain't coming out clean.
it's your sex sheet.
It's sex sheet.
Oh.
Gross, and 2 times.
You know what? For
gross.
Valentine's Day, get your loved one a new sex
New
sheet.
sex sheet.
So, man,
That's what I like to do. I like to turn over my sex sheet like once a year. When February hits, I just go buy a new one,
Yeah,
and then
the last for the year.
Yeah, well, and then in March I wash it, so it's good.
So you're ready for May.
That's right. May is for lovers and bears.
Oh man, this is the beauty of these though, because they always get
Yeah.
off the rails too. All right, so back from after we found the little 1950s, I guess their little wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Yeah.
They're at the movies, and she's like, "I hope the movie's good, Ray." And he's like, "Well, everybody else gave it rave reviews."
By the way, the movie is Rajori Nissan and Odger Guest in So Goes Life.
So Goes Life was a classic.
So Goes Life.
It shows them like going to the museum together and
Yeah.
talks about how they would go swimming and have picnics together, and that Ray's kisses were divine, and
Oh.
he never failed to thrill me. And there's so many like the panels behind it are like them going and swimming.
Sitting in their
yeah.
underwear in the park
That's their
with a
picnics and
thermos.
swimming.
Yeah.
So like they're having just the best life ever, and Betty loves it. We get a lot of it. Like we just get panel after panel of all the great things that are happening in her life, and how it's just absolute, marriage bliss for these 3 years.
Sometimes I wish everyone was as happy as we are.
Stuff like that.
I do
right?
too. This will never end, though.
There are
We'll
some.
be happy forever.
There are some things in here though that again, like I just kind of like
Yeah.
chuckle about reading because it's
Sure.
like the guys. It feels like guys writing for the female characters, or if anything, it's like the sign of the times. There's like
This one right here.
So there's two. There's one where she goes, oddly enough, I liked housework. The
Mhm.
knowledge that I was cleaning my castle gave me inner satisfaction.
There's two things in this panel I
And
want to point out.
And she's singing and
Yeah,
she's like
that's the
having
first one.
whistle while you dust da 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 while she's doing
I
that.
would then like to point out the picture of what look like men
Four.
in some 4 men in sombreros
I don't know what that
in a
is.
picture on the wall,
I just noticed that.
and
don't
they
know
all
what that
seem to
is.
be like in
Yeah,
action
they
poses,
are.
but they're anyway.
And
yeah,
then
this is-
it says Ray appreciated everything I did around the house. He was a model husband. And then another one where I'm like, oh, it's just the very next panel. Betty's cooking, and Ray goes, looks like you're planning a scrumptious dinner tonight.
Scrumptious.
Dear, I'm lucky to have such an excellent cook for a wife. And she goes, thank you, darling. I hope everything turns out. It's just like all very Stepford wifey.
Yeah.
Anyway, they're having just fantastic marriage life until.
Well, now she's mending and darning also. He thanks her for doing that.
Oh, what is darning?
So I think
get
darning.
mending.
I think darning. They talk about when you're sewing up socks. Darning a sock,
So that's
like
it's
socks
just-
get a
it's
hold, you just
specific
sew
to
them up.
socks.
Yeah, I believe so. I think that's right.
Interesting. So our story's going great, and then we get hit with a wall of text of a page. And this is when it started getting longer and more intricate. But there's so much dialogue that starts, as I've just pointed out to Mike. There's not a lot, and then boom, you get hit with it.
Darning. I'm sorry. Darning is sewing technique for repairing holes or worn areas in fabric or knitting using needle and thread alone. So there you go.
Okay, there you go. That's what darning is then. You learn something new every day.
It's often done by hand, but it's also possible to darn with a sewing machine.
Oh,
Who knew?
we do now.
We do.
So Ray tells Betty, like, hey, they're talking about their in-laws. Betty says, it was a pleasure to receive mail from my parents, but I was glad they lived 3,000 miles away and couldn't interfere with us. And Ray goes, here's a letter from your folks. Betty, it's too bad you can't visit them oftener. You haven't seen them for 3 years.
Is
And she-
oftener a word?
It is right
Oftener.
now. Oftener. And she goes, I'd like to visit them, of course, Ray, but I think it's good that we don't get too much of them. I wouldn't want in-law trouble. To which Ray's like, Betty, dear, my folks live in nearby Trenton. They're not any trouble, are they? And she's like, oh, no, Ray. I didn't mean it that way. Your parents are too sickly to come here.
Thank God.
So it's nice to visit them once a month. I
Dumbass
enjoy
sick
every
parents.
minute of my stay with them, but only for that month. If I have, or for that one time. If I have to visit them more than that, it would be dreadfully awful, honey.
That's kind of the way I feel about my parents, but they're just across the city.
So here's what I was trying to figure out too. If they live in Trenton, I'm
Yeah.
assuming New Jersey, nearby.
Yeah. Mhm.
What is 3,000 miles away from New York? Where is Betty from?
Well, let's see. If we go 3,000.
Is that clear across the country, or is it
miles
further?
from Trenton and New Jersey? right?
That's the only thing I can't figure out. Is I guess I don't know how far away.
Let's see. How far is New Jersey from the equator? Is the first one I get.
Oh, okay.
Used cars under 3,000 in Trenton, New Jersey.
Oh, okay, that's cool too.
Uh,
Maybe this was a terrible question to ask.
Yeah, I don't. I think it's according to which.
Do you think that that's far enough for them to be on the West Coast?
So here we go. This ridiculous question was asked by somebody. Is California close to New Jersey?
No.
So it says the total driving distance from New Jersey to California is 2,845 miles. So it's in California somewhere.
So okay, so
It's either
she's in
that
the West.
way or they're in Russia.
Okay, one of the two.
Yeah.
So she's probably out in the West Coast. I would feel like it would be closer the more northwest you went, but just maybe. So it's got to be like south,
Her
deep South
parent-
California.
Her parents live on Alcatraz.
That's what it
That's
sounds
where
like.
they're at. Yeah.
So
Oh, they're sickly. That's where they used to put the sick people.
she's like, "But that's where we put my sick
They're-
parents.
they're
What are you
in
doing
the-
with yours? Putting them in
They're
Trenton."
in that tuberculosis hospital.
But Ray tells her, "Well, hey, Betty, I got a phone call from like the family doctor, and he says like my parents aren't doing good. Like
Mhm.
they don't have a lot of time left. They're not doing well, and he thinks that it would be good for us to like move them in with us to kind of watch them and give them, kind of a hand, like another set of eyes and hands to kind of
Yeah.
watch over them."
I'm starting to be on her side. And here's the thing, right?
Okay.
It's in 1950.
Yeah.
All we've done is talk about how she takes care of the house, she does all the cooking, does all the cleaning, all this stuff.
Yeah.
And now he's like, yeah, Doc says I need to bring my two parents in here who are old and sickly, and they're gonna germ up the place.
I get your point.
I get
there.
that part.
No, and I get that part, and I don't disagree with that part at all.
Yeah.
It's not even that I don't understand where she comes from of, having other people kind
Yeah.
of impede on
Yeah.
your life.
Sure.
It's the way they write her as just so callous and mean about it.
She
that
does
is
come
enter-
across. She does
that
come
is-
across as like heartless.
yeah, that is
yeah.
the entertaining
Sure,
part of this.
Sure.
It's not like you said, like I get your point and I get her point then too of all
Mhm.
this, because in all honesty, when we're looking at this with Ray, like he is not listening to her at all with this
Yeah,
when she
yeah, that's
presents her
true.
concerns.
That's true too. Yeah.
And he's like, no, this is what I want. This is what we're gonna do. So if we're honestly looking at this, from to take the funniness away from it, like he's kind of being a shit husband by not listening to her in this at all. So she
Yeah.
has a point,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
she's just being heartless about it. So
I
it's
just
hilarious.
love how like 2 panels earlier she goes, "We're gonna be happy like this forever."
And then he's like, hold on,
Yeah. Wait a minute.
my parents are
I
coming.
got something for you.
And so, the way he introduces, he's like, well, I'm glad that you like them, Betty, because they're gonna move in here.
Yeah.
But they're his poor parents.
Yeah.
My mother and father both have heart ailments. So
Wait. What?
he says
oh
that.
yeah, there he is. Yes, Ray. I'm awfully sorry. For
yeah, and he's like, well, I had a long distance phone call from our family physician. And he told me that both of my folks are in bad health and it's serious. And he suggests that I should bring them to here. He doesn't want them to live alone,
I
right?
talked to a doctor who said your parents are bad. You need to take them to your house.
And then she's like, I'm stunned to look after them. Like, they'd be under my feet all day and they clutter up the apartment. And like, she has points
Well,
on all
the
this,
point I want to make here is she says, I was stunned. I'd be expected to look after them.
which is another
That's
great
the
point
part.
too.
That's the part right there.
Because
where
she
I'm
would
thinking,
be, because
yeah,
she's at home all day
yeah,
while he's
exactly.
at work.
That's true.
But she's like, your folks, they have their own house. Like, we don't want to persuade them to come up here. Like, they're probably
Yeah,
comfortable
that's
where
just
they
her
are.
trying to get out of it.
She's
is what
trying
that is,
to.
Yeah.
And he's like, oh, well, they kept quiet. They didn't tell us about their health because they don't want to put us out. But
Plus,
they're
they're
not
both
going
mute,
to.
So, yeah.
But they're not going to. Like, we're going to go ahead and take care of them. And she just keeps like trying to come up with other reasons of like, but
Yeah.
but all their stuff is there and like, their possessions, and he won't have any of it. Like,
Every
he's
time
like,
they're
"We're
here,
gonna
I
move in."
scare them with my feet for some reason. I don't know why they're so scared of my feet.
So he calls and talks to her or his dad, and after he gets off the phone, like Betty asks him, like, "Hey, what's going on?" And he's like, "Well, they're not gonna move in yet. They're gonna come for a short vacation, but they won't stay for good. And I accepted it because I feel like once they're here, we'll be able to persuade them to stay." And Betty's like, I don't necessarily like that. So she says, or she goes, they go to pick them up. They drove to Trenton to pick them up. And she says, on the way home, my secret plan was to make their stay unbearable. I had to be careful not to make them suspect I was doing it deliberately. And I had to be careful Ray didn't get wise. Her thoughts are, my in-laws will want to be a help, or will want to help a little. If they have absolutely nothing to do, it will drag for them. They will think I'm not letting them help me because I don't want them to overtax their hearts. Her plan is, I'm not going to let them do anything to help me. That's not necessarily an evil plan.
No, it's not an evil plan. Mm-mm.
It's not like that's
No.
that's funny that they're trying to make her this be like all of her thing is, I'm just going to make sure that they want to help. I'm not going to give them anything to help me with. But she feels bad about this. It shows a kiss, and she's like, but my kiss felt different with Ray because I was planning something evil against him. It's just very weird.
Well, I like how she's upset because her in-laws watched them kiss.
She did not like that.
She goes, I resented my in-laws
Resent
watching
was
us
kinda-
embrace. What?
She did kind of hate them. Then, though, like,
And what is wrong with Ray's dad's face? What happened to his face?
He's part fish.
This poor guy. Good Lord.
Ray looks normal. His dad does look like he had one.
And
too
why
many-
is Satan in the next panel? You go on to the. So I resented my in-laws watching us embrace. Isn't that romantic, John? Young love is certainly nice.
That's his parents.
It's his parents talking, yeah. And then his dad looks at her and goes,
Hey, I hope that you two continue to be happy.
right? And then he looks like a burn victim. And then the next panel is Satan. And it says almost immediately after their arrival, I began my campaign to make Ray's parents feel unwanted. I knew they could do a small amount of work, but I wouldn't let them do any. I tried to make them feel like they were in the way. Satan!
And then so she's like, the Ray's mom's like, hey, if you don't have anything planned for dinner, I could help. And she's like, no, I got it. You just kind of sit down and do what you want to. It's
I got it. Your food sucks.
You know, hey, I got the dishes.
Yeah.
You know, she's working on socks, and she's like, hey, I'm knitting these for Ray. Betty, it's been so long since I made him socks. And Betty goes, yeah, that's very sweet, but he prefers store socks.
You ever had anybody make you socks?
No.
I haven't either. I've had a lot of clothes made for me because my grandmother was a seamstress, right? She worked out at like the Methodist home,
Yeah.
and she would fix all the kids' clothes and stuff. But that also meant she thought she could make me shirts and pants and stuff, right? And so it was always like this pattern shit, like, you know, oh, this has cowboys all over it. Let's make you a shirt out of that because I know you love them cowboys.
My grandma made me
Shit
a
like
T-shirt
that.
with like that puff. I think we've
Made you
talked
a
about this
T-shirt?
before. Yeah, with like the puffy kind of paint.
Oh yeah,
You know, like you did it with
no,
and it was
mm-mm,
neon colored.
No,
And it was,
no,
hold on.
yeah,
Oh, it was,
it was a big bear.
no,
It said Bosco loves you.
it was from another comic we've covered, oddly enough.
Oh,
Well, not like directly, but a comic about this person. It said, "Don't break my heart, my achy, breaky heart," and it had a broken heart.
oh my lord! Wow. Did she? Was she worried about your heart being broken?
I just really loved that song as a 6-year-old to the point where she thought she'd make me a
Wow.
T-shirt. of
Well,
it.
hey, she was trying. You know.
Yeah, no. My
trying.
grandmother always. She also made me for my 8th birthday, and I do still have this with the tape over it.
Yeah.
It's the number 8 in 50-cent pieces,
Oh.
but it says happy, and she used that as the 8th birthday. And she drew all these different. She was always very artsy.
Yeah.
But she drew like Mario and Sonic.
Oh, look at
and
her.
like all different
Oh,
like video
yeah.
game
She knew
characters
you
on
liked-
like a thing of poster board.
She knew you liked the video games.
She did, and just like all and cartoon characters and stuff like that. And I have that still like taped and
Yeah.
like off somewhere because that was cool. But I just thought
That
of
is
the puppy
cool.
paint thing.
Good for her.
But so then she's like, yeah, no, Ray likes store socks now, not these
Likes store
not
socks.
these stupid homemade socks.
Stupid.
She
homemade
goes,
socks.
huh? If they're your husband's size, maybe you could give them to him. Is what she tells him. Ray's dad's like, hey, I could fix this switch on the plug on the lamp. She's like, nope, you sit down. Don't you dare touch it. I'll have Ray deal with it when he gets home. Like she doesn't want them to do anything.
Yeah. Yeah.
They're even like sitting in their chairs reading the paper, and she's like cleaning up after them on purpose to make them feel like they're being a mess. Like she goes like he wasn't being one, but I like scooped all of his papers up to like hurriedly move them. She's making them like lift their legs so she can clean underneath it, even though the spot's
Yeah.
already clean.
Yeah.
She's
Yeah,
having
she's a
just a
turd.
blast with this.
She's a turd.
When then all of a sudden, one day, Ray gets home and he goes, hello, honey. I put in a hard day's work and I feel the need of some affection.
Yeah. I'm gonna use that line.
Oh, I do love that.
Hey, honey, I just got home and I really feel the need for some affection.
And she goes in to kiss him, but I don't know, something's off with her kiss. And he's like,
Something's off with his dad's head. I'm just saying it. It looks like a freaking potato. His head is so weird
you're
looking.
so mean to his dad.
Well, his dad's weird looking.
But he's like,
Even Betty, look at that face.
yeah, I don't
Looks
know.
like she just swallowed a fish.
Hole.
Fish hole.
But then he's like, where are my parents at? My mother and dad, Betty. They never come to greet me anymore. And she's like, oh, they're in their rooms, Ray. I guess they know their days are numbered.
Oh, Jesus. Wow.
They seem to want to be alone. I'll get them. I'll let them know that dinner is ready. And she just like goes and knocks on the door. And they're like, come and get it, folks.
Come and get it, you old bastard.
And they run to meet him and they hug him like they haven't seen him in years.
Again, look at his dad's face when he hugs him. His dad has an issue, man.
No, it's not.
Look at Betty's face. Good Lord. She just ate a lemon.
Hole.
Hole. She ate a lemon hole.
Oh man. So anyway, they tell them that they're gonna go back. They've decided that the vacation was enough. They're bored here. They don't have anything to do,
Yeah.
and that they really want to go back and stay. And he's like, "But I want y'all to stay here." And they're like, "No, we don't want you. We don't want to. Like we want you guys to be able to have your space." And he's like, "Well, then we'll come down once a week instead of once a month. Like we'll need to take care of you." And she's like, our Betty's thinking to herself, I can do with once a week. That's fine. I'll still have the house to myself.
Sure.
Well, after they leave, Betty starts to feel lonely, and the house feels empty without her parents there. So she wakes up and decides that if either of them have a sudden heart attack and dies, Ray and I might not get to Trenton in time.
Oh,
Well, yeah,
no.
no, because you said it was sudden. Like, that's the thing. Is
That's
she
it.
said in her statement, if they have a sudden heart attack and die, we wouldn't get to Trenton in time. Well, yeah, because you've already killed them even in your thought.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah,
but
that's not great.
she's like, oh, if something goes wrong, like we're not going to be there, they should come live with us after all, so we can be under our watchful eye. And she calls her mother-in-law and basically tells her everything like, hey, I made sure that you guys had nothing to do so you get bored not to live here. And her mother's like, first of all, she's like, can you forgive me now that you know the truth, mother? She calls her mother, which is going to fix it all because Ray's mom's like, oh, she called me mom. That's cool. And they decide to move in and everything's hunky-dory. And Betty only calls her mom mother now, which is kind of weird and creepy, but she's there.
Whoa!
I threw my tablet in frustration.
I was pissed
and
off at
accident.
my pen earlier. Now you're pissed off at your
Yeah,
tablet.
but Betty's like, I want your parents to live with us. And they move in, and it's a giant happy family. And so that's the end of that one.
Even with her dad's weird potato head.
You were so mean to her dad.
Her dad is a weird looking dude.
And then we have the last one here from 1958, romantic story number 38.
Hey, but
We've
below
already-
that,
we've already
yeah,
read
that's what I
that
was going
one.
to say. Yeah, at the bottom, it's got an ad for I joined a teenage sex club.
Yeah, and it says join the romance comic group on Facebook, which is the IDW group for this. But we covered the I Joined a Teenage Sex Club in one of the previous romantic ones.
We did.
Oh, man, that was a funny one, too.
It was a good one.
So we close out today with our last one again from romantic story number 38 from January 1958 from Charlton Comics. The story is called I, the House.
The house.
I, the House.
All right.
I haven't been lived, sorry. I haven't been lived in for 10
I
years.
thought we were really getting down to
We
the
are,
crux of things that are wrong with us.
I
I
know.
haven't been loved in
In
years.
I haven't been lived in for 10 years.
Well, same
But I
thing.
still remember the happy voices, the bustle and excitement of a loving family, and I miss them so. Shall I ever know such joy again? Now there's a lovely girl. She's looking at me. I wonder. That whole thing was from a house. That's right. Our main character in this story is a house. I say that. All the house does is it's kind of the main
Well, you're kind of
focus
bookending
point.
this, though, right? I mean, you started with a bear, now you're ending with a
The
house.
house.
So it's like these things that don't normally talk or telling the
Exactly.
story here. Yeah.
So we are introduced to our young
What a
lady.
dumb name, the house. Come on.
Uh,
The house.
on Lifetime. Is Lifetime still a thing?
Lifetime is still a thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
But this woman loves the house.
She does.
But her husband,
She
Jerry,
wants to kiss it.
but her husband, or I'm sorry, not her husband, her boyfriend, Jerry, or
Jerry.
fiance, does not. Because this house is very run down and it does not look good at all. It has seen better days. It's a fixer-upper. Audrey is our main character's name. Well, Jerry's like, Audrey, I said, yeah, I have a house for us to look at. Let's go look at this one instead. And it's a substantial modern home, and it's easy to maintain, and it's
Substantial
new.
modern.
That's what it says.
Yeah.
It's a house.
Hey, can I tell you
Substantial,
something about
modern.
the name Jerry real quick?
You've had brushes with him?
No, it's not that. I was talking to some people yesterday, and they said that they wanted to start a podcast called Unmoanable. And I was like, what?
Was
You
it
know,
names you can't?
Yeah. So names that sound that you can't really moan.
That's funny.
So the guy's name was Larry, and somebody said, you can't really say, oh, Larry.
Yeah.
You know, and so I thought,
Airy.
when I saw Jerry, I thought, yeah.
Yeah, but it's not all the
Jerry. That kind of thing, you know.
Every time I hear Jerry now, I think of Rick and Morty, though. So
See,
that's how I
I
am.
still think Seinfeld. for some
See,
reason,
no,
yeah.
I always
Yeah.
think of, the
Yeah.
dad.
Yeah, sure.
But
All right, Audrey, what are you doing to us? here
so
with
we
this
go
fucking
to look at the modern house, and
Yeah.
she just doesn't like it because she doesn't think that it has any charm really or anything. And she wants the old rundown house because of all the things it could be. And Jerry's looking at it like, there's a hole in the kitchen. She's like, yeah, but we could fix it up. It's a giant kitchen.
Jerry,
He's
that's
like,
a sink.
water comes out of this thing when I
There's
flip
water
this way."
coming out of the wall. No, Jerry, that's a
that's a
spigot. We got to get you some workbooks or something.
Modern fancy house not have.
Modern fancy house not have water.
Man. So Jerry's just like, whatever, honey. Here's the money. Go pick the house you want.
Jesus. Here, honey. Here's a bunch of money. Go buy a house.
And so she takes the money
Ugh.
and she tells the real estate agent that they're dealing with, like, I want to put a deposit down on this house here, this old rundown one. I guess another thing I should say is that the house does have comments throughout the whole thing that I haven't said.
Yeah.
Like after they went and looked at the modern house, they came back to the old one and it says, "Oh, she's come back. She does like me, but the man she's with is cold." Like,
My basement is swelling.
oh, there is. And so they're talking about it, and that's where she's like, "It's perfect, a large, beautiful kitchen." And he's like, "Oh, the ceilings have cracks, all that." And the house says, "Well, I'm glad he's leaving. He makes me nervous." So the dude makes the house nervous, first of all. And then she also says, "What a pleasant visit. And yes, it looks as if I shall be occupied again." So the house is happy.
So at one point, Jerry says this phrase. She says, the girl says, "But Jerry, I love this house. Haven't you said its choice should be mine since I'd be in the house all day?" And he turns to this woman that he apparently loves.
Hold on. Wait, hold on.
Am I skipping forward?
Before you get to
Oh,
that
I'm
part,
sorry. Go ahead.
let me just say one thing.
Yeah.
So she puts down the deposit on the old house.
Yes.
And as the real estate agent is leaving, he tells her, "I have a sentimental attachment to this old house. I'm glad that, I want somebody to live here to be happy."
Mhm.
And she's like, "Oh, we will be." And then Jerry gets back and asks Audrey, "All right, so did you pick a house?" And that's where Audrey goes, "Yeah, I put a deposit down on that." And then go ahead with what you said of where she said,
Well, the next panel, number one, the house says, "I'd like to flap my cellar doors at him."
Yeah,
I
I
don't
wanted
know
to
what
add
that
that
means,
in for you.
but I'm going to start using that. And then she says, "But Jerry, I love this house. You said it should be my choice, blah, blah, blah." He goes, "Yes, but to buy that old barn would be rattle-brained. Rattle-brained."
Yeah.
Go back and get that agent and get the deposit back.
What?
He's a turd.
They all are. That's the thing is in these.
Well, somebody in one of these things is always an asshole.
That's true. There's
Yeah.
never anybody that's not.
Mm-mm.
I went back and I listened to the rerun we ran last week, and it was the one where the dude dressed up as the clown. Do you remember that?
Mhm.
And she was so upset. She worked at a circus
Yeah.
and was upset that he dressed like
yeah.
a clown.
Yeah.
But when he wasn't dressed like a clown, she loved him.
I'm way more attracted to fire eaters.
The lion tamer might be missing a hand, but he would never dress up as a clown.
He really lost his head over me.
But
Wah, wah.
So she goes back to the real estate agent and she's like, and the real estate agent's like, "I'm sorry that you're having to take it back, but I get it." And she's like, "I thank you, Mr. Keller. I appreciate it." She goes back to tell her old Jerry that she got the check back. And he goes, "There, you did the sensible thing. Now, how would you like to put that deposit on the split level I showed you yesterday?" It's like, oh, he's just such a tool.
And she says, "I would not. I told you how I feel. Why do you insist on forcing something down my throat, Jerry?" So time is a cruel mistress, man.
It is,
Whenever
it is.
because we're in a time where that is a different kind of sentence.
Yes, it
Yeah.
is. Back at this time, it was a more
Uh-huh.
innocent phrase, I would
Yes,
say. And
it
at the
was.
same time, though,
Yeah.
like
I know.
maybe F Jerry if that's the case.
Well, the
then,
last
too.
one had a devil face on it,
Ooh,
so
so he goes, "Consider my position, Audrey. I must have a house with the sheet. I must have a house that reflects my success. Now, Audrey, think it over. It's that house or it's nothing, Audrey."
fucking split level house. It's like a 1960s split level, and
58.
he's like,
We haven't even got to the 60s.
"No, this has to reflect my importance as a man."
Exactly.
Fuck off.
"I have thought it over, and it's nothing. I want a home that reflects the heart, not a showcase for other people to add up how much they spent. Goodbye, Jerry."
Oh man.
And so she leaves, but she can't stay away from the house that she loves. So she goes back to see it with Mr. Keller, the real estate agent, because he had told her before when she left, like, anytime you want to come see it, you're welcome to. So she goes, I keep knocking that. So she goes to look at the house, and he kind of gives her the tour and is like, "Hey, this house, actually, I told you it was special. It's because I grew up here, and I've spent the time now to kind of like redo it all." And he's showing her like the fireplace is working now and the garden out back. And while he's showing her the garden, she trips over a hose and he catches her in his arms. And the house says, that's more like it. Now we're getting some action. So the house kind of reminds me, you talked about the movie Rubber the other day.
Yeah.
You remember the
Love it.
hotel scene?
Love it.
The house is being that, like watching from the window now, like, oh yeah, now we're getting some action. Just
Yeah,
kind of oddly.
yeah.
But the Mr. Keller, the real estate agent, catches Audrey and she goes, oh, I'm so clumsy. And he goes, clumsy, no, please stay this way for just a little while, Audrey. I have something to tell you. And that's when he tells her that the house was his and he wanted somebody to be happy there, a family to be happy, somebody that he thinks that he could be happy with a woman like her. And they kiss.
A woman like her.
And the house says, I shall be lived in again, which is a weird sentence to say. I shall hear the happy voices of a happy family again. The end. The house is
Why
super
did-
excited. So yeah,
This one like lost steam at the end.
they did.
You know, you ever seen the movie House?
I've seen
Like
the TV show.
the
House.
horror movie?
No.
Well, it's kind of a comedy horror movie.
No.
You should watch that. It's very good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Probably
it's,
better than that.
well, it is better than this, but it also is a house that's kind of alive kind of thing.
Gotcha.
And so it kind of reminds me of that, although there wasn't a Stepford wife living in it. So
That's true. And also though, this was
I like the bear the best. I
the
think,
bear
of
was
any
my
of these.
favorite.
Yeah.
The dummy was great.
Dummy was good.
And I just loved how mean Betty was. I
Betty
just
is
found
a
these were just very kind of weird and
Hearted shrew.
true.
Yeah.
Not a pickle puss though.
She's very pickle pushish.
That's kind of hard to
It
say.
is hard to say.
All right, there you
I
go.
stand
That
by the
was
way I said
that
it.
was our romance comics for
These are
Valentine's
always
Day.
great, man.
I
These are
enjoy
always
doing
good.
these
Yeah.
because they're just so ridiculous
Oh,
and fun.
yeah.
Next week again, Beneath the Trees Where No One Sees, issue 3. So we have some horror to get into, and again, I read it
Have some what?
yesterday. Horror
Oh, thank
to
you.
get into, and I read it yesterday and absolutely loved it. It's
I'm
a
no Jerry.
It's a really great series. If you haven't read it, to go ahead and pick it up. But we'll go ahead and cover, spoiler alert, we're going to cover issue 3 next week.
That's great.
Kind of give you a week to go ahead and get
Yeah,
caught
I'm
up on
looking
there,
forward to
though.
that.
But Patrick Horvath doing a great job with that whole series.
Good job,
And
Patrick Horvath.
and it takes another great kind of turn on things because you ever like it, and I'll save it. I'll save it when we do it next
Yeah.
week because I don't want to ruin it. But it's really good. So that's what we got for you. Appreciate you always taking the time out to listen and being here for us. As always, make sure to check out the other great podcasts on the Rogue Media Network family of stations.
Rogue Media Network. .com. Sorry, I interrupted you. a
No,
little bit.
you're
I
fine.
interrupted.
I was
Yeah.
gonna, and I was like, I'll just let him do it. I'm gonna leave that pause in and everything. when I
Yeah,
do
you
this.
would.
So,
know what
yes,
that means.
but a great family of podcasts that we're all a part of. Go check them all out. As always, again, thank you for listening, and until next time, stay safe, everybody.
Golly God.
Frozen, heroes. Gonna tell you about Frozen, heroes. Gonna tell you about.
This has been a Rogue Media Network production.
This episode is brought to you by Bumble. So, you want to find someone you're compatible with, specifically someone who's ready for a serious connection, totally open to having kids in the future, is a tall, rock-climbing Libra, and loves rom-coms with vegan pizzas on Tuesdays just as much as you do. Bumble knows that you know exactly what's right for you. So, whatever it is you're looking for, Bumble's features can help you find it. Date now on Bumble.
This is a Rogue Media Network podcast.
With Mike out of town, it seems like the perfect time for us to go ahead and still get ready for the holiday season, and that holiday season being Valentine's Day. Why not celebrate the time of year where love is in the air with some absolutely ridiculous romance comics? We'll go ahead and take a look this week at a reissue, if you will, of a previous episode that we did covering some of the most ridiculous romance comics from the 50s and 60s. And we're going to go ahead and dive into some new ones coming up on next week's show. But before we do that, let's go ahead and take a look back when we dove into romance comics the last time.
Frozen, heroes. Gonna tell you about Frozen, heroes. Gonna tell you about
Comic books, costumes,
Facts, boots.
and other stuff.
In this week's issue, High School Love Affair, presented by Gillette.
Welcome into Bros, Foes, and Heroes. I'm Zach, joined as always by Man Wonder himself, Mr. Mike.
You know, when you say welcome in, I always want to say, well, thank you. Or so, you know, I always want to respond.
I just don't know how else to.
No, it's great.
Like, I feel like we're auditorily welcoming in our listeners into the podcast.
No, it's great. I think it's just my Southern upbringing where I would just want to go, well, thank you, you know, and hold the door for you or whatever.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
So welcome in. You know
Welcome.
us. I've
Yeah.
introduced us.
Yeah.
It's the same to us as always.
That's right.
Let's go ahead and get into some romance
let's go.
comics,
Come on.
Mike. And I
Enough of this
have
foolishness again.
some very great ones. I have a cured. Is that right? A cured for us?
Acquired?
Accrued?
Accrued.
Is that? I don't know. I've gathered
Brought
them
to you
for
by Johnson's Accruiting. Go there for a job.
us. Our first story that we're going to get to is from a comic called Confidential Diary number 14
Ooh.
that was printed back in September of 1962
Oh, boy.
by Charlton Comics.
Charlton.
Pencils are
They make a fine chew.
pencils are attributed to Dick Giordano. Ink is Vince Coletta.
Okay.
Actually, decently known.
Those are
names in
real
the-
people?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Great.
Our first story is called
I'm always afraid they're
Foolish
just made
Vengeance.
up. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Our main character is the very pretty, very beautifully drawn Miss Faye Campbell.
Okay.
Now, Faye is called on in class by her teacher, whose name is Mr. Paulson.
Is this high school?
This is high school.
Oh.
So Mr. Paulson asks her very simply, can you please give me the past perfect? This is, because let me take you back to high school English.
Yes.
You remember being asked
Yes.
these questions.
Yes.
Would you please give me the past perfect first person singular of the form take two? See what I mean? Would you please give me the past perfect first person singular of the verb to go?
I don't even understand.
To which she just kind of plays coy and she goes, golly, Mr. Paulson, I'm afraid it just slipped my mind kind of thing, right?
twirling her hair the
She
whole
is,
time,
yeah,
chewing
she is.
gum. Yeah.
And all the other girls are kind of like, she'd know if she didn't go out on town
Sure.
all over town at night. Well, Mr. Paulson is not happy
Do we
about
find
this.
out what it is?
No, they don't answer the question.
I just want to know what the answer to the question is.
No,
I
they
don't care about this
never
girl.
answer the question. But he says, hey, I would like a moment with you after class. So everybody leaves and she stays behind. And he's like, you really? No,
Oh.
none of that.
Damn it.
You forget how sexist these romance comics are, remember?
Sure.
It's definitely all the
I love how the American flag is like in every shot.
It is.
You know?
Mr. Paulson meets with Faye and he basically tells Faye that you need to kind of pay more attention. Like you're not.
He says, you're pretty. You'll never need English.
Yeah, he goes, I've been very patient with you basically all term, but if you don't show more interest in the subject, then I'm going to have no choice basically but to fail you. Like, and she's like, oh, I'm trying. I can't. I promise I'll do better. And he's like, okay, I'll give you one more chance then. So she leaves and she's like, thanks, Mr. Paulson. And as she leaves, she's like, I got him roped around my finger. Like because she, where is it at? She catches him off guard while she's like, but with your help, Mr. Paulson. And it even shows a panel of her kind of like leaning over and him staring at her chest.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, my Lord.
It is, isn't
Wow.
it? So she's seducing him.
This is at best maybe 18-year-old, right?
At best, yes.
At best, she's turned 18 and
Yes.
she's a senior.
Yes.
and he is probably
We'll say
late
mid-20s.
30s.
No, well, I think even though
you
they're
think he's-
drawn like this, because there's another guy that comes up later that looks like this age-wise, and he's supposed to be 24.
Oh, okay.
So I'm
All
going
right.
to say,
okay.
even though he doesn't look like it, he's mid-20s.
Okay,
probably.
so he's a new teacher. He's closer in age.
We'll just say
than
that.
you
And
would
so,
think.
like, it's not
as creepy.
It's not as weird. The age gap's not weird. I think it's the fact that it's the student-teacher
versus
relationship kind of thing here.
Sure.
But
Plus,
so
all under the watchful eyes of the American flag.
oh, that's true. Good old glory. So, that sounded very. I didn't mean for it to sound like that.
Oh, God bless the flag.
But she tells her friend that, hey, I don't have to worry about anything. I've got Mr. Paulson, wrapped around my finger.
Why didn't she just give him the answer?
I don't know.
Why did she give a
And
shit?
So
I mean-
she decides to go out for the night. Like, I'm
Okay.
not going to study. I'm going to go
Yeah.
out instead.
Yeah.
So the next
for her.
day, Mr. Paulson obviously decided to call on her again because she was supposed to work on it. And she was kind of taken by surprise. He asked her what a synonym was, and she goes, a synonym is a word that's spelled the same as another, but, and he's like, all right, Miss Campbell, I need to talk to you after class again.
Yeah.
So this time after class, he tells her, like, hey, I gave you a chance. You obviously didn't listen.
He did.
I'm going to have to talk to, I'm trying to find the principal's name, Mr. Howard.
Okay.
That's what I'm going to call him.
Sure.
Yeah, Mr. Howard.
Mr. Howard.
And so she's like, you can't do this. You can't tell the principal. And he's basically like, I'm sorry, I have no choice. Because, like, I guess that
he can tell the principal. I mean,
exactly. He goes, Faye, I'm afraid this will be, oh, I forgot. They messed up on this. They left in their mistake. So the line says, Faye, I'm afraid this will have to be a final warning. If you don't buckle down, I'm going to take up the matter with Professor Howard.
that even looks weird, like the way it's in the speech bubbles.
Yes.
Huh.
But you see where it
How
says
weird.
have to be?
Yeah. Huh.
And so that's where Faye's like, no, you can't do, like, what do you mean take it up with the principal?
Yeah.
And he's like, you've given me no other choice. And she's like, you better not do that.
Yeah.
Like, she's threatening him. She's like, or you'll be sorry.
Whoa.
And he's like, that'll be all, Miss Campbell, and kind of like sends him out.
Oh, this is the vengeance.
So
we're setting
she
up.
decides, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to get him in trouble. I'm going to spread rumors around school that we've been in a relationship together.
Oh, wow.
Right?
Yeah.
So
That is vengeful.
yeah, she goes, I lost little time in planting the seed of gossip, and the fruit it bore frightened even me. I don't know why I feel like I need to read the romance stuff like this, but I do. Within a few days, the love affair between Mr. Paulson and myself was the talk of the school.
Oh. Well, and that's fair,
Right?
Because if somebody did that,
That's
that
right.
was always a thing with students.
So,
Leave the door open, side hug,
and then
all of that
one
stuff.
afternoon, she gets home, and her dad's home early from work.
Uh-oh.
And she's like, what's up? And he's like, sit down, young lady. We need to talk to you about what we've been hearing about you and this teacher.
Wow.
Right? And
They've heard about it down at the insurance agency.
I started to cry under Dad's barrage of questions, but I need.
She knows the word barrage, but she doesn't know what a synonym is. Okay.
But I neither confirmed nor denied the rumor about Mr. Paulson. Why not?
Why wouldn't you confirm it to your father?
Exactly. Why not be like, okay, Dad, this has gotten out of hand.
Oh, Dad,
like,
it's just
especially
a
to your
rumor.
dad.
Yeah, I mean, blame it on somebody else. Whatever.
Yeah.
Just say it's a rumor.
And he goes, he grew angrier by the minute and decided to have a showdown at the school.
Uh-oh.
Not with guns or anything like that. It's not
okay.
like a
Wasn't
fight.
that time
like
yet.
he's,
Yeah.
yeah. So he shows up and he talks to Mr. Howard.
AR-15s had not been invented yet. Sorry,
That
was
is
a little,
true.
that was a little dark. I'm sorry.
A little bit. So Mr. Howard says, and I did not expect a joke like that in the romance
I'm so sorry.
comics.
Yeah, so sorry.
So I'm just saying, out of everything we cover,
yeah. Went from chicken tenders to AR-15s.
yeah.
Yeah.
we're all over the place.
Yeah.
So Mr. Howard, the principal, basically tells Mr. Paulson, if any of this is true, like, this is your career as a teacher, you're finished.
Yeah, absolutely.
And he says, he's like, sir, I'm telling you that nothing has happened, that it's a lie, like it's just a rumor. I haven't. And then Mr. Howard says, and you, young lady, and turns to Faye and says, are subject to immediate expulsion.
Ooh. From the side there, it looks like the principal has a Hitler mustache.
It kind of does, but
Yeah.
He
And
doesn't.
then they show him in the front, and
And he
now
has
he
a regular
looks like
mustache.
J. Jameson.
J. Jameson.
J. Jameson. Yeah, it's the one made by
J-
Charleston. It's not
Yeah.
the Marvel one.
J. Jameson Scott whiskey. And I said Scott. instead of
Scott
Scotch,
whiskey.
dude.
Love his stuff.
Oh man. So Mr. Howard's rough tactics forced the truth from my lips. Him just saying that she was going to be immediately expelled
Yeah.
is what caught not
Yeah.
her father
Not her
actually
father,
being, yeah.
not the right
And so
thing
she
to do.
says, "All right, I'll tell the truth, even if it means getting expelled. I invented the story about Mr. Paulson and me to get even with him for cracking down on me. He did nothing wrong at any time. He was just doing his job." And then her mom's like, "Faye, how could you?" And Faye says, I realized what a terrible thing I've done, Mother, and I'm ready to accept my punishment."
Yeah.
Then it says, Mr. Howard explained why I couldn't continue at his school, and I understood. What?
Just all of a sudden. Yeah.
Yeah, just
Now
you
I get it.
spread rumors. You can't
Yeah,
go to school
I get
here.
it now. Okay, you're gonna have to give me 1 second here. The paranoia has set in that I didn't hit the button. Okay,
Okay.
give me a second.
So I will talk while Mike
Good. Yeah, we're all good.
right
going.
in the middle of all right.
I'm so sorry. It hits when it hits. Heart
No, I
wants
get
what the
that.
heart wants. You
I
know.
was just in the middle of the
I know.
last.
I'm so sorry. Go,
It's the last panel of the comic.
go man, go. She's learned her ways.
Yeah, found out why she couldn't go there anymore.
Yep.
We moved to the other side of the city where I could make a fresh start at
What
a
the
different
hell?
school.
What?
Even though my new classmates were unaware of my shame, I knew it would take time for the memory of my vicious vengeance to pass. The end.
So this is the whole story.
That's the whole.
She made a. I was really expecting something to
know.
happen here.
Nope.
She made up a rumor.
Yep.
Her dad heard about it down at the meat market.
Yeah.
He confronted her.
She
went-
lied to him.
She lied to him. They went to the school. You're going to be expelled. Oh my God. We got to move. That's the whole story.
That's the story.
Wow.
And the
okay.
kids don't know the shame she feel like. Why can't you just go back to the school? They'd be like,
She's hiding her scarlet letter.
it's funny. I kept a theme, Mike.
Yeah.
On these first two.
That was nuts, though. Like nothing happened. Okay, great. The most exciting thing that happened is I got up and I looked at the button. That was it. Yeah,
yeah.
it's a
thought it
great
was funny.
story. Good job. I'm just saying it's insane that that's a story.
So this one now we start. I
One
kept a
time
theme.
I got in a car and I went across the city. I saw a dog. The end. I mean that's
Yeah.
same thing.
Yeah, essentially.
Okay.
So our next one is aptly titled High School Affair because I wanted to keep the theme.
Watch out.
But we're going to go back in time 9 years previous. This is from Love Secrets number 35 from December of 1953.
1953.
Yeah,
Ooh,
that was when my year and month my dad was born.
really.
Yeah.
Wow. Did he have anything to do with this story?
No.
Oh, okay.
But it was published by Quality Comics and art by Sam
Quality
Citron.
Comics. Sam Citrano?
Citron.
Oh,
No. I don't know why that was funny. So,
it's funny to no one outside of this city. No one. Yeah.
oh man. So, it all starts with our main character here, whose name is Julia, I believe.
Okay.
And so Julia has a crush, we'll say, on their English teacher,
Okay.
Mr. Dryden.
Mr.
Okay.
Dryden.
Dryden. But I do find it weird because, here we go. This is how it introduces the story. What schoolgirl hasn't had the emotional experience of having a crush on her handsome teacher?
Yeah.
It's common enough for most girls, but suddenly one day it's over and you realize it was just part of your growing up. But with me, it was different. For I was genuinely, truly in love with my attractive English teacher.
Oh boy.
And because
Another English teacher.
I pursued him, I almost ruined his life by involving him in a high school affair.
Whoa.
So it takes us back to when Mr. Dryden showed up to teach.
Okay.
And it's funny, on the first day of class, it says,
It happened that exciting day. I began the final half of my senior year in high school.
Okay.
So second semester of high school. All of us were wondering who our English teacher would be. Then it shows a panel.
Why does it change?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Because they go, I wonder who's taking old Miss Foley's place now that she's retired. Why did they let her retire?
She retired in the
halfway
middle of
through
the year.
School year.
She's like, screw this. I got to go.
She's like, I went out on Christmas break. I'm not coming back.
Maybe she broke a hip on the ice or
Maybe.
something.
I don't
you
know. But here's what I love is Julia, our main character, already knows our teacher's name. But not only does she know his name, well, I hear it's a man. His name is Elliot Horace Dryden. She
Elliot
knows his
Horace.
first, middle, and last name.
Horace.
And then he's a man, obviously.
Ooh, he's a man.
If Elliot Horace Dryden didn't help you out.
Elliot Horace
I guess.
Dryden.
So
EHD.
they think, oh, he's going to be so drab with a name like that. and
Sure he
boring,
is,
right?
yeah.
So he shows
Elbow
up.
patches.
He shows up. Nope. Total hottie, right?
Oh,
I know. Oh, how wrong we were.
Is this him?
For in walked the
the
guy in the
suit?
suit. Yeah.
Yeah.
For in walked a tall, attractive man who couldn't have been more than 24 years old.
Oh, there you go.
That's what I was saying about the
He
age.
looks like the guy in every one of these comic book ads. You know, that's like,
the Charles whatever.
would you like
sit
to
up
learn?
dude.
Well, either that or learn to make a typewriter work or whatever.
that-
You know,
yeah,
that kind of thing. Yeah, he looks like that guy.
He does look like that.
Yeah.
So
Looks like a typewriter salesman.
she starts.
You know those typewriter salesmen.
Yeah, all
Sure.
those typewriter salesmen. She starts to daydream in class about Mr. Dryden, and the guy she was hanging
What is
out
she
with.
daydreaming about?
Like, it doesn't say. It just says, I wonder if he's married. Of course he must be.
Oh, okay.
Every girl would, she's just like thinking about that about
Okay.
himself. And so this guy she was hanging out with before named Chuck, who's this redheaded guy who's kind of a butt through all the story and wears a sweater with a giant T on it. Don't know what that's for because his name's Chuck.
Yeah.
But
Well, his name's really Theodore. They just call him Chuck.
maybe. But he kind of bumps up in her class and he's like, "Hey, Julia, how about a spin in my jalopy this afternoon?
Oh boy, jalopy.
Will you meet me like always?" And she's like, "Oh, yeah, sure, I guess, Chuck." Like, she's kind of all just lost in
Yeah.
Professor Dryden. Well,
Freaking Chuck.
so
Scumbag.
her teacher, he's not a professor. So Mr. Dryden stays after class to talk to the girls.
Yeah.
And Julia stays and goes,
Just talk to the girls?
Well, like the girls had stayed after class to talk to her.
Oh, I see.
Sorry.
Okay. Okay.
And so they're all leaving.
All the guys can go. Girls stay,
Yeah.
please. I need to talk to
And Mr. Dryden's like, "Oh, you're still here, Miss Gibson?" Julia's last
you.
name.
Miss Gibson.
And Julia says, "Oh, yeah, no, I just wanted to welcome you to our town, and I hope that you and your wife, will like living here." And
Oh,
he's
she's
like,
fishing.
"She's fishing."
Yeah.
And he's like, "Wife, I'm not married, Miss Gibson, not even engaged."
Oh.
And she's like, "Oh, that's wonderful. I mean, excuse me." And she runs out.
Sure.
And she's like, "I made a fool of myself in front of him."
Boy, did you, Julie.
Right? She has nightmares about that,
You
about him
goober.
laughing at her, just
Yeah.
saying, "Ha ha, ha ha ha." It's just him laughing at her.
What a nightmare. Ha ha. Ha ha ha.
So he thinks that, or she thinks that he wants nothing to do with me. I'm acted like a little, girl.
Well, she did kind of. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, but he never referenced the incident to her after that. Like, she thought he would say something, never did.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
she thought that he kept like staring at her, kind of like if he was gauging her for something, right?
Gauging her.
Days passed,
what they call
agonizing days for me. I couldn't damn the emotions welling up inside me.
I couldn't damn the emotions? Wow.
And so I unburdened my heart to my best friend. "Oh, Dottie, I've got it bad."
Dottie.
Sob. So she tells Dottie like she's got a crush on the teacher, and Dottie's like,
Yeah.
"Yeah, everybody does. It'll pass. It's cool.
Sure.
You should go back out with Chuck." So she's like, "Yeah, okay." So she goes for a spin in that old jalopy,
Uh-oh.
and they go out to some like makeout cliff area. It doesn't say that, but just based
Submarine
off the area.
racing.
Yeah, and they go in for a kiss, and she just says, "It's just like a kiss, nothing more. A juvenile kiss that means nothing to me anymore."
Yeah.
Right? She does not care about Chuck nor his kisses
Oh, my
anymore.
God. Does Chuck get handsy?
No, Chuck doesn't.
Oh,
well,
good
not
for
with
Chuck.
not
Okay.
with not with Chuck or not with Chuck. Chuck doesn't get with
Chuck doesn't get handsy with himself.
He might. It doesn't
Yeah.
say.
I bet Chuck does get really handsy with himself.
So
God, he looks like a friggin' goober in
he
this thing.
does.
Look at him.
So he's like, "Hey, what's wrong? You know, you used to like my kisses." And she's like, "I'm sorry,
You
Chuck."
used to like my kisses.
She goes, "I'm sorry, Chuck. Things have changed. I don't think I ought to see you anymore. Please take me home." And so he's like, "Now I know I'm not just a school." Oh, she knows now that it's not just a crush that she has on the teacher. She really loves him.
Plus, Chuck, your breath always smells like mint schnapps.
So she's waiting on a bench when Mr. Dryden comes along, and he sits down and they're talking, and the music plays behind them from like somehow there's
in a comic
it
book?
says we sat quietly after that, caught in the spell of the hauntingly lovely music drifting towards us on the softly sighing night breezes.
Okay.
So there's music playing nearby.
Wow.
Somehow I felt his eyes upon me. I looked up. His tender face was close to mine. Then suddenly he was kissing me.
Oh, no.
And I knew
That's
this
a big
was
one.
the kiss I'd been waiting for all my life.
No.
It sang into my soul like the far sweet music of the stars.
Wow.
So now the teacher is making out with his student. He pulls back and
Is
he's like,
this
"I'm
for
sorry."
real happen?
Yes.
Oh.
He's like, "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have. You know,
You shouldn't have,
I just
dude.
couldn't have resisted kissing you." And she's like, "I wanted you to kiss me. It's okay." And he's like, "No, you don't get it. Like, we can't do this. It's wrong. I better go." And he like gets off and leaves. And
He
so
gets off and leaves?
he gets up and
Oh,
leaves.
okay.
That's just
Okay, sure.
Freudian
Gets off the bench.
Yes.
Sure.
Yes. And
Yes.
leaves.
Okay.
She's heartbroken, but
Oh, Mr. Dryden.
Chuck has followed her. And he's like, "So this is why you ran out on me. You had a date with Dryden."
Shit.
And she's like, "Chuck, you followed me? You've been spying on me?" And he goes, "You bet I have. I saw your little love scene with Dryden. You got a heck of nerve making a play on your own English teacher."
Is he still wearing the shirt with the T?
Yeah.
Oh, fantastic.
I don't know why he
never takes it off.
It says after that, there were only embarrassed glances between Elliot. She calls him Elliot from this point too. And me. Then one night at the school dance, it turns out he's a chaperone.
What was his middle name? Horace?
Horace.
Yeah. Okay.
Elliot Horace Dryden. Elliot Horace Dryden.
No offense
as
to
a
any
chaperone-
Horaces
No.
out there. Sure.
But Elliot Horace Dryden, as a chaperone, walks up
And no
to
offense to any horses. either.
Julia and goes, "May I have this dance, Miss Gibson?" First of all, why are chaperones dancing with the high school girls?
No,
to
that
begin with?
should never happen.
And she goes, "Why, of course, Miss Dryden. Well, why wouldn't she? She's in love with him. Of course she's going
You're
to say
fired,
yes."
dude. Get out.
Well, so they're having a dance, and it goes, and then all of a sudden he goes, "I want to apologize for what happened the other night." She said, "Why apologize? Didn't you like kissing me?" And he says, "Now see here, young lady, I'm older than you,
young lady.
and she says, older by 6 years. I'm 18, you're 24. Just a few years difference in ages doesn't mean anything when two people are in love."
Oh,
And
boy,
this
she
is-
took it quick.
And
didn't
this
she?
is the response that he replies with that gets me a little bit. He just
18-year-old
goes,
girl dancing with this dude at a dance, kissed him on a bench, says she's in love with him. He
Right.
says,
"That's a very persuasive argument. Keep on talking, darling. You've almost got me convinced."
what a jerk. Wow.
And then she goes, "Oh, Elliot. And then, "Get your hands off my girl." Chuck shows up.
Oh, dun dun dun.
And Chuck goes back to punch him, but Mr. Dryden punches Chuck in the face.
Oh my God, are you serious?
Yes. And then the principal runs out
This
there.
guy's so fired.
And he goes, "Mr. Dryden, you know it's against the rules for a teacher to strike his pupil."
It's explicitly right here on the wall, Mr. Dryden. It says,
Don't
"Do not
strike
punch the
your pupils."
kids." Yeah.
Unless you can explain your behavior, I'll have to ask you for your
Unless-
resignation.
Unless something happened
I'll have to ask you for your resignation.
really caused you to punch a kid.
And Dryden just goes, "I have nothing to say." Right?
How classy.
So Julia says, Elliot discharged under a dark cloud. It could ruin his teaching career.
It could.
I must let.
It should.
Yeah, she goes, I mustn't let that happen. So Julia says, please, sir, it's all my fault. I forced basically my attentions upon Mr. Dryden just to get Chuck jealous. That's all I did it. Like, he was just a pawn. Mr. Dryden was just trying to defend
You
himself.
still punched a kid.
Yep. So then the principal's like, okay, I see in that case, let's forget this whole thing.
No, dude, you can't do that.
Run along, young lady, and take your football hero with you. Right? He's just like, oh, girls being girls. Just go take that boy with you.
Get out of here. Take that boy with you. Get in his jalopy.
Hey guys,
Go
we don't have a potential pedophile teacher. It's good.
We don't have a potential pedophile, abusive teacher. Yeah.
It's all good. He explained
He's
himself,
fine.
everybody.
Everybody go back to dancing.
Yeah. Nah.
This punch tastes fun.
Chuck and Julia, guys.
You know, Chuck. He's a
So-
goofball.
So
Great linebacker, though.
she goes, I could feel Elliot's eyes upon me. Hurt as Chuck snickered and grabbed my arm possessively.
Oh, my God.
And he goes, come on, honey. Let you and I go someplace where we
Honey.
can make some plans about our future. Right?
What the?
Then the next panel, Julia's crying. And he goes, now that we're alone, honey, hey, Julia, what? She goes, I'm sorry, Chuck. I don't love you. Please leave me alone.
Chuck is on this roller coaster, man.
Yes. And she
Poor
goes,
Chuck.
yeah, she goes, I'd saved the man I loved from scandal, but the price was my self-respect. The realization I'd lost Elliot forever.
She's got to move across town.
That's what happened to Faye. Her and Faye could be best
That's
buds.
right, yeah.
She goes, I wept for my lost love, and then someone was before me, and it's Chuck. And she goes, Chuck, please, sob, please go away. I don't love you. It's no use,
God,
Chuck.
poor Chuck.
And Chuck goes, I know.
I didn't like Chuck, but now I feel really bad for Chuck.
Well, Chuck just goes, I know, ... Like, she's like, I don't love you. And he's like, yeah.
She didn't just say, I don't love you. She said, go away, Chuck.
And he goes, but that's why I brought someone else with me.
Oh.
I made him realize what you'd done for him. And
He
so
brought the effing teacher
he
with.
brought the effing teacher
What?
to Julia's house. And she goes, Elliot, yes, Julia, I should have realized before that your confession to the faculty head was only to save me from being discharged. Oh, you silly teacher.
Well, no shit, idiot. We were all there.
And then he goes, if you don't mind marrying an old man of 24 when you graduate school,
Well, you got to
school,
graduate first.
I'll be
yeah.
waiting.
Yeah.
And she goes, oh, Elliot, darling. And then
Is Chuck watching this whole thing?
So Chuck actually closes out the story. So it's a background of the two of them kissing.
Yeah.
And Chuck's in front of us,
Yeah.
kind of like a narrator in a way
Yeah.
to close it
Yeah.
out, you know.
Sure.
And he goes, what do you know? Looks like you'll be getting 2 official documents soon. A graduation diploma and a weddings
Oh
license.
my God, that's gross. It's so gross.
See?
Yeah, well, Chuck is like, screw it. Okay, well, that's great.
The end of that one. So I think this is a
Poor
perfect
Chuck.
spot for us. You know what? This is also a perfect spot for us to take a break and
Yes.
maybe give Chuck some time to say a few words.
Think about his actions.
Well, maybe, go play matchmaker for other people. We'll be right back. And welcome back. Unfortunately, we didn't hear anything from Chuck during the break. So
Because he's dead. That was 1952 or whatever.
53.
Okay.
But let's go
Got
ahead
1 year to go.
and get into just a couple more stories.
Yeah.
Great romance stories we
Yeah.
have here to close out this
Love
week's
is
episode.
in the air.
So did you like the first two so
I
far?
loved them. Yeah, I thought
Well,
they were great. I thought we learned some valuable lessons.
Yes,
You know,
we did.
you can screw a teacher and get away with it as long as you punch a child. And then if you really screw up, move across town.
That's right.
Those are the lessons I
And
learned.
pray that nobody realizes the shame you
Right,
feel.
sure.
So we're going to move.
She had to like dump all of the people in her life and move
I
across
wonder
town.
if she changed her name.
That's
too.
what I'm saying, right?
She's like, no, my name is now.
it was Faye, right?
Yeah.
She just put like a little umlaut over
So it's foul.
foul.
Oh man. So we're gonna move away from school. We're not going back to school anymore, but we're gonna deal
We
with.
graduated.
We did, but the name of this one, A Monster's Kiss.
Oh no.
So, for one frightening moment,
That's what my wife says.
I
when I
think
come
I'm
back
having a nightmare.
to- Oh.
This leering ogre can't be my darling Derek. I've never seen Derek disheveled or even slightly mused.
Mused.
Never seen Derek Clark without a shave.
Derek Clark.
Never seen Derek, my beloved, with this stupid, vapid expression, with bloodshot, shadowed eyes. This can't be the man I married.
I will tell you this: all of these women in these the guy's in his pajamas and he's just
And he has
looks
stubble.
terrible. Yeah.
That's it. All that.
That's really all it is.
Because he woke up and did not shave.
But these women in these stories, they are very well spoken in their head.
Oh, yes.
In their head.
Yes, very well spoken.
Now, when they speak to others,
Not so much.
it comes out as gobbledygook.
Yes.
But when they think,
Oh, fantastic.
perfect. Yeah, great stuff.
So essentially, yeah, he wakes up and she goes, you're horrid, whatever or whoever you are, go away. And he's like, do you know Miss Clark? You talk in your sleep is what he tells her.
He's like, I just got up. What do you do?
Yeah.
What do you want?
So he like goes in for a kiss and she says that she would sooner kiss a rabbit ape. She doesn't want to kiss him. She pushes him off.
That's a big leap.
She goes into the bathroom. She slams the door. She goes, I'm never done lock this door. And he's like, Cleo, darling, let me in.
Cleo.
She's so upset, right? And distraught about this. And she goes, I never dreamed it would turn out this way. What a mess. Was it only yesterday I walked up the aisle? I trembled with joy as I waited for his kiss. I was Miss Derek Clark, his wife.
You still are.
And I gloried in that knowledge. You're the most beautiful bride in the world, Miss Clark. And she says, I hope you'll always think so, darling. If I'm not the most beautiful, I am the luckiest. Then we flash back to our current situation.
How long do you think it's been since the wedding?
I know this is honestly the day before.
Because they're very. Oh, really?
Yeah, this is the day after.
Oh my God! Come on.
Yep. And so it flashes back to our current day, and there's a pound on the door, and he goes, hurry up, sweetie. It's almost 11, and I already ordered a big breakfast on the table, like on the terrace. And she goes, he doesn't have to yell. There's nothing wrong with my ears.
Oh my God!
Like,
What
she
is wrong
seems-
with this girl?
And just because of all this, this is the voice I feel like she has, and we'll see here. So she goes, his manners were always perfect before we were married. But since we've arrived here, and it kind of goes through their stories.
Yeah.
Essentially, it's he didn't open the door out of the taxi for her once they got to the airport.
God.
At the terminal, he asked her to carry a bag.
What a
'Cause
rabbit
it says, can you carry the little one, beloved? We'll be here for an hour if we wait for a porter. Right?
A
And she's like,
porter.
he must think he married a pack mule, is what her response is.
ape. Wow.
Then it goes, he showed absolutely no consideration at all. And it shows them like going to the taxi. And he's like, come on, slowpoke. And she goes, he should have married a racehorse. Then it shows them in the back of the
Lady,
taxi.
that's illegal.
And he's wrapped his arm around her.
Yeah.
And he goes, we've got a suite reserved, cute stuff. I'll be glad when we can get somewhere and take off our shoes and relax. And she goes, keep your shoes on, Tarzan, and stop.
Tarzan.
She goes, and stop pawing me. We're in a public vehicle.
Wow, this is one entitled lady.
Right.
Yeah,
But yet it's all him though.
but she's so lucky.
Well, no.
But now she's not.
No, now she's not.
Like 10 minutes later, she's
And then
not
she's
lucky.
like, by the time I finish my shower, put on my face and don my choicest daytime dress, I've decided this is normal for brides on the first day of their honeymoon. So I joined him, intending to forgive him. And it shows, Derek, you beast, why aren't you shaved and dressed? Because he's wearing just like a long sleeve turtleneck and he still hasn't shaved.
yeah, sure.
Just wait for the payoff for this, Mike.
Okay.
And he goes, I'll shave tonight, sweetie. Sit down. I'm starved. And she's like, I will not. I refuse to talk to you while you look that way.
What?
Right?
How long is it? Again, how much stubble?
I don't, it looks 5 o'clock shadow.
This guy, like,
And she goes, you're impossible. And he goes, impossibly hungry.
wow.
Doll, hurry back or your eggs will get cold. Like, he's just like, I don't know what's up with you.
Her
right?
eggs have been cold for a while.
She goes, if he comes after me, I won't speak to him. And then she's like, the beast, I won't forgive him very quickly. He's afraid to talk to me. That's it. And then like she's waiting for him to go. He's not.
I would be afraid to talk to you too.
And then she goes, oh, the beast, he doesn't even care if I get hysterical. And it shows him still out on the terrace, like drinking coffee. And he goes, Cleo, when you've got a moment, we'll discuss our plans for the day. And she goes back out there and she tells him, I won't go anywhere with you until you shave. And that's final.
You should have an itinerary.
And he's like, Cleo, if you listen, you'll avoid a lot of heartache. And she goes, my wishes don't mean anything to you. Now that we're married, is that it? And he's like, don't be silly, Cleo. That's not it at all. And she goes, silly, is that what you think of me, Derek Clark?
Yeah.
And he's like, relax, Miss Clark. I think I'll go fishing or something. I'll see you later. Like maybe he's like, I'm going to diffuse the situation.
Second day of marriage, I'm going fishing.
No. She goes, this can't be happening to me. Derek loves me and I love him.
And I hate
With
fish.
or without a shave. Like, so he stormed off and she's like, I love him even if he doesn't shave. Well, then why was it a big deal?
What is the deal with
Right?
this
This is a
woman?
whole. So then she goes out to see him fishing. And she goes, Derek hadn't gone far.
So after all of this, she follows him out there.
They fair, yeah. Derek hadn't gone far to the island canal where he seemed to be enjoying himself catching a fish when I finally found him.
The island
And
canal.
she goes, he doesn't see me. He doesn't care about me.
He doesn't think you're there.
So then she sees him. She goes, I won't let him see me watching him. That'll teach him a lesson. And then she turns around and sees that he's not in the boat anymore. And she goes, oh no, he must have fallen in. And she dives in looking for him. And when she comes up, he's sitting in the boat. And she's like, oh no, what happened? And he like helps her in. She goes, I'm sorry. Or he goes, I'm sorry. When I was working on catching that fish, it knocked my oar over and I had to dive in to get it. You know, I guess you saw me when it's
what?
Yeah, that's her explanation. Either way, oh, I was diving in to get this oar. This is why you didn't see me.
Who gets
I'll help
jealous
you
of a
out.
guy who falls out of a boat?
I don't know. So he helps her up into the boat and they're both driving. And she's like, I'm sorry we quarreled earlier, Derek. I do love you. And he goes, I'm insane about you, sweetie. What?
Think about this for a second.
Yeah.
You're in a boat in a lake.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, an island canal.
Island canal.
And you're fishing.
Yeah.
And your wife that you married the day before just pops up out of the water.
Yeah.
What the?
Well, you just dove into the water yourself, so you're wet.
Right.
And she pops up out of the water too.
It does not matter. You are by yourself. You've gone away. And your wife just, bloop, here she is.
Well, here's the thing. She pops up first and she goes, darling, oh, darling, you're alive. And he goes, of course I'm. Oh, you thought I'd fallen in, didn't you? Like he was like, of course I. And then it dawns on him, oh, you're watching me.
He
But
didn't
then
say, he didn't say, why the hell are you
Nope.
here?
Nope.
Why are you in the water?
But then they go in to kiss.
What the hell?
Because they're
This is
making
the
up.
stupidest thing.
No, just wait.
This is
Just
terrible.
wait. I'm about to take it to
Okay.
another level.
All right, please
just
do.
wait.
Please do.
So she kisses him, obviously, to make up for their quarrel. And she
Ooh,
goes,
you taste
oh,
like
no. Derek, stop it. I can't stand it. And he goes, but you said I thought. And she goes, I know I did, Derek, and I still love you. But your beard is like sandpaper. You're ruining me.
What?
You're ruining me. And he goes, oh, I see. Well, we won't do that again, will we?
Kiss?
I guess. That's all it says. And then it brings us, they go back to take all his fishing equipment back, right?
Is this story
After-
brought to you by Gillette?
Hold on.
Is it?
No, it's not. It's not. After changing into dry things, Derek took me to a very nice restaurant for lunch, but he still
Okay.
looked like a raunchy caveman.
Raunchy.
Yes, I'm still angry, Derek. Don't you know how you look to others? Like, she is very upset about this beard still.
The dude just
But
grew
he's
some
like,
hair.
he's like, I know what I look like. I'm not worried about what others think. The only person who concerns me is you. Like, that's what he tells her. And she's like, if you were concerned, you'd at least shave.
Yeah, you ape.
Right? And he's like, she goes, oh, he making a joke says, this is the worst day we've had in our married lives because it's the first day of our married
Good
lives.
stuff. Ha ha.
And
Ha
she
ha ha
goes,
ha.
he thinks he's funny. And he goes, cheer up. Things could be worse by tomorrow.
Sure.
They probably will be.
They will be, yeah.
Yeah.
This lady will make sure they
Right?
are.
And
Yeah.
she says, I wish he'd stop being funny. I almost laughed just now. Right?
What?
Yep, that's what. and
I
then-
hate laughing.
Well, later, we're going for a very expensive restaurant for dinner, but I feel more like going to bed for a good cry.
Then go to bed.
And she's like fixing her dress and she goes, today has been absolutely horrible.
I was really hoping you'd say horrid.
Yeah, well then
There's something about people who say horrid.
it was absolutely horrid. There's a better.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah. Then she's outside crying against a palm tree and she goes, I was in love with him yesterday. How can love die so quickly? And then you hear Miss Clark and we see Derek clean shaven. And he goes, I believe we've got a date tonight, beautiful lady. That is, if you can stand being with my company. And she goes, oh, darling, you finally shaved. And he goes, or she goes, you're so smooth, darling. And he goes, enjoy it. They say darling a lot.
Yeah.
Enjoy it, darling. I had my reason why I couldn't shave this morning. Are you ready for why?
Yeah. Why?
So they kiss, right? Because they can kiss now. He doesn't have this beard.
Finally.
Derek says, in the past few weeks, I'd been shaving twice, sometimes 3 times a day. And I had to go to a skin specialist. He ordered me to stop shaving that frequently. In fact, he said I'd be healthier if I'd grow a beard.
Come on.
And she says, darling, I'll love you if you have whiskers down to your knees. I'm sorry I've been such a ninny all day. No, she won't.
No,
Don't
she
lie
will
to
not.
him.
The minute you grow any hair on your face, she's going to turn into a horrid, horrid person again.
And then she says, first quarrel. This is how it ends. First quarrel, my fault, mostly.
My bad.
And
Sorry.
next time, I'll wait till I know all the facts before I blow my cool.
What a weird story. That is like the weirdest thing we've ever. I mean, we've had guys who made out with their mom who then bore them.
Yeah.
But this is the weirdest thing. Like it's the fact that I have a little bit of stubble. It's like she's face blind or something, right? Yeah.
You're ruining me.
You ruined me. You grew a hair.
But then he's like, hey, my skin doctor said I'm shaving too much.
My
I need
skin doctor.
A skin specialist. He says I need to not shave as much.
I was shaving 3 times a day.
And says, who shaves 3 times a day?
Nobody. If you do, you have an issue.
Yeah, you're like taking skin off.
That's what
at
I'm
that
saying.
point.
Yeah.
So he's like, I would be healthier if I grow a beard. And she's immediately like, oh, yeah, I'll take it, whiskers down to your knees. But you're lying.
No, she's absolutely lying. And the fact that they didn't have Gillette or somebody sponsor this thing, that's a real missed opportunity in my eyes. This lady.
So I thought that was just
shaved. Our marriage is better.
Yeah, but yet she's cool with a beard.
I want to show her the hair that I grow in my ears. Let's talk about that.
She would. What monster have I married?
Yeah, he has hairy ears.
So we're gonna get to our
Do you have the ear
last story.
hair? You have the problem with the ear hair?
Mike, I'm 33. No, I'm not. Dude, I forgot how old I was. I'm 34. Actually, about to be 35.
Wow,
so yeah.
It happens, right?
I know, and I have to take care. But I never thought that I'd be in my 30s, being like, oh, got to trim up.
There's 2
Why
things.
is that a thing?
2 things that happen.
No
right?
hairier hair.
No, no. That's just an assumption. I mean, that's just a thing that happens, right?
Yeah.
You get that, but then I have to phrase this delicately. The cold water whenever you have a seat, on the toilet, that thing.
Yeah.
I mean, like.
Yeah. No, I'm following.
The tea bagging of your toilet. It becomes more and more frequent. Just letting you know that's in your future. Plop. Whoops. Yeah, that's a thing. It's rough.
Oh, man.
That is the worst feeling, too. Because you're like, oh, God.
No, it's not, Mike.
Well,
the worst feeling is kissing somebody who hasn't shaved.
That's true. I guess.
And just as surprising, too.
What if you... Yeah, okay. I'm good. I'll stop. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Fine.
It's going to get pretty bad.
So.
Oh, boy.
Our last one is, I was a child bride.
Yeah.
And the first picture we get
the Church of Jesus Christ
is a husband with his young wife over his lap like he
Yeah.
is about to spank
He's
her.
spanking her. Yeah. This guy looks like a rockabilly icon too. Look at
He
him. Look at
does.
his hair. That is some big hair.
He does. Well, this is from True Brides Experiences number 16 from February of 1956.
So we're supposed to believe that these are true stories.
The art is by Al Avison and the publisher is Home Comics.
Home comics.
Home Comics,
Oh,
not
boy.
to be confused with Work Comics
Or House Comics.
House Comics or Shop Comics,
Doctor's
or Place
Office
Comics. Yeah.
Sure.
Car Comics.
Car comics.
Yeah.
Those are tough. It's tough to draw when you're
It
driving.
is tough
Yeah.
too.
Thank you, Elon,
So
for freeing up my hands.
it starts off when my husband humiliated me in front of my parents after they had been so good to us. Only my pride was hurt, but my heart was pierced with anguish when he hurled bitter accusations at me,
And slapped
all
my
because I was a child bride.
Wow.
So
Yikes.
what we get here is
Child. That is such a. That word is terrible in that phrase.
it is. And here's the thing: is they never tell you how old she is.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming she's obviously at least 18.
The moment I turned 12.
So weird, child bride. I hate that. But so we're introduced to our main character who is named. I don't even know if they give her a name.
Oh, see, that's the
She's
first problem.
unnamed.
Yeah.
I think she's always called like dear or baby or
That's a great point you're making, Zach. You know, give your kids names and they won't turn into child brides.
That's true.
Yep.
Obviously, the thing here, she didn't have a name.
That's right. That's what did it.
But we meet our main character, and she's leaving like the movies with her friend, and she comes home, and her mom is there at home, and her mom says, "You're late, baby. I dropped in.
Baby.
I dropped in to say hello and thought I'd start dinner for you because it isn't right to make Frank wait, but I can't find any meat." And she says, "I didn't have time to."
I can't find any meat.
She goes, "I didn't have time to market after the movies with the girls, Mom, but I'll open a can of something."
What?
Yeah.
Wow.
So
Poor Frank.
his mom tells
got
her,
no meat.
"You're not being fair to your husband, Lucy." Lucy's her
Lucy,
name.
there it is.
"You're not being fair to your husband, Lucy. He deserves a home-cooked meal after working hard all day. And your father tells me he is working hard. Frank's a fine boy and you should." And she goes, "Mother, I can manage my own affairs, thank you. After all, we've been married almost 3 months, so I think I know how to handle my husband."
I've seen him unshaven.
But to set this up, so Lucy and her husband is named Frank.
Uh-huh.
Her husband, Frank, works for her father.
Okay.
Okay. At her
pen
father's
factory.
It is the shop or whatever.
The
what they say.
shop.
He's been working really hard. It says something. It mentions it later.
Yeah.
Whatever his father's business
Whatever
is.
he does, they can't afford meat.
You know, well, no, they can't afford meat. She was just too busy going to the movies with her gal pals to pick up anything.
Oh, yeah.
So
she
she's
couldn't
just-
market.
So she's just going to open up a can of something for him.
You ever heard anybody say
Hopefully
that?
not whoop ass.
Sorry, I couldn't market.
No.
What?
Well, just here. Yeah. So,
Whoop-ass.
well,
It
because
did not go unnoticed. I
thank
want
you.
to know.
No, because she goes, "I'll open up a can of something."
Yeah, whoop-ass.
Yeah. Thank you. Stone Cold liked it. So her mom apologizes and says, "Don't be angry, baby. After all, you're only she's only 17.
She is a child bride.
She is a child
Yeah.
bride. You're only 17.
She's a teen bride.
And mother's advice can be helpful, you know. You've always welcomed it." Okay.
She's 17 and she's been married for 3 months.
Yeah. So he gets
So
home.
that means they had to sign off on it, probably, right?
Yep.
Unless you're in Mississippi.
Or where, I mean, certain states, I think it's 16.
Sure.
I don't know how
Yeah. Yeah.
I think here in Texas it's 18 though, right? Or is it
Yeah.
16?
I think
don't-
it's 18 here.
Eh.
I'm almost positive.
So
I know
basically,
all of my wives were over 18.
okay, well that's
Yeah.
good. So you didn't have to have a compound so you can marry them all. So you're-
I cut the first one open to count the rings, and she was 18. That was good.
solid tree joke there.
Yeah, it's good
solid
stuff, huh?
tree
Yeah.
joke.
Yeah, just wait. I got an ichthyology joke coming up later.
Oh, I
Yeah,
can't
just
wait for that. But so Lucy's mom leaves. I think at some point this show is just for us.
That's true.
Lucy's mom leaves and she says, "Mom scolded me because I didn't have time to cook you a 7-course dinner. But you don't mind, do you, darling?"
Just meat.
And
That's all
Frank-
she's looking for is just meat.
And Frank says, "As a matter of fact, Yes, your mother is right, Lucy. This is the third time this week you've come home too late to prepare a decent meal.
Frank, you son of a bitch.
And she goes, you're both against me? The way you talk, I sound like a child playing house, and all on account of a silly can of tuna fish.
Well,
And she throws it in the sink and she runs off. And Frank goes, it's not just the tuna fish. It's Lucy, darling. Please don't cry. And he chases after her, right?
it's not just the tuna fish.
And he chases after her and he's like, hey, I'm sorry. I just wanted to, get home and see you. It's just been, busy,
Sure,
stuff like
yeah.
that.
Been busy at the shop.
Yeah. And he says, seeing you is what keeps me plugging when your father drives me so hard. By the way, honey, he thinks I might get the new job next month. And she goes, why didn't you tell me that? That the minute you came in, when you're the assistant manager, I know you'll make dad proud of you. And he replies and kind of pushes her off. And she's like, what's the matter? You look angry. And he goes, is that all my promotion means to you? Something to make your father proud of us kind of thing?
He's kind of got a point.
Yeah.
Sure.
So they're apparently cold. They're not getting along too well.
Yeah.
And they have to go on Sunday to a dinner at her parents' house. And Lucy tells him, Frank, it's bad enough that you're not, talking to me. At least, be nicer to my folks today. Mom roasted a turkey just for you. And Frank goes, for heaven's sakes, can I just be myself one day a week? After slaving at the store the other 6 days, no matter what I do down there, I can't satisfy your father.
Dude's working 6 days a week for her father. And
Yeah,
she's
that's
like,
the
hey,
go.
on Sunday, we're going over there.
And he's like, I
That-
can't satisfy him.
That was my second marriage.
Was it?
Yeah,
All
pretty
right.
much. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
you couldn't satisfy your father-in-law?
I could not. No.
So she says, this can't go on, Frank. We're drifting further and further apart. Can't we be honest with each other and discuss things? And Frank's like, okay, Lucy, we'll talk about it later after dinner, right? He says, I'm tired of having to think first and last of your parents. You're grown up now and you're married to me. It's time you realize that.
Well, I
Kinda,
mean,
yeah.
the guy's got an
And
argument.
then he's like, we'll talk about this later then, once they
Yeah.
get there. So they're sitting there at the dinner table.
now come here for your spanking.
And Lucy and her mother kind of leave. She goes, I need help in the kitchen. And while they're sitting at the table, Lucy's dad said, I'm glad you're here today, Frank. I've wanted to talk to you about the store. You're disappointing me, son, the way you're no longer trying.
Wow.
Right?
Where are his parents?
I don't know.
Yeah.
So Lucy's talking to her mom and she says, Mom, I'm so mixed up. Something's happening to Frank and us, and I don't know what it is. And her mom's just like, all young brides go through that. It's okay,
Sure.
dear.
Yeah.
And she goes, but my mother's words didn't soothe me really.
Wash
And
the turkey pan.
it shows them talk later. And she goes, let's get it over, Frank. Where shall we begin? And he goes, Lucy, my dearest, there's no beginning. There isn't going to be an end because the only thing that matters to me in this world is you. The cold stone wall between us, it's had me crazy. I couldn't think straight. Couldn't keep my mind on my work. It's all my fault.
Yeah.
And she says, oh, Frank, my darling, hold me close. I've missed you. So they kind of embrace for a
Yeah,
second.
Sure.
And she goes, these past few weeks were a nightmare, dearest, but they're over. And now I know you'll try hard again at the store.
A nightmare.
And she goes, I know you'll try hard again at the store now. And he's like, Lucy. And he kind of pushes her off of him. And he's like, I should try harder so your father won't be disappointed.
Yeah.
Like, can't you ever forget about your parents? You're not my wife. You're still their little girl. Like, even in my arms, you scheme to, and then you hear, Lucy, are you home? Her parents have shown up,
Jesus.
right?
Can't shake them.
And she goes, it's mom and dad. They're downstairs. Please, Frank, don't let them know. And he goes, I will let them know everything. And he picks her up like by his arm and he's grabbing her down. And it says, I lived a lifetime of agony in the few seconds it took my parents to walk up the short flight of stairs. In a trance, I felt Frank's strong arms scoop me up and carry me across the room. She says, put me down, you brute, put me down. And they hear, that's Lucy's voice. I had a feeling something was wrong. We're here, baby. They're like to kind of protect her there.
Wait, tell me one more time why he picked her up.
We don't, because she said that we're over whatever this thing is. You can try harder at the store, and he's like, "That's it. I had enough of it." Kind of.
Okay, I didn't make the connection. I didn't really understand that.
So, while he's picking her up, he takes her over to the door where her parents are, and her dad says, "Oh, look at my little girl." And her mom says, "Lucy, baby, are you hurt?" And Frank says, "Here's your baby. She's perfectly okay. Just needs some sense knocked into her."
Oh.
And then he says, Frank looks at her dad and goes, "Who's going to spank her, you or I?" And her dad goes, "Leave my child alone, you monster."
Well.
And he puts her over his knee, and he raises his hand back like he's about to spank her. And she goes, "Dad, Mom, help." And he goes, "This is one time Mom and Dad can't help you."
And then they shoot him.
Oh, man. Then it says, "Like a trapped animal, I kicked and clawed to escape that humiliating hand raised over me. I was choked with loathing for my husband as I lay trembling across his knees. And then I looked up into his eyes. What? Are you crying? You love me. It's written all over your face. You're doing this crazy thing because you love me."
What?
And Frank says with tears in his eyes, "Yes, and that's why I can't go through with it. I'd cut off my arm before I'd give you a second's pain, Lucy. Oh, my dearest, can you ever forgive me?"
He gets up quickly. She falls on the floor.
Well, and he stands up and he dips her down, and she's hanging, holding onto his neck. And he goes, she goes, "I'm the one who begs your forgiveness. I've been a fool, a child who's needed to grow up." And her dad says, "Lucy, my dear." And her mom says, "No, dear, don't interfere. We've been wrong. To continuing to treat her like a little girl. It's time we left her alone with her husband." And then as they leave, her husband says, Lucy's dad says, "You're right, Sarah. And my worries about Frank at the store are over now, too." Our little girl, his wife, is all the incentive he needs. And then she says, "There's so much I want to say, darling, but you said it all once. The only thing in the world that matters to me is you."
Wow. Okay, so let's talk about the lesson we learned from this.
Okay.
You can get married at 17.
Yep.
But if you do, you're going to go through a 3-month dry spell.
Yep.
Where you get mad at your husband because he doesn't work enough, I guess.
Well, no. You're mad at, are you talking about this story here?
Yeah.
So the way I took it is essentially your husband's upset because everything you do involves Mom and Dad.
Well,
and I kind of get that.
Yeah, sure.
And it's like, even he works for your dad 6 days a week.
Yeah, 6 days a week.
6 days a week. And your dad is on him about everything. Like, "Hey, I don't like the way you work." Like, he's just getting, hounded all the time by your dad. And you're like, "Hey, maybe you can start trying harder. Maybe you can do this." Like, I get why he got upset in a way. Like, obviously wrong way to handle it.
No, I felt like akin to Frank until he picked her up and carried her across the room.
You never did that?
No. I can say I never did that. Well, and there is one panel here where she says, "It's Mom and Dad. They're downstairs. Please, Frank, don't let them know." And he goes, "I will let them know." And then he picks her up.
Yeah.
So I don't know if his intention was, "I'm just going to throw her at you."
Maybe. Well, no, yeah. Like, who's going to, spank you or spank her, you or me? Like, it's a weird thing to also
that is so weird.
Ask.
He's also wearing a bow tie the whole time.
Frank. Yeah, Frank's kind of a weirdo.
Frank's got big hair.
Frank does have big hair.
Well, that was enlightening.
That was some romance comics.
Yeah.
I thought that was a good, fun selection to close out the year.
Yeah. Yeah, I love a good spanking to close out the year. That's great.
One to grow on there, Mike.
One to grow on. Boy, do you remember that?
Yeah,
Yikes.
I do. As always, you can find us on social media, Instagram, BroFoHero, Twitter, at Bros, Foes, and Heroes, or at brosfoesandheroes@gmail.com. Also, you can find the many other great podcasts in our family of podcasts at roguemedianetwork.com.
Yeah. I wonder, do you have one in mind whenever you say that? Does one come to mind? Or
I
you
do.
just-
Well, no, I like when I think about it, I have certain podcasts I think about
Really?
each time when I do it.
Okay.
Do you want me to like shout them out when I think about it?
No, not at all. I was just asking. I was just asking
I mean,
if
I
one came to
could.
mind.
Yeah. I mean, I have a couple.
Okay.
Sometimes when I do it, I'll have, and, because you're on it, and also previous guests of the show, Rusty.
Sure.
You guys do blah.
When I ran out.
Yeah. So I think about that.
Yeah.
Oh, that was
Yeah.
such a good comic, though.
It was good. Yeah.
So I think about that. And then, sometimes I get here and I run into the Bloody Happy Hour
Yeah, that's true.
girls,
Yeah,
or
okay.
I'm sorry, women.
Ladies.
Ladies.
I've
I
never
see-
threatened to spank them either, by the way.
That would be weird.
Yeah, that would be weird,
I
right?
see Allison a lot from Poltergals.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, there's tons of different.
Okay. All right. I'm just asking.
Yeah.
It wasn't really a test. I was just wondering if you have certain ones
It's
in
been a
mind.
while since I've seen him, but
Yeah,
Pete
sure.
Sousa,
Yeah, Pete.
I see Pete every
Where-
now and then. He comes across my podcast. I listen to Pete.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Good old Pete.
we got a lot of great stuff. The Long Box, another. I mean,
Yeah,
I can
another
just
comic
keep.
book podcast.
What do you want me to do, Mike?
You're doing
I
a
could
great
just
job
keep
here.
selling stuff on
Yeah,
this.
you did a great job,
got-
and none of them are even on the wall or anything. You're not like
Yeah,
having.
no.
This is a total pull
This
from your
is-
brain.
No, like I'm
Good job.
happy. I'm
Yeah.
happy and proud to be a part of the Rogue Media family. I
Here's
felt
your
like I got very
$20.
politician-y there.
Yeah.
It's like almost George Bush, like I am very.
I love how you
that's
just
kinda
have like the
Clinton-y.
part of the
that's
thumb.
that's
Yeah.
the Clinton thing. It's
He started that, right?
I think so.
Okay.
Or at least that's what I always
Never
see it with, is when
understood
people
that.
would do it.
That is, I guess it's non-threatening, but it makes a point, right? And what we're
What kind of
talking
point?
about is like you make the fist and you just have the
Like you're
thumb
gonna-
barely sticking up. It's like, well, I know why
When
Bob
they-
Dole did it
Because
because his arms were dead,
yeah,
right? They just stuck a. Remember when they used to stick a pin in his hand
Yeah,
and he would just be like, "Oh, I got a pin. I'm Bob Dole."
I remember the first election I ever got to vote in. Not the actual first election when I turned 18, but the first one I remember voting in
Yeah.
was the 96 presidential election race when I was in fourth grade. I'm sorry, 96.
I got to
was
vote when I was in fourth grade.
was I in fourth grade? No, I was in.
Wait, you voted on it in school?
Yeah,
Is that
we
what
had,
it was?
maybe third grade, but yeah, they had the election, and yeah, we got to vote on it.
It's almost like Valentine's Day or
Oh,
whatever.
I'm sure.
they-
I'm sure I voted for whoever my parents probably talked about, but still,
Sure.
I don't know thing.
96. Who would that have
I
been?
never do that now. I can tell you who it was. It was between three candidates. It was Dole, Clinton, and Perot.
Oh,
Ross Perot actually got votes on our fourth grade class. I do remember
sure
that.
he did. He was a big deal for a while.
Well, all I remember is big ears.
Do you remember Dana Carvey's Ross Perot?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have seen that.
That's
I
great.
thought you were going to say, do you remember Dennis Kucinich? And I was like, yeah, I guess I do.
You remember Dennis Kucinich?
Just a random-
What a ham.
All right.
That's it. We got to get
That-
out of
yeah,
here. We got
that-
wives waiting for us.
That does it for us as always. And as always for you guys, we appreciate you taking the time out to listen. And until next time, stay safe, everybody.
I'm going to go home and rub my stubble all over my wife's face.
I married a monster.
Got it good.
Pros and heroes. Gonna tell you about pros and heroes. Gonna tell you about.
This has been a Rogue Media Network production. This is a Rogue Media Network podcast.
Please note that this episode contains depictions of self-harm and suicide. For something a little less heavy, please feel free to check out one of our other episodes.
Pros and heroes. Gonna tell you about pros and heroes. Gonna tell you about comic books,
Costumes,
Facts, boots.
and other stuff.
In this week's issue, Mr. Miracle, Part 4.
Welcome into Bros, Foes, and Heroes. I'm Zach, joined as always by Mr. Mike, the miraculous one. For
Hello.
at least one more week.
I am miraculous.
As-
Fear me.
As we wrap up our coverage of 2017's Mr. Miracle with Part 4 today,
The finale, if you will, it just broke up so easily into it being 12 issues of just 4 kind of 3-issue episodes to cover the month of January.
That's great.
Next week, we are going to get into some romance comics for the month of February.
Woohoo!
And get back to some just crazy shenanigans with that stuff. Also, we have issue 3 of Beneath the Trees Where Nobody Sees coming out on the 7th of February. So we'll go ahead, and that's one that we've been covering in real time while it's come out, so we'll do that as well. But again, Mr. Miracle Part 4 today. I brought in a lot of things today, Mike, that are actually, like usually I bring in just the story we're covering itself.
Right.
And in some cases, it's either, it's stuff that I have printed off for us to do or
Right.
digitally.
Right.
In this case, it's things that I own because this
Yeah.
is one of my
It's your favorite.
favorites. Exactly. And as you can tell, at least by this one, it's not as worn as some stuff, but it's got some good wear and
sure.
tear on it.
Sure, you can tell you've gone through it a few times.
It's something that I, oddly enough, read at least once a year, if not maybe twice or so.
Really?
Yeah. No,
Wow, that often, huh?
yeah.
Huh.
It's.
What do you know?
I know. I'm weird.
No, you're not weird. I'm comparing it to things in my life like that, like Office Space. I'll watch that once a year. Evil Dead 2. I'll watch that once a year. Hoosiers. I try to watch once. That kind of stuff.
It's-
Mine is mostly movies, though.
Yeah, so it's a weird. I don't know. Like sometimes I get into like as we've covered, this is a very compared to other comic books and stuff. This is something that at least is very deep, and I connect to in a lot of different reasons. So sometimes
Whole
I
different
get
kind
I
of
get in a
story.
certain
Yeah.
headspace,
Yeah.
and it's where it feels like I need it, and
Yeah,
so I kind
I
of
get
like
that.
dive in to read it that way, and it just makes me
I
once
underst-
I'm done with it, because it only takes me a day, maybe 2. It's
Yeah.
300 pages, I think, in total, but it's
But
comics, so
most
it
of
moves
them
quicker.
are gigantic pictures. Yeah.
Exactly, and it's something I can get through in a couple days. But it just usually, I don't know. It
Zach, I
scratches that itch.
understand addiction. Yeah.
But so I wanted to bring in some things because we're getting to
Don't,
them
by the way.
just to cover. I have single issues. One of them is issue 10 that we'll get
Love
into.
that cover.
It is my favorite of the
Yeah.
alternate covers. Variant covers is what I'm trying to think of the Mr. Miracle run, and it is a very sad cover,
very
but
pretty,
it
though.
is just exactly.
So
It
well
is
done.
going to be, if you're listening, it is the cover art for the episode this week.
Oh, it's Mr.
just-
Miracle 10.
Yeah, it's Mr. Miracle 10 also if you
Yeah.
want to look it up, but it is just
Variant
essentially
cover.
him crying because this is where and we'll pick up of why the cover looks like that here in a second. I also
Mm-hmm.
brought issue 11 of Mr. Miracle that I have of the old Jack Kirby run just because it's an actual Mr. Miracle comic from 1972 and this stuff is super cool, but what better way to show off than the narration of how I keep telling about than to show
Yeah.
it actually panel
Yeah.
for panel.
Now, can I meant to ask you this morning.
Go ahead.
And I forgot about it, but it's about comics.
Yeah.
So I used to run a store that sold comics and music and T-shirts and stuff like that, right? So at that time, we were dealing with Diamond Distributing, who does a
Oh,
lot of the
yeah.
comic distribution
Yes.
stuff. I've got a wonderful Army of Darkness poster that was the cover of one of the comic books, the green cover, and it's signed by Ash, which was
Yeah.
really cool. Got that through that. Got a lot of.
I got to hear some stories in the books about like the history of Marvel and DC. They talk about Diamond Publishing and stuff.
Yeah,
A bit, so.
Diamond was like the only game in town.
Yeah.
And then came Dark Horse and all of those other titles, and then it kind of shifted. I think there's different distributors and stuff.
But they
now.
kind of
Diamond was the big one.
but you got everything through Diamond.
Cool
right?
thing, cool thing about Diamond is you would get a big old catalog of stuff, and you could just flip through it and just order a bunch of crap, And it was somebody else's money I was playing with, so I'd order weird stuff. But anyway, in the time that I was running that store, which is about a year, I collected a lot of comic books. Like anything that would come out, I'd probably put it aside. I'd put a copy aside for myself. So I have a giant box of comic books up in my attic. Now, I don't know what kind of state they're in or anything, but what I would like to do at some point during the run of this show is bring that box in and let's just go through it.
Yes.
I want to see what's in it. It's almost like a time capsule of comic
See,
books.
You know what would be great too is I
'Cause
thought
I know
about
that
this.
Death of Superman thing's in there. That's what reminded
Well,
me
yeah,
because
we-
it's on the back of that.
We talked about, oddly enough, the Death of Superman came up just in random conversation today, and we talked about it some. But
As it does most Fridays.
oh, for sure,
Sure.
It's a typical Friday conversation for me. But I was thinking while you were saying
I don't want to
that,
talk about the death of Superman. It's Wednesday.
is not only us going through them, but we have special episodes where it's just like pulls from. Oh, I got to rephrase how I'm going to word it because
Yeah.
I almost just called it pulls from your box.
Yeah, that's not great.
But you know what I mean? Like we can
Box
just go
pulls.
through and we can find like a random one out of there. Like today we're gonna, here's, we can find the ridiculous out of your collection and cover those for episodes too.
Yeah.
So I like that. No, we can for sure do that. Another thing before we get into our stories today, and it's the last thing I brought, is the complete for Christmas. I got, and it's super nerdy, but I've been asking for
Such
it
a
for a
beautiful
long time.
cover, though.
Oh, it is. This is one of 4 books that came in the collection.
Wow.
It is.
This one's like hot pink.
It is. This one's. It has. I love how I made the thong sound. That's gonna pick up. But yeah, there you go. But
There, now we're even.
it's the whole Fourth World story by Jack Kirby. So it collects all of Mr. Miracle, all of the New Gods, all
wow,
of
really?
the Forever People, and all of the Superman's pal Jimmy Olsen. And it's all in each separate book, so you can read the whole
Oh,
thing.
that's super cool.
But so this is all of 18 issues that Kirby did of Mr. Miracle. But the one thing I wanted to bring up, because I found it so funny when we covered it.
I just love
it's
you
so
don't
bright.
often see things that are so bright. And that is such a hot pink.
It is. No, I love all
That's
the
very
covers
cool.
because like the other spines are like it's like a neon green. They're all
Yeah.
bright like this.
Oh, very nice.
But there's Kanto.
Kanto.
We
Hardly knew him.
Yeah, see, you remember, I can go back to the Funky Flashman story, but the thing I wanted to bring up was a couple issues ago, or part 3, when we talked about baby Jacob
Yeah.
being born for them,
Baby J.
baby Jay, how he called him the lump
Yeah.
for the whole, and how
Yeah,
it was to
yeah.
counteract with. I wanted to bring up just so you could see that they referenced the baby because that's the actual lump that was in the
Yeah,
issue.
yeah.
And it was just kind of funny to me of how they found the wording to still be able to make the same.
There's a picture of this lump that's laying on like a operating table kind
Yeah.
of thing, and it's not this one. There's one a little further down the line, I think. Yeah, keep
I'm getting
going.
to
He's going through the pages
there's-
here. Anyway, it's not that way. I don't know, it's something different. But anyway, it reminded me, and we were talking about this either yesterday or this morning. It looks like Gollum.
Oh yes.
It looks like and I'm not talking that one. I'm not talking about Lord of the Rings Gollum. I'm talking about the Jewish horror story, basically the Jewish Frankenstein Gollum, and that reminds me a lot of that.
It kind of looks like that, like a
Yeah.
clay monster. And
Yeah, because it's all one color. It's very poorly defined. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's a lump.
Yeah,
It's a
but-
lump.
So the whole again, think of the most ferocious, mind-shattering fright, and it's the same
Yeah.
as it was there.
Yeah.
But obviously, you got to find a way to incorporate.
Well,
the
yeah,
lump,
they're using it.
So
for
you just make it
yeah.
for the baby, and I just found
cool.
that very
very cool.
All right, so
Well, it just shows that they did their homework.
Oh, yeah.
right. They're worshiping at the altar of Jack Kirby.
Exactly.
here,
And
you
it is
know,
so
and
great
adding
to
to
see.
it rather
So-
than taking away
now that I've played a little show and tell with Mike
over the radio.
over the radio, which I know, we talked about. There's got to be a way that I can at least do with the video stuff we put out of like having pictures pop up when we go in more in depth
Yeah,
about something.
absolutely.
Of like a
There's
panel.
definitely a
doing
way,
that.
yeah.
We'll work on that. But anyway, until then, quick recap.
Black magic.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Quick recap, just to get us all caught up from what we covered last time, is the war in Apocalypse is not going well at all. They knew that, it was one of those things of a surrender, not a surrender, but a treaty is what's going to do what's best for us, kind of. We're not going to be able to win this war. So they had gone to Apocalypse, they being Scott and Big Barda, to deal with these peace treaties. On Earth, they're also dealing with being parents of I think we're getting ready. We talked about his first birthday is about to come up.
Yeah.
So we see essentially over issues 7 through 9, we see the birth of their first child, and then it's them having to deal with the war on Apocalypse while still raising their kid. And it's them taking turns. One will be fighting and one will be at home with the kid and vice versa. And it shows each of them missing moments and just how hard it is kind of to deal with it while they're still focusing on winning a war. And Scott, who is now essentially
God in this, scenario.
He is a god, yeah.
He is a god.
Yeah.
The new High Father, the leader of New Genesis, has to worry not only about his new son, but his planet as a whole, and his world as a whole there in the fourth world. So they go to Apocalypse to have this kind of peace treaty talk, and they think they've come to over it. The story in issue 9 takes place over a week.
Yeah.
And we see kind of the ups and downs of the negotiation. And we think that they have all these plans laid out and everything's good to go. And it ended issue 9 where Calabac comes back and tells us that Darkseid has rejected all the treaty offers that they had agreed upon. Instead, he's going to give them everything that they wanted. And all they need, or all Darkseid asks in return, is for his grandson, Jacob Free, or Scott's kid, alluding back to the trade at the very first of the whole Mr. Miracle kind of story to begin with, of where Scott was High Father's original son and traded with Darkseid there too. But that's all it would take for peace, is just Scott's son. And that is where we ended issue 9.
So, quick question on
Yes, sir.
Jack Kirby. Did Jack Kirby do the Thing? Did he invent the Thing?
He did.
Okay, because Darkseid looks a lot like the Thing
At
in a
times.
cowl.
Yeah, anyway.
Yeah. Okay.
He did. No, Kirby did Fantastic Four, so
Yeah,
he did the
I
thing.
thought he did. Yeah.
Yep, he did Darkseid too. It's funny. I don't know if what the next part, because I just looked down at your
Yeah,
notepad,
yeah.
where that has to go to. But he worked on Thor then too.
Yeah. So my question was not necessarily about that, but now that you've said that, I do remember that. So it makes it a little closer to what we're talking
Yeah.
about. But the wife and I just finished Loki.
Mhm.
Have you watched it?
So I watched the first season.
Okay. So the second season is obviously the end of this story.
Mhm.
It's really weird how these stories are. It's not quite the same. I mean, he's got a love interest, but there's no baby and things like that. But when you come down to the God stuff, it's very reminiscent of this. Like, he's forced into this thing. He doesn't really want to do it. He has to become a new thing. All of these things. It's a very good way to tie up the Loki series, and get rid of Jonathan Majors at the same time. But yeah, you should watch it. I think you would appreciate it. Yeah, because it is that's a little bit better than most of your superhero properties.
Oh, for sure.
Loki is really well done. And I'm telling you, the second season is much deeper.
Okay.
Much deeper than the first one.
Okay.
It also has Long Duck Dong in it.
Really?
Do you remember him?
Yes, from
16 Candles. Yeah.
There we go.
Yep. What's happening? Hot stuff. And then he was in Everything, Always, Everywhere, All at Once, or whatever.
yeah,
he was
yeah.
in that. Whatever the title of that thing is. Which I was not a huge fan of that, because it gets a little esoteric for me.
Okay.
But it was still good. Very well done. Too many dildos, but still very well done.
Do you have like a limit of how many can be?
I do.
Okay.
It's one. It's one dildo.
You can deal with
Yeah.
one. If
one
it's
dildo.
two, it's too many.
One dildo, one butt plug. Past that, I'm out.
It's too
yeah,
many.
I leave the
Too
theater.
much tuna.
Too much tuna. Oh, hello.
Oh.
Anyway, those are the two things
Did
I
I
had
tell
so
you-
far.
We went and saw, again, when this comes out, it's already have passed.
Boy,
We did go see Boys that Mulaney was going to be there too.
Yeah, you said that. Yeah,
would've loved
he
to go
plays
see
a lot of
Mulaney.
casinos now.
Does it really?
Yeah.
That kind of fits.
Yeah, it does, especially after the stuff he's been through. Like, he's just trying to make cash at this point, I would imagine.
Yeah. Yeah.
I didn't realize how big a influence he was on a lot of different properties,
Oh, that's
like
true.
Saturday Night Live writer and all that kind of stuff. Yeah,
No, my
It's
favorite
interesting.
my favorite bits were always Stefan with Bill Hader.
Oh.
And because he would write all the
those are
Stefan
great.
bits.
Yeah,
And I always loved the fact that I'm sure everybody, it's common knowledge by now, but how he would in dress rehearsal have one joke and he would switch the joke on him by the time it went live.
does he?
And
See, I didn't
that's
know
what-
that.
So that's why it
that's
cracked him
why
up a
Hader
lot.
cracks all the
But
time.
like Mulaney took it
Ah.
upon, because apparently Hader hated cracking up.
Yeah.
Like he always wanted to be the
Yeah.
professional and hated it, but Mulaney loved doing it, so he would purposely switch out jokes on him
There's nothing
from dress
better
rehearsal
than seeing
too.
somebody crack in the midst of
Yeah.
something like that. It's just so good. It makes you. it's almost like, oh, there's a sliver of humanity kind of thing. You feel it,
Exactly,
you
but
know?
that's
Yeah.
why I always love it so much more is because when he like it's genuinely him
Wow.
like breaking.
That's
when he
cool. I
does
did
it,
not
yeah.
know that. Yeah, that's
So,
awesome.
all
You
right.
say it's common knowledge, but it is not.
I don't know.
It is uncommon knowledge that you have there, sir.
Ooh, I'm full of uncommon knowledge. Let's go ahead and get
You should see a
into.
doctor.
Let's go ahead and get into my favorite issue of this entire series, and maybe just comics in general, and that's issue 10 here of
Okay.
Mr. Miracle. We talked about the variant cover.
And we're doing 10, 11, and 12.
We're doing 10, 11,
Okay.
and 12 to close it out here.
Got it.
There's the Nick Darrington cover, which is absolutely fantastic.
That's the one that I think looks like the Thing a
Yeah,
lot.
of just a black background with a very menacing looking dark side on it. That's great.
It almost looks like an X-ray or a
Yes.
you know,
It's like
night
that
vision
negative-
goggles
yeah.
or something like that. Yeah.
The other variant cover that I have here that Mitch
like that one
Gerrits
better.
did is both great covers, but it is a very sad Mr. Miracle because we have the backdrop of it's his son's first birthday, and now obviously of him trying to figure out what do I do, save millions and millions of people, but I kind of have to sacrifice my son, and the heaviness there of it obviously causing him to break down. And the backdrop is his own son's birthday party. There's just something very, I don't know, just great about it.
I don't
know
wanna-
another way to put it.
I'm not really downing this cover, the black one, but and however this comes across, I'll explain it to you. But this looks like something that one of my art students could have drawn at one time. That looks like an artist, and by that I mean this is very well done. Don't get me wrong, right? This is professional art. I get it, but there is a lot going on in this picture that somebody has to be very tuned into the character, the story, the whole thing to draw that picture.
Fair enough.
Plus, plus, very rarely do you get a still picture where a balloon is exploding.
Yes, and I will bring this up to you, though. It's a good thing that you bring up that you have to be tied into it.
Yeah.
Because Nick Darrington did all these covers,
Yeah.
but Mitch Gerrits did all the art. Mitch did all the covers
Got
for
it.
these, too.
Yeah.
So if he's working with
Makes
the art all the
sense.
time, he's
Yeah.
able to produce
Yeah, it makes total sense.
great covers like that, which is again, it's not only my favorite issue, but just favorite cover of the whole thing. People think it's sad. I think it's kind of just hauntingly beautiful in a way. Even in the look, it's like crayon colors on the wall. Like it's just so good. But
That's very nice.
Let's
Yeah,
go
yeah,
ahead.
oh no, I love that. The drawing on the wall and all that stuff. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. There's so much detail in that picture.
it is $3.99 back in 2017 as well.
Wow,
So
that was a lot back then.
It's just $1 more now. If you want.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
For a variant, it might be $2. No. Oh, wait. No, I take that back. I might have paid like $6.99 the other day for a variant.
Yeah.
So.
Jeez.
Yeah, I don't buy them much. So let's go ahead and get into issue 10 here of Mr. Miracle. And we have Big Barda and Scott leaving Apocalypse and Boom Tubing back home to their condo. Funky must have been watching Jacob because he's passed out on the couch. And the two of them immediately go to wake up baby Jacob. Barda's happy to see him. And you can kind of see in the background that Scott necessarily might not, here, Mike, there you go. You can flip
Well,
along.
now hang on. We have a lot of interference here. But
So that
what
is-
is this?
Okay, so this is what they have. It's not in the actual comics themselves,
Sure.
but what they have in the collected thing is on the page after each cover, it has a glitch page with like some quote pertaining to
So each one of those glitch
the
pages has
issue
had a quote in
there.
it.
Yeah.
Oh,
like,
I didn't pick up on that.
Yeah,
oh yeah, look
see?
at there. Yeah.
You are not to know. And
Oh, wow.
referencing the quote in there, you're not to know the face
yeah.
of God.
So this one says what? The newest one.
Oh, the newest one just says, I was in a bad place. I had to escape.
Okay. All right.
So-
I got it.
But they're back now there, and Barda takes Jacob out of the crib, and you can see Scott still trying to but figure out what's going on there. Like, he has a worried kind of face of like, oh, shit, how am I going to
Yeah.
deal with all this? And then we cut immediately to a bar.
By the way,
because-
Barda's costume is way better than his.
Well, Barda, is from, like, she had that in Apocalypse. We have to
Right.
think that Scott landed on Earth and just took it from the
Got
escape
it.
artist
got
there.
it. That's true.
So we're taken to a bar, and there's like this conversation going on between three guys. We can tell one of them's Scott, but they're talking about, oh, that's all we need. We just need color.
and they're drunk. It's just the picture of like whiskey, in a
Yeah,
glass.
it's just a highball glass.
Yeah, and them just kind of like having a conversation. You don't see them, but you see the conversation, and they're talking about like what their team name could be, and they're basing it off the colors of their costumes. Like just a very kind of like drunken conversation the three of them would have, and then we go outside.
Ever
and
told
we
you I
see-
went to bartending school?
No,
I did,
You were a-
and I graduated
you
from
were a
bartending
mystery
school.
wrapped in an enigma,
Yeah,
my friend.
buddy, you got it.
We see Scott outside telling his fellow buddies, like, hey, it says that the boom tube is going to be here in 3 minutes. And we see his buddies he's drinking with. It's Ted Cord, a.k.a. Blue Beetle, and Booster Gold. So this is the first actual heroes we see for a
So
second.
the guy with the blonde hair, that's Booster
That's
Gold.
Booster
right?
Gold, and the other one's
Okay.
Blue Beetle.
All right, I was going to ask.
Yep.
And I love how Scott's shirt is.
It's still his
It's
Mr.
a
Miracle.
Western shirt, with the sewn in pockets and stuff, but then it's
It's
got
still
the
his
Mr.
Mr. Miracle
Miracle
logo.
big things.
Just
on it.
like I love how Booster Gold is wearing a Booster Gold t-shirt,
Yeah,
too. Like,
yeah.
it's just kind of funny. And then Blue Beetle's just blue.
What's
Like,
the little spaceship that's floating around?
So that's his little. It's
Boosters?
Yeah, it's Booster's
Oh, okay.
little. I don't know if it's
His
like
buddy.
Yeah, in a way. He also has like he can time travel. Like that's Booster comes from the future.
Got it. Yeah. Booster's an idiot, though, right?
See, that's like he's been portrayed to be as one.
Mm-hmm.
There's some stories where he's not that bad, and it's actually it's nice to see a smart Booster Gold. But yeah, he's been portrayed to be an idiot for a while. Like originally, I think the whole thing was, and I can be corrected here, is he came from the future and he pretended to be like, this big bad superhero there and like talked up his exploits, kind of. but
That's
there
the
was
part
nothing
I've
to-
always heard,
Yeah.
right, about Booster Gold. Yeah.
But he's a lot different now. I just
Okay.
haven't read a lot of Booster Gold.
Okay.
But essentially, it's just him telling him, like, I don't know what to do. It's him drinking with his friends, like, I
Mm-hmm.
don't know what to do. War, man, all that. He gets home and he just tells Barda, like, hey, I'm home. I should probably drink some water. And she's just like, yeah, whatever. Just don't poop. Or don't poop.
Don't poop.
Don't puke in bed. Like,
Hey, kids, don't poop.
And then she falls back asleep telling him that he needs to get a cake we need to get a cake for Jake's birthday.
Yeah.
The next panel is it's very powerful to me because it's Scott in the shower. He doesn't talk at all. And the pictures are just him talking while Barda is just talking to him, just telling him like, hey, I don't want to have to make this whole big thing, like talking about Jake's birthday party. And so she's just going on and on about like, maybe we invite just a few people. I mean, Funky will be there, but I don't know if Funky's there. He's going to think he has to work. And she's just talking about putting together this birthday party and everything that needs to go on with it
Yeah.
and all the things they need to do to make it happen.
Yeah.
And Scott is wrestling with the decision of still what to do here. He's honestly, it feels like contemplating making this happen because as the ruler of a planet or this whole new Genesis, he has 6 million people to worry about. And he's trying to balance the decision in his head, and it's obviously taking a toll on him. As while she's saying all this, he just kind of has a breakdown again by himself, quietly in the shower.
Yeah, he's like in the fetal position at the end of this thing with the shower still going on.
It flashes then forward back to everyday life of him going to pick up a cake, and he's like, "Oh, let's make it a Batman cake because he loves Batman."
Yeah. Tell me about his shirt real quick.
Sheriff of Babylon.
Yeah.
It's another Tom King series.
Oh, is it?
It
Okay.
is.
All
Yeah.
right.
So all of them, if it's not a character, or it might be something that Mitch worked on.
Yeah.
But if it's not a character you know of, it's either something that the two of them, because there is one coming up, Adam Strange, that the two of them worked on after this.
Well, I mean, I assumed that's
Yeah.
what that was.
But it's another Tom King series.
Okay.
And he's just telling him like, hey, have it say happy birthday for Jacob with an exclamation point. And she's like, all right, when do you need it? And he's like, well, I don't know. We have a work thing on Saturday. And then his birthday is going to be on Sunday. I don't know if we're going to do it that Friday. Like he's trying to figure it out as he's sitting there talking to the cake girl. And then we just flash back to them at the condo. And Scott's laying on the couch. And Barda comes back in after putting baby Jacob to sleep. And she's telling him like, man, if he naps less, maybe he'll go down quicker. Just typical,
Yeah.
kind of like we finally got him down.
Yeah,
He's
it's just
finally
parent
asleep.
talk. Yeah.
And she's like, man, I guess we're effed either way, though.
Mm-hmm.
And Scott has looked off into the distance. He's distracted, and he just goes, the war. And she immediately just hops up. She doesn't want to talk about it. And she's just like, no. And he goes, well, we at least have to talk about it. I mean, it needs to be discussed at least. And Barda just punches the poster that's hanging up behind Scott, kind of shocking Scott. and it awakes the baby, to which she just leaves to go take care of the crying baby. And we get a nice little, close up of all the broken glass there on the couch. We flash to Scott in his car, stuck in traffic, heading to go run errands. And he's talking to, I'm trying to find, Pathseer, who is someone who can, kind of tell the future.
Sure.
There on New Genesis. And he's
Pathseer.
Pathseer.
Okay.
And he's kind of asking him, he's like, review everything. Like, tell me, like, what are our chances here? Right. And he's telling him, like, you got to understand, like, the interpretation of the blazed oracle takes some time. Like, it's basically trying to read the face of God. It's very delicate. Like, you can't just have me hurry through this to give it. And he's like, he tells him, like, your father and your brother. And Scott cuts him off again. He's like, he's not my brother. Like, every time it kind of comes up, even still in death, he's just like, he's not my brother. And he's like, yes, hi, father. It's an awkward moment. And he's telling him, like, look, I'm about to run in somewhere. I just need to know, as close as you can tell me, what are our chances? And he goes, well, according to the oracle, in regards to the war, it appears all will be lost and all will suffer sadly. So Scott realizes he's losing the war, essentially. It's either, if I don't give up the baby, we will lose eventually, and everybody kind of will, perish that way.
Sure.
Or he realizes that that's the only way to win, he seems now. So he's buying stuff and decorations for the party, and he's talking to the cashier, and he's kind of distracted. And I just kind of love, like, in this point, like, he knows what Bart is going to say. He knows how everybody else is reacting to it, but he wants another opinion. So why not ask the cashier while, he's checking out? And he's like, hey, I got a question for you. Like, there's this war I'm losing. Billions are going to die. I can stop it, like, and, maybe even win it, really, but I have to surrender my only son. And the guy's just still scanning, and he's like, oh, okay.
He's like, oh, that's tough.
Yeah. And he's like, so what should I do? And that's what the guy goes. He's like, yeah, that's tough, man. I guess the way to look at it is if it's like life needs more happiness, right? So the whole point of it is to maximize the happiness for the most people. And he goes, it's not like quick pleasure or whatever, but a deep, meaningful bliss type thing. Yeah. So it's almost math or an equation, that expands like what life should be. Like a life equation, man. It's just funny that he's like, telling him essentially about, he goes, but the thing is here, like, if you just put your decisions into the equation, it'd work it out for you. It'd be easier. So if it increases happiness for the most people to end the war, go for it. But like, if the happiness you lose for the kid is less than all those people not dying, like, go with that. Like, he's just essentially telling them, like,
Yeah.
And Scott realizes, like,
go with whatever creates the most happiness.
Exactly. And he's like, okay. And so after he says that, he's just like, are you a rewards member? And he's like, no, I'm not. And he's like, oh, you want to sign up for be a rewards member? Nah, I'm good. I'll just pay the normal way. And he pays. And it's just this whole conversation. He's like, it'll beat once when you're done. He's like, all right, great. And the guy goes, should get a rewards membership. It's like free money. Like, that's what I
really
love
funny.
about this book is in all the little moments of seriousness is it still finds a way to add some comedy in there.
I guess this is the first time that I've seen how apocalypse is spelled.
Oh, yes.
APOKO lips.
It's spelled differently for the planet.
Okay.
We do see like Mr. Miracle trying a new trap, and it's like this orb with a lot of swords that go in there, and he closes the lid, and we just get a God damn it, because he didn't escape. Like, obviously now it's affecting. Did you not? Oh, you go back.
Did I miss a page?
There you go.
I did. Yeah, look at there.
So,
okay. All right.
and it's him just realizing like it's affecting him being able to escape now. Like, all of this is messing with his head enough that like he can't even it's
I
just
see.
Yeah.
I got you.
We are taken to a park, and this is a very deep scene. It's really well done.
Okay.
A lot of these are so well done. And it's baby Jacob in the swing, and Scott just tells him like, hey, you were raised on Apocalypse. And Barta goes, yeah. And he's like, and I was raised there too, like you, and we're happy. And she was like, we were prisoners. Granny tortured us. We weren't happy. And he goes, yeah, then I know, but like now we spent all that time there. Like, he's like, yeah, like that happened then, but we're happy now. Like, we're doing well. And Barta just looks at him with a face, and she goes, are we? Is that why I had to find you bleeding out by the toilet because of how well we're doing? Like, it's the first time it's been brought up this whole series then now. And it's just Jacob, like, Scott's just pushing Jacob in the swing. So
Yeah,
we
and it's
get the
one of
kind
those. It's one of those baby swings too.
Yeah.
So it's like a big enclosed thing.
Yeah, so it's like one of those intercuts in between.
Yeah.
And he goes, that was nothing. That's not fair. I was trying. I'm trying. And she's like, great. Good for you, Scott. Keep on trying. And he's like, it's not fair. I was in a bad place. Like, Oberon had died. I had done so much, everything I'd ever wanted to do, and I didn't. I just had to escape. And Barda tells him, yeah, and what did I have to do? Like, I had to scrape you off the floor with strangers in the ER. I made life work while you were whatever you were doing. When do I get to escape, Scott? And it's, she's bringing up these points to him.
Yeah.
And he's just like, I don't want to talk about this. This is supposed to be just like all valid points on her
That's a
part.
hard ass conversation that
yeah.
happened all of a sudden.
And
yeah.
he's just like, this is supposed to be about the war. We have to talk about the war. And she's like, and what are you trying to escape from exactly? Like, she's not letting him have this conversation that he wants to. And she thinks it's all about her. And he's like, no, it wasn't. It's not. And she goes, you're dying to get away from me. And I should run from that. And instead, I have to. All I can do is take care of you. Like, she's having kind of her little moment. And Scott's realizing, like, this isn't what I meant by all this, like he wanted to. And she just kind of flat out calls him a selfish bastard. And she's like, did you ever think for a second, kind of, just think like what you can do? Like, stop and think.
Yeah.
Don't
Yeah.
just give up, kind of. And he's like, no, I wasn't trying to hurt anyone. And she's like, well, good for you. I know that there's the expletives in there, but it just.
Well, she's also telling him, good for you that you're working your shit out, but what about
about
me?
us?
I don't get to work
Exactly.
my stuff out. I have to take care of you the whole time.
But
yeah.
you can just tell like how emotional she is in there with it. It's like, aren't you? Or she goes, aren't you the god hero of New Genesis? All praise Scott fucking free. Like
Yep.
she is just letting him have it, and he's just like, and she goes, so you're all messed up, and I'm still with you, so that makes me messed up too. And you want to give that to our kid so we can win some effing war? Kind of what's wrong
Yeah.
with you? And he's like, we got through it. And she goes, no, we didn't. We are it. And she grabs the baby and she leaves. And
Yeah.
he's left there
He's just left under the little
Yeah.
swing saying, Barda.
just by himself. The next
Yeah.
thing we get,
That's rough.
it is.
She's so big.
She is. She's
by
very
the way.
big. Well,
She's a very tall lady.
she is. Hence the name Big Barda.
Yeah.
We then get cut to the birthday party that
Yeah.
they're putting together. And I love how the middle panel is kind
Yeah,
of
it's
the
messed up.
squiggles while
Yeah.
they're doing it.
I
And
like Funky's pants.
yeah.
They're like patchwork quilt
It is.
pants.
And this is another reason why not only the story that's told here that's so good and why it's my favorite issue, but just everything else, because we kind of teased it a little bit, but this is also the issue they decided to do the Jack Kirby and Stan Lee stuff. But so they're hanging up the banner and Scott just is like, I'm a god. I'm supposed to know what to do. And I don't know anything. And Funky tells him, he's like, hey, we've kind of covered this before. Did I ever tell you the story about that one god, the Star Eater, which is supposed to be Galactus?
Okay.
And he's like, no. And he's like, well, there's this Star Eating god.
Wait, has he already told this to Jack?
Huh?
Has he already told this?
No. We've talked about this briefly.
Okay.
He's telling
Because it was bringing,
Yeah.
I mean,
he's telling him, he's like, it's this, he's this star-eating god, Star Eater, and he has this helper, a dog that finds the stars, the golden retriever. And he's like, what? Where is this from? And he goes, me and Jacob came up with it together. We have, story time every day. Smart kid, good imagination. And he's like, Funky, he can only say like 6 words. And that's where he's like, genius Jake doesn't have to talk. Funky talks plenty. He provides all the imagination and I just do the words.
that makes sense. Especially when you know the relationship behind the
Exactly.
scenes. Yeah.
So then on the next panel, we have very crudely drawn animation, which I just kind of love that it looks on notebook paper too.
Oh,
to
these
tell
are
the whole
great.
story. Yeah. And it tells the story of the star eating dog. And he goes, so one day the golden retriever finds a star for Star Eater. But oh no, the star is our sun, and Earth is in dangerous peril. Star Eater descends upon our star. Nothing can stop his outrageous appetite.
Our son, S-U-N.
S-U-N,
Not S-O-N.
sorry.
Yeah.
Yes. Meanwhile, on Earth, a young boy, Jake Jones, finds the dog. He gives it pets and treats.
Says doggy.
And woof. I love. Meanwhile, in space, the sun, S-U-N, is dying, and it shows like the Star Eater eating the sun. And then it cuts back to Earth. Meanwhile, back on Earth, Jake Jones and the Golden Retriever are friends. You see, golden retrievers from a planet where no one plays with dogs. And here, he finally finds comfort and companionship. So the golden, companionship.
Yeah.
So then the golden retriever finds Batman using his nose of knowing.
Yeah.
Which I feel is another Stan Lee reference because Stan loves him some alliteration. His nose of knowing, and he tells Batman how, even though it's an N in a K still, and he tells Batman how to defeat Star Eater by using the lamented laser. Like it's very much Stan bravado kind of dialogue in there. And he goes, and Batman uses the laser on Star Eater, saving the day. Meanwhile, Golden Retriever finds a home and love.
Yeah.
And so Scott's like, what? And Funky goes, you see, it's all right there. Now you know. And Scott goes, I know what? That I have to buy a dog? And it's against condo policy. Like he's missing the point. And he's like, plus, I'm still maybe kind of thinking of trying to convince Bart to sacrifice our son. Like, I don't think, what am I going to do if I give up the kid? Then I'm just going to have a dog. I don't want a dog. And Funky tells him, no, what dog? No. Now you know the meaning of life. And Scott tells him, he's like, Star Eater, the Golden Retriever, and Jake Jones, that's the meaning of life. And Funky just replies, Excelsior. And he's like, I'm sorry, Funky. All that nonsense, it's nothing. That's just your story. And he says, no, boss, I told you, it's not my story. It's Jacob's story. And isn't that something special?
Yeah. Yeah. That's cool.
So, sorry.
Oh, you're good.
So we get to Scott walking into the next room, and Bart is sitting on the couch already.
Yeah.
And
This is a
he's just-
scene that should be very familiar to anybody who's had a baby
Yep.
because you cannot keep those fuckers down.
And that's what he's telling him. He's like, I swear, he goes down for like 5 minutes or like five times, and I tiptoe out and he pops back up. And he's like, anyway, he's down for now. So he kind of lays his head in Barta's lap. And the two of them, even despite the...
I don't know that I've ever seen a comic use 4 panels for somebody just laid on the couch.
No, but
You know what I mean? I mean, but what I'm saying about this is it's the quiet moments that count.
Yes.
Right. And that's what this is showing. It's 4 panels just showing you. It's just the quiet moments. She's on her phone. He's laying in her lap. They're just kind of together.
Exactly.
You
And
know?
it's a nice moment, even given the last time we saw the two of them was a big blow-up fight. And he just tells her, like, I love you. And she just replies back, I love you too. And he goes, so I thought about it.
What? Hang on. What's this on his shirt? What's the bird thing on his shirt?
I don't know. It is something, but I don't know.
Yeah, it's one of the. It's somebody. I don't know.
It is. I can look it up later, but I
That's
don't.
fine.
I don't know all of them. Thunder Falcons.
Thunder Falcons.
I don't know. I made that up. But he tells him, like, I thought about it, and he has two. Like, this war, he's going to win, as in Darkseid. He's like, he has too many armies. We have too few. He's going to fight all that. So I'm going to bring Jacob to him. But when the moment comes, when he's right there, instead of giving him the kid, I'm just going to kill my father.
Yeah.
And I love the whole thing is Barta doesn't stop. Like, she's on her phone the whole time. Like, she's listening, but Scott's just telling him all this. And he's like, I know it'll be mean. I can't. I'll probably lose and die. Like, Scott's just already been like, I know he's going to, like, he's going to crush me. I get that. But maybe, Granny said that there's this prophecy that I could be the one who killed. Like, maybe she's right. And then, and maybe I can fulfill it. And then we can have the party. And she's like, sounds good. I'll come too. And he's like, okay. So they have this very sweet moment, the two of them, of where she sets her phone down and they use the quiet time for maybe a little something else. Yeah. But it makes sure to finish the very last panel what the dark side is.
Well, you get a lot of the tracking issues also between the panels. Yeah.
As we're doing it over the Kirby, it's true. They're in business, and what a business it turns out to be. Life and death set to music. Mr. Miracle, Big Barda, and a force so malignant and evil that it threatens more than just the greatest show off Earth. And it ends with a dark side is. And that will be the perfect place for us to go ahead and take a break.
Dedication to Steve Ditko back here. That's kind of cool.
So that is also why I love the individual issue.
Also, this failed Bobcat Goldthwait show.
But why I love the issue 10 so much too is not only is it's the issue, at least for me,
Yeah.
It's the issue of a lot of the Jack and Stan
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah.
And with the in memoriam for Ditko, who passed away there too, that's another artist that's kind of included there too. So this one issue kind of has a, I don't know.
Yeah, it's cool.
I'm a weird comic book nerd.
No,
who
it's
likes stuff
cool
like
though.
that.
Yeah, I like it.
But this is the perfect place for us to take a break, and we'll come back and do issues 11 and 12 right after this.
Watch out.
And welcome back in as we wrap up part 4 of Mr. Miracle here on Bros, Foes, and Heroes. And we pick it up with issue 11. And what we have is our favorite thing,
We got
another veggie
We got
tray.
the veggie tray, yeah.
Right? I love the veggie tray. But we have, it looks like Mr. Miracle and
Do you-
Big Barda dressed
Do you
up.
like the veggie tray in the comic?
In the
Or do
comic,
you
I don't
like
like it in real
actual
life.
Okay.
No,
Yeah,
the
I was gonna
veggie
say.
tray.
Yeah, it's a stupid tray.
Yeah.
It's usually all broccoli, cauliflower, and I don't know. Even the carrots, there's not a whole lot of them.
No,
And I'm just not a big carrot fan.
I'm not either.
And then celery. Celery is a waste.
But
It
it's
takes
nice.
more calories to eat celery than is actually in the celery.
Yeah, but it's nice to bring something along if you
Yeah,
need
whatever. Bring some
I
donuts.
also love that they're getting ready to boom tube out and they realize, oh no, we forgot his Batman. Like he's going to need his Batman. So they run back to the crib to grab
Yeah.
it before they head to Apocalypse.
He needs his wubby.
He does. And they show up, and Barda is greeted by Lalani, who's another one of the female Furies.
Yeah.
And she's just kind of happy to see her. And she's like, hey, I'm here supposed to check you for weapons. Not like there's anything that can kill him anyway. But, you know, that's what they have me do. And so she kind of pats him down. And he's like, hey, and Scott's like, hey, I brought a veggie tray. Like, you know, it's always something. You know, the one thing I learned in all my years as a god on earth, never underestimate the power of a good veggie tray. Like, he's just trying to sell
true.
it. And this pissed people off. I think it's absolutely hilarious. We get 9 panels of Darkseid dipping a carrot
Yep.
and eating it.
Yep. I like that a lot.
I like it a lot too. And it just shows just
lot
this
of
most
crunching.
menacing character eating a carrot. What I love also about this is when they draw Darkseid to make him just show off how just intimidating
Big,
he is.
menacing.
He takes up 3 panels by himself.
Mm-hmm,
Whereas it shows, just for reference, and I love the way it does that, of the cut between Barda and Scott take up 1 single panel
Mm-hmm.
out of the 9 grid, and Darkseid is 3 by himself on top and on bottom of them.
Who is this? Is this his oracle or
That
something?
is Desaad.
Okay.
That he is kind of like his,
He looks like Obi-Wan
right
in
hand
a
man
pink
in a
cloak.
way. It is Bernadette's brother.
Oh,
But he's kind of like his, I don't know,
Of
right
the
hand man in a way.
Nantucket Bernadette's.
Yes. So they're there, and essentially, Desaad tells him, "You have come to kill our Lord God." And Mr. Miracle, I kind of love this. He just tells him, "No, Uncle Desaad, we have not. Like I said, we're here to end a war. Accept his offer, the kid for peace." And Desaad goes, "You were lying." And Mr. Miracle goes, "Fine, I'm lying. I'm going to kill an infinite god with my incredible escape powers.
Yeah.
I'm going to escape him to death." And he goes, "Sarcasm?" And that's when he's like, "Oh, you think?" It's just a
Yeah.
very funny, like,
Yeah.
even in front of
Yeah.
Darkseid, is a very serious moment. He's like, "Come on, man."
Yeah, he's trying to convince him.
While he's doing it, the baby's just crawling away from them. We then see, they go back. Bardic goes, grabs Scott, takes him back, and tells him to bring him the child. So Bardic goes and takes Jacob over to Darkseid, and Darkseid picks him up and holds him up to his face. And the baby grabs Darkseid's nose and goes, "Nah, nah, nah, nah," like a baby does.
sure.
And Scott goes, "Nah, nah, nah, that's nose." Like, some kids don't even talk, and he's pretty ahead of himself here. And she's like, "What do you mean? He's just making noise." He's like, "He says that noise." He's like, "No, that's nose. Like, he does it all the time." And she's like, "No, it's the word for cat." And he's like, "No, cat is ka, nah, 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 nah." Kind of like, they're having this conversation back and forth while
Yeah.
he's just still
Yeah.
playing with.
He's playing with Darkseid's
Darkseid's
nose.
nose.
Yeah.
Well, Darkseid gives the
He's
kid
got a little Batman
his
onesie
Batman
on.
onesie on. So Darkseid gives the kid to Desaad, and you're like, "All right." And Desaad tells him, "In the next minutes, all troops will be withdrawn. The captured shall be returned. Your inspector will be welcomed. And Barda goes, and the anti-life equation? And Desaad tells him, yes, the equation. Obviously, you might recognize that the equation itself is knowledge, so it's not like Darkseid can unlearn the equation, but to be able to make it useful, he has to have both eyes to use what they call the omega beams, which are like these little lasers that he kind of shoots out of his eyes. They're assuming, they're making it sound like that's how he's able to use this to take away free will.
Gotcha.
And so he needs both of his eyes to do this. So to make that work, he can't unlearn the equation, but he can make it to where he can never use that again. And he rips his own eye out.
Wow.
Like just very much not even phased by it.
What a guy.
Yeah, just not even phased by it. Just rips it out.
So he won't be able to do it anymore.
So he won't be able to use the anti-life equation. And he tosses it to Barda, who catches it and just crushes it immediately in her hand.
Crushes his eye.
Smushes it just right there in her hand. And she's like,
It's not, and by the way, anybody listening, that's not good for your eyes.
No, it's not.
Yeah, don't do that.
So Scott says, that's our side. That's your side. I guess we got nothing else to say except, can I say goodbye to my son? And Desaad tells him, like, all right, briefly. And Scott goes over and like grabs and he goes, Jakey, you won't remember what I'm saying. I don't remember what my dad said. If I did, I think I'd hate whatever words he used. But deep in me, when I was in places I couldn't get out of, sometimes I thought I felt it. Someone out there beyond at the end of it all, maybe someone loved me or maybe someone loves me. So don't think about this, buddy. Don't remember it. Just kind of know that your father, that I love you, Jacob Free. And he goes, da, as he picks him. And he's like, I love you so much. And he holds him close. And then you see him go, okay, honey, I got him. And about that time, Barda flips up the stroller that they have there. And there's this device underneath it that just shoots this giant energy beam, for lack of a better term, at Darkseid.
Green
energy beam.
Zap. Lots of just light.
Yep. And she goes, hey, Darkseid, you know what Scott and I do like every day of our damn lives? We go all over the world and we look for the most dangerous shit in the universe just to see how we can amaze an audience by getting around it. This gun, it powered an energy taken from the Miracle Machine. We haven't really figured out what it can do, or how to use it. It was too powerful for us. Like whatever we put in front of it, even a shield, every tool, all of our trades, our tricks, everything, test after test after test. Nothing stops it. Nothing slows it. Nothing survives it. In other words, you motherfucker is what she says as she hits him with it. And she goes, there is no escape. And so she thinks that she's going to be able to kill him with it.
Yeah.
And Darkseid eventually starts picking himself up to Barda's shock of where she's just looking. And he fights his way through the beams, and it's so well done as you can tell by the shadow that he's standing above Barda, and it's just a Darkseid is. And I love the way they do this. It's like he's so omnipresent that he knows it's in the comic book, and he just goes, yes, I am.
It's a fourth wall.
It is, and it's done really well.
Yeah.
So as Barda is now just a bloody pulp kind of in front of him, we then see him turn to Scott. And Desaad is telling Scott, like, you violated your agreement. Because of this, our Lord God has decided to redeploy all of his troops. He's going to execute all the prisoners. He regrets to lose his eye, but he believes that he's at least found a replacement, and that's your own. And he walks up, and we see like another of him just staring kind of down over Scott, and Scott just gives him a nice just F you. And the two of them, like, Darkseid is swinging at him, and Scott is trying to duck out of the way because he's holding his son. And we get you're a disappointment, Scott Free. You were given the greatest gift one can receive. You were given pain. Pain makes you steady, strong, able to conquer rule. But what did you do? But what did you do with all your pain? Performed, married, bred. What a waste. What a pity. And he's just sitting there a beaten mess, kind of, in front of everything.
Does this guy always speak for Darkseid?
Yeah, kind of.
Okay.
Well, at least in this he does.
Okay.
Which kind of adds to it. It's kind of like the wrestlers, the big, guys who can't speak well. They have their mouthpiece.
It's the hype guy.
It's his Paul Heyman.
It's It's Paul Bearer. Yeah.
Yeah. And so, like, Jake is crawling towards Mr. Miracle, and he's like telling him like, no, it's okay, because he's like, Dad, and he's like, it's okay, it's okay. And we have like Darkseid's shadow getting bigger and bigger
Over Scott.
as he's walking over to Scott, like looking to finish it, and you just see Scott, and he just goes, I, and she goes, Scott free, and he tells her that he can't.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
But-
'cause she's there, just she's like bleeding out.
Yeah. But very much so, like the very first issue, she just tells him to stand.
Mm-hmm.
And he replies with standing. And out of the veggie tray, he pulls a Farron knife. And so as he pulls it over, he jumps up, and all he can say is it's over and over again as he is stabbing Darkseid
Yeah.
in the face. It's just F you, F you, F you. As it's sitting there, he tells him, he's like, you know what? He goes, you know what that is?
This
You
is
fat F.
this is wonderful.
It
right
is.
here.
Oh, I love it.
All the blood spray.
The
and
emotion, like you can just feel it all.
Yeah, yeah,
And
you
he's like,
can.
you know what that is? Got the idea when my kid was born. That's a Farron knife, but it's one not made of your flesh. No, that blade is that blade in your brain is made of Orion. Remember Orion, Dad? Your other boy who you killed, leaving me the body? Remember? Orion, the guy the prophecy says is the only one who can kill you? Well, but Scott, you're a stupid escape artist. How could you have made a Farron knife out of Orion? Good question, Lord Dead God. He's just like sitting there just like having his
Yeah,
moment.
yeah.
And he's like, lucky for me, I knew someone who was raised making bone wine out of dead gods as a gift for dear Darkseid. Like you always said, Dad, or like you said, Dad, always marry up. And it's like them sitting there together. And I love this moment because she's sitting there and it's the two of them finally having Jacob. Darkseid is dead and they're staring at one another. And she goes, what was with all the bleep you in front of Jake? And he goes, I know. And she goes, what happened to escape this? And he's like, I was in the moment.
they were
Like,
practicing
Yeah.
it,
And she goes,
yeah.
I thought we agreed on escape this. And he's like, I'm sorry, next time. And she goes, next time you had to swear in front of Jacob? And he's like, oh, and you didn't? I heard you. And she's like, that's different. And he's like, how is that different? So they've just killed Darkseid.
yeah.
And they're having an argument about how much he's cut.
They're not even really having an argument, but it's
Yeah.
almost like it's just we're in this fantastical situation
Yeah, I love
here,
it.
and
She's
now
like,
let's just talk
she's-
about regular
Yeah,
shit.
she's like, his first word's gonna be the F word. And
Yeah.
he's like, he already had his first words. She goes, I hope you're effing happy. And he goes, well, I am effing happy. And that's just kind of how they end it. But we hear Mr. Miracle, congratulations, away like off panel. And it says, you have prevailed. You have slain the devil. You have seen the face, embraced fear, mastered fear. And you have seen love, embraced love, been mastered by love. And he throws it off, and it's Metron from earlier. It's not Desaad. And they're like, what are you? And he's like, you challenged the unchallenged. Like you dared to the trap of death and you escaped. And now, my son, it's time for you to look upon the face of God and hear your cheers and take your bow. Where you are is not where you should be, scot-free. And it opens up a panel.
Oh wow.
And what it is it is all the DC characters at that time.
Mm-hmm.
So we've been in a world where there haven't been a lot of characters.
Yeah.
It's been like its own kind of standalone
Yeah.
universe. And this is him just showing like, hey, you think you're like the only, like there's this world out there with all these other heroes. There's Orion, there's
Yeah, I didn't
Superman,
know who that was.
there's Wonder Woman, Batman.
Superman's neck is gigantic.
Yeah.
Supergirl,
Big Bart is there, Flash, Green Lantern,
Gross
Cyborg,
Green Lantern,
stupid
stupid cyborg.
Martian Manhunter, Supergirl, Nightwing, like they're all there.
Yeah, Superdog.
Yeah.
He's
just
actually
telling
in
them.
there. Yeah.
And it just ends with them both just kind of like Scott just in awe staring
Mm-hmm,
at everything there. And it ends with him just kind of not knowing what to make sense of it and him eating a carrot.
So he basically just got accepted by the entire DC universe.
Like he's telling
right?
them, like
all
he's
the
like
heroes
he's
and
like,
stuff.
hey,
yeah,
this world here, like
Yeah.
you
It's not where you're supposed
yeah,
to
he's
be.
like, you
Yeah.
passed this. Oh, he's like,
Is
you
that what-
passed this.
is
You
that
can now
and
go.
and do we now understand why we're getting all that disruption,
So
or is that coming?
so
Okay, all right,
We'll
got it.
close out with issue 12 here.
Got it.
Of Mr. Miracle. And what I love about this is it starts off with him trying to escape another trap.
Yeah.
And the people in the audience are either people who like worked on the
Oh,
book,
yeah,
worked
yeah,
in
yeah.
DC, or it was even like hosts of podcasts that Mitch listened to while he drew it. I think I've shown you this
Yeah,
before.
you have.
But it's
Yeah, you got the people from How Did This Get Made?
that's
You've got,
Lauren Lumpkin and Paul F. Tompkins.
Yeah, I love Paul F. Tompkins. by the way.
And then it's like some other like that's Nick Darrington. Okay, I'm pretty sure the Dark Side cover, that's him.
Guy with the Doom Patrol.
Yeah,
shirt
that's
on.
Jim Lee.
I remember Jim Lee.
Great Jim Lee, and Dan DiDio, who was at DC there too.
Yeah.
That is Tom King, the author.
Okay.
That is Mitch Jared's the
Okay.
artist. So they drew. He
what's
drew
his
both
ass
of them.
right over him.
Yeah, but he drew both of them in the comic then too, which was kind of cool. I
Yeah,
thought.
it is very cool.
So, but
What is
we're
this guy's name? Give me his name.
Jason Montezukis.
There you go.
Well, he was engulfed in flames. It's a failed trick, but we see that it was just kind of like a dream because the alarm is going off, or what we think is alarm. It's shower noises. Bart has gotten up to go in because she's worried. Oh, that's what it is. I think it's a dream that Bart has had because she kind of looks worried, and she goes in to see. Oh, he's taking a shower. Good morning. She's happy. We're gonna get I'm gonna say we get resolution. You'll see.
Okay.
He's looking at the mirror, and he's getting ready to shave, and we just see a pink bubble says, "This is where you put it," and he's like, "I like it here. It matches things." And the pink bubble goes, "Do you know what I went through to get that mirror? Like death, pain, torture, all for you. And like nothing, you just hang it here in a bathroom in a condo in Los Angeles." And he's like, "Well, it had to go somewhere." And the bubble's like, "Fine, it's fine." And he's like, "We can move it." And the bubble says, "The only thing that means anything to me is you and your happiness, my little boy." Because the speech bubble, it's Granny Goodness. Because he's picturing and he's having a conversation with Granny Goodness while he's looking in her mirror there. And she goes, "I thought you'd like it is all." And he's like, "I do like it." She's like, "Oh, do you really?" And he's like, "Yes, honestly, I swear. I like knowing what it's like underneath." And she goes, "Oh, well, that's nice, but you just put it in the bathroom?" And he's like, "I said, I'll move it." And she tells him, she's like, "Look at me." And she kind of puts her hand to his face. She's like, all grown up and handsome. "How could you do it to me? You see, my boy, this is real. All the rest, the death, the war, the wife, the child, this pretend life, that's all in your head. You're insane. You're making all this up to escape from me. Like, you're just making this up to try to get away from all your past trauma." And she's like, "You little fool. You had the chance. Like, Metron told you should go and join that world, and you didn't. You kind of stayed here in this make-believe place. How could you not go see me? Like, how could you leave your granny?" And it leaves at that. And he leaves out of the room, and he walks into the living room, and Bart is trying to figure out where Funky's at because he's supposed to be there to watch Jacob. And Mr. Miracle is going to call him, and about that time, he shows up. They boom tube back onto Apocalypse. I do love this where they're getting ready to boom tube, and Bart is like, "You shaved?" And he's like, "I did." She goes, "Oh, it looks nice. Thank you." And the boom tube, and it shows that it pops back up on Apocalypse, and like Bart's legs are like wrapped around like Scott as the two of them are making out, and Light Ray's there just going like, guys. And he goes, "Should we?" And she just goes, "Shut up, Light Ray." She still doesn't like Light Ray, which is kind of funny. We get a match of where they're now there, and it's Barda versus Kanto. And Kanto's like, "Hey, I'm honored for us to start this new season of war," because that's just what we do, is we're just constantly warring. But now King Calabac, because it's not Darkseid, Calabac is taking over.
Who's Calabac?
Remember the like furry looking guy with the glasses?
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And he's like, he sent me
God,
to do.
she looks like Galactus.
She does. And he's like, "All right, sent me to do battle. All right, let's fight." And so the two of them fight. And Barda just, is kind of fighting Kanto there. And Scott's sitting on the sidelines with everybody else. And Forager's talking to him now. Remember Forager, who was killed in issue 3. And he's like, "What can I say, man? You're in hell." He's like, "You killed yourself. You died. You went to hell. You had to escape. And you actually found a way to escape. And you decided not to. So now you're just like in hell, man, forever. Like, that's what this is." He's like, "You should have gotten out. It's miserable here, man. All it is just death and fire. Look what happened to me." He's like, "I'm telling you, there isn't much hope down here, if any." And Scott's like, "I know. I get you think you are." He's telling him, like, "I know you think you can fight it. You think you can just punch and punch and punch and it'll be okay. That this devil has to fall eventually, but just don't really get it. This devil came after the last one. And after this devil's going to come another one. So, like, hell doesn't
It's
get
never
any
ending.
better."
Yeah.
Yeah, he's like, "It's never over, okay?" Then we cut to Scott and Barda at a hospital room, and they're having another ultrasound where we find out that they're pregnant again, this time with a baby
So this
girl.
is a second time.
This is the second
Okay.
time now.
All right.
With a baby girl that they're going to name Rosalind.
Okay.
Rosalind was the name of Jack Kirby's wife.
Oh, wow. How cool.
They say it as they're coming out. She's like, "What about Rosalind?
Shit,
Rosalind
it's
the
9
gold."
panels of a sonogram.
Yeah, I do love where they're talking about, it's a girl. Congratulations.
Mm-hmm.
What? Really? That's awesome. I mean, awesome. Is everything? And the nurse goes,
Yeah.
"Well, we're going to do measurements today, but she looks good. If anything, she might be a little big."
There you go.
So, and like as Bart is leaving, she's like, "What about Rosalind the Gold? That was my grandmother. Like, she's really cool." So, like, they throw it in there, but Rosalind is also Jack Kirby's wife's
Right.
name.
Gotcha.
But as they're coming down the elevator, Scott sees Orion, and Orion talks to him, and he's like, "Darkseid's gone. I am gone. You are High Father. You have the family of your dreams. You're in heaven." He's like, "You killed yourself, went to paradise, tried to escape, found a way, decided to stay. I can't think of He's like, I can't say that I blame you, brother." And that Scott just kind of turns and goes, "I'm not your brother." And he goes, "But I can say I am disappointed in you. I thought life was supposed to be the challenges, the struggle, the moments before the bow. If everything is easy and nice, like how now everything is easy and nice, you might as well be dead." And it goes to the next of where they're kind of just driving through Los Angeles, and they're talking about how, like, "Oh, I love LA and I love the condo." He's like, "I think we need to move." It's just, just like typical kind of conversation back and forth about things. And we get back home, and it shows that Funky is playing with Jack, and when they walk in, the words out of Funky's mouth are, "With great power comes a great responsibility," which is obviously his quote from Spider-Man.
Right.
And it looks like he's about to say Excelsior, because he just goes, "X-a," and it cuts him off.
Is that an Iron Man?
So these are all, no, I think that's Oberon.
Okay.
That's Orion, High Father, Granny Goodness, Forger,
When you start
Darkseid.
looking
it's
at
all Toys
these-
of the Dead.
Like, this looks like Iron Man. This looks like Ant-Man. I mean, if I was just looking at it from, far
Yeah,
away
yeah, yeah.
or whatever. And I'm assuming that Kirby worked on all those. I know that What's-His-Face did.
Yep.
So,
No, Kirby worked on a lot of them as well.
yeah. That's cool how they pull all the other characters
And I
into
do
this.
love
I like
them.
it a lot.
Here's something I was going to try to find the audio, and if I can find it of Stan telling the story, I will go ahead and piece it in
Sure.
right here. If you didn't hear any audio, I wasn't able to find it, but still, there's a story. Well, I've watched it. I can't remember if it was.
look at this thing. Oh, okay.
I can't remember if it was a documentary or a YouTube clip that I'd seen,
Yeah,
but it was
sure.
an interview with Stan Lee, and they were asking him about the last time he saw Jack Kirby, and apparently it was at some convention or something like that. And he says, again, this is Stan talking. I'm not trying to take anything away from him, but sometimes you just have to not know, what's right and what's wrong. But
Right.
he comes up and he tells them, like, "Hey, the last time I saw Jack Kirby, he came up to me at a convention, and what he told me is, Stanley, you have nothing to reproach yourself about." And then he just left. Like, that's the thing. And he goes,
Wow.
"I don't know what he meant fully by that." He goes, "But what I took it away from is, like, we're good."
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
It's amazing how things like that fall away the older you get.
yes.
It doesn't. And this is speaking from experience. These things don't matter as much
No.
as you get older. You
Exactly.
realize that these stupid, petty things that you've been dragging around with you for most of your life just don't mean that much in the big scheme of things.
No. And I think that that's kind of what some of it went through
Yeah.
there, too.
Yeah.
But I love that Scott comes up and he goes, "Hey, Funk, how did it go?" And Funky tells him, "Me and Jolly Jake, we have nothing to reproach ourselves about."
That's cool.
So
that's
Funky
very cool.
leaves. It's the two of them there. And Scott picks up Jake and takes him into the other room. And we see Darkseid now, who's just sitting on the couch. And all Scott does is sing the "Hush, Little Baby, Don't Say a Word." And Darkseid, in typical Darkseid fashion, just is quiet there. But I do love we see Dasa, and he's reaching out for something. Dasa As, like Darkseid is, which I thought was kind of cool. It means, like, well, maybe he's like Jacob kind of can see him.
Yeah.
But we get back to the story from the
I love
beginning.
how Darkseid is basically a ghost at this point in Scott's memory.
But he's still able, like, he's still
Yeah.
putting his foot up on there.
Yeah.
That's how all these guys, they're all
Yeah.
like, he's having conversations with all these people.
Yeah, all the dead people.
We get the kid from the beginning, And he tells the story again, and it says, "And the son asked, 'What is the fourth world?' And the father said, 'The first world is the old world, the world of my parents from which they fled. The second world is the new world, which they sought, which they found, where I came to be. The third world is our world, as it is now, in the making, the future being born. And the fourth world, my child, is my world, the world I see when I close my eyes.'" And then it just has the word from, like, panels from the kid, and he just says, "And try to escape." And you can tell more so here that
Yeah.
the kid, it has like a Mr. Miracle kind of.
Yeah. He's got a Mr. Miracle.
And I never noticed this until right now.
In
I
the
kid you
background?
not. In the background, and I'm glad I brought this. You can see where it says Young Scott Free. Here, oh, sorry. We're going to put something that I just realized together right now.
He's going to the pink book.
I'm going to the pink book, but Kirby would have at the end, what is this, issue 12? Kirby would have at the end of some of these issues, it's 14, little stories to give you like kind of, like it would tell the current day story of Scott, and then you would get a look back at young Scott Free to kind of see his
Oh, so Kirby would do this?
backstory. Yes,
wow.
and so there would be segments in there. I'm just trying to find one.
Yeah, I got you.
It doesn't have to be the certain one I'm looking
Sure.
for. But because I know there's one in the here. Yeah, see? And so the Mr. Miracle story would end and they would start a young Scott Free story.
Oh,
And it's just
yeah.
a couple panels to kind of give you a background into how it was for young Scott.
Yeah, that's cool.
And it's the same font and everything.
Yeah, in the back, yeah.
Wow. Huh. You learned
But it's
something new
just
every day.
barely there.
It
like
is.
just enough so you know what's going on.
Then we see Barta tells him, like, "Hey, we're out of hot dogs." And he's like, "Do we need hot dogs?"
We're out of hot dogs.
And she's like, "What else is he going to eat?" And he's like, "I don't know, not hot dogs." And she's like, "Do you want to risk that?" So he gets up off the couch and he goes to buy some hot dogs. And I love when he's checking out, the cashier goes, "No veggie tray, Mr. Miracle?"
That's funny.
And he's like, "Nope, we're good today."
By the
And
way,
so-
Oscar Mayer wieners here.
Yep.
Do you enjoy the Oscar Mayer wieners?
I don't necessarily have a favorite hot dog brand.
Oscar Mayer wieners taste completely different to me than other wieners.
Okay.
Yeah, I know. I'm going to say wieners a lot. But they do. They taste completely different. They have a
never-
weird
Aftertaste?
Oscar Mayer taste.
Oh,
yeah.
no, I
it
haven't
tastes
noticed.
just like their founder, Oscar Mayer. Yeah.
That's all right. As Scott leaves, wow. As Scott
My
leaves
baloney has a first
the store,
Yeah.
and he's walking out, we see, "You have had your revelation." And
Yeah, who
High
is this
Father,
dude?
it's High Father,
Oh,
appears behind him. He goes,
the
"You-
original high five.
The original. He's like, "You understand now who you are, who I am." And he goes, "As I once did, you faced the anti-life equation. It affected you, warped your world. You fought against it, almost escaped it, but not quite, my boy.
Yeah.
Like you were not as strong as I was, sadly. You could not make the choice I had to. But, you know, there should be no shame in your failure. Like you tried. I know you tried, and I'm forever proud of you." And Scott turns around to the ghost of High Father now, having a moment with one of his father figures, and has one with the second one, and just decks the ghost of High Father. And we get the same kind of FU that he told the dark side. And he turns around and we see High Father go, "Scott," and he just says it again. Just FU. And he's like, "Scott, can you not comprehend who I am, what I did for you? You hear me, boy? I am your father. I am your God." He's like yelling at him, and Scott's just not even paying attention, just walking away. This is going to be the one that gets me.
That's a tough one.
Coming up. So we get intercut of like them cutting up the hot dogs, and it's Barta and Jake playing around, and while she's feeding him, and he's making a mess.
Yeah.
And it's just a nice, sweet little like kind of home life. And then we go downstairs to the workshop, and you see "Those will kill you," and it's Oberon smoking a cigar, and Oberon goes, "Well, what are you going to do about it then?" And he's like, or he goes, what are you going to do?" And he's like, "You could quit, exercise, live longer. Those are things you can do." And Oberon tells him, "What do I need more of life for?" He's like, "I had a good one. You know what I mean?" He's like, "I saved the world, made people clap, saw you marry the best girl. Like, I'm good." And Scott tells him, but Oberon tells him, he's like, "Hey, but like, how are you doing?" Even though it's the ghost.
Can I ask you a question real
ahead.
quick? Go back.
Yeah.
So this baby's eating these hot dogs.
I don't know where the, yeah.
It's like he's eating blood.
It doesn't say. There might be something else he's eating there with it.
Yeah.
But, so he has this moment with the ghost Oberon, and he tells him, he's like, "I think I did everything wrong. Like, I should have escaped. I shouldn't have escaped. Like, he's like, I just did everything wrong. And he goes, it's okay, kid. He tells him, Scott, listen, you know, that world that you saw with all the other continuities and crises and all the things that never make sense, you know, the world full of superheroes where everything always ends up hunky-dory. He's like, you think that's more real than your wife, your kids, all that. And he's like, I'm sorry, kids, not kid. And he's like, oh, you know? And he's like, yeah, no, I know.
Yeah.
And he's like, I heard, put a big smile on my face.
Oh, that's cool.
And he tells him, he's like, kid, it'll break your heart. Can't escape that. But if you're good, if you stay good, you'll know there's someone out there who'll help you put it together.
Yeah.
And so he leaves talking to Oberon to go back to Barda. And he sits down next to her on the couch. And it's kind of reminiscent to the scene we got earlier of her on her phone while he sits down next to her.
Right, sure.
And he's just talking about, like, you know, hey, it's, you know,
What's on his shirt?
this is Adam Strange. That's the
Okay.
next series they worked on together.
Okay. Because from here it looks like a lobster bib.
A lot.
I thought he was wearing a lobster bib.
It does kind of look like that.
Yeah.
But so he's just telling her about this dream he has about, like, he could see the face of his father and the face of his father's father.
Yeah.
And Jacob looked like it's this real kind of, but he tells him, like, you know, going through all this, like, I'm not scared for some reason. Like, I feel calm about it all now. And so our very last page, she just asks him, is like, you want to watch something? And he says, sure. Where's the remote? And he's like, ah, great. I forgot. Funky told me Jake put it in the dishwasher the other day. Like, we don't have it. He's like, you know, so I guess it got washed. I meant to run to the store today, but with everything going on, like, I'm sorry. And Barda
Yeah.
just kind of stares up and she goes, dark side is just kind of, you know, and Scott goes, yeah, I know, but we are too. And so it
So-
just ends with, she goes, Scott free, Mr. Miracle, what is wrong with you? And he says, I can always escape. And she goes, can you now? And she goes in and she kisses him. And we get distortion on the
Yeah,
very last
yeah.
page. And it just ends with, the Mr. Miracle series will not be continued. It's new. And I don't know why I'm getting emotional about
Yeah.
that. Sorry. The Mr. Miracle series will not be continued. Its new and thrilling successor will be soon on sale. Look for it. And then just has a thank you. And that is our story.
So-
also, real quick,
Yeah.
you know the picture that she
Yeah.
busted
yeah,
out?
Yeah.
It's a good thing I brought this for you too. The picture through the whole story
Uh-huh.
is the poster of the very first issue of Mr. Miracle. It's the cover of it,
Okay.
which is that one
Yeah,
right there. It's
yeah,
been
yeah,
that cover the
sure.
whole time. The picture at the very end, before that's the new one there, that's obviously been put up since Barda broke the other one, is the very last issue of Kirby's
Oh
run.
yeah, look at that. That's cool.
So
Here's what I'm taking away from this series. Okay? And you tell me if I'm even close.
okay,
This is a guy and a girl who are in love. They want to have a normal life, but this superhero shit keeps getting in the way. The planets keep getting in the way, but ultimately it's a story about people trying to stay in love, stay together, do normal life shit, and everything gets in the way. And it's about what's important and what's not.
yes,
Ultimately, right?
I think that is part of it.
Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
there's a lot.
That's what it feels like. It feels like we're being told that, you know, superheroes are great and all, but that's not what means anything.
No.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what I love about it too, is just how in all that fantastical world it's able to do that. But also just there, like, for me, and I know it's different for a lot of other people, but for me, like, there's just a lot of things that I can relate to with certain relations, because we get to kind of look at just mental trauma and mental health and all that then too, of Scott's that he's dealing with too. Not only the relationship between the two of them, but like having to deal with, I would think that, I feel like it's, for me on a deep level, it's him dealing with his childhood trauma in a way that connects to me in a lot of ways. And the story is just really good all the way around. But there you go. So from top to bottom, we have now covered 2017's Mr. Miracle.
I remember that time when you had to go to hell, and I know it really still affects you. So
It does.
Yeah.
It took me a lot to get out of that.
Sure.
I found a way to say it. But there
You
you
can
go.
escape.
So
You can
that's
always
it.
escape.
Now we can get to some less serious stuff next week as we laugh about romance comics, who, funny enough, were created by Jack Kirby and Joel Simon.
For
the
real?
genre as a whole was.
Oh, I didn't know
Yeah.
that. Huh.
When they needed, so in the 50s, after the whole scare on comic books, remember
Yeah.
about how they
Yeah.
were
Yeah. Bad
they
for
needed,
children.
They needed other things to do, so they came up with the idea of like, hey, there's nothing out there for like, girls to read stuff
Yeah,
either. Like,
yeah.
we should at least try it. And so, yeah, they started making romance comics. So that's essentially started by Jack Kirby and Joel Simon, who also
Wow.
created Captain America.
Wow.
So, there you go. So we will have,
It's amazing.
but we're
how-
going to hunt down bad romance comics.
It's amazing how talented all these people are and were.
Mhm.
You know, when you break it down like this, it just is amazing how many people it takes to put one of these things together. Number one, and number two, the fact that you would have that deep a story in what traditionally has been a kid's medium.
Mhm.
You know, that I think shows the power of just writing.
Mhm.
You know, I
No,
think it's just the power of writing. I don't think it matters whether it was in a comic book or a novel.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing. Like when I tell people, because I know that you were when I first told you I was like, I bawled like a baby the first time I read it.
Yeah.
And you're like, I
Yeah,
didn't
yeah.
take anything away from it, but I think
Yeah.
that's the thing. It's just
No,
people
it's
like,
hard
from
yeah.
a comic.
Yeah, it's hard. Yeah.
But yeah, it is just
If you don't know
something
the
that is-
story, it's very hard to fathom.
Well, and that's the thing,
something
too.
like that would bring you to such a,
You know what?
an emotional state.
I should try to see if we could get one of them on at some point.
Oh, I'd love to.
I've
Yeah.
never. How come we've never? That's
I don't
a route
know
for a different time.
why we've never had guests.
Yeah. Well, because they'd have to talk to us.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. And
Anyway.
that's a big one.
All right. Well, that's the perfect place for us to go ahead and wrap it up. As always, we appreciate you guys taking the time out to listen. Make sure to check out the Rogue Media station or the Rogue Media Network family of podcasts.
Check out our station,
Woo!
RogueMediaNetwork.com.
And until next time, stay safe, everybody.
Hey, by the way, thanks for all this.
Thank you.
This is cool.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I appreciate that.
I really enjoyed it, and I know it was tough.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Well, thank you. I
Yeah,
appreciate
very good, very good. And by the way,
Uh-huh.
Golly Con.
Pros and heroes. Gonna tell you about pros and heroes. Gonna tell you about.
This has been a Rogue Media Network production. This is a Rogue Media Network podcast.
Please note that this episode contains depictions of self-harm and suicide. For something a little less heavy, please feel free to check out one of our other episodes.
Pros and heroes. Gonna tell you about pros and heroes. Gonna tell you about comic books,
Costumes,
facts,
Boots!
and other stuff.
In this week's issue, Mr. Miracle, Part 3.
Welcome into Bros, Foes, and Heroes. I am Zach, joined as always by, at least for the rest of this month, the miraculous one,
Hello.
Mr. Mike, because we're
Howdy.
keeping in theme here.
Yeah, yeah. No, this has been great. I've really enjoyed learning about this because I really had no idea.
Yeah, and
Mr. Miracle was one of those that I just like, oh.
and again, this is we are diving into part 3 today of 4 parts. So next week we will wrap up the entire series. But the beauty of it is, with it being 12 issues and the way the story works out, is for us to break it up like this. It
Yeah.
kind of ends on great plot points too, of where it seems like we have a new beat after each episode to kind of
Yeah.
hold us over till the
Yeah.
next one. Just kind of a quick little recap from part 2 to catch us back up here is we found out that Big Bar is pregnant.
Mm-hmm.
We also find out that back from way before that Highfather had been killed. So Orion
Mhm.
was now ruler of New Genesis. And we ended the last issue finding out that Orion has now been killed by Darkseid. And Mr. Miracle, Scott Free himself, is now the new Highfather or ruler of New Genesis,
Mm-hmm.
if you will. So
Can I tell you a secret?
go ahead.
I used to think it was Dark Seed.
It is kind of spelled like that.
That's what it looks like. Yeah, that's what I always thought it was because I never got into it.
Yeah,
Right.
no.
So anytime I saw Dark Side, I would be like, "Oh, Dark Seed."
Well,
There he
I
is.
spelt it wrong forever because I always thought it was
Really?
SIDE because
Yeah.
it would make sense
Yeah.
because I always heard it first.
It's more
and
like-
never saw it, but it is.
It's
yeah.
more like a German pronunciation or something, I guess.
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah.
But there's another character, Desaad, that's kind of like that too from the world.
Desaad.
Yeah,
I love their water. It's good stuff.
I think Coke makes it.
Oh.
But
Never
so
mind. I don't
well,
like it.
that's all it took. So Scott is now
Nestle's ruining the planet.
going to become a father himself
Yeah.
after he thought he was going to be executed.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
Things changed quickly
things
for him.
changed
They
very
did,
quickly.
Yeah.
Found out, no, I'm going to be a dad instead. I'm going to talk to my brother about, hey, maybe, we don't execute me and we find a way to work this through,
Yeah.
only to find out somebody has killed my brother. And now I rule this, or I am the leader of this entire planet.
Is that Berta?
No,
in this
no,
picture? Who is this?
no, it's not. Okay. So as
It's a
we
very
open up-
tall woman with a yellow headdress and neck thing, and she looks like I don't know why I recognize. Is that like One Piece? Does that look kind of like the One Piece thing, or she's
Maybe
got like a little skull
the-
and
I
crossbones?
think the
on her
skull and
head or
crossbones
something.
makes you
Yeah.
think that.
Okay, all right.
But this is, I don't know if you remember
Mm.
when we did the Funky Flash Man episode
Mhm.
of where the female Furies that were trying to come and attack Barda and Scott there because they had escaped.
Yeah, yeah,
This is the group.
Okay,
So Barda,
okay.
we talked about it a little bit, and it brought it up at the first part of the story where it says that she was the leader of the female Furies.
Mhm.
They're this group of just like Amazon-like warriors
Right,
from Apocalypse that she
Right.
led,
right.
and these are the other 4 of them, is what they are.
So this is a Runaways after Joan Jett left.
Is
that what that is? Yeah, okay.
No, but
Gotcha.
so it's all the female Furies. Barda left, so she's no longer a part of them, but they
Mhm.
still
Mhm.
are on Apocalypse and fight for Darkseid
Yeah,
and stuff.
yeah.
So in a way,
The albums aren't as good. Though.
no, they're not.
Yeah.
But in a way, they're kind of like her sisters.
I
at
get it.
least in a
Yeah.
sense for this story.
Well, like sisters in battle, that kind of
All
thing.
that kind of stuff. And it'll make more sense than 2 of it once
Okay.
we get in there.
All right.
I'll show you what I like to do then, and I noticed that they're back here then now, since it has the collection of all the covers,
Mhm.
not only the alternate ones.
By the way, that's what we were talking about. Is
Oh,
those
yeah, I'm
alternate
sorry.
Covers. No, it's fine.
So
it's fine.
I guess I should explain myself. There is the cover for issue 6. The Nick Darrington cover is 4 of the female Furies kind of all standing around each other. And I think it's Mad. I always forget their names. That's why I had
It's
to
a cool
go
cover.
ahead and look at it. It is.
Yeah.
But Mad Harriet is holding both Barda's helmet and
okay.
Scott Free's
Yeah,
mask.
like she got them both. or
Yeah,
something,
and they
yeah.
look very just kind of imposing there.
And do you know what this
Lashina.
Lashina?
Remember, she has
She-
the lashes that
Yeah,
look very on the
But
nose.
she looks like she ought to be like in tooling around with Pinhead. or
Yeah, I
something
was
from
about to say
Hellraiser. She
Hellraiser,
looks
yeah.
a little Hellraiser-ish.
So,
And this one looks like a devil priest.
Bernadette,
Yeah, there we go. That's right on the nose.
Bernadette,
Bernadette.
and
Yeah.
then that is Stompa.
Stompa.
Yeah, she's a
Oh,
big kind of,
loved her second album.
and then Big Barda was obviously a part of them.
Yeah.
So they'll come up. They appear here in this issue, and that's why they're on the cover here.
Remember that song where it featured Kanye on Stompa's second album?
The third one?
Mm. Did I misspeak?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Well, people forget about so people don't really count the second. We don't have time for that. We'll save that
I
for
got
the
it.
day.
Sure. That's for our music show later. Yeah.
There are a bit of time jumps we've noticed a little bit through here,
Yeah.
obviously with the growth of his beard, and we have another one to start issue 6. Or I'm sorry, issue 7. I
Mhm.
quoted as issue
Mhm.
6 earlier.
Yeah, we're good.
We're doing issue 7 through 9 today, and then we'll close out next week with 10, 11, and 12 to close out the story. So, issue 7, we are now on our way to the hospital as we've jumped the 9 months through.
Yeah.
Well, actually, we don't know how far along Barda was when she told
Yeah,
Scott.
sure.
But
sure.
we have jumped ahead in time now to where it's time for the delivery of the baby.
Well, we also don't know if her gestation period is different.
That's true
you
too,
know.
since they're not from
yeah, exactly.
they're new guys.
Yeah.
And you can tell, like when they're pulling up both of the drawings on their faces, they're
Yeah.
very worried. They're nervous. Obviously, it's a big day. We have the Kirby introduction, like we do
Uh-huh,
over all of these,
Uh-huh.
and the nice bold Mr. Miracle font to go in, which I just love the way they do it.
I like the way this looks. Like it looks very sun drenched, like almost like you're thinking about the 70s or something. Like the colors are a little muted and they're a little yellow, like it's old film or something. It's very well done.
It's all great about this, and it's part of the things that I've loved of that we've kind of talked about between the differences and just the color that's used between, you know, the things that are going on in the story, not to mention how like Earth is usually brighter and more vibrant, and when they're on Apocalypse and away from it, it even has like the borders around the pages are black and stuff like that, just to kind of make you feel different. It kind of has different tones. It's really great color work.
These make me feel like, oh, these are humans.
Yeah.
Rather than, you know, this is when we're just taking them for people.
And that's what the beauty of it is this story does a good job of kind of flashing back and forth, and we spend just as much as time on the human element of these people as we do the other part. But I think that this is just a more human story than most superhero stories are. So we obviously, though, with all the serious stuff that they do deal with, we get a good amount of humor in there as well. And the first joke that I love from this is they pull up to the hospital, and I didn't know this is a thing. Obviously, they're out in California here, so maybe it is where it's there. It's not here. But he goes, the guy tells him like, hey, you can't park here. There's a parking garage over on Olympic. And he goes, oh no, we read online, like there's valet parking here.
Sure.
And he's like, yeah, I'm the valet. And he goes, okay, can you park it? And there's a little bit of silence. And he's like, there's a parking lot over on Olympic. Like, it's just like, and he's like,
but I don't,
that's the point. And she's just like, all right. So they go, they find the parking lot, and they're able to go and get her all hooked up to the monitors as they sit there and they get ready for
baby time.
The first new god to be born on Earth. Like, this is massive.
Okay.
You have to think about it, because they escaped. They're the first two.
I guess you're right.
This is really big. They don't know, you know, it's a lot of what do you call it? Unknown territory.
Uncharted territory.
Uncharted territory.
Yeah.
There we go.
And by the way, the art has gone from this yellowing kind of vintage look to this very blue, cool, calm,
but also
color
kind of
scheme.
Yes, and then but also more hospital feeling.
Yes, it does feel very sterile.
Yes, like the color work.
No, it's perfect. Yeah, it's wonderful.
So they're sitting there, and I love the sound work of it too, and it just catches their.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
There we go. That's great.
Well, I'd say leave that in, because it needs to be a warning to people. Don't F with the coffee machine. Just saying, your day's not going to go well.
Hold on. Oh man.
Yeah. I think I may have broken the coffee machine downstairs.
He did. And not just like broken the coffee machine.
I almost did it on purpose, which really sucks. If I were not me, I'd be mad at me.
You know, we haven't really dove into this too much. When somebody tells you, like, just because it doesn't say you shouldn't put two of something in there.
Yeah, I get that.
Anyway,
this seems like a conversation I had with my mother a lot when I was younger.
So it does just a great job here in the hospital of them sitting there, just kind of them waiting. Yeah. It's him on his phone. It's her.
Well, he's also in a Superman shirt.
Yes,
another t-shirt.
Superman t-shirt. Another one of just how he likes to rotate through his, superhero shirts. So they're sitting there, and he's looking on his phone. They're just listening to the beeps, and then there's a boom, like a boom tube has gone off.
Yeah,
and the look on Scott's face immediately changes, because he's like yeah, who is this?
Yeah.
Who's showing up? Because he's trying to think, hey, we're at war. Who's coming to the hospital? And your reaction there is the exact same one that Barda has.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where he goes, or Scott says to Barda, you said they weren't coming. And she's like, I talked to them. They told me they weren't going to come. And he's like, I'm literally at war with these people.
Yeah.
And she kind of stops him and goes, my womb is getting ripped apart by your obnoxious new Genesis spawn. I don't have time. And he's just kind of like, all right, fair point.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so he's like, they're out there with everybody else. I guess I need to go talk to them. And so he goes out into the waiting room, and there they are. They're the female Furies.
They're just sitting there.
Yeah, sitting there waiting in the waiting room.
Like they don't look like freaking weirdos.
No. And one of them, it's like Bernadette just asks where she is. Matt Harriet starts speaking in rhymes.
Rhymes?
That's what she does. She's mad.
Okay.
So she kind of like talks,
She looks like a witch, is what she looks like.
A little bit.
Yeah.
And then Lashina seems to be the only one that's kind of just like cool with the whole thing. She's like, tell Barda, I said, we didn't need to come. They wouldn't listen to me. And so now we're here. We just hope that she's okay. Right. Like I told them we shouldn't have come.
Sure.
Like Lashina's the only one, oddly enough, in this,
Yeah.
And he's like, no, it's fine. we're all here. Barda will like this. And like,
I'm just surprised they don't want to kill him. You know?
we're
Yeah,
gonna get, and
yeah.
that's, she's like, you scot free, you're gonna be dead as a tree. And then the rest of them kind of start arguing. Well, a tree's not, just arguing amongst themselves. And he's like, yeah, y'all are fine to stay out here, but y'all aren't allowed in the room.
Yeah.
Like, nobody's allowed in
Yeah,
the room.
Sure.
And he walks back in and he tells her, he's like, I told them they weren't allowed in the room. And she's like, are they? And he's like, he doesn't even respond, like
Yeah.
if they are or not. And he's like, so how are you feeling? Like he doesn't want to deal with her family, I guess, in a way.
Sure.
Is how it's
Yeah.
playing with this.
Yeah. No.
They're sitting there and she's talking about how she's ready for it to be over already, wants to go home. And he just yells out, how about Ironbreaker? That was my great uncle, Ironbreaker. People liked him. He died at the Frozen Temple siege. Icicle through his eye. Like he's just throwing out
Icicle
names,
through his eye.
but he's just throwing out new god
Yeah.
names like Ironbreaker. And she's no.
Oh, so they're like trying to come up
With
I
baby
gotcha.
names.
Yeah.
While he's sitting there. And
That's
so
the
it's-
first one I thought of too. Is
was
Ironbreaker.
Ironbreaker.
You're-
And there's a lot of, just kind of back and forth. of
Only
the
for
two
a
of them.
girl though. If it was a boy, we were going to call him Sam.
Oh,
Yeah.
that makes sense.
Sam or Ironbreaker, one or the other.
Whoever Mr. Miracle's texting, I guess they're trying to find ways to help her feel better.
Yeah, sure.
Barda feel better, while they're waiting for the baby to come. Because he's like, hey, she says you could eat something spicy. And Barda tells a story about how, remember when Granny used to make us go to the fire pits and had us open our mouths and told us that we couldn't, she's like, I don't think spicy's going to do anything, kind of.
Why is the Wonder Woman logo back there behind him?
It's just be a Wonder Woman.
Oh,
It's like a poster.
Got it.
Yeah.
See it now.
And she's like, she yelled at me, keep your mouth open, little girl. Let the burn go down inside you. And
Oh.
Scott's like, yeah, she always told me it would get better. It never gets better. Like they're just kind of reminiscing again on their
Gross. Yeah.
shared terrible childhood there for a bit. And then he just kind of has that thought. He's like, it's kind of weird. Like this kid that we have isn't going to have to deal with any of that.
Yeah.
And then they have like a brief moment of silence and then he just yells out Star Razor. Like he's just still coming up with names. So all of a
Star
sudden
Razor.
there's a very kind of scary human moment where the heart monitor stops beeping and Barda gets worried and Scott's like, I can go see, like they check on it. And they go in and they have to reposition her and they're still not able to get a heartbeat and Barda's scared and she's crying. And then all of a sudden they reposition her. Hear the heartbeat back and able to calm her down. It's just a very, it just builds up the tension of this big moment going on.
Yeah.
There's a moment where he's like, I know you can't have anything. Is there anything I can get for you? And she's like, well, I read, I could suck on ice cubes. And he's like, I'll do that for you. Like, it's a very just
Yeah.
him kind of taking
Yeah,
care of
yeah.
her in this moment. He walks back out.
I love
to
these
get ice.
normal human moments that happen in between the weird stuff.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And he walks back out to get all this. And he kind of asks the rest of the female Furies, like, hey, are you guys doing okay? And they're like, yeah, we're fine. Lasheen asks, how's your wife? And he's like, everything's good. And Bernadette walks over and she's like digging through her bag for something.
Mhm.
And she comes back to Scott and says, there is no birth in apocalypse. When ready, children are removed and given to Granny. Our Barda's skin will not break with Earth's instruments. This is a Farron knife. It kills gods. I will one day use it to kill you, High Father. And she hands him like this glowing knife. And she goes, but for now, you may have it. It will cut her as she needs it. And he just looks at it and he goes, okay.
Yeah.
And then the next panel is it just sitting over in the corner on top of their stuff.
Yeah, that's
Like,
ridiculous.
and
yeah.
he's just like, the Farron knife doesn't cut. It makes you burn from the inside. Bernadette got it from her brother. Like he's explaining it. And she goes, she's trying to kill me. She's still probably mad about Granny and about what we did.
Yeah.
This isn't her helping me. She's just kind of like here to rub it in like, hey. And he's like, I don't know. Everyone's kind of still mad at us for Granny. She's kind of, back in pain. And he just yells out another Thunder Death is the next new god name that he wants to try out.
I don't understand why they're mad at him about Granny, because Granny she tortured all these people.
It's Stockholm syndrome.
It's,
it feels
I
like,
guess
in
it
a way.
is. Yeah.
It's the people that live there on New Genesis when you're used to that,
Yeah,
that you
I
just
guess
kind of
so.
feel, yeah. So it eventually comes through and it's getting, time for the baby to arrive. They talk about, it's time for the birth to happen and he goes to hold her hand and she's trying to kind of calm down and relax herself through. And they talk about, kind of telling stories to kind of do that. And she tells him, do you remember Jacob's ladder? And he's like, yeah, of course. It was the only way for us to get out of the X pits where she kept us down there.
Sure.
I used to stare up at it all the time. And she goes, the book said you're supposed to think of something calm. And so I'm thinking of, Jacob's ladder. And he goes, okay, well, that's good. And she goes, you couldn't see the top of the ladder, but remember everyone told stories and we all be like, oh, what's up there? What's out,
Mhm.
above, out of Granny's reach, kind of in a way. She goes, it was kind of heaven to us. But I remember before we got together, seeing you trying to climb to escape on that ladder with all the Furies, and we were chasing you as you were about to get out, and you'd look back at us and you'd wave and smile and bow. And you were so handsome, and you'd say, I can always escape. And then we got you. It's just like a nice little,
Yeah.
odd kind of memory, but a sweet kind of for her in a way.
But this is all happening while she's going through labor.
Yeah, she's just she's just
trying to keep her
to
mind
calm,
off of it.
she's
yeah.
trying to calm herself down. And to me, it seems like she's telling the story of how she slowly began to develop feelings for Scott
Sure,
in a way. It's
yeah.
her calming
Yeah.
moment.
And by the way, as you're going through this, you are getting some disruption still, like that
Yes,
VHS disruption
you are getting
stuff. Yeah,
just,
yeah. Every once in a while.
Every once in a while to make you always question, hey, what's
Yeah,
going on through
yeah,
all this?
absolutely.
And all the doctors are praising her, and they're able to kind of get her calm and get the birth going. And the baby comes out, and she notices it's not crying. There's no crying because the
Umbilical cord.
thank you,
Yeah.
is wrapped around the poor
Baby's
baby's throat,
neck,
and it
yeah.
is very blue, and it does not look well. And the doctors are trying to cut it
Yeah,
with
yeah.
everything they have, and nothing is getting through this. And then one of them's like, try the bone saw. Never tell them we need it with the diamond blade, and we need it now. Somebody, they're all rushing. And he goes over and he grabs Scott goes over and grabs the Farron knife that Bernadette gave him, and he's like, just show me where to do it. And they hold it, and they're able to cut the
Umbilical cord.
umbilical cord. I
cord.
don't know why it's giving me such a hard time today. Anyway, and the baby is able to breathe, and we get the big cry, and he comes back out and he collapses in the chair, and you can tell it's a harrowing moment where it's
Mhm.
like baby's safe, but they've obviously been through a lot.
Yeah.
And he just tells them his name's Jacob. Obviously they
Oh.
name him them from the story of the Jacob's Ladder
Yeah,
story.
yeah.
But also, I think we've talked about it before too. Jacob was Jack Kirby's first name.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
Then they ask about Bard, and he tells her she's great, she's strong, she's awesome. And they are like, yeah, she was always so strong and sweet little Jacob. It's finally time, they're like, oh, that's so sweet. And Scott goes and he goes, thanks for the help. And here's this. And he hands the knife back to Bernadette. And she goes, as I said before, when we return to war, I will use this to kill you. And it just shows Scott in the next panel rubbing his eyes,
Yeah.
just tired, going, yeah, okay.
Yeah, all right.
Like he's
Sure.
like, sure, whatever. And they go back, and it's a really sweet moment to close out issue 7 here. And Barda's holding little Jacob, and she tells Scott, I like him. I think we should keep him, kind of thing.
Yeah.
And, it's grandson of Darkseid, son of Highfather, the first child born of Apocalypse, a new Genesis, a new God. And she calls him a little miracle. And Scott looks at him and goes, I don't know. He looks more just like a lump is what he calls it. And the reason they're able to do that is because you're able to use the Kirby narration from issue 7 then about it, because it has it where it brings it out of, the Mr. Miracle. And it's only the arena of gods would, produce this combat. Only vile Granny Goodness would find an adversary like the lump. And it plays it in with the panel that are on there too.
But again, in that one, you get 3 different panels
some
where it gets
distortion.
disrupted again. Yeah.
But anyway, we have a new kid for the Freeze.
A new kid god.
A new kid god. The new god. The first one on Earth.
Yeah.
And the baby is here as the war is about to really kind of kick off, at least for the part that we're going to cover. And we will go ahead and pick up and cover the last 2 issues here of part 3 of Mr. Miracle right after this. Welcome back into Bros, Foes, and Heroes here as we pick up with the second half of part 3 of our Mr. Miracle. I almost said coverage, but I guess it kind of
It
works as
is. Yeah.
coverage.
Yeah.
But we'll pick up here with issue 8 of where things are going to. We got a very, personal human issue with issue 7 of the birth of the baby. We're going back to Apocalypse for a lot of the next 2 issues, and we're going to deal with the war kind of head on and what's going on there, and see how they're having to balance between the duties of being High Father of New Genesis and having to deal with being new parents. And it's the way that they do it, to me, is just a very great way of balancing both of them here. But we are taken to New Genesis, and we see it looks like this dictator who very much kind of
It looks like Hitler.
It does, but any comics, that's how it is. But it's a dictator there, obviously, like leader of some sort, kind of riling up troops there on New Genesis. And we see that he is taken out via like a sniper shot. And we see then that it shows Scott as dressed up all in his Mr. Miracle garb. And Light Ray, who is now his kind of second in command since he is now High Father. And he's telling him, send the 6th and the 4th Winged Cavalry. Here's something that little things that you pick up on, though, that come back from earlier issues. He tells them, but put the bugs in reserves. We'll wait for them to counter. Remember how they talked about earlier about how he always, it's even brought up,
I remember those things,
he's telling Light Ray, we'll send in more of the new gods. We don't need to, and we'll do that.
Yeah.
And he's like, yes, High Father. So you can see how some of the stuff that was brought up earlier comes back around even there in the way that he leads. And then what we have through this whole issue in issue 8 is the war intercut with moments of everyday life, because what they're doing is they'll take turns. Scott will go fight, and Barda will take care of Jacob. Barda will go, Scott will go fight. Barda will take care. Barda will go fight. Scott will take care, and they flip back and forth. While Funky is kind of like their nanny as well.
Goddamn Funky.
I like Funky in this though.
Yeah, I got
and so they're sitting there, and he's heating up the water in the microwave, and you just get from Funky, Big Barda uses the kettle, and Scott goes, and I like the microwave. And he's like, yeah, well, the kettle's faster. That's what Big Barda says. And he's like, well, Tuesday's my day. And she's on the front line, and I'm at the microwave. It's kind of what he's telling him there. And so it's the back and forth of the arguing of their styles of how to do it.
Yeah.
But he sets the bottle in his coffee cup, and they sit there to watch it warm. And I just love that panel there of them looking at the coffee cup with the bottle in it that just says, I am God, which is the same coffee cup from earlier.
Yeah.
And then in typical Funky fashion, he just looks at it and yells, Excelsior. Just a nice little bit of Stan Lee in there too.
Yeah.
There's a lot of this too, and this carries through this issue as well. It's showing him feeding the bottle to Jacob while he's singing the hush little baby, don't say a word. And he's singing all out through it. And we do have some distortion in one of the 9 panels there as we do it, just to kind of make you question what's going on. This book loves to do that to you, and I kind of like that part of it. Then we go back to the war where it shows him kind of leading. One thing that I noticed on here, they're fighting an Apocalypse. That is a giant dark side statue to have to fight over.
It's gigantic.
Just looming over you.
Yeah.
But they are obviously, it's just massive battle. And he's telling him there's no escape. Come on, we can't let him win. He's just kind of leading the troops. And it's showing just all this kind of carnage and stuff that he's having to deal with. And then it's cut in between, and we go back and we see that he got injured here. But he's talking to Barda on the phone while he's getting healed, his legs, healed up.
Right.
And Barda's just telling him, between they're just talking about how many hours the kid slept, just between 1 and 2 hours. And Scott's like, is that good? She's like, it's better than what we've been able to do. He only sleeps in the car. Betty said that they put their car seat in the kid's room and just slept in the car seat.
Yeah.
This war is going on. And the two of them are just, trying to figure out a way to get the kid to sleep while they heal up his leg. And it's funny, I like here at the end, as she's reading, she goes, I'm so tired. I might try it. I read that you forget this part later somehow. It's evolution or God. That's why people keep having these things. They forget the pain. And it's that part. And I love they forget
That's
the
very
pain
true too.
while the laser's finishing healing him up too. It's just kind of one on top of the other. This is one of my favorite pages throughout the book because I think it's just hilarious. Scott comes he's carrying Jacob to kind of lay him down for a nap. and he stops above the crib, and you get the shot like from the crib looking at them looking down so you don't see what's in there. And he goes, "Funky?" And then you just see from the other room, "Mr. Miracle," like he's, as he's coming in,
Yeah,
and he goes,
yeah.
"What is this?"
He
And
likes
you
to
look-
make an entrance.
Yeah, and you look down, and there's like a plush Batman
Yeah.
in the crate or in the crib
little
there.
baby Batman.
And he goes, "Why, boss? That's Batman." And I love how he drew him with the little horns, like
Yeah,
he's doing,
yeah.
and the bat ears. And see, Scott's just telling him, like, "I told you, like, they've done studies about, infant death syndrome and babies dying and stuff. Stuff in cribs kills them. Like, we don't want anything in there."
Yeah.
And he goes, "What do you mean? I had a Batman. Everyone has a Batman. Batman doesn't kill babies." And Scott goes, "Yes, absolutely. They have studies. Batman kills babies."
Wow.
So that's,
Yikes.
it's just a funny back and forth.
Yeah, no, it's great.
While, if you'll notice, it's kind of hard to tell. It is a Watchman shirt that he's wearing. It's
Oh, yeah,
it's
see
the
it.
smiley
Yeah,
face
yeah.
pin. Yeah.
Mhm. Well, he was wearing a Wonder Woman one in the earlier one.
Yep. So then we flash back between that and something so, kind
Mhm.
of funny and
Mhm.
heartwarming to something a little bit deeper.
Stark.
And it's we talked about the Drask color change. They're on New
Yeah.
Genesis, so it's the black borders and
All-
it's all dark and it's
all
all red
red,
and it's
yeah.
all and it's just Scott and Light Ray standing next to each other, and Light Ray just tells him it's wrong. That's all he says. And he's telling him, like, we don't have the room to do it. We just have enough tubes to be able to carry supplies. Like, we don't have room to bring much of anything back. And Light Ray tells him Orion wouldn't, and he cuts him off and he goes, "Orion isn't, and Darkseid is. So
Mhm.
get it done now." And he's like, "You want to be a god, Scott, but you're just playing another role on another stage, and you're sad that everyone's not clapping." And he zooms off, and he just tells him, he's like, "What? Basically, whatever, Light Ray, just make it clean." And Light Ray kind of shoots off and creates this giant just gulch all throughout wherever they are, and it's for them just to dump all the dead that they have there.
Gotcha.
And so it's kind of this moment that you see. I'm making sure this is the right. No, we're getting there. And that's it. Like, he's dealing with this stark reality of them having to go and just like unload all the ones that they've lost kind of into this pile. And while he's doing that, though, Barda we have through the mother box, however they're talking to one another, telling him about, like, "Oh, Jacob's doing this. I looked at him, I told him not to, and he smiled at me. Oh, he's such a little flirt." And then I gave him, I always call it raspberry, but I gave him a Zerbert on his arm. Yeah, the little,
Yeah.
And they're talking about, and she's like, and he laughed. He went, "Ah," and he goes,
Yeah.
"Oh, that's his
Yeah.
laugh." Like, she's having just this sweet moment while he's
Sure.
sitting there having to deal with.
Mhm. Well, he's dumping dead people.
Yeah,
into
and
a
it's just like a
ditch.
different kind
Yeah.
of
Yeah. No, it's
180
very
from one another.
it's about as far as you can get
Exactly,
from each
and it's
other.
just showing what they're having to deal with from one to the other, because then they'll flip and he'll have to, do what she's doing.
Sure.
And that's what they're essentially, it cuts back to him on Earth out at the park, and he's explaining that to, I guess, one of their friends, where he's like, "Yeah, no, whenever I'm at work, Barda's here, and whenever Barda's at work, I'm here, and we work at the same place, and we have a lot of work, man."
Nightwing?
Yes.
Thank
it is
you
Nightwing.
very much. I appreciate that.
That was nice.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. He's
wearing a
Nightwing
Nightwing
t-shirt.
Yeah, t-shirt.
And I'm pretty sure I didn't look at. I don't know what the babies is. The babies might be something too. This is another one.
He's still got his Batman though.
He does still have his Batman. So even if he got to keep it, Batman stays around.
We didn't say he couldn't keep it. He just
said he
didn't want it
kills
in a
babies.
crib.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We flash back to Apocalypse, and I think this is hilarious too. Is he's talking to Barda, and he says that you challenged Kanto one-on-one, and that the loser has to take their armies away from the field.
Yeah.
And it's just silent. And he goes, "They say that Kanto's ready, and I guess that they're gonna charge if not." And we just get the expletives from Barda, and she's like, "Damn it! Like, I forgot. I'm already at the doctor. Like, I know. I'm sorry. I need to ask her about the feedings." And I love this part. Scott goes, "I could do the appointment," and Barda just replies, "Scott, what do you know about my breast?" And then there's just a moment where he just kind of stares off into it, and then it's expletive again, and he's like, "You stay, I'll do Kanto." And she's like, "I'm sorry." He's like, No, it'll be easy. That's okay. I'll go ahead and I'll fight him." And then it takes us to Kanto, where Kanto just beats the mess out of Scott in this fight. And it's him being carted off afterwards. And you just see Barda saying, "She said it's normal." And he's like, "Good. I like normal. Normal's good." And she's like, "Oh, how'd it go with Kanto?" And Scott just goes, yeah, we're leaving the field. We're gonna do an approach around from the east in the fall. I think it'll be better that way. Um,
That's cool that he's like trying
Yeah.
to keep her out of it.
yeah. He's like, I'll do it. And she's like, I'm sorry. And he's like, no, I'm sorry. I almost had him. And she goes, I'm sure you did. Like there's a, a little, and he's just kind of like, oh, what are we doing here? As they cart him off.
Yeah.
That's when it has the moment. I think we should try the car seat thing. Who knows? And she's like, I'm with you. Whatever we can do to get sleep. And it takes him back there. And it's just talking about how they're going to give Jacob tummy time. And Funky doesn't like, he's like, oh, I don't understand. What is this? And he's like, oh, he's supposed to do it to be able to crawl. Like he needs his tummy time. He's behind everybody else. And we get a little bit of peppering in because some of the stuff I've alluded to later.
Yeah.
But Funky goes, oh, Balderdash. Jolly Jack knows what Jolly Jack needs. He starts throwing in the nicknames for Jack Kirby all the way back then.
Yeah.
Because he goes, he needs his Funky. And who's a little funky? That's right. You're a little funky. Like he's just being like the, little.
Yeah, he's being like an uncle or what? Yeah.
And he goes, this isn't how Granny did it. And he sits there and Funky's still playing with me. He goes, can you say Funky? You're a genius. Yes, you are genius, Jack, which is another nickname that he is for him. And then it's just a moment of him realizing like, all right, it doesn't have to be like it was for me kind of thing.
Yeah.
But then you get the complete 180 like they like to do a lot of here. And they're back on Apocalypse. And it's one of those parademons.
Superboy?
No, that's Superman. So in the 2000s, you see how it's red and blue here?
Yeah.
This could be me and I could be wrong here.
We're talking about his shirt.
His shirt again. In the 2000s, they decided to do something where they split Superman and there was a red suit Superman and a blue suit Superman kind of thing. And I think it's just a cute little, of why it splits like that. Or there is a little distortion. It could be done on purpose there too for just that kind of thing. Anyway, they're back on Apocalypse and there is this parademon that they've killed. And it looks to be like a little baby parademon for lack of a better term.
Yeah.
And he's like, I didn't know they had babies. I thought they were cloned or something. And Light Ray looks at him and he's like, you're the one who was born here. You should know what sizes they come in.
Well, that's true.
And he starts raising his hand to like shoot him. And he's like, no, Light Ray, don't. And Light Ray just kind of like kills him anyway.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just a moment of Scott. Like, obviously he's like, no, that was somebody's kid kind of thing.
Yeah.
We see that the humanity of Scott is kind of changing. Although he was out of the group, he's been the one who's had it the whole time compared to everybody else.
I will tell you, after having kids, your thoughts on things like that do change.
Yeah.
Quite a bit.
And I think it's also kind of
Very
showing
hard to watch a movie where a kid gets hurt or something,
And I think
at that point.
they're trying to show that with of just how it's changing
everything
about Scott.
Yeah.
There's a moment where it's like Scott and Barda are arguing because she's on the war front about what they need to do and how they need to advance troops. While that's going on in the background, while in the foreground, it's Funky just trying to feed Jacob with like an airplane and stuff to get him to eat. So it's like he's not being able to be a part of it while everything's going on because they're still focused on everything. Booster Gold t-shirt.
Yeah, you're also seeing time pass because the kid's got hair now.
Yeah, like this
So,
whole
like
we're going into
this
probably
is like
about a year or so.
Yeah,
I can tell you, we'll end with issue 9. Issue 10 is his first birthday party.
Oh, okay.
So that's
That
kind
makes
of
sense.
the time that's spanning
Yeah.
through this.
Yeah.
Then we go back to New Genesis where it's more fighting. Scott gets stabbed straight up in the back, but he's able to kind of escape. But it's a real taxing moment coming up. And then we get cuts between. That's what I like. We get the cut between. This is something, family.
Yeah, it's
this
just
is what
such
it's
a
and then it's
huge difference
war,
between the two.
family, war,
Yeah.
family, war.
Yeah.
And it's just showing you how he's getting pulled back and forth
Yeah.
and back and forth. And it's just them trying to get Jacob to take his first steps. And he's sitting there and Funky's like filming and he's like, I don't think Barda can see. And he like holds it up to his face and she's like, now all I can see is your damn nose hair. Put it back on him, and he's like, oh, and they're trying to see, letting her be able to see the big moments like that.
Sure.
And then it's cut back to him on Apocalypse and on the warfield or the battlefields. And it's him just kind of walking around with his mask in his hand as he's singing again from earlier, the Hush Little Baby, but it's kind of spaced out as he's looking around at him at just all the carnage and everything that has kind of transpired. And we even get a dark, like he just kind of like collapses of just like, this is a lot. And we get a dark side is showing that It's kind of creeping in there.
You also get distortion before the dark side
That's
is.
true.
Yeah.
And then as he's sitting there, just kind of almost like sobbing, like what's going on, he gets a ping from Barda. And she's like, you got to listen to this, Scott. Funky, show him the picture. And it's like every time that, forgot the kid's name. Every time Jacob sees a picture of Scott, he says, da, like he's starting to put it together.
Yeah.
And Scott hearing that, it's just kind of like a
And this
click
is
for
still
him.
him hearing it on the battlefield.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
there, but him hearing that, it's just kind of like a click for him. And he kind of pushes himself up. He kind of gets, as she's telling him and he's
Yeah, it
hearing
kind of
it.
rejuvenates him.
Exactly.
Yeah.
As he finishes out the singing of the song that carried over with a little more gusto and kind of emphasis.
Emphasis.
Yeah. As he heads out.
Aquaman.
Yes, it
There
is.
you go.
There
Thank
you go.
you very much.
Hey.
I'm trying.
Yeah.
I'm trying real hard.
And it shows them back on Earth, but somehow both of them are there on Earth together. And Barda's just laid Jacob down. And
you
they're
can
like,
tell it's late
yeah, it's late. Like he's
because all
watching
the lights are off.
He's watching football. I
Yeah.
know that because it's Campbell pulls back, launches long, intercepted. You kind of hear, you know,
Yeah.
he's watching
Yeah.
whatever. And you get the click of the TV. So he turns it off for the two of them to have some, time
Sure.
together finally.
Sure.
And they sit there and they're just kind of cuddling and talking about, hey, Funky seems to be getting the hang of it. Maybe we finally have a little bit of free time to ourselves. And they kiss, and
Yeah,
about
good
as
luck
they're
with that.
kissing, the wah kind of comes up.
Yeah.
And she goes, it's your turn. And he goes, I can always escape. And she goes, can you? Like from,
Yeah, you're not escaping
yeah,
that, dude.
exactly. And
Yeah.
he's like, all right. And so he just goes into the other room. We get a panel of distortion again
Yep.
as he picks him up.
Yep.
And he's like, all right. And he just kind of rocks him to sleep again, singing
Mhm.
Rockabye Baby again.
Mhm.
I guess that's the name of the song.
Yeah, I guess.
That takes us to our final issue of part 3 and our next little cliffhanger here then to set us up for the final bit of the story.
Who
This
is that he's standing?
Calabac, I'm pretty
Okay.
sure is his name. One of Darkseid's sons.
Oh, okay.
He's gonna be kind of like Kanto was. We'll see Kanto again here, who Scott just lost to in the last issue. But what we get is they are back on Apocalypse. We are going to have peace talks because Scott has realized, and it'll get to a little bit more and break it down, but Scott has realized that they can't do this. Like we've
Yeah.
seen that in
Yeah.
some of the previous ones. Like we knew.
Well, it's unsustainable.
They don't-
to
yeah,
do both of
they-
these things at the same time.
Well, that and they don't have the resources to be able to beat Apocalypse.
right, they can fight, they just can't win.
Exactly.
Yeah,
And
I
like
gotcha.
we've known that for a while now, but they
Yeah.
kept trying, hoping it would get better.
Yeah.
Now it seems like peace is the only way. So they have all traveled to Apocalypse, and it's there for day. It'll count it out. This
Yeah.
goes day by
Day
day on
one.
this one, and you get to see it sets up this just hellscape of a place to kind of set.
Yeah,
up
it's a hot ass
Apocalypse.
planet.
It is. It's very hell-like. And we see Scott stand up and he just goes, is there a restroom? Like that's what it opens it up. And I love how when they do the 3 panels
Yeah.
to do a whole picture though,
Yeah.
again, we have captured new gods
Mhm.
as the bases of the tables.
Holding up the table.
Yeah. Because
Yeah.
they're like, oh, hey,
They're all chained to the
come
floor.
sit at this table to talk peace that your fellow new gods are holding up kind
Yeah,
of thing. Like
yeah.
that's how they are here at Apocalypse. But I just love how they use the 3 panel to make one giant shot.
Yeah, it's
and
cool.
still kind of
Yeah, it's still split, but you can still see like the entire picture at the same time.
Exactly. So he kind of tells him, is there a restroom here or something? And Kanto's like, yeah, I can take him. And he's like, all right, y'all go do that. And then we need to go ahead and work. We'll take a break and then we'll come back to like this treaty kind of
Mhm.
thing. And he's like, all right. So they start walking down the hall and he's telling him like, how have you been? You haven't been here for, in a long time. And he's like, man, like, Kanto's like, yeah, I used to live in Renaissance Italy. I usually hardly come back here.
He looks very much like a Renaissance
Yeah,
guy.
he kind of fits in there. He's like,
Mhm.
I hear it's the solar winds that make this place so awful. It's becoming a little bit more better to live here.
So
but
they're
it still
basically talking
sucks.
the weather.
He's just
Yeah.
he's just kind of like BSing
How
him
you
as
like
they're
this weather?
walking to the restroom, which just happens to be a giant.
It's a
like,
giant
pit.
hole.
It's
Yeah.
like this hole from 300
Yeah.
that Gerard Butler
Yeah. Yeah.
kicks the guy into. It's just that, and that's their restroom.
But they just walk past somebody's head on a pike.
That's one of the Forever people
Wonderful.
from Jack Kirby. You know, the whole Fourth World.
Mhm.
I can't remember his name, but yeah. So it's just kind of like to show you that they're in a losing battle. And
Yeah, sure.
And Scott notices,
Sure.
like, that's
Yeah.
what he's like, right? And he's like, oh, that's, you know, he's starting to realize, I know that guy. I know that guy. It's just the people they've lost kind of thing.
Yeah, this Cantu guy doesn't say anything about
Nope.
it.
He just keeps going
Yeah.
by it. But they get there to there's one thing as they both stand there and they start to pee. Kanto's going to tell a story, and I'll
Mm.
tell you the story that Kanto tells.
Okay.
But there's also an animation. It takes 2 pages to tell this story. But he sits there and he's like, for lack of a better term, kind of like spits out. Well, I was going to say hawking, like a, you know,
Yeah,
like
he
a-
hawks a loogie.
yeah,
Sure.
and just like spits it out. And the panels are just following that spit
Mhm,
follow
mhm.
or fall down
Just
to the
keeps
bottom.
going and
Yeah,
going and
as
going
the
and
story
going.
tells.
Yeah.
But the story tells. I'll tell the story and then I'll give you the punchline for the other part. He's telling him while they're sitting there peeing. Kanto looks over at Mr. Miracle kind of and goes, "I had a thing with Leonardo da Vinci, you know, the painter." And Scott's like, "Yeah." And he's like, "You know, the Mona Lisa." And he's like, "Yeah, I know who
I
he
think
is."
he knows who you're talking about.
Yeah, and he's like, "He was all right. He had a boyfriend, but you know, was one of those complicated, whatever."
Mhm.
But it was nice. It was real nice. And he's like telling him, you know, like afterwards one time we were just lying on the grass or hay, something. He's like, "I don't really know the difference. Like I'm a new guy. Whatever
Yeah,
it
sure,
is."
sure.
And he's like, "Anyway, we're lying there," and he starts crying. And I thought that it was the boyfriend or some religious kind of blah blah. And I was going to tell him, "Oh, no, it's okay." And then he starts to tell me this story about these 2 guys, a master and his apprentice. And he tells them, our artist. And I'm like, "What does this have to do with the price of tea in China?" And he's just like, "Shh, listen." And so here's the story. The story is, so the apprentice thinks he's better than his master, and he challenges his master to this contest, right? This painting contest of who can paint the better painting. And it takes a whole year for the apprentice to finish this painting. And then they both go to show it off in front of an audience. And they're outside, and the crowd is there, and the 2 of them, they've got their painting there.
Yeah.
And the apprentice pulls back the curtain, and after a whole year of work, it's just some grapes, right? It's not even a lot of them. It's just like 6 grapes on a plate.
Okay.
And all of them there are kind of just looking at it crazy. And he just has this puff chest. He's so proud of his grapes. And the audience is like, "Grapes, I mean, that's nice, but against the master, that's what you're going to do
Yeah,
is
sure.
grapes."
Right.
And they think he's gone crazy. Like, all right, this got to him or something. And then the apprentice just kind of ignores what they're saying and just kind of calmly looks up towards the sky. And there's birds that he notices. And the birds fly down and they look and they fly towards the picture. And then they start pecking at the grapes because they're trying to eat the grapes,
Right.
because they're so good and they look so perfect, like they're actual grapes. Because to the birds, it's not art. It looks like what it is.
Sure.
It is what it is.
Sure. It's great.
And that's better
Yeah.
than what it is.
Yeah.
And the audience goes nuts. And the apprentice is bowing and smiling and pointing at the birds. He's won, and he knows he's won. And he turns to the master and he points at the master's painting, and he says, "All right, now," he says, "All right, not that there's a need, but let's see what's behind your curtain." And the master says, "What curtain?"
Mm.
But while this whole story is going and he's telling him is it better to kind of, you know, just accept reality of
Yeah.
that, you know,
Yeah.
there's the undertone
Yeah.
there, that loogie we've been following. It ends with the last one hitting somebody chained up down at the very bottom
Jeez.
of the pole.
That sucks. Poor guy.
I know, but it's the whole joke. As he's
Yeah,
sitting
yeah,
there.
yeah.
And then after that
God,
long
it's so
story,
far down.
Yeah, we get back to day 2 of peace talks,
Yeah.
and I love that they make it where Calabac has to pull out his readers
Uh-huh.
because we've now have
Yeah,
this
his little
established there,
glasses, sure.
looking over these, you know, he's a son of
Looking over
Darkseid, but
contracts
he
and
needs to look
stuff,
over
sure.
these, you know, peace talks.
Yeah.
And he's like, "All right, I have the rate of withdrawal from the Mountains of Blood at 38 days. But is this the NG calendar or the AP calendar we're working off? Like apparently New Genesis and Apocalypse have 2 different calendars,
Well, sure
and they don't
do.
know what they're working off of." And he's like, "I believe that this is the NG calendar." And he's like, or Scott's like, "Light Ray, do you have that?" And Light Ray's just kind of like, "What are we doing here?"
It's like a business meeting.
It is, as they're discussing peace, and he's like, "Yeah, I think we can go back and change this if we need to." And he's like, "Light Ray, do you have that?" Like, and Light Ray just stands up and he's like, "All of you, Y'all are all scum, kind of like, you guys killed Orion, my friend, my lord, my savior. I will burn all of you and laugh if your ashes float away in a wind. And they all just kind of like stare at him like, what?
Yeah,
Whatever,
yeah,
dude.
yeah.
And Barter just tells him, oh, shut the F up, Light Ray. Like, just sit down, you blowhard. And he just sits down and he just kind of like picks up his papers again, just so sadly
Yeah.
with the rest of the group.
He got it out.
Yeah, he got it out. And
Yeah.
then they're like, all right, back at it. And he's like, let's just assume from this point going forward, everything's the NG calendar.
Sure.
Then we get, day 3. It's all these just like little stories as these peace talks are going. Day 3, they've snuck out somewhere, and Barta has this stuff called bone wine.
Has he always had that big collar?
The behind him?
Yeah. Like cowl.
Not all the
kind of
time.
thing?
He doesn't always
Oh,
wear
I
it,
see it. I see it. It's red.
but
I mean, it's
sometimes,
green.
like
Gotcha.
out in battle, usually
yeah.
not, because it would make sense. But yeah,
Well,
he has it sometimes.
It looks like a Thor / Doctor Strange.
It looks very
kind
Doctor
of
Strange.
cowl.
Yeah.
But without it, he looks a lot like Iron Man. And so when he has that thing on, it does separate it a lot for me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
Anyway, all right. It doesn't mean anything. But go ahead.
And she has some bone
Bone
wine.
juice.
Bone wine.
Bone wine.
Bone
Bone
wine.
wine.
And she's like, yeah, I got some. And he's like, I used to drink that Granny would make you, like make us all drink it. Kind of, I guess it's, their alcohol of some sort. He goes, Highfather told me Granny's secret that she uses the bone marrow of captured gods for. That's why it tastes so good. Kind of thing.
Wonderful.
And Barta tells him, like, well, yeah, Granny showed me kind of how to make this stuff too. Like, I know how to make bone wine and other things as the female fury.
Toilet
Granny
wine.
type. Yeah.
Sure.
But we would have to make all these, this giant kind of like stockpile of it
Yeah.
and take it to your dad. When she says dark side, it's funny. She always calls him your dad.
Wow.
She goes and take it to your dad. And we would always drink half of it before we even got there. And he would be so mad. And I love it. Scott goes, yeah, well, I wouldn't take it personally. He was always mad. And it's just a nice little moment between the two of them. And then
Yeah.
we go back to day
Well,
4.
it's a nice little moment between the two of them, but it's on the battlefield
It is.
also.
It
so
so
it's,
is.
yeah,
It's just a nice little like.
it's just a great juxtaposition.
There you go. Look
between
at those big words.
Yeah, between
can't
the
use 'em.
setting and the talk.
And then we go back to the more peace talks, and Caliban is telling him, like, you agreed to these terms 2 days ago.
Yeah.
The fact that you're trying to come back around and bring in something they called the Sun Sword Commission report at this stage is preposterous. There's a lot, and he's like, what are you talking about? If we're talking about prisoner exchange, we can't talk about it without that commission. Like, it seems
Sure.
to be just like the fair trading of, like, to make sure.
Yeah, they're getting down to the minutia here.
And he's like, which is something you could have said 2 days ago. And he's like, it's not something I thought I had to raise. I thought that, we could be kind of just humans enough to know that if we were going to do it, this is what we're going to do. And he's like, oh, I should have known, just new Genesis legalism. Nothing is what you actually say. And Scott isn't backing down from it at all. And he just tells him, typical apocalypse lies. Everything is just what it is, right? A lie. And so they're kind of going back and forth. And he goes, you're a lie, a son of Darkseid that betrayed his people. You're a shit stain on the name of, your dad, kind of. And Scott looks at him and goes, yeah. And what are you? The forgotten child, the mistake. The only reason he likes you is because everyone else left. Is like, Scott's just kind of getting personal back with him.
Yeah.
And Caliban lifts the table up, grabs one of the new gods that's chained underneath it, rips him kind of off of it, and just throws him very violently into the wall. And we
He
get
kind
the
of
panel.
explodes when he hits
Explodes
the wall.
into the
yeah.
wall. And he sits there and he just growls, just like, looking at Scott, just kind of like, come on, let's go. And Scott tells him, he goes, is it enough? And he's like, tell that guy about your commission. And he goes, Caliban, when will you finally learn I'm not some new Genesis toddler? I'm not Orion eager to play. I'm Granny Reyes. If you want to try to scare me, that's fine. But what I'm saying on this is final. Like, this is what we're going to do.
Yeah.
And he just kind of like, and accepts it. And he just sits back down and he's like, prisoner exchange will, be governed by the commission. That's it. That's the effing word of it. Like, he just kind of puts it down.
Sure.
And Caliban's just like, yeah, whatever. And sits down. And we get a dark side is
Mm-hmm.
because we flash back to their room and Scott is just curled up in like the fetal position,
Yeah.
shaking.
Yeah.
Because obviously it bothered him a lot more than he tried to let on.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, is there's a moment where it's kind of a weird juxtaposition between the two of them, of where like it got to him a lot. And he's like, I can't, my teeth are chattering. Like I can't get them to stop. Like I'm just like, it's getting to me. And she's just like, hey, like, don't worry about it. You didn't do anything wrong. Like he wasn't going to survive anyway. Like, you know, he was already chained up there. He did it just for show. Like it's not something you did. Like,
Sure.
you know, you did more good here than
Yeah,
bad. And
yeah.
he's just like, but I can't. He's like, but if I breathe, you know, or when I breathe, they stop. If I stop breathing, the chattering stops. And she's just like, you need to breathe, Scott. Just like he's having a little panic attack there. And then it just ends with, you smell that? They're burning the dead again at this time of night. And then it just goes to day 5, where Calabac feels like he's going to get a little bit of his revenge on them.
It's just so weird how everything's normal.
It is,
You know,
but it's
even
kind of
in these extreme settings and stuff.
And so Calabac comes and he goes, hey, I brought you a gift to celebrate the progress we've made here with our peace treaties. And he sits there and Scott's just like, oh, wonderful. What is it? And he stands up and he kind of like, you know, tosses it down the table to him. And it looks like it's a mirror. And Scott goes, the mirror of goodness. Like you can tell it like kind of throws Scott a bit for a loop. And Calabac goes, well, when you mentioned dear Granny yesterday, I thought of it. And I mean, she's not using it anymore because you killed her. Like they're just trying to still rub it in of like, you know, what Scott did. And so it has them back to the room there. And Bart is telling him like, it's a negotiation tactic. He's just trying to get into your head. And he's like, I know. But you know the thing about this mirror, right? It's like, and she's like, yeah, I know. He goes, she tells him to go ahead and just throw it in the pit. Like we don't even need to deal with it. And he's looking at it. He goes, did Granny ever make you look into the mirror? And she's like, yeah. And he goes, well, me too. Barty tells him that after every corrective surgery, every skin graft, every laser removal or whatever she'd done to make us look, and she'd say the same thing. And Scott finishes her reply, on the outside, you're beautiful. And then Barty says, and on the inside, you're mine. And she just goes, be it ever so humble. And they just kind of laugh at it.
Yeah.
But then Scott takes the mirror to the next room and just kind of sets it up. And he says, I don't know if it's some incantation to see it because he looks normal before, but it's just kind of a very sad moment then of just showing how, I guess, on the outside, Scott looks just fine and well all put together.
On the inside, he looks like his
not.
skin's been ripped off. Both of them.
Both of them.
Yeah.
But I think
Which
it's
is
just
probably the way they actually look.
True. But I think it's a very sweet moment as
Yeah.
she just kind of comes
Yeah.
in to comfort him there.
Yeah.
But so they get back to
But you have to think they probably stuck together. Like,
Oh, yeah.
Whenever
Well, that's
she,
the thing,
Whenever
yeah.
she hugs him, I'm just saying they got no skin, so they probably.
Oh, okay. No, that's true.
Sorry. Was
Now I have like a
yeah. See, that's what I'm saying. It's just like,
okay. Day 6. Oh man. So day
well,
6.
it makes me think of like from Hellraiser. You know, when they
Yes.
pull the guy's skin
Yeah.
off and stuff. Yeah.
No, I'm with you there.
Yeah.
And he's just telling him, we see that Scott's just becoming kind of more that leader because he's telling him no. He's like, what I did, what I endured, what we all did, what this place does to everyone, like what Darkseid does to everyone. No. He's
Yeah.
like, my people will fight and they will bleed and they will fall and they will rise again victorious. Like he's just kind of telling them like, we're not going to just put up with this. Like we're going to make these needs. We're going to get this done and I'm going to take care of my people.
Yeah.
They go back and it's him and Kanto again in the restroom as they're standing next to each other. And I kind of like this. And he goes, hey, you did pretty well in there. I mean, Darkseid still got the anti-life equation, but you know, he can, he goes, but can he use it? Like that's all you got there. And Scott's like, I got peace. Like it stopped something.
Sure.
And he's like, yeah, Calabac seems mad. So you kind of got that going for you too. Like, you know, that's something you can hang your hat into. And there's just like silence as they're peeing again. And he looks back. Kanto looks at him and goes, hey, do you remember that Da Vinci thing? The painter from like the first day? And Scott goes, yeah. And Kanto goes, you know, I made that up. Like I tried to get with him, but he wasn't having me. He had a boyfriend. That part was true.
Yeah.
And Scott goes, what? Like, why? And Kanto just goes, I don't know. I guess you pissed with the son of God. You got to say something, even if it ain't true. Like, it's just, you know, they have a good job of just throwing in little bits of humor through everything. And then
I guess it would be a little uncomfortable, huh?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it would be. Just like, oh,
Yeah.
yeah. And it
What do I
shows
say to
the
this
two
guy?
of them, like on the night of day 6, they go to the Ember Lakes to just kind of, or Fire Lakes to just kind of have a sweet moment, the two of them together. because he's like, I don't know, I feel like I did something wrong. She's like, no, you've done everything right. Like, we're about to have peace. Like, yeah, we didn't win the war, but this is what's right for us. This is what's best for our people.
Sure.
Like, sometimes accept that you're doing the right thing here, is what she's trying to tell him.
Yeah.
So it comes to day 7, and Caliback's there as we close out. This is the last day. And he goes, Father has rejected our Darkseid does not agree to these terms. And they're both just kind of like, what? You said you had, the complete authority to kind of deal with him on this. And he's like, he's made an alternative proposition, one that goes further than we have. And Barda's like, doesn't matter. Still going to kill you. Like, she's just ready to kind of like, lash
she's
out.
just done.
Yeah. And he's like, Darkseid is willing to withdraw all forces immediately. Furthermore, there we go. Darkseid is willing to withdraw all forces immediately, return all prisoners. Furthermore, he would disarm and allow New Genesis forces to inspect Apocalypse. Kind of like when they're like, oh yeah, you can come in and search if we have weapons.
Yeah, right.
Sure. And he's like, finally, he would also surrender the anti-life equation. He's going to give up the, thing he's been after forever. And Scott's like, what? You said that wasn't even negotiable. Like, we could even have that.
Yeah.
And he's like, in return for this complete, thing to happen, Darkseid humbly asked for only one thing. And Scott just kind of looks at him and goes, and what is that? And Caliback says, he asked for the custody of his only grandchild, Jacob, free. Ooh. He asked that the boy be raised on Apocalypse, that he be raised here as the one true heir to Darkseid.
Yikes.
Yep. And then we flip
Not
over
great.
And you get the Kirby animation as it's the realization of all of them. And it's like, don't get jumpy, though Darkseid is aboard. The future is still free to all. As Barda goes from shock to anger, and Scott is still in disbelief.
Well, the middle panels are just Darkseid, and you're seeing his eyes start to kind of light up, and he's all in the dark. He's super scary looking.
And you have distortion over all the ones of Barda and Scott, but then Darkseid's just it's a very cool looking picture of Darkseid here. Yeah. And then it's just Scott. We close out with a what? Like, he can't believe what's going on. Yeah. And then I'll show you, because it is the Nick Darrington cover for issue 10. It is a really cool looking cover of just
good looking Darkseid.
Yeah. Yeah. But so that's where we are. If
that's a lot to ask for.
That is a lot to ask for, but it goes back to what Scott had to endure himself. Darkseid is essentially asking, hey, you want peace? That's fine. I'll give you peace, but you're going to have to give me your son, similar to what happened to you.
All right, Rumpelstiltskin.
Yeah. So that is where we at there with our story, part 3 of Mr. Miracle. We will close it all out and put a bow on it with part 4 next week.
I can see why you like this so much, though. I mean, it's so deep.
It is.
Like, there's a lot to it.
Yeah.
It's not your it's not your typical like comic book.
Yeah. And there's a lot of other, stories out here that deal with stuff like that too. But this was something that there's a lot of things throughout, and I try to hold myself off as best as I can, and I can't always do it. I'm sure you can hear me like get a little bit, but there's just a lot of things, not obviously directly related, but there's just things that I relate to that I feel like a lot of people do when reading through this, and I feel like it's why a lot of people love it as much as they do.
Yeah.
So it is just something that I've oddly enough trauma bonded with a comic book, but
it is a old tale.
Oh yeah.
Redone with superheroes that also intermixes like the fantastical, the all the things, but it ultimately it comes down to just a good versus evil tale, and a tale of, well, let's split the baby or whatever, that kind of thing. Yeah. Yeah.
Also, I'll show you, and I have the issue because we'll use the actual issue next week. It's my favorite cover from the entire run.
Yep.
And it's the Mitch Jared's cover for issue 10. I don't know why, but I absolutely love that.
Yeah, it's a birthday party, but it's a Batman themed birthday party with.
It's a very sad cover, but I think it's just gorgeously drawn because it's still Batman stays around because he has that plush Batman. But yeah, so a lot of great stuff to get to as we close out Mr. Miracle. That was
this is cool,
7
man.
through 9.
Yeah, this is a great series.
So, and then don't worry, we have just one more serious week, and then we will have romance comics, and we will have.
I think this is great, though.
Well, thank you. I didn't tell you. I found out that we will also have issue 3 of Beneath the Trees coming out in February.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
I think it's bi-monthly. I don't think it's every month.
Okay.
I think it's every other month
That makes
because we
sense.
had the one in
Yeah.
December, so we'll have one
Yeah,
first of
It's
February.
taking forever.
So we'll have that in February too to see what's going on there, as well as romance comics, which I know Mike absolutely loves. I think I might take my
I
little
bet there's more animals that get killed in that comic book.
in the romance comics.
Well, maybe that too. I don't
oh, and the other ones, yeah, I'm sure that at
I'm
least
sure there's a
somebody
few
is.
animals
I hope so.
dying.
Well,
Yeah.
that sounds weird, but you know what I mean.
Yeah,
The
Zach
story's
loves
good.
it when animals die.
I do not. I love animals too much. But I think I'm going to read
Loves
some of
to
the
watch
romance
'em
comics
die.
on the way up to see Boys to Men while I'm going to see some romance.
Yeah, you're going to see Boys to Men this weekend,
I am.
which is it's odd, but
It
it's
was-
great.
it was-
Good for you.
Yeah, it was a gift for my wife. So
Uh-huh.
we're going to see Boys to Men.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
good job.
There you go.
Are they the end of the road people?
Yeah, that is end of
Yeah,
the road, people.
thank you.
All the
Yeah,
we
yeah.
go. Actually, I just realized I'm going this weekend.
Uh-huh.
The show that's I don't know. I'll have already gone by the time this comes out.
Yeah.
So hey guys, the concert went great.
It was great, and he
Yeah.
didn't get trapped by ice.
No, I
in
didn't.
Oklahoma.
Hopefully not.
Yeah.
Well, if this is the last issue with
Yeah, see
last
ya.
episode we
Bye.
hear, it was fun, guys. All right. Well,
no,
I'll
it's
go
supposed to
ahead
get gross around here,
It
and
is supposed to get
that's the
nasty.
only thing we're worried about is
Yeah.
is ice and
It'll be
cold
fine.
and stuff. I don't think it's gonna be fine.
Nah, we'll be fine.
Wait, I just said I don't think it's gonna be fine. That's not what I meant.
You don't think it'll be bad?
I don't think it'll be bad.
Yeah. No, I'm with you. All right.
I think it's a Freudian thing that's coming out. I don't think it'll be fine.
Man, it'll work.
Yeah.
Well, that does it for us on the show today. As
Yep.
always, make sure to check out Rogue Media Network and the Rogue Media Network family of podcasts.
RogueMediaNetwork.com.
And until next time, or as always, we appreciate you taking the time out to listen. And until next time, stay safe, everybody.
Golly kai.
Pros and heroes. Gonna tell you about pros and heroes. Gonna tell you about.
This has been a Rogue Media Network production. This is a Rogue Media Network podcast.
Please note that this episode contains depictions of self-harm and suicide. For something a little less heavy, please feel free to check out one of our other episodes.
Pros and heroes. Gonna tell you about pros and heroes. Gonna tell you about comic books,
Costumes
Facts, boots.
and other stuff.
In this week's issue, Mr. Miracle, Part 2.
Welcome into Bros, Foes, and Heroes. I'm Zach, joined as always by the miraculous one. There, I got it right this time.
Man.
Mr. Mike.
That
Mike.
seems like you're really over promising, and I'm going to underdeliver.
Well, last week I had problems saying it, and I think
I
I,
get
said
that.
that you were without mackerel.
You know, I love this coffee cup I have.
Yeah.
I stole it from my wife. It
And
has,
that's why you love it?
well, no, because the lid
Because you're a
fits.
thief.
The lid fits very tight, right? Because on the Yetis or whatever, they don't always fit so tight.
No, that is true. Some of them
They
don't.
kind of fall off. And so I like this one because it fits really tight. And then it's got this cool little leather thing,
Oh,
that you
yeah.
hold it with. And it provides a grip because, again, the Yeti ones, they're very slippery.
No, that is true. This one, I have
Yeah.
an old Arctic one
Yeah.
that is the Yeti kind of clone, and yeah, it is very.
My point here was, though, that this was given to her by a tax firm, right? As congratulations for graduating a leadership class.
Oh, okay, I thought
Right?
you was gonna say like, "Hey, congrats on taxes."
I'm assuming they have some money,
Oh yeah, probably.
right? Why are they giving out polar camels? That's the name of this one. It's a polar camel.
Here's the thing: Polar Camel just might have had a better deal on the leather wrap. You
Oh,
gotta
I'm
think
sure
about
they.
that.
Yeah, it says something. I'm afraid I'm gonna pour it right in my lap.
And so Mike is honestly holding the glass
Yeah.
above his head as he's trying to read the bottom of
says,
it.
China, do not micro. That's a good. That's a
Do
good
not
point.
mi-
Don't
I-
microwave
so-
China.
Well, no, the country nor the
Hand wash only.
the dishware. I made the
Oh
mistake.
shit! This says hand wash only. I do nothing but put it through the dishwasher.
You
I
just
had no
realized
idea.
that? I love how
Yeah.
we had that realization
Yeah.
right here on the show.
No idea.
There you go. You're welcome.
Yeah.
I'm glad that I could help you out.
Yeah, thanks so much.
Yeah, now you're gonna hand wash that, right? No, you're still gonna run it
Nope.
through the dishwasher.
Nope.
We are
I'm
carrying.
just gonna go to the tax firm and ask for another one when this one wears
Hey, I
out.
accidentally
Hey, listen,
pushed
I've
this
been
through the
paying my
dishwasher.
taxes. Can you give me another one of those?
You
please?
gave me one a couple years ago. I thought this was going to be like every year I pay my taxes.
I think I'm attributed some pretty good leadership skills. If you can go ahead and give that to me, that'd be great.
We are going to pick up where we left off with the last one. Again, it's kind of the theme for the entire month, and that is 2017's Mr. Miracle
Yeah.
by Tom King and Mitch Gerrits. And we are covering issues 4, 5, and 6 today, which will bring us up through the halfway point of our story.
Big old Berta on this cover.
Barda.
Barda.
Berta makes me think of
Berta's-
Birdo from the Mario games. You remember like the Super
Like the
Mario
little
Brothers
flapping
2?
bird thing?
No, okay. You remember the second Mario
Yeah,
game
yeah,
for
Yeah,
NES?
sure.
I love how you said sure, like you.
No, I do.
Oh, okay,
Absolutely. Yeah.
The pink dinosaur that shot eggs out.
Hmm.
His name is Birdo.
Oh, okay.
Also,
No, I did say I had an NES.
no, I know. Just sometimes when people
I got
say,
it from.
sure,
I got it from. I can tell you where I got it. The
I
whole thing.
believe you. No,
I got
no,
it
no.
from Target,
Okay.
and the reason I bought it from Target.
Is it because they were sold out of it somewhere else?
Nope.
Oh.
It's because no, they weren't sold out of them at the time. The NES was easy to get at one time, right?
All right.
But
Well, there was the video game crash in '85.
sure,
So
sure. So I'm talking NES was what, like
86, 87. It was a couple of years. It was right
Yeah,
after
it
that.
was right after
It's the first one that kind of, yeah.
But the reason I bought it at Target is because they didn't question returns. And so at the time, I was working at video stores because that's what I grew up working in, and we had a shrink wrap machine. And so I'd play the game till I finished it. I'd shrink wrap it, take it back, and trade it in for another game.
Okay.
Yeah, that was my NES experience. Yeah, and I was running a beta only store at the time. Yeah.
Fish?
Yeah, the only beta fish. That's it. And we couldn't even put them next to each other. It was terrible. They'd fight. Yeah, it was video, beta videos.
Yeah.
So nobody was coming in that damn store.
So you just
So I
played
just
what?
sat there and played what is it? Motocross, Moto Rider,
Excite Bike.
Excite Bike. I played Excite Bike a lot,
Yeah.
and then some Mario. Yeah,
Uh-huh.
and I was very excited when Mario 2 came.
So,
out.
okay. So the
Mario 3 was probably my favorite.
that is my favorite
Yeah.
too. So
Yeah.
I've talked.
Well, with the exception of the 64 version.
Okay.
That
see,
one's really good.
Yes. The 64 one is really good. My grandma and I played the third one together a
Mhm.
lot. So that's my favorite one too, with the different worlds
Yeah,
and the
yeah.
like. There's different cheats on.
That's
or
the
you
one with
call
the
it
little
cheats,
map,
but-
right?
Yeah, and you would run into the Hammer Bros randomly on there.
Yeah.
But no, so Birdo is the pink dinosaur from the second one.
I miss those simplistic consoles and games.
See, well, okay, so the Switch is kind of like that,
Is
but I
it?
will tell you that one of the more recent Mario games I played, it is platformery still,
Mm.
but it's either me being older or it is tougher now.
Mm.
But it's fun still.
I like 2D
And
stuff.
it
I
is
thought
so-
it was
So it's still like it's the 3D character, but it's still like 2D in like the platform. Like you're not in a 3D world on some of them. They did remake the Super Mario RPG from the Super Nintendo a couple months ago.
You're
and,
never
like,
gonna see me play an RPG. Just won't happen.
ever.
Nope.
No, okay.
Don't
You
care.
can't. No, there has to be.
I don't want to talk to a
Come
mage.
on.
I don't want to have to
No.
find a health pack.
But here's the thing. That's just not. RPGs aren't always involving. Like you can have like a modern RPG or a.
yeah. So you have to visit a politician rather than a mage
Well,
or
yeah,
something.
but I mean,
but it's the same concept.
It's the same kind of mechanics. It's just a role playing game. Have you ever
Mhm.
played Dungeons and Dragons?
I played it one time when I was a kid.
Did you not like it?
I guess I didn't because I never played it again. It's the same thing with Risk.
You don't like Risk?
No. No. That takes like 9 hours.
Well, aside from it being long,
Plus it's depressing.
which just you.
I'm going to nuke the rest of the world or whatever,
Only if you want to. I mean,
Well, yeah.
I guess kind of in Risk you have to. That is the goal, is to take over the rest of Risk
No,
or
Matthew,
the rest of the map.
Matthew that works here, he
Yeah.
loves Risk.
Yeah.
Loves it, but
Yeah.
plays it online. I didn't realize it was an online thing.
Yeah, I know. Like a lot of people on Steam and stuff play it. Yeah.
And he says it's fast now.
Yeah, well, because it's all on computer, like you don't have to wait to like, let me draw this card. Let me lean over and move my, like it's just all very automated. Is that
That's
a
what I
duck
think.
call?
That's what I think of it. Yeah,
I think it was a duck call.
that's what I think. That's
All
it.
right, we're gonna move on past that. I will tell you this last piece.
My
that
favorite video games. Can I tell you real quick?
Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
But
go
I said I love 2D.
Yeah.
Ghosts and Goblins,
on. Okay.
or
That game's tough.
Ghouls and Goblins, Ghosts and Goblins, whatever
Yeah.
it was. Yeah, I love that game.
Okay.
Contra.
Oh, that game's tough too.
Contra.
That's where the Konami code's from.
There are a lot of likes.
You know about the Konami code. Well,
up, down, left, right,
well,
whatever.
yeah. But it was left in there on accident
Yeah.
because it's the testing code. Like the game was
Yeah,
so
yeah, yeah,
tough for
yeah.
them to test and
Yeah.
play through that they added it so that the actual programmers testing it could play through, and they forgot to take it out, and so that's how they.
Joust.
Oh, that's okay.
What?
Nothing.
Say it.
I'm just.
What's wrong with Joust?
There's nothing wrong with joust.
You got to flap a lot.
Yeah, you're flying on an ostrich.
Yeah, in
jousting
hell
each other.
or whatever it
Yeah, I've
is.
never
Yeah,
understood the
it's-
landscape
it's a
of it.
terrible-
Trying to pop balloons.
Yeah, it's a terrible
I mean,
world.
it's good.
Think about if you lived
It's
in
an
that.
arcade classic.
What if you lived in any of those worlds? You know,
Um,
like you had to pop balloons on the back of an ostrich. That just doesn't seem like a place I want to live.
Like we play Mario, but
But maybe you don't know any different.
that's true. Well, if
You know?
that's what you're used to,
Yeah.
that's all you know.
Yeah, I got to get these balloons popped.
Yeah.
You got to let me go, man. I got to get these balloons
Balloons
popped by 5.
Or else I don't know what's going to happen.
I don't know what happens. It's like the guy in Lost. If I don't push the button, what happens?
Exactly.
Yeah.
We talked about this is going to be the end of this tangent, but it's brought me up. To start off, we talked about.
I was never a GoldenEye fan.
Are we talking about for N64?
Mhm.
Dude.
Yeah,
Okay, I
I
played
know.
it back then,
I know
and I
that puts me in a
loved it
different-
then.
I know that puts me in a different
And the
category.
pause music is
Yeah.
awesome still.
You ever seen the videos where the guy came up with the pause
Yeah,
music?
I love that. But they also like whatever you call that, when you remake something.
Re-screwed it up?
They repurposed it. I can't think of the word.
Reboot?
They remade, but also, for like the Xbox and stuff like that. And I played it, and it's cool now that if I can use the current day controllers, but like plugging up the N64 and booting it up, it is tough, and I don't know how I played it. It is not fun to play on the old 64.
It is
anymore.
hard. It was a very hard game, and I didn't like it because it was just so much to it. Same deal with like Resident Evil. I didn't like it because you were not always going forward.
Oh yeah,
That's what I didn't like. I want simple mechanics.
I got you.
Tecmo Bowl, I'll take
I
it.
love
Thank
Tecmo
you very
Bowl.
much.
All right, so that was our video game talk. Hope you enjoyed that.
Hope you enjoyed that.
let's
Come back
go
and see us
ahead.
again next week.
Let's go ahead and dive back into Mr. Miracle again. Issues 4, 5, and 6 today.
Sure you don't want to talk about like playing cards or something?
No, I mean
For a while?
we got to save something for the rest of the month.
Gotcha.
Just a kind of quick overlap to, I guess, catch you up if you haven't. Essentially, New Genesis and Apocalypse are at war. Orion, who is now the ruler of New Genesis, has gone crazy. I think it's kind of safe to say, mad with power. Scott,
That's perfect.
Scott, who is our main character, Mr. Miracle here, there's obviously something wrong with him inside. Like we
Yeah.
all have problems
Yeah,
with.
sure.
Whether it be there's something he's dealing with either mentally, or he thinks here that maybe Darkseid has infected him. Like this, there's a reason why I'm making these choices of self-harm, or I'm forgetting these things, or I'm,
Yeah.
things don't appear to be as they are. It's not because of my mental health and stuff. Like it's got to be because Darkseid did this. There's a disconnect between the two of them there. And we ended the last issue with Orion just beating Scott senseless while telling him that to look upon his face, for he is the face of God, as he's kind of full on entered crazy person mode. Aside from that, they killed Granny Goodness, and Oberon's been dead. We found that out too.
Throat cancer.
Exactly.
Hey, the mental health thing you were talking about, that's very poignant. In the fact that we do often like blame all the outside stuff. It's never us,
Uh-huh.
and so
and
that's very poignant.
Well, that's what about this whole thing when I try to explain to this, and I can tell you, issue 5. There's a lot of issues and parts of this book that kind of get to me, and issue 5 is one of them that does. But one of the things that is very poignant about this whole thing when I tell somebody about it is, usually they don't know about Mr. Miracle, so it's kind of hard to explain and be like, oh yeah, no, his superpowers, he escapes everything. But there's something that's just so poignant and not lost on me on the fact of he's a super escape artist who can't escape his own demons. Kind of in a way.
Sure.
Like even though he can get away from everything,
Yeah.
he can't get away from
No,
it.
that's
And it's just nice, kind of,
Yeah.
So we will open up issue 4
Well,
with
it brings that superhero world into the real world.
exactly.
Yeah.
And speaking of into the real world, I do love a lot of these real world scenes between Scott and Barda. It's a nice little bit of humor, but also kind of humanizing moment for all of this. So we pick up in issue 4 where they are back at their apartment on Earth, and you can see that it looks like Barda's been taking care of Scott. He's got bandages all over his face. He still has his wrist wraps
Still
up
has the
too.
wrist wraps, yeah.
So it's, not too, we're still probably just a couple months removed from the start of the book.
Yeah. He looks rough.
He does look rough.
And all we just hear is, again, I'll bring it up. It's the Kirby dialogue from the previous that matchup with. So this is issue 4 of 2017's run. The starting text here you can find in issue 4 of 1971's run, just taken verbatim.
Okay.
And it just kind of sets the scenes a lot of way and sometimes makes it seem out of place or even fits and frames very well. And it's all just really cool. But we start the scene where, as we said, Scott looks like he's been through the ringer. And all of a sudden, Barda is angry. We don't know we hear a boom, like a boom tube has gone up. Somebody's arrived at their apartment. Barda is angry. And we just hear, walk away. Barda, walk away. Like she's yelling at whoever has shown up there. Scott realizes somebody's here because he hears, I am here as the voice of High Father. And he's realizing it's Light Ray. What does he want? And he kind of gets up and gets out of bed to go see.
Light Ray.
Exactly. To go see what he wants. Here's another thing. We talk about it. He's wearing a Green Lantern, t-shirt here.
Yeah. The Green Lantern.
The Green Lantern.
Yeah,
Not
thank
the
you very
not the
much.
Yellow Lantern.
No.
He just kind of shows up though, and he's like, "Hey, Light Ray, like what's up?" Because he's just the ridiculous of it all. I think is not lost on Scott, and he's just while Bart is pissed off that they're already there for whatever it is. Scott's just kind of like, "Yeah, of course this would happen. All right, what do you want? I'm gonna get me some coffee." Like he's just not fazed by this at all. And Light Ray tells him, General Free, it is now declared that you are an agent of Darkseid, an enemy of the free and proud people of New Genesis. And after Light Ray tells him that, there's just a panel of like him blankly staring at Light Ray, and he just goes like, cool, I'm going to get coffee. Just like, all right, this is what it is. Barda just smacks Light Ray upside the head. And, Light Ray's just like, hey, I'm just a member of the High family. Or as a member of the High family, General Free has the choice of execution or a trial. That's, those are your two choices here. And Barda just keeps after everything, he says. She's just like, damn it, Light Ray. He's not an agent of Darkseid. She's just like, she's upset at him for even coming there and doing that.
Yeah.
And Scott, in a nice little joke, I think, too, especially after we got the last panel of Orion going on and on about, look at the face of God, is Scott's just casually pouring, coffee into his coffee mug that shows I am God, as he just, it's just like, as serious as Orion takes this, Scott is the complete opposite about all of it.
Yeah.
But he tells him essentially like, yeah, I'll take a trial. That's fine. And he's like, he tells him, can we just do it here? Like, I don't want to have to go to New Genesis.
Yeah,
he's
sure.
like, I got a show tomorrow.
Just get it over with. Come on.
He's like,
Let's go.
I got things to do here. I'm waiting on a delivery. Like, and Light Ray's just like, it's your choice. You have that privilege. And then Barda just smacks him again. And I do love the...
and she's not just smacking him.
She is punching the
She is
mess out of
punching
him.
the crap out of him.
And she kind of...
Bloody nose.
She kind of gets him one in the stomach, and he
yeah.
doubles over. And he says, you little... And it's just the expletive, but we can only assume.
Yeah.
And that is when, obviously, she kicks it into another gear and tells him to say it again, as you see her fists are now just bloody.
She looks a little pissed.
Yeah, rightfully so.
Just a little.
We leave that to then see the two of them are just kind of sitting on the couch as they're watching TV.
It's obviously nighttime.
And like they're just sitting there asking, and it's another very funny, just kind of human moment in this. And she's like, how many people do you think will be here for this trial? And he's like, I don't know. Orion, Light Ray's going to be there, a security guard like you and me. And he's like, I don't know. And she's like, well, maybe I'll run to the store and I'll get a veggie tray or something. Like that's, she goes,
she goes from being so pissed to
be
well,
like,
we got to do something
tray.
for the folks that are coming over.
Yeah. We get they're watching the Godfried again, who's the late night show host. And it's so the president's got himself in quite a tight bind. Yes, indeed. It's like written like that Carson stuff. And I kind of like that. I think it's safe to say that, to get out of this, he doesn't need a miracle. He needs Mr. Miracle. And it's just shown like they're making, corny little jokes as he kind of falls off. Then we see his next.
Well, you also get another Darkseid Is.
We do get another Darkseid Is of the impending doom that's kind of coming. We get Scott's next trick, which turns out to be him escaping being in a barrel that was hit by a train. Another little tidbit, because again, we get references to the world around him without it. They're Wayne Enterprises for the train. So it's always nice little DC nods of where it feels like this is happening in that same world, but we're focusing just on Mr. Miracle.
Yeah.
Then we get the trial itself.
Mm.
And
And they had to go to
Orion-
New Genesis.
no, they're doing it.
Oh, they're doing it there.
They're doing
yeah.
it there. That was
Oh, I
he had
see.
the right. Yeah,
The boom tube.
He was just like, hey, can we just do it here since I have that show and
Yeah.
I'm waiting on a. There's a funny thing. They're waiting on a delivery. It was brought up. But so Orion boom tubes in, and as soon as Barda sees him, we got a veggie tray. And sure enough, I love it's the picture of.
Yeah.
A lot of people got pissed about this. I think it's hilarious to try to use something to break up the tension that's in here. As silly as this.
A lot of people
'Cause
got pissed about what? The
about
veggie, tray?
You'll see later. Yeah.
Oh, please.
Yeah.
Come on.
No, people are weird. And
People
so
pick the weirdest things to get
they
outraged
are.
about.
I love like he's there, and as soon as Orion showed up, like Scott's just like sitting or standing, and Orion's like sit. He's like, all right, sitting. So it's just like a
Yeah.
joke from earlier.
Yeah.
Orion basically tells him like, all right, the audience may also be seated. Here's what we're gonna
What
do.
audience?
Barda, Light Ray, and the security guy.
Okay.
That's all of them. It's the 5 of them for this trial.
Mm.
Because Orion informs them that, I have to tell you, where is this at? I'm sorry. I'll just read. It is important to clarify at this point that though we are gods, even gods are bound by laws of the source. Do you not agree? And he's like, yeah, we're all bound by something, is what he tells them. And he goes, yes, exactly that. He's like, and the laws of the source dictate that in a trial of good, or of a god, the High Father is responsible for appointing the accuser, the defender, and the judge. Well, given these laws, I appoint myself to the position of accuser, defender, and judge.
Jeez.
Right?
What a turd.
So, and they just kind of accept that. And he's like, all right, let's go ahead and do this. He's like, shall we begin? And Scott, before they begin, goes, hold on, I'm going to get a carrot. And there's panels of him getting up, walking over, taking a dip, taking a bite.
Yeah.
And he's like, okay. Like,
I
it's
love
just
that.
like, yeah.
I love it because he just shows his absolute disgust for the whole thing.
Exactly. Of like, yes, this is ridiculous.
If I'm
The
going to
fact-
do this, I'm going to eat a carrot.
Exactly. He's like,
Yeah.
you're judge, jury, and executioner. All right, let's go ahead and do this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I find it really ridiculous that he has to wear a suit
Yeah.
the whole time, right? Like his
Well,
little-
I'm thinking. I like to think that they just showed up from his gig, and that,
Yeah.
and he's like,
Well,
I don't have time to change.
either
it."
that or they said this is a formal thing.
And
You
he
have
was
to wear your suit. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the way I took it. Yeah.
So,
You think that's ranch?
yeah, no,
in
it's
the
got to
middle?
be ranch.
Okay.
Yeah, for sure.
All
That's
right.
usually what it's
Good.
in most
Yeah.
veggie trays.
Yeah.
He tells him that as we're all aware that Darkseid has the anti-life equation, it would suggest at this point that the war continues in our own minds. Where is he? Oh, he's just rambling on, and Bart is like, all right, where are you going with this? Like, we aren't here to
Yeah.
sit and listen
Yeah.
to you
Yeah,
gab
yeah,
and
yeah.
gab all day. And Orion goes, do I need to ask you to leave? And she goes, and that's when Scott's like, Barda, it's like, let him have it. And she's,
Yeah.
fine.
Sure.
It's all, nobody wants to be there. They're just all kind of disgusted with it. And he says, every statement is either true or false. If it weren't, it wouldn't be a statement. General Free, I'm going to list a number of statements, and you will identify the statements as either true or false. Which there's already a little bit of fallacy in
Yeah.
that.
No kidding, right?
But he's just like, okay. And so something that's really well done while they're doing all this is when we have that distortion of reality of where you can't tell and it feels like Scott's off. We get that old kind of like, VCR weird traction part.
Yeah. You get the traction.
And it's used very well throughout this
Tracking.
whole scene of doing it.
tracking.
And he tells him that, I'm interested in beliefs. I'm not interested in your doubts. That's why I want to know just true or false. And he's like, all right, we begin. You confess that you believe Darkseid had infected you. True or false? And he goes, true. And he goes, all right.
And that's while he's got
He's
a tracking issue.
Yeah. And then he goes, you accuse the High Father of being similarly infected. Like when he was telling, like, maybe
I
he
see.
got to
Yeah.
Dad. Maybe he got
Yeah.
to you. Or he's
Yeah.
gonna- And he goes, true. And he goes, the High Father is an agent of Darkseid. And he goes, I don't know.
And he gets
that-
really messed
Yeah,
up.
when he has that doubt,
Yeah.
it's like you can see like he's
Yeah.
unaware, and he's like,
Yeah.
again, your lack of knowledge will not save or condemn you. Only your beliefs can. So he, tries to restate it, and he's telling me, he's like, come on, how am I supposed to know if he was or not? And he goes,
Yeah.
tell me what you believe. So we get this nice
Is that,
little.
is that what you should be tried on? Your beliefs?
That's what he's doing
Yeah,
here on
that's
this.
rough.
So he goes, then again, what do you believe? The High Father is an agent of Darkseid, true or false? And he goes, true. I don't know.
may be true because
Yeah.
he's just telling him.
Sure.
And then he goes, all right. So he's asked it again, the question again. And this time he just says true because he knows what he's going for. He goes, I'm an agent of Darkseid. True.
Yeah, and he's messed up again.
Yeah. And he's like, you can tell like it's kind of knocking Scott off a bit. And he goes, you are. And he says, false. And he goes, an agent of Darkseid would deny being an agent. True. So an agent would also like, would try to make me think that it was me. True. Like he's basically painting him to a corner of where everything he go, and it comes back to around to where, therefore you could be an agent of Darkseid.
Yeah.
True. Right. Like, and he's getting more and more frustrated.
It's like the Red Scare.
You can kind of tell on his face, and he's just kind of losing it. And he goes, you killed Granny Goodness. And Scott says, false. And he's like, all right, Big Barda killed Granny Goodness. True. And he's like, you saw Light Ray kill Forager. True. Forager deserved to die. And that's where he's like, I don't know. And then he gets yelled at again for, I don't want your, about that time we hear a ding again. I love that they have these moments to just kind of break up this super heavy tension between the two. And it's the doorbell goes off and Barda's like, oh, it's the door. I got that. The delivery. And she just comes and throws the box down on their table. And she goes, I think it's that microphone for the machine. Yeah, okay. Like, like it's just so randomly.
Yeah.
And then we just go, it shows us
just the box.
Just the box. And then we go right back into the trial. Like, I love these beats of comedy to kind of break up the seriousness of it. So then he tells him, like, Orion.
I wish they could do this in movies.
Oh, right. It's so great. And he's just like, all of this, it's a trap. Like he tells him that. Like, I feel like all of this is. And he's like, I'm the High Father, and you will address me as such. And he tells him, I escape from traps. And then Barda's kind of getting ready, and she goes, say go, Scott, and we go. Like they're getting ready to kind of like, we're not going to have to deal with this. And then kind of Light Ray kind of builds up his little like his Light Ray. And he's like, yeah, say go. It's kind of like a little threatening there. And Orion says, of course it's a trap. Everything's a trap. We're all bound. Remember, Scott Free, we're all bound to something. And he uses what he told him earlier to come back to him. And kind of Scott hangs his head knowing that he used his own words against him. Yeah. And he's like, Scott, and he goes, my name's not Scott Free. And he goes, that's just what Granny called me when I was little. Because I kept getting out and running after she hurt me. She'd capture me again and she'd laugh and she'd call me Scott Free. And my name's not Mr. Miracle either. He's like telling him like, that's just the name of this guy, the performer who I met here on Earth. Yeah. Like I just took over his thing. He's just like, my real name, I don't even know. Like I should have asked High Father, but he never gave me one and he was young and I never asked him. I don't know. And he's just like, he's having this moment. He's like, he didn't even give me a name. Yeah. Why didn't he? It's a very he's having that moment, just realizing over him being called Scott Free and thinking about his name for a moment.
It was just a moment of realization.
Exactly. And so you can
just like do not put in the dishwasher.
Exactly. Yeah. And so Scott just kind of sinks and Orion uses that moment to kind of start asking questions again. So he's like, you hate our father, true or false? Well, obviously in this moment, like he's like, true, fine. Yeah. And he's like, you hate me. And he kind of turns and looks him dead in the eyes on that one and says, true. And he's like, you hate New Genesis. True. You hate Apocalypse. True. You hate your career. True. Like he's just trying, you hate your childhood. You hate your life. True. You hate yourself. True. You hate God. True. Like he's just going through all of this. And he's like, right now, all you feel is hate. Hate made you doubt my reign as High Father. True. Hate made you accuse me of treason. True. Hate made you doubt everything. It made you escape everything. Hate made you kill yourself. True. Like he's just going on and on. He's like, you hate you. The anti-life equation is hate. True. You are the anti-life equation is what he finally says. Wow. And he's just like, I, and Scott snaps. Rightfully so. Just kind of like when you see somebody, like we've all been there, either the one ourselves or watching somebody else do it when they put the finger in somebody else's chest and they just keep poking and poking and poking until it's not enough. Yep. Or until it's too much. Yep. And Scott lashes out and he does. And he knocks Orion to the ground to the point of where you can see, and I love the way that they draw it, is you can see the general shock and fear in Orion's eyes of not realizing like, oh shit, I did something. And then the realization of Scott realizing that he acted out of character and it just crushing him after that then too. We get the veggie tray though again.
Well, he goes right into Barda's arms.
Yeah, and he's
too.
just sobbing.
He's just he's broken.
Yeah. We do have such a heavy moment, and again, I like it. The veggie tray just to kind of a little bit. Orion goes over, grabs a carrot, eats it, and he goes. And I love the way they drew this too, because they make it look like he's doing such a hard thing.
Yeah.
Like it's such a strain on him as he goes, guilty. You were judged guilty. And he tells him, as I cannot contain you, Mr. Miracle, you will report to my throne in 3 days where I will perform your execution. And so we end as Scott is just like crying in Barda's arms as everybody just kind of just leaves to set the scene.
Yeah.
And it's a very telling at the end of it's just Scott just goes, I can't, because he's trying to tell her that he can't escape. And just, I know.
Yeah.
And that's where it ends.
Yeah. That is super
It's
heavy.
yeah. So it sets up just this. So he is now gone from obviously something is wrong with him to now being accused of.
Well, now everything's wrong around him.
You know? Yeah, it's not just him now. Everything in life is wrong. It can't just be something that he can just be like, oh no. It's something else. This did it, or I can just put it off and not think about it.
He has to confront it.
Exactly.
Now.
I have the war to fight. I have this. No, now you're gonna die in 3 days because of this.
I gotta go get in a barrel on train tracks. Whatever. Whatever it is. Yeah.
And so it brings us to something very real and very heavy for Scott. And oddly enough, the perfect place to take a break. So when we come back, we'll wrap up with issues 5 and 6 of Mr. Miracle right here on Bros, Foes, and Heroes.
Enjoy this word from Polar Camel.
All right, welcome back in. I know Mike always laughs when I do that. It's just because I kind of have to like get in a zone.
Yeah. No. And again, I'm not laughing at you. It's the process, and I do the same thing.
Yeah.
Like every single show that I do, I'm like, "Hey there, everybody!"
Yeah.
You know, and that
it's just
kind
like
of
it's like the build up. It's like a sports reference. Pitchers with their wind up. You got to get that wind.
Well, it's like taking a big breath before you breathe out. You know, I mean, you have to. Okay, I'm in this spot now.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So we're going up to wrap up our part 2 of Mr. Miracle, covering issues 5 and 6 here to bring us to the halfway point. We just found out that Scott has been sentenced to execution by his brother, or his brother,
his cousin.
Quotes, yeah. We get the first of kind of there's a lot of Jack Kirby like Easter eggs through this. If you want to look through it. This one is very on the nose. It's very
his actual,
Yeah. What we have here, and there's a lot of moments, and a couple in this issue for sure, of that kind of that do some revisionist history in a way when it comes to Jack Kirby and just things about him. What we have here is Scott and Barda are essentially enjoying his last day on Earth. Is what it is. That's what issue 5 is of them together.
Sure.
And there's a couple moments in this book that just kind of get to me. And one of them is this page here. It's the very first one. And so they're at, what is it? What is the theater with the Walk of Fame and all the stars on there?
Grauman's Chinese Theater.
So that's the theater that's there. And they're standing on the walk, a Walk of Fame essentially. And it's, Mr. Miracle and Big Barter there because they are getting their own. Like it shows Scott like putting his hands down on like a new one, and Bart is there too, and they're all waving. And there's some dialogue that goes on between the two of them. And I always like it that when Mr. Miracle talks, it's always yellow and red, and Barda it's blue and red. So are blue and yellow, so you can kind of tell who's who through this without having to see them and know the conversation going on. And Scott kind of tells her like, you could ask me, and I would stay. I'd fight instead of that. That's all you got to say is stay. I go to war. I swear I do it. And she's just like, I can't, Scott. Like I told you, I can't be that. I'm not your way out. You got to do this for yourself. So she's like, all I can do is be your wife. Come on. Tomorrow's your last day. What do you want to do? And that sets up the rest of the issue. But the visuals.
She's very happy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I
guess she's putting on that front.
She's trying to put on that front from him. She has a moment in this one too. And the bit of revisionist history we get is Stanley does have a star on the Walk of Fame. Jack Kirby does not, obviously. But what it does here instead is it remembers it with Jack having one instead. And there's a nice little moment of like Mr. Miracle's hand in Kirby's.
Yeah. And I like how Kirby's is bigger than his.
Exactly.
Just by a little bit.
Yeah. But kind of like as like a father and son kind of in a way.
Yeah.
But
Creator.
it has.
It's almost like the
exactly
Da
the
Vinci
thing.
thing.
Yeah. And that's what I think it's meant for, which is really cool.
Yeah.
And it has his signature there that they took from something. And the 1972, I'm pretty sure, is when this issue would have come out then. So that's why the signature is 72. Now, the quote underneath it is a quote attributed to Jack Kirby from, I can't remember who told, and I'm sorry for giving credit this, but there's a story that an artist told at one point in time that he'd gone to a convention, at one point in time that Kirby was at.
Yeah.
And he was showing him all of this work and he loved all the Kirby stuff, and he really wanted to work in comics. And like Kirby was looking at him and stuff, and he's like, dude, why do you want to do that? Like, go draw for this, go do that. And it's like, you don't want to do comics, kid. Comics will break your heart.
Yeah.
And that's the quote that's on there.
Yeah. Does it say 100 comics will break your heart?
No, it just says kid.
Oh, kid. Okay.
Comics will break your heart.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't doubt that.
Yeah.
Look at all the stuff that he was not allowed to do. Yeah.
Exactly. So
that's a tough place to be too when you're an artist, but you're in a corporate environment like that,
Yeah, where you're trying to create new stuff and it's being and you just kind of have no control.
They just don't
there.
want it. They don't want your creativity or whatever.
And it's very fitting that it's like this is the issue with a lot of Jack Kirby. So you would think if Jack shows up, who would show up a lot then too in this?
Yeah,
it would be
Stan.
Funky Flashman. So it'd be Stan. The thing is, Funky here in this book is not like the Funky that we met.
Okay.
In a sense, he loves to use those big words. He loves to oversell things. Like we saw it a little bit with how he introed.
Yeah.
He's still there, but you'll see a little bit later, not in this issue, you see a little bit later, he's not as big of a buffoon and idiot as he was, before.
Yeah.
And it's used later on to attempt, I think, by the pair at least a little bit to mend or at least to make it this relationship just a little bit more palatable.
Sure. I get that. Yeah.
So the two of them kind of get back in the limo as they're leaving the theater, and Funky's in there with them, and he's like, all right, that couldn't have gone better, guys. Here's what he goes, oh, things couldn't be better. Working now for New Genesis doing PR. He's telling them like, hey, I'm doing PR. It's going great. The only thing that stinks though is, you're Mr. Miracle. You're super popular, but you're about to die. That's going to be a big problem for us, right? Like he's just kind of telling him this. And Scott and Bart are just like, oh my goodness, what's going on? Like he's like, all right, I got a problem, or I got a solution for this. Now here's what you got to do, right? Funky's gonna tell you, just listen to old Funky. Here's the angle you're gonna take: suicide. He's like, oh, you're on the record. You tried it once, so this, you said that you tried to, so why not just lean into that, right? This is what you're gonna do. This time, it's you putting it in your own hand. You're taking it out of everybody else's. Like that's what kind of Funky's doing. Yeah.
Can you tell me why Scott has like a full face of facial hair now?
Just showing the time passing.
Okay.
Yeah,
All
like
right.
he's
okay.
Well, here's the thing too. I don't know about you, and I think it's part of it is obviously Scott not feeling like himself and stuff too.
Okay.
Like it's slowly growing
Just
over
been
time.
growing. Yeah, I get it now. Okay.
I think mentally,
Well, the
how,
depression.
how unkempt he
You're not
is.
exactly taking care of yourself.
He's not worried about that. Yeah. And so like that's what Funky's doing, and both of them are like, "What are you like? This is
sure."
And he's like, see, that's your way out of it. Got it. And he's like, we have another like kind of distortion over this whole talk too. Like, we don't know what's real and what's not, but we show the two of them. They go back to their hotel room or to their condo, and they decide, hey, why not? Last day on Earth.
Yeah.
Time for a little sexy time. Makes sense. I will say this is a place to do it. There's a lot of religious, what do you call it? Imagery.
Imagery, iconification,
iconography. Yeah, especially since, and it makes sense because Scott there is a biblical, God's son kind of aspect to it.
Sure.
But even in the sexy time, I felt like there was just a little bit. His mask, obviously, nicely used too, because you can't show cartoon or comic penis
no
because people will lose their mind. They did it for Batman and Batman Damned.
Did they?
Yes. So have you not heard this story?
They showed Batman.
So DC made like a book. It was called DC Black Label, and it was supposed to be more mature, more content, stuff like that. And there was just a scene of where it's like Batman just like changing like out of one to another. And it's just seen over, and they just drew like the shadow of his.
Yeah.
And everybody lost their minds. They had to recall it, go back, black it out, and send it out without the
How weird
Batpeen silhouette.
Batpeen.
Yeah. Anyway,
No.
I always love Barda has him tied up to the bed, and he tells her, "I can always escape," and she goes, "Oh, can you now?" And it's just a nice little tease, and then we get. I love how that they did. It's just obviously not like connected, but it does a good job of showing it
A lot
and still
of faces
keeping that
and
nod.
eyes and
You know what's going on.
faces.
Yeah, you know what's going on. And this, you might be like, man, that is a lot of panels for this.
That is.
It'll be important later.
Okay.
We go and see that they've gone to the graveyard to see Oberon one last time. They take him flowers. And that's where we see the last name Kurtzberg, which was Jack Kirby's real last name.
Yeah.
I love that they're trying to figure out they're gonna, where they're headed. They need to head. They live in California, and they need to get on the 101 to head downtown. And Barda asks her mother box because they use it like an Alexa, like, "Hey, how long?" And she's like 73 minutes. And she's like, "Oh my goodness, every hour's rush hour. Like, what is up with this?"
Sure.
And then she goes, "Mother box, how long would it take for us just to boom there?" And it's just like, 3 seconds. But here it goes. Earth to Earth boom tube travel holds the possibility of shearing the fabric of space time, possibly critically wounding your current reality. And Bart is just like, 73 minutes? It might be worth it.
Yeah.
Like, it's just the kind of.
Yeah.
There's another really funny moment, a really dark kind of humor moment, but the two of them are driving to wherever they're headed. And Scott's kind of just like, "Hey, do we have a song?" And Bart is like, "We met in like the X pits, like they're these torture pits. What do you mean, do we have a song? We met to the sound or to the moans of the damned," is what she says. And Scott just goes like, "Oh yeah. Hey, Mother Box, can you play Moans of the Damned?" Like that's the song. And the Mother Box asks him to specify. And he goes, "The pits about 10 years back." And it starts playing. You just see, "No, God help me. Why? God, make it stop." Please. Like, it's people just like begging.
That's the soundtrack.
And they're just laughing. There's like, the memories kind of.
It's a soundtrack for their road trip.
It is. I love the fact, like, obviously it's done to extreme variance here.
Yeah, sure.
But it's just showing you, like it is with all of us, it's just two messed up people who like found a way to.
Yeah.
And it's the things that they bond over.
Absolutely.
And I think it's hilarious in that the fact that they're loving. There's also one that somebody pointed out when I was looking through and researching this, where it says yes, yes, yes. Either somebody is really into it, or maybe that's Granny who's super excited.
Could be.
They go out to a diner and he has his favorite sandwich. They go and
What's
they
his
look at a
favorite
fountain.
sandwich?
It is where it's a number
Looks like a
19.
pastrami.
No, he has a cup of cabbage soup with it. Does it say the sandwich? It just says number 19.
Oh, okay.
He just says this is the best sandwich in all the world.
Best.
Yeah, but he doesn't say what. But a cup of cabbage with it. They go to a fountain.
Cup of cabbage.
Yeah, they go to a fountain. They go to like a carnival. Like they're just spending time together.
They want a Wonder Woman.
Yeah, I love there's this point where he is terrible. Oh, he's wearing a Flash t-shirt. Like it's all like, again, like it's the world exists.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and at this fair, they're throwing baseballs and all the stuffed animals.
All the plushies are all like the DC heroes and stuff. And he keeps throwing and missing. And he tells her like, "Hey, I made you a promise on our honeymoon. I promised you I was going to win one of these. Like, I'm going to do it." And he's like, "You're getting that prize." And he's like, "For all the money." And he throws and misses it. And it shows him taking a picture and her holding it. And he's like, "See, a promise kept." And she goes, "I'm not sure this counts." And he's like, "What do you mean? We got the prize." And she goes, and I love this point. He goes, "You were given the prize in exchange for calling the prize giver's girlfriend and saying," and I quote, "This is Mr. Miracle, and I can't escape noticing Hassan loves you."
Oh, Lord.
And he's like, "A prize is a prize."
Are these, those boxes, are they like
when you're
facial
taking
recognition?
Yeah, for
kind
like
of
when
thing?
you're taking a picture. See, because he goes to adjust like the screen, and there's
so it's like they're in a photo booth.
Yeah, like they're set, or he's setting his phone up to take a picture.
Yeah, gotcha.
I love all the different ways that Mitch Gerrits draws the scenes in these because it's just so it's so great to see. But like you said, and pointed out, like it has that like you're looking at through a phone screen kind of.
Well, but the
almost.
reason I'm asking is sometimes it recognizes his face, sometimes it's both of them, sometimes it's just Barta.
It's just him.
But there's the one right here in the middle where it recognizes like
Everything,
four
yeah.
different boxes. And I wonder if that is a message of some kind.
Ooh.
I don't know. I don't know what happens in
but
this thing, but
there's
that
I
to
never
me
noticed
seems
that.
like it would be a thing.
I never noticed that, but there is
Yeah.
something like that that could be. There's things
Okay.
I've read this multiple times,
Yeah.
and there's still things I'm like, oh, I didn't notice that.
Yeah.
So they have this really nice. They leave the carnival and they're on this beach, and they have this very existential, like super thoughtful, deep
Yeah,
conversation about
Like in the
Scott.
Notebook.
Yeah, no, but I mean, like we're talking about like Descartes. We're talking about like he's having just this crisis
Sure.
about
Sure.
God, if God exists, then he's the good. Like he's always the better choice. Like he's just going through trying to, without getting into all of this, because it's a lot and it's all very heavy kind of.
Mhm.
It's him kind of like questioning his reality and trying to
Mhm.
figure out like, what do I do? And
As
like,
well he should.
like, do I exist? What is real? What is not real?
Yeah.
It's like this whole
Yeah.
kind of just this existential moment that he's having
I
there.
think if you knew that was your last day, that you would naturally
Exactly.
be that way. If you're not, then you're a psychopath, I would think.
yeah.
But maybe that's why you're being executed. I don't know.
Yeah, so maybe, but there's things without God I don't exist, and if I exist, then God. Like he's just having this whole like just existential, just trying to figure things out, and throwing different, I guess philosophers and stuff in there too,
Yeah,
when he's trying
sure.
to figure it out.
Sure.
And then it shows the two of them going. They're stuck in traffic, headed somewhere else, and that's Barta asks him. She goes, "You said you could escape anything. Escape this. Our last day on this planet, and we're stuck on the 10. Like come on."
Yeah.
They decide to go up to
Lookout Mountain.
that's essentially where they're going, and they're just talking about maybe we should have taken this. Oh, maybe. And she's like, well, at least it's kind of pretty with all like the
Mhm.
lights here and stuff. And she's tearing up a bit. You can kind
Sure.
of see that.
Sure.
But Scott still just kind of has a sad,
It's
forlorn
finally
face.
getting to her.
Yeah, and then they get there on top of and they're looking out amongst all the city lights, and Scott goes, "Okay, I admit, I thought it would be better." And she's like, "Why'd you think?" He's like, "I thought there'd be more stars." And she's like, "Yeah, well, we still have the valley." And he's like, "No one finds the meaning of life in the valley." Like what,
Yeah.
And he's like, "All right, we should probably go home, get some sleep." And she just kind of rolls her eyes and is like, "All right." And that's now you can see very well done where it's kind of finally hit Scott.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So
Yeah, they're both.
yeah,
They've reached the end here.
here's what I also love too, because it's bookended by this,
Mhm.
and it's done two completely different ways. Because the first one, when we have two, I guess, kind of sex scenes in this
Mhm.
book,
Mhm.
and the first one is done more playful, more
Yeah, this
adventurous. This one's more deeper, more emotional, and you can
Yeah,
tell because
yeah.
it's Scott trying to comfort Barta, who is obviously breaking down, and
Sure.
then they have a moment.
Yeah.
So it's completely different than before.
Well, and during that moment, you also get another
you
one.
do
of
get a
the-
little bit of a
yeah, static.
tinge in reality.
Yeah.
We don't know what's going on, what's there. And then as they're there, it shows him like they're asleep in bed. Scott
Mhm.
can't sleep. Barta's out, and we get a dark side is because obviously,
Well, you get a boom.
oh, you get a
Number one,
boom
and
as
then you
he's
get a
laying there
dark
waiting.
side
A dark
is,
side
yeah.
is because that it's hit him. It's
Yeah.
like that it's coming.
So that's the boom tube.
Yep. And he gets up and he's standing there shirtless and it's funky. And he's like, okay, here's the plan. I got a camera crew downstairs. Before these young gentlemen escort you to your death, you're going to go down there and you're going to tell them, like, hey, this is what we're going to do. Don't worry. It's all High Father approved. I got this. And Scott's like, yeah, I'm going to go get dressed. He's just kind of defeated. And so he goes and it's him putting on his Mr. Miracle outfit. And he goes, all right, let's go. And he's like, all right, Mr. Miracle, you look like a miracle. And he's just going on. He's like, here's what we're going to do. This time, with the help of the great deity himself, Orion the High Father, you're going to be able to, we're going to perform the world's greatest feat. And they're escorting him out. He goes, and then we just wait for applause. As Funky's still pushing the same agenda he had before.
Sure.
And about that time, you see a bolt of lightning go through one of the guards' head as it like kills them. As we have Kirby's kind of narration over it. You know him, I know him, everybody gets to know him. A funky Flashman. I'm saying this one too. It's because it's from the issue that we covered of
Yeah.
Mr. Miracle.
Yeah.
That's why it's in there. The question is, do we need him? Question mark. And it shows then the Cosmic Club come across and smack the other security guard across the head. And she just Barda has bludgeoned him essentially with that club. And again, I love how Mitch Gerards is really good at showing gore without having to show you all the gore. Like, she did some work with it just being the splatter there.
Yeah, she just beat the hell out of
And
people.
then she turns her attention to Funky and she's going towards him and she smacks Funky clear across the face. And you can't tell me this isn't a little heavy-handed nod in front of the cover of Mr. Miracle #1.
Oh, sure.
So, anyway, just a little bit. And she's standing there. Barda is naked, covered in blood now. And she just says one word to Scott, and that's stay. And it's just a big, badass moment of, we've talked about it before, of Barda coming to his rescue.
Yeah.
So now the two of them have decided, all right, I guess we got to go talk to Orion about, I'm not going to be executed. That's not how this is going to go.
So this is
issue 6. This is where we're going to close it.
All right.
Take us to the halfway point.
Okay.
They load the bodies of the 2 guards that they killed. Funky is still alive. You can kind of see him locked up, like he's in one of the traps back there, but he's still alive.
Yeah.
But the 2 guards that they did deal, they throw in the flamer, which is a machine that Scott has down there, and it just incinerates them.
Yeah.
Obviously, something from one of his previous tricks, I'm assuming. And I love the way that they shoot this whole, they put together this whole issue.
Yeah.
Because it is a very serious. Well, I'll get into it when we're there. Excuse me. So the 2 of them get ready and they boom tube to New Genesis to go talk to Orion. We get a nice little, like, it makes me think of Star Wars, but not necessarily Star Wars exactly as much as like the Family Guy versions of Star Wars where they're making fun of it, of like 2 stormtroopers just sitting there having conversations. These 2 gods are like, oh, but I love them both. And one of them was like, oh, stop it. Come on. Like, waiting for them to get there to be executed.
Yeah.
And they show up and they're like, Mr. Miracle, like, is that you? And when the 2 of them arrive, you would think that, all right, they're getting ready for whatever this fight is. We just see speech bubbles of, look at the kitchen. We don't need that much kitchen. And the 2 of them are like, all right, you guys halt. And then another one's like, I know we said we would cook, but we don't. Like, the 2 of them are having a conversation about the kitchen. And as soon as like it appears, you see those little discs that Scott flies on sometimes just decapitate both of the guards there. And it's a conversation between the 2 of them, of Barda and Scott, about their apartment. And she's like, we're not going to take classes at souffles all night. I can barely do an omelet. And Scott's like, but I like your omelets.
Yeah.
Like, they're having all these just regular conversations.
Just as they're going through and eliminating people.
Yeah, and she tells them like, oh, we have a counter that has all that stuff. If we didn't have a counter, we wouldn't have that stuff for it. Like, and Scott's like, well, where am I going to put my magazines? Like, they're just having these real conversations as they're breaking through, because it's like them cutting through this giant wall to get through. You can see it slowly crack through before they appear on it. And he's like, I like my magazines. And the whole thing is them escaping through all these security measures that New Genesis has while they're just having just a plain ass conversation about all these.
Yeah, it's like a Mission Impossible thing with all the lasers and all the stuff.
Exactly. And she's just like,
I love the colors too.
Oh, it's so great the way they do it. I also love, and we haven't talked about the colors much too, but when he's sad and forlorn, they do a really good job of like the muted blues and just there's a very sad. And when it's happy and vibrant, it's a good job of being like bright and flashing. So it balances that really well. I love that as they're going through all this, there keeps being these like, warning, you are not allowed here. Warning, lasers will obliterate you now. And then like we see it happen. But like they swung a guard in the way of it, so it's electrocutes the guard. It's things like that while they're still talking back and forth about it. And Barda's telling him like, we have too much stuff. And he's like, what do you mean? And she's like, I don't know. Sometimes growing up in the X pits, I didn't have anything, and now that I can have stuff, I have stuff just to have stuff. Like I don't, they're just having all these real kind of conversations. And he's like, kind of like, okay, fine, whatever. Scott's like, but there's meaning behind this stuff. And he's like, she asked him about all of Oberon's cigar boxes he's kept. And he's like, well, I mean, but he liked those. And she's
Yeah.
like, there's naked ladies on all of them. We can't keep them. Like,
Yeah, sure.
just these weird kind of funny conversations the two of them
Yeah,
would
it's
have
just regular everyday stuff.
as they're
Yeah.
crawling through like vents
Mhm.
and they're having to escape from tide dragons.
Ooh,
And
those are beautiful. Those panels.
the coloring of it.
Oh my
yeah.
gosh,
Here, I'll
they're
go back on that.
underwater. Yeah, it's gorgeous.
See, and I love how even they keep it's a full page,
Yeah.
but they keep the 9.
Yeah.
And in an aspect like that, it does very well of still feeling like
Mhm.
a cell,
It
kind of
feels
like
big.
a prison. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's still
Well, that's true. Yeah.
like he feels trapped and claustrophobic, but it
Yeah.
still is able to give you a big full picture. And I just kind of love that. And the coloring is gorgeous. I do find a nice little we talked about in the story how this is the fourth world is what they refer to it as.
Mm.
And the two guards are talking, and one of them was like, so if we're the fourth world, what were the first 3? And the other guy's like, it doesn't work like that. And he's like, well, if there was a fourth, then there's a first world, right?
Yeah.
And he's like, what? Do you not know anything about theology? Like the two of them are just having this conversation there. And you see like the color change behind the little
Yeah.
water while they're
Yeah.
there. And they hear it crack and they both kind of turn around and go, huh? And the water just floods through.
Well, color changes to like a pink or a red.
Yeah,
Yeah.
from the water.
Because it's blood at this
And it
point.
kind of comes through and you just hear and it's Barda and Scott kind of fall through after. And Barda's like, so if we get rid of the stuff and put other stuff there, we don't need the closets then.
Yeah.
Like they're still just going
Yeah,
on about
yeah.
this. And the other two are just kind of like confused guards just looking at him. And Scott's like, or she's like, my closet's not to need. And she's like, I know, but you were the one complaining. He's like, I'm not complaining. Like they're just having this real conversation. And they just finally take out the guards that are there. Then Barda's like, and then what we can do is we can bring in the living room and turn that to another bedroom. And Scott's like, why do we need another bedroom? Like, my goodness, we already have an inflatable mattress for when we have company. Like, who's going to stay in this? Like, it's them battling all through this and they're
Yeah.
just having more and more. And
This is just a daily married couple
exactly.
conversation.
She
yeah.
goes, you can handle a smaller living room. Because he's like, where are we
Yeah.
going to sit? And she's like,
Yeah.
we have too much space now. And she's like, yeah, okay, I'm not in a box. But like, I see what you're. And he's just like trying to justify why he needs this. And she's just like, come on, Scott. Like, warnings are where is this at? Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I didn't not like having space. So I learned to have space. That's what I'm talking about.
Mhm.
Then the two of them are sitting there going back and forth. I'm trying to remember what all of this is with all these conversations. Why aren't you affected by it? Why don't you? It haunts me. I'm sorry. I got to remember in between this, they do have some development for Scott. Stuff that happens to you when you're a kid, all that bad stuff, it's a warning. Rejecting it or not wanting it or whatever, it's not the same as being captured by it. It's not, right? Like, I did not like having space. He's talking about now when she's like, why are you so worried about us closing in?
Yeah.
He's like, I like my space.
Yeah.
He's like, so I learned to like having space.
Yeah.
Like, that's kind of all I need. And she's like, warnings are just people telling you what to do. You make your own life. And he's like, do you? Like, he's just kind of having this thought, like, do you make your own life out of this?
Sure.
He's questioning a lot of this. And he's like, why aren't you affected by it? Why don't you, like, this stuff haunts me. Like, it bothers me more than it does you, apparently, our childhood, it seems like. And she's like, what did Granny say every time? Every horror? What did she say, Scott? I love you. She said she loved me. And she goes, and you believed her? And Scott's like, well, my father, who is God, had just given me away to the devil. What did I know about believing?
Mhm.
And she says, you did. You thought it was all love because of your father, who is God, because he showed you to expect love. And I was in the pit, and there was no God or father. I didn't expect anything. Granny's words were more noises among the screams. You don't believe noises. And it has that moment of where Scott's just kind of like oh damn, because they've been having this conversation the whole time of like making all these things. And they're going over this pit where he's having to like tightrope walk.
Yeah.
And it does such a good job of showing like the change in tone of where it's silence then for a good while of him trying to process.
Mhm.
I'm like, oh, I guess she kind of has a point on some of that.
She does have a point.
And he just brings it back up and he's like, so half a living room. And she's like, it'll work. they're having to deal with like a room kind of collapsing on them. It's all these just different
Wow,
traps
look
that
at
you would think.
That's so cool.
And I love the way he draws it because it
panels
gets
get
smaller and smaller,
yeah.
by more allowing a
Yeah.
little bit more white into the panel
Yeah.
each time until the last panel is completely
That
white.
is super cool.
The art for this series is amazing. Like I can't stress enough just how much I love Mitch Jared's arts in the.
It just shows so much movement and
I
intention.
bought-
You know,
I have. I think it's not Vision. I think it's Rorschach. I could be off. It's either Rorschach or it is Vision. It's the one that the two of them worked on together, and the only sole reason I bought it without even knowing about it was because it was the two of them working together. Because I think it just works so well on this.
Yeah.
Anyway, so they're talking about, all right. She goes, all right, the blow up mattress is fine, but I want a bedroom off the living room. And he's just like, well, what about our bedroom? And she's like, yeah, that would still be our bedroom. And he's like, all right, then who's living off the living room? Like, who's in the new room? Or she goes, next to the bathroom. And they're finally to Light Ray. They've made it through all the traps and they're finally at the end. I think you know where this is headed. And she's like, it'll be nice. And he's like, who's in this other bedroom? Like, he just can't.
Yeah.
She's like, I promise. And they have this moment of where they're fighting Light Ray, and Light Ray kind of bests both of them through there, and it knocks them both back. And Scott's at Barda's feet, and he looks up at her, and she goes, Scott, so I'm pregnant.
Yeah.
Like, to let him know. And that's then right as he's about to shoot her again, and she picks her wand up and kind to deflect it. And the two of them go, and obviously in typical form, I love this because this is them to me, is Barda lunges at Light Ray, knocks him out, and instead of Scott trying to go in and make sure he's fine, he just comes up and just wraps his arms around her and just hugs her so big. And she just goes, and I love this too. He just goes, I love you. And she goes, I believe you scot-free. Like, it's just kind of a nice little, but so he's excited, obviously.
Yeah.
He's just found out he's become a dad. And they get to, sorry, I have to pick it up.
No, I
Can
get it. Yeah. You're
So-
hiding things from me.
So they get to right outside Orion's wall.
It's like my first two marriages.
And he's telling them, what do I do? And the warning there is like, you are not allowed in here. Orion will now kill you.
Yeah.
And she goes, he's your brother. Talk to him. And he's like, he's not my brother. And he doesn't talk. And she's like, all you can do is try. Like that. If he doesn't, that's what he's like. And if you try sincerely and he still won't talk, you know, it says, she tells him to like cut his effing head off.
Yeah.
Like, if
Yeah.
you try and you know, and he doesn't,
Yeah.
do
Sure.
what you got to do.
Sure.
And he's like, hey, I'll get rid of the cigar boxes when we get back. Like, he's just kind of like, he's just happy. He's got this huge ear to ear grin. And she's just like, kind of sounds good.
For the first time
For
in
the
this
first
entire
time this
series.
whole series.
Yeah.
It's a moment between both of them. And also, like, I know we mentioned her eye color, and you can tell it's brown there, it's blue there. It changes back and forth. In the comics originally, it's blue. So it's meant to, I don't know if it's meant to symbolize that brown Barda is, because she kind of acts a little more in tune with her emotions and she cares a little bit more for Scott. Where blue-eyed Barda is more of the comic book Barda that's the big, tough,
Action
like,
hero
acts
kind of
more.
thing, yeah.
Like, she's the one that's always there for him. And we see blue-eyed Barda. It's just kind of funny to say. And she just sounds good. It's both of them sharing a very happy moment.
Yeah.
And Scott goes into to Orion's chamber. And I'll show you here in a second after I just tell you what happens. Because the stark difference between one page to the next page is done so awesomely. And we see that there's something wrong with Orion. Somebody has got to him. Orion's dead. And like Scott, the color changed
He's not
immediately.
just dead. I mean, he is destroyed.
But we talked about colors, how bright and vibrant to just boom right to the next of something's wrong.
Well, it's very red, pink,
And the
all of that
static
stuff, and
effect is
lots
all
of
back.
static. Yeah.
So,
yeah.
and he's there and he's just like, oh no, what's happened? What do I, he's questioning. He doesn't know what to do.
Yeah.
He came here,
But he also says, what did you do?
Because he sits there. He's like, no, Orion. Oh, Orion, what did you do?
Okay.
Like to Orion,
Okay.
like, what
All
did you
right.
do?
I thought maybe he knew who it was.
And then we just see a panel of Darkseid finally, and it says,
Oh.
Darkseid does not do. Darkseid is. Because it's Darkseid there.
Yeah.
So Scott has come in to see Darkseid has killed Orion. And then Darkseid booms out of there. And we get the Kirby iteration again. What kind of world is it that spawns the gods of evil and the lesser beings with the horrible hangups as it kind of, calls through the apocalypse trap? and Mr. Miracle can't believe it as he pulls his face up and he's rattled. And like Barda's there and she comes in to check on him. She's like, Scott,
She screams his name.
what happened? And he goes, I saw it, Barda. I wasn't looking, but there it was. I saw the face of God. And that's how it ends, talking about
Wow.
Darkseid there. As he is now in one issue, Scott has become a father twice. Not only in becoming an actual dad, but he is now High Father and the ruler of New Genesis. He is the force to oppose Darkseid.
Wow.
And it has rattled him there to close it out. So there we go. That takes us to the halfway point of Mr. Miracle.
Friggin' deep.
It
It
is.
really is.
It
I
is.
mean, that's a weighty comic.
It is. I knew that's kind of part of the reason I wanted to do everything else with it, just because I don't know.
No, and now I see your plan.
Yeah.
I mean, I can
Like I
see
just
it
want,
all.
I just
Yeah,
wanted
yeah,
to at least set up a little bit so we kind of knew where
Yeah.
we were going, so it wasn't
No, it's
completely
great.
off.
Yeah, it's wonderful.
But that
This
and
would make a good podcast.
it would make a good podcast, and that's why we're doing it. And I figured, obviously, instead of just having like one, because I could go on and on about this,
Yeah.
breaking it up like this. I think I talked about 45 minutes, maybe a little longer about it, but it's just easier to break down an issue. So
I gotcha.
things get a very serious.
I'm sure.
Not only is Scott becoming a dad, but he's also got to lead a planet against the devil, essentially. So Yep.
The devil who can just poof in and out.
who can boom tube in and out. Oh, I just love that. Where I'd love the dark side does not do. Dark side is, and
yeah.
it just booms away.
Well, since you played that clip last time, it really does kind of impact. Oh, this guy's a feeling. He's a thing. He's not a person. He's not an individual. He's almost like Legion. You know, that kind of thing.
And
yeah.
the way he can just leech on and latch onto you and stuff
Yeah.
like that is. Yeah.
Yeah.
So there you go. That we are now at the halfway point.
That gives me a
Mr.
lot
Miracle.
more. That gives me a lot more
appreciation for Darkseid.
appreciation, interest, all of those things.
Yeah.
You know, I had seen Darkseid before, but I never really gave a crap.
And I'm the same way.
This is
Exactly.
this really fleshes out all three of these characters very well.
A lot. It has, and I know that other people have, and I know that I could go back and read them like more in depth. But I've read, and we haven't talked about this much. For Christmas, I'd been asking for it for a while, but I got the complete, super nerdy, the complete Fourth World collection from Kirby, and so it collects all of Superman's pal Jimmy Olsen, all of the Forever People, all of the New Gods, and all of Mr. Miracle.
Yeah.
So it's like 70 something issues and 4 different books there.
Yeah, that's cool.
I've read through Kirby's Mr. Miracle, who is not all of it, but I've read a good amount, who is very much like a Kirby superhero when he fits.
Yeah.
In the 80s and at other times, like we covered him some in that action comic with Big Barda, both of them,
Right.
where they were both jokey characters.
Right,
Like they were
right,
just used just
right.
to, hey, this will be a funny story about how Superman's going to shoot a porno. Like they were just kind of, used for that. You're right. This made me not only love the character of Mr. Miracle and be able to relate to him so much more, but all the other characters in here and that appreciation for Darkseid, where I knew like, oh, Darkseid's a Superman bad guy. That's all I know about him. He's a really evil dude. Where this makes me be like, oh, I get how Darkseid's evil as hell. Like I get how he could be, and it made me appreciate him a lot more. So yeah,
All the talent in the world. It took an enormous amount of talent to bring somebody like Funky Flashman in and make him an actual part of this serious thing that's going
and that's
on.
it.
Just made him a jester, that kind of thing.
Yeah, and it's using him still. And
Yeah.
again, he'll come back. Like he's going to be away. I don't think we'll get back to him until maybe issue 10. But I'll kind of tease a bit because it's not necessarily directly impacting the storyline as more as it's like, I think the two of them trying to, again, reconcile something. But they use Funky because obviously Barda and Scott have to go and deal with stuff on New Genesis,
Right.
as he's God essentially, and they need somebody to watch after little Jacob. They named their son Jacob.
Well, he's
which
kind
is
of
Jack.
I don't know anything about the rest of what happens here, but I'm assuming he's kind of the new Oberon that is kind of his babysitter
Kind
or
of
whatever.
that's what he is.
Yeah.
So they end up naming where the next issue is Barda giving birth and stuff. So it's not gonna. But they name their son Jacob, which is another tribute to Jack Kirby, whose name was Jacob
Oh,
Kurtzberg. So
okay.
that's why it's there.
Okay.
And so they do have Funky. Yeah, while they're gone, he's the babysitter. So it's Stan and Jack
Yeah.
together again.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's kind of used to do things, later.
That's cool.
But yeah, so I can't wait to get to the rest of it. We just got 2 more issues on the.
So
or
do
2
you
more episodes
feel
on.
like this thing is like the great unifier, where it brought those two sides together, or
So
here's- let me put this in the sports world.
Yeah.
Okay. So what just happened is Jimmy Johnson was just put in the Ring of Honor for the Cowboys, right? Because Jerry Jones finally agreed to it. They were in the same place. They were talking. They were friendly, all that stuff. But without Troy Aikman, that never would have happened, right? He was the guiding force behind that. I kind of see these guys as the guiding force behind getting these two, not physically together, but getting these two worlds kind of combined. Finally,
and that's the thing, because unfortunately, Kirby passed away in the early 90s,
right.
94.
right.
So this is 2017. So we're talking about nearly 20 years
Sure,
later. And I think
sure.
Stan passed away not too long after this either.
Yeah, it wasn't
right?
doing much. Out of it,
But I think I think you're right. I think it's kind of, if anything, it is, the way I view it is, it's Tom and Mitch and everybody who worked on the book, or whoever idea it was to do it.
Yeah.
The way I view it as, it's them trying to be like, hey, it's okay. Like, we can appreciate, I don't know. It's giving Kirby the credit he deserved from the person that he, I think, wanted it from the most.
November 2018 is when Stan passed.
Okay. So it was about a year. This went from 2017 into 2018.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I don't know, actually, because it happened
Well-
in issue 10. I don't know if Stan even saw the issue that they had with them in there.
And I don't know if this is deep enough, or this is even applies here necessarily, but the word on here is miracle also.
Yeah.
So I mean that does play both sides.
That is true. You know what? Here, I'll show a bit, and we're gonna cover it again when I get there, and I'll probably tear up like a baby when I get there too. It gets me every time, but it's when Funky.
Great dark side picture.
There's
Yeah.
some great stuff in there, but like Funky is the babysitter, like we talked about, and there's a part here where they come back, and I think they're setting up for his. It time jumps some throughout the series, and they're setting up for a birthday party, and it's for his son's birthday party.
Okay.
And he's telling him like, "Hey," he goes, he's just trying to like look for advice from Funky. And again, we'll cover it when we get back to it again. I'm going to do it without giving away any spoilers, but
Sure.
it just talks about the Jack Kirby kind of Stan Lee stuff there. And he's like, he's looking for advice, and he's telling him like, "I'm a god. I'm supposed to know how to do things. I don't know how to do anything." And Funky tells him, "Boss, ever tell you the story about that one god, the star-eating god?" Which is obviously kind of a reference to Galactus in the Fantastic Four.
Yeah.
And he's just kind of like, "No." And he's like, "All right."
In a DC comic.
In a DC comic.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he's like, "All right, well, there's this star-eating god, and he has this helper, a dog who was sent before him to kind of help him find stars." Right? And he's like, "The golden retriever. The golden retriever is a implement for the Silver Surfer."
Yeah. Yeah.
And he's like, "What? Where is this from, Funky? Like, where are you making this up?" And he's like, "Me and Jacob came up with it together."
Oh, that is kind of cool.
It is.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm gonna try to.
Yeah,
And
do
he's
it,
like,
do it.
"We have story time every day, making up stories."
Yeah.
Smart kid.
Yeah.
And he's like, "Great imagination."
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. No, you're good, man.
And he goes, "Funky." He's like, he can say like, he can say like 6 words, like he's a year old.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm really trying.
You're okay.
to.
Yeah.
And he goes, they even do the whole thing where like, Stan would give nicknames to like Sturdy Steve. He tells him, he's like, "Genius Jake doesn't have to talk. Funky
wow.
talks plenty.
Oh, that's cool.
He provides all the imagination. I just do the words."
Yeah. That's awesome.
And so it's a nice little.
Yeah. That is like the miracle that everybody was looking for.
Exactly.
And that's what I was getting to with the word miracle. I mean, that is how they tie it all together.
Yeah.
Huh.
Sorry.
No, you're good, man. It's great that it tackles you so bad.
It does.
Like that. I mean,
I don't know. I might be
that's
trauma. I might be trauma dumping in a way, or at least bonding with this on some of it.
I got you. Sure.
There's a lot of stuff in my life,
Sure.
in general, that I relate to this.
Yeah.
Not just.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about just like Jack and Stan, but the whole
Yeah.
Mr. Miracle comic
No, I
in
get
general.
it. I get it.
And that's why it's so big. But yes, like that part.
I didn't ask, but I assumed.
Yeah, no.
You know, yeah.
And like
as much as you love this, there has to be a serious
exactly
tie here. You know,
but that's the way that they did the reconciliation. Like they talk
Yeah.
about it a little bit more.
It's really
and
good.
It just really hits home the right way.
Mhm.
And so like we'll get to it a bit more.
It's just so thoughtful.
Yeah.
You know, that's the thing. It's just so thoughtful.
Yeah.
It could have been an easy, like, one-off kind of thing or whatever, but this is just
No.
very, very thoughtful. Yeah.
And I think it just kind of it just gives the relationship that even if it's not, and it's weird because I don't even know if it's what the two of them wanted.
Yeah, sure.
It does feel like it's fan service in a way of
It
like
does.
I think the people who love and respect both of them.
I think this is
wanted
more
that kinda-
artist service, right? I think this is more service to the people in the industry than
Yeah.
anything else because it's like, you know, as a kid in 2017, you don't know.
Oh yeah,
You know?
for sure.
So this is more like let's bring these two worlds together and kind of end this debate.
Exactly.
You know, this lifelong debate kind of
I
thing.
like that of where it's like, yeah. Another thing.
That's cool.
Yeah. So haven't looked at all these. I think these are just like fan drawings of
Yeah, I
stuff.
like the old marker things back there. That's kind of cool.
Oh, it's
too.
cover sketches. Oh, there's one. They made Tom King. I bet you that's what this is. So Tom King cannot do covers.
Hmm.
But as a joke before for April Fool's Day and stuff for DC, like he's done a Batman cover and he's like, this is Batman, sorry. And like they'll print it as the cover. I
Yeah.
wonder if these are some of just
Yeah, they
because
kinda
he's
look
the
like it.
writer.
Yeah.
Like, you know.
Yeah.
Oh
wow.
But
That's a
still,
ton
and
of
then
covers.
some of these are just like, you know, different. I love the
Uh-huh.
veggie tray one.
Uh-huh.
Anyway, there's just so much great stuff. But yeah,
Yeah.
the thing is that we talked about that I've learned a lot in, and I just when it comes to creating comic books of how the relationship works between like artist and writer and how you essentially, you know, the Marvel method was just Stan essentially telling them, hey,
Do this thing.
do this thing, and then they would flesh it out and do it. A lot of times now you'll get like full script where they'll send to them
Mm.
so the artist knows. And sometimes some people like apparently to work with that way of just like, hey, here's what I'm thinking, and it gives the artist a little bit of freedom. But there's a lot more communication there now than there used to be.
Mhm. Well, it gives them a peek into the future too, because a lot of these guys, you couldn't have done something like this in the past because there was no looking forward to the future part,
Exactly.
you know, because you didn't know.
Exactly.
You know, you were only given what was happening in that one book.
Yep. All right.
All right. That
There
was
we go.
fun.
Yeah.
Good
I
job.
probably talked way longer than we needed to, but don't worry, we're
it's
not done
all right.
talking about it.
Don't
We still
worry
got two
about
more parts on this. All right. As always, we appreciate you guys taking the time out to listen. Make sure to check out the other Rogue Media Network family of podcasts. Great stuff out there.
RogueMediaNetwork.com.
And until next time, stay safe, everybody.
Golly con.
Frozen, Frozen, heroes. Gonna tell you about Frozen, Frozen, heroes. Gonna tell you about.
This has been a Rogue Media Network production. This is a Rogue Media Network podcast.
Please note that this episode contains depictions of self-harm and suicide. For something a little less heavy, please feel free to check out one of our other episodes.
Frozen, Frozen, heroes. Gonna tell you about Frozen, Frozen, heroes. Gonna tell you about comic books,
Costumes,
Facts, boots.
and other stuff.
In this week's issue, Mr. Miracle, Part 1.
Welcome into Bros, Foes, and Heroes. I'm Zach, joined as always by the miraculous,
Miraculous.
oh yeah, or the mackerel,
Mackerelless.
Mr. Mike.
I'm mackerel-less.
Mackerel.
I don't have any mackerels.
He don't have. He doesn't. He
No
is without
mackerels.
Mackerels.
No mackerels at all.
But I'm Zach. That's Mike.
Hello.
And this is Bros, Foes, and Heroes.
Hey.
We are getting into.
He says that because I don't often know where I'm at.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, I do it more for
Sure.
Mike's sake as
Yeah.
much as anybody else's.
Yeah.
It's for people just tuning
Gentle
into the podcast.
reminder.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's people. who are just tuning into the podcast for the first time, so they know the name of the show, and then also to remind Mike where he's at.
Yeah. I appreciate that. Thank you.
We are getting into
It's a
something
big day.
today. It is a big day.
Yeah, because this is like your favorite thing.
This is my favorite thing ever.
Yeah.
And I've been pushing it for a long time. I've like teasing it for a long time. And we're going to get into it. And I thought it's a whole 12 issue series.
Iron Man? Is that what we're doing? Iron Man?
Yeah, Iron Man. It kind of looks like it. No, Mr. Miracle, we covered a lot. It's a character that Jack Kirby created after he left Marvel for DC.
Yeah.
But the one, just like anything else, especially with comic book characters, there's different iterations and different versions of a character. Mr. Miracle, while Kirby's Mr. Miracle was different than Steve Englehart's Mr. Miracle, or than the Mr. Miracle that they brought back in the late 80s and early 90s. And there's been a couple different series. The one that means the most to me and that I love is 2017's series by Tom King and Mitch Gerards, who the art in this is great, and the story of it is very deep and very serious, while still having moments of that I think are absolutely hilarious. And it's just a great book all the way through. So
I thought at one time I had heard that they were making a Mr. Miracle movie.
they were working on a New Gods movie that Ava DuVernay was supposed to direct.
The only one I could find was this Christmas movie called Mr. Miracle. It was on
but
Hallmark.
She was supposed to do a New Gods movie, and Big Barda and Scott Free and all of them were going to be in that since they're part of the New Gods.
Yeah.
But I think that's on hold, or it might have been canceled altogether.
This is Harry, an inexperienced guardian angel, arrives on Earth, and after ignoring the advice of his celestial advisor, jumps straight into his first, and that's where it stops.
I'm just gonna assume relationship of some sort.
I don't know.
It was Hallmark. Yeah. But what this is I think it actually went through 2017, 2018. It's a 12-issue miniseries to tell the whole story. And I love these more than anything else because you do get a complete story in those 12 issues. So what we'll do, just to make it
really? This covers an entire arc.
This covers the entire story here.
Oh, cool.
And that's the beauty of it, is we're going to get start, middle, and end of the story. We'll see that there could be more to the story, obviously, when we get there. But at least for the story they want to tell, it's all, told here in this. And that's kind of how I like it. And I love... I know a lot of people it seems to be either love Tom King or hate Tom King. I'm a huge fan. Mitch Gerards' art in this is just absolutely fantastic too. And there's things that they did to just make this so easily accessible to, even if you're not somebody who's really into comics.
Why would people hate Tom King?
I just don't think that there's some things that he does with characters in here that... The best way I can put it is, those sports guys that get way too serious about stuff.
Yeah.
Mainly like baseball purists in a way of where
Sure.
it's like,
Sure.
oh, he shouldn't stare down that home run. That's not
Yeah.
how things work.
Yeah.
I think people get in their heads how they think characters are supposed to be.
I got you.
And when somebody goes away from that, or maybe even there's
Sure.
something in there that's a little jokey, that's meant to be in there for a reason, they just don't like it not being handled with the seriousness they perceive for it to be. I think that's where some of it from this book comes with, but
Yeah, and it's still a comic book.
people did not like his
that's
run
just the
on,
way it
on
goes.
Batman. That's true.
Yeah.
But
Was there ever a crossover with the mayonnaise?
not that I know of.
Miracle.
Miracle Whip? No, I hate Miracle Whip.
I do too. I can't stand it.
But so
It's got a tang. Yeah, because it's bad. That's why it's got a tang.
But instead of making this just like one giant 2.5 hour issue, our episode of our podcast, I figured I'd just break it down. This is what we're covering for the month of January. So
We should
we'll
start
do
calling them
each-
issues.
Yeah,
I like that.
Instead of
Yeah.
episodes
On
I
this
like that.
issue.
Yeah, I like
Yeah.
that. So we'll cover issues 1 through 3 of Mr. Miracle on today's show. The beauty of it, what I have here is it did come out in single issues while they were printing it.
Right.
This is the collected version. And one thing that they did for the collected version that I absolutely love is that there is a grouping of, it collects, like it'll give you the covers before each one, so you can tell before you go into each issue. But what they did...
Oh, it's the covers without the lettering or anything like that.
Yeah,
it's just the original art.
Just the original art for
that's
the covers
cool.
to break it through.
Yeah.
But they included, like I said, they wanted to make this very... I'll skip ahead a bit, but they want it to make it very approachable.
Yeah.
So a lot of this is just that basic 9-panel
Straight
grid.
9 panels,
as
yeah.
I heard Tom King describe it as, it's easy for everybody to read because it's 3 Charlie Brown strips stacked on top of each other.
That's exactly right.
And even the artist talked about how it was easier. Mitch talked about how it was easier for him to play with time because he didn't have to spend time drawing to explain things to the reader
I
because you
get
could
that.
just follow it.
Yeah.
But I think it works really well. Also,
I do like this big picture.
Oh, that's
The full page.
for the cover to
Yeah.
break up the issues.
Yeah, that's wonderful.
But there's also a sense of kind of Mr. Miracle being an escape artist. There's also a little offsettingness. It kind of feels Cage-like in a way too. That kind of sits with it when we go there.
Oh, that's
But-
a TV.
So what they did to start in this that I love is to make it more approachable, I feel like, is there's an explanation of who Mr. Miracle is
Oh,
if
wow.
you know nothing about Mr. Miracle.
And I don't.
Yeah. So it opens up, and the beauty of it is too, and I should have gone and checked this. That would probably have made sense. But the animation for this and the art matches the like Justice League TV shows. And
Oh.
in the way like the art looks very familiar to some of that. And I wonder if it's similar to who did that. But
Is that Peacemaker?
no, that's Orion.
Oh, okay.
So let me tell you a little bit as we get into Funky Flashman proudly presents.
Oh, wow.
Because Funky is in here too. That's why
Yeah.
we covered him before.
Yeah, sure.
And he does represent Stanley in this.
Yeah.
The secret origin of Mr. Miracle. Essentially, we get Mr. Miracle's origin of where there is a battle between two warring planets.
Okay.
There is, or I'm sorry, even before we get that, plagued by sin and strife. I'll just read as it is. The old gods died in flames, and from their ashes, two planets were formed. Basically, there is New Genesis, which is the good planet, and Apocalypse, which is the evil hellscape. Or if you like your metaphors just very clear, it's heaven and hell. Essentially.
Sure.
Heaven is ruled by a guy named Highfather. He's essentially like the god of this place.
Yeah, he's like Zeus.
Yeah, and he has the very much kind of look of him.
Yeah.
Apocalypse or hell is
He
rolled
looks like
by Moses.
No, he looks like the doctor from Planet of the Apes.
Oh yeah, no, he kind of doesn't. Apocalypse is ruled by a guy by the name of Darkseid, who people might know
Darkseid.
of as a big Superman villain now, but
Yeah.
he originated as a new god character.
Okay.
So Darkseid is essentially kind of a way, in this Highfather is God. Darkseid is
Yeah,
the devil in
kinda
this,
like the
this
devil.
allegory.
Sure.
Jack Kirby really did love to base a lot of his stories and throw in, religious undertones or different mythology.
He just liked myth and legend
Yes,
and
he
stuff
loved
like that. Yeah.
Thor and stuff like that. Like this whole story was supposed to be a Thor story of where he was going to destroy Asgard and they were
Yeah.
going to build a complete new world with the new gods.
Well, here's the thing about those kind of tales and those kind of legends and stuff. They've been around so long. Obviously, they work.
Yes.
You just rework it and use the basis of it. It's a Hell House thing.
Yeah.
The Hell House thing we're doing. It's based on Faust.
Exactly.
And
And so it worked. That's right. It just
Yeah.
worked. And he used that same thing here. So we have the two main baddies. Darkseid is always after the anti-life equation.
Okay.
That's the big thing he's always after. To break it simply, it's supposed to be this equation that some people know that he's always after that's supposed to eliminate free will is the easiest way to do it.
like the Brown Note.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess if you wanted to.
Okay.
But it's essentially like if Darkseid got this, he would be able to make just anybody just kind of bend to his whim.
Yeah,
Like,
I gotcha. Sure.
It is used a lot. I will tell you this now, at least from the way I view this a lot. Darkseid and the whole Darkseid is, which is a Grant Morrison thing. It might have even come before that. Is used to kind of represent different mental struggles in a way, and we'll kind of
okay.
get to that when we get there too. But it's the equation itself is supposed to be able to just take away free will from an individual.
Okay.
And so obviously Darkseid would want that. So then he
Yeah,
has
sure,
control over
sure,
everybody.
yeah.
While they're warring, and it's a terrible war, and it goes on and on. Billions of lives are lost between these two warring planets until they decide, another kind of very religious allegory here, to come to an agreement. And what they did, a ceasefire, a peace treaty. And to set this up is Highfather and Darkseid traded sons.
Okay.
Right? That's their peace treaty. It's like,
Okay.
hey, it's going to believe that Darkseid doesn't care about his kids, obviously,
Yeah.
being this evil ruler. So it's just another kid to him. But the thought process is that Highfather obviously cares more, and he's not going to invade and attack Apocalypse where his
If
own
it's
kid
got his
is.
kids on it. Yeah.
So that's kind of the thought there, and that leads to peace. The Darkseid's kid who goes to live in heaven is Orion. That's the guy who looks like
Okay,
Peacemaker.
okay.
He's raised with love, and he's raised to be the next ruler, and he
yeah.
gets the life that he wouldn't have got on Apocalypse.
I remember seeing Orion, in comic books and stuff, but I never really understood who he was.
Yeah. And then the child that Highfather gives to Darkseid is given to the slave camps there, and then given
Okay.
to Granny Goodness to raise in the orphanage,
which is her just essentially making mindless people for Darkseid.
Okay.
It's them breaking him down. All they would do is just torture and just, make it terrible for this young man and just everybody there.
Yeah.
That's what Apocalypse is. It's
Sure,
hell, essentially.
sure.
So they tortured they tortured Highfather's son. But this kid had like this spirit in him that even though he was by himself, he always tried to escape, to get away from it because he didn't want to be there.
Yeah.
And he kept trying to escape and failing, but they couldn't break his resolve.
Hell's tough to get out of.
After it says, but after it goes, and after the excruciating, distressing years, so years have passed like this of him trying to escape Granny Gruesome. I'm sorry, Granny Goodness and her orphanage there.
I like Granny Gruesome better. That's
But
nice.
but Granny Goodness is here's a little fact. Granny Goodness is in like the Superman adventures and stuff like that.
Oh, really?
Voiced by Ed Asner of all people.
Oh, wow.
But it says that Granny Goodness just thinks it's funny of this, and that's when she names him Scott Free.
Oh,
As
yeah.
to poke fun of him.
Yeah.
I'm like, you're always trying to escape and you can't get out of here.
Oh, that's funny.
That's the first time he has a name. Like he wasn't,
Okay.
Eventually, though, through all of this, like he still keeps trying, and having this just kind of resolve to never quit and to
Yeah.
always want to be able to get away.
Yeah.
Barda, who is also Big Barda,
Big
we've talked
Barda.
about, is also raised on Apocalypse.
She
She's
shows
raised
up
in
a
hell
lot.
too. Well, because they're linked together, the two of them.
Well, I'm saying just stuff we've read.
No, that's true. She
She's
does.
been in like 4 or 5 of these
She
things
has.
that we, yeah.
She starts to grow a liking towards Scott and realizes like, hey, like there's something there in him too that I can appreciate too. Scott eventually escapes and he wants nothing to do with Apocalypse. And so we kind of talked about this a little bit. He flees to Earth. Barda comes eventually too. But the two of them flee to Earth where he befriends Thaddeus Brown, who is Mr. Miracle on Earth. He's the stage
Okay,
performer
okay.
as an escape artist. And so he's like, hey, this works for me. You're an escape artist. I know how to escape.
And he's already wearing the suit.
Yeah, so Thaddeus Brown, the Mr. Miracle suit is
Yeah.
what
It's what the escape artist was wearing.
The escape artist
Okay,
wear. That's where he
alright.
gets the costume.
It's like
from.
his magic suit or
Yeah.
whatever, yeah.
Well, so it says when monstrous Cretans murdered their beloved mentor, Scott donned the artist's mask. All those years of escaping really paid off as he took the stage as Mr. Miracle, super escape artist.
Okay.
When called, Scott returned to New Genesis to battle the tide of tyranny. There, he teamed with Honorable Orion, who you thought was Peacemaker, to counter Darkseid's loathsome machinations. During these adventures, he fought with and befriended and fell in love with Big Barda. Eventually, she betrayed the malicious masters. I love the way they wrote this too,
Yeah.
because they write it
Yeah,
in that
yeah,
very
yeah,
masters, and the two lovebirds were married. And then it just says like, and so that's all of us. That's Mr. Miracle. It's just kind of summing it up. And his catchphrase is always, "I can always escape," which is a big,
Okay.
He's that's his power.
Yeah,
he
yeah,
can
yeah.
escape
Yeah,
from anything.
sure.
Which
Okay.
doesn't. He's a new god, which essentially they're just better than us in general because they're gods.
Sure,
kind of.
yeah.
So like he's stronger, he's faster in general, but his power is he can escape anything, which seems kind of on the surface, but at the same time can come in handy in a way.
No, that could come in handy for a superhero. Yeah.
Yeah,
absolutely.
But as we'll see in this book, Scott doesn't necessarily want to be the superhero.
I love this overprint, like this, where you can see the dots.
This is the very first page of the issue. So after it says, I love how it ends. It says, but though our great hero now occupies a seat of comfort and tranquility, Mr. Miracle never forgets that somewhere out there, Darkseid is.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
And Darkseid is a really big point in this book. And I'll get into it more. And I have a clip from Tom King to get to it himself. Before we get into this, though, as we get into the first issue, before we take our break, it opens up with a bang. And that's the thing about these stories is you want something to come and kind of grab you. And at least for me, the first time I read this, it was right out the gates. So you have the cover, you flip it open, and we open on Scott Free's face.
Yeah.
And the one thing that they do with this too, the whole series is a giant love letter to Jack Kirby, is that the start and end of each issue has text from the original Mr. Miracle run, like almost verbatim, just reused.
Yeah.
But it fits in kind of like a different way of where it makes you feel uneasy with what you're seeing on the picture.
Okay,
It works really
okay.
well. But we open up with, and it says, is he a master of spectacular trickery or is he something more? And we just get this very just plain look at Scott Free's face, no emotion whatsoever.
But it's very like, was that artist that did all the comic book print? But anyway, you can see the dots
Yes.
real big, like it's been blown up.
The art for this is great, all of
Yeah.
it. And then you flip it open to, I showed you the 9-panel page. And I think I read somewhere there's only 6 times that's not used throughout the entire series.
Yeah.
And one of them is the giant 2-page splash page we're about to, but it sends a message. So you say that, and then we immediately open to,
Oh, wow.
yeah. Scott Free is essentially bleeding out in his bathroom after he has self-harmed.
Oh.
And it looks like he has cut his wrist. But it still has the Kirby from the 70s, you
Yeah,
know,
yeah.
on top of it of you
Well,
want-
even where it says his
all,
name,
it all
looks
feels
very,
out. It all
yeah.
feels just kind of out of place,
Yeah.
and it just makes it more uneasy and fits very well.
Well,
with it.
and the first thing I notice is the blurring of so many things in this picture. It's pretty. Honestly, it shows you that there's something really wrong
Yes.
here.
And
you
like
know?
just from the beginning,
just
we
like
know-
Batman when they used to angle the camera
Yes,
or whatever,
yes.
same thing.
And we can already tell, like, here's the thing, is this is the most graphic scene of Scott with this we get.
Okay.
And that's all we need because it sets it up so well. And then we get another splash page that it goes to, and it's a kid, and he's telling a story. There's a lot of stories that are kind of told throughout that are really good. And it's about a teacher, and she says, the teacher says to the whole class, draw whatever you want. And it talks about the kids, some are drawing like an astronaut or dinosaurs, hearts, superheroes, anything they want to. And then one kid goes, I drew God. And the teacher looks at it and goes, that's very nice, but no one knows what God looks like. And without hesitation, the kid just looks at her and goes, yeah, until now. And then we just cut right back. There's a lot of this.
Wow.
Right? And we just cut back then to Scott's being rushed to the emergency room. It has like obviously them trying to resuscitate. It shows Big Barda like crying in the waiting room as everybody's trying to see what's on. And we'll see these panels a lot of Darkseid is. And it's a very kind of impending doom. And you'll see even more how it comes up of how it's so well used.
Yeah.
We get to see things there of Scott just kind of laying in bed, listening to the doctors talk around him. And it's this very blank look on his face of you can tell that something's wrong. Another thing that we see a lot of is you can kind of tell that you worked in videotapes a lot, that
Yeah.
little blur kind of
Yeah.
squiggle.
It's
that,
the squiggle. Yeah.
that comes up a lot on these images too, and you'll
Like
see
the
it more.
VHS mess up of the tape or whatever.
squiggles, and it
I tell you what I'm impressed with is this is the exact same picture of him laying in a bed, but one has stubble and one doesn't, so it shows a passage of time.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I think that's brilliant.
It is, and but the squiggle is used to make you kind of question things if they're happening in real life in reality.
Oh,
We'll get
okay.
to that a little
All
bit
right.
more, and it's just
Yeah,
all,
I saw a little bit of that on the cover. Of
yeah,
this
it's
whole
just
thing.
all very well done. Like the art of this is just I don't know why, but I love how it looks like there's just tape
Yeah.
holding those pictures
Yeah,
over.
yeah, very nice, very
so-
stylish.
So Scott eventually is released from the hospital and he goes home and the media is harassing him because he is this giant, star
Sure.
in a way. He's this escape artist. I looked at it as like a cooler version of like some Vegas act in a way.
Yeah.
Where he traveled, but people actually liked him. The thing
Yeah.
is that superheroes, like I can't tell superheroes are in this book, but we don't see any of the other ones. The only other time is they're mentioned briefly, and sometimes we'll see that they're brought up in the world. Like he wears T-shirts of other superheroes.
Oh, okay.
So it's like they exist, and they're these larger than life characters and stuff. But this is more of like they're not in Scott's world kind of thing, except for the fact of where once they get home, it shows like Scott or Barda trying to clean up the mess in the bathroom from the accident that happened. Scott just sitting there kind of looking at the bandages and her saying, well, you can take them off if, they itch and all of this. And him just trying to find himself. But there's a part in there where it's like, hey, the Justice League called and left messages. And he responds with like, yeah, I noticed Clark just flying outside my door last night or outside our window last night. So like Superman's just sitting there just kind of checking on him kind of stuff thing. So they're there.
Creepy
Yeah.
ass Superman.
Well, yeah, I think it's supposed to be like him just kind of like watching out for Scott.
Yeah.
But so they're there in this world, but not necessarily a main part. We are introduced then into our story to Scott's brother now, who we talked a little bit about, Orion. Orion shows up to see Scott, and
just like through a portal kind of thing.
So you remember the mother boxes we talked about
Yeah.
back then? So it's through their mother boxes are kind of used, for lack of a better term, at least in this, kind of like an Alexa, but it can do interplanet. Like that's how they track.
Yeah, yeah.
So it just flashes them from
Okay.
New Genesis to Earth. And so Orion shows up and he just calls out Scott. And Scott's just like, yeah. and he tells him to stand. And so he's like, okay. And so he stands up and he says, standing. And Orion just clocks him in the face and knocks him down.
Tells him to
And
stand
as soon
up
as he
again.
tells him to stand again. And so Scott says, I know, standing. And he picks himself up again. And Orion knocks him back down again and tells him to stand. And it just keeps going. And it seems to me like it's one of those of either Orion doesn't know how to process what has happened to Scott. And so
Yeah.
this is him lashing out at him there. Or it's just, there's so many things. Him trying to feel like I got to snap him back out of whatever he is.
Yeah.
All the commotion wakes Barda up, who essentially tells Orion, like, hey, or what are you doing? And he tells her that he's teaching Scott, to which she tells him, you can't teach. Granny taught us. You grew up on New Genesis. You can't do this.
Yeah.
And he just kind of scoffs and leaves. Barda is kind of like taking care of Scott afterwards and like, hey, are you okay? And Scott has a moment where he feels like something's off and tells her, like, hey, your eyes used to be blue. They're brown right now. And she goes, what are you talking about? They've always been brown. So there's a moment of where we can't, like, something's happened and Scott's just kind of off. We then cut to, it looks like he's making a television appearance. And that's where all the little fuzzy kind of comes in. But it's him doing some sort of, like escape act.
Yeah, it's like a water tube, kind of like a what was the big magician?
Houdini.
Houdini thing.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me. You remember that?
But
What
the
is the
water turns brown?
Oh, well, you remember the Catch Me If You Can, where like the
Yeah.
piranhas in
Yeah,
there?
yeah, sure.
That's what it kind of sees me. But it's him escaping this trick, and he's on the. It's a late night show with Godfrey, which back in the day I had to look this up, and I found out. And Glorious Godfrey is an old Kirby character from the New Gods, of where he was like the herald for the New Gods.
Oh wow!
But
So he's the talk show host.
yeah, well, but he would be used to herald Darkseid. So there's kind of a little like tease here of why he's on that, but still, they turned him into a talk show. So it's still
Yeah, it makes total
bringing
sense,
everybody
so,
in.
yeah.
So Mr. Miracle's on there, and they're like, "Hey, we got to ask you. This you've been in the news for the what happened. Maybe you should address that." And he's like, "Yeah, no." So I'm an escape artist. That's what I do. And so what's the biggest thing that somebody can escape, right? It's death. So that's what I did. I killed myself to escape death, and I totally did it. Right? He's trying to like
sounds like
twist
an
this.
excuse.
It does. He's trying to twist this in a way as like a PR of like,
Sure.
hey,
Yeah.
I did that, and that's why. So
Yeah.
I killed myself. And he's like, making like the fake noises and stuff, trying to play it off.
Sure.
And then he gets there, he goes, and then when I woke up, my lovely wife took me to the hospital. She found me there, and that was that. And the host is like, all right, great, just amazing stuff. But I guess that does leave one unanswered question. And he's like, well, what is that? And he goes, well, did you actually escape? And there's like a moment of they're just kind of staring at each other.
Yeah.
And it kind of like, like it has the distortion again.
Uh-huh.
And he just replies with, what? And then Glory goes, oh, sorry about that. Apologies. We got to go to commercial. We'll be right back after this. Or don't worry, folks. We'll be right back right after this. And it has it purposely stare down the barrel of the.
Yeah.
Like it's all things like that that are just done really well.
Yeah.
High Father, who the Moses looking guy, comes down to earth and he says, hey, Scott, I'm sorry. I've been busy at war with Darkseid. We're back at it again. I meant to come check on you. Just know that, there's just a lot going on. I'm sorry. Obviously something's, bothering you and I wish I could be here. But
Sure.
that anti-life equation that Darkseid's always been after, well, he has it.
Oof.
So that's kind of just a little bit more important. I'm sorry about that. But, like, I got to take care of this.
Yeah,
And
sure,
Scott's like,
sure.
yeah, no, I get it. Warring planets, that's fine.
Yeah.
Well, we then get to see, we've talked about Oberon before. Remember?
We have. Yeah.
Little
I
his
remember.
buddy
Yeah,
Oberon.
yeah.
So now we get to see Oberon, and it's them in like the lab underneath.
He's different here.
He is. He's a little shorter. He kind of purposely, I think, looks a little more like Jack Kirby in this.
Oh, really?
Oddly enough. Yeah.
Huh.
The maybe just kind of in the face a little, they
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
but he's sitting there and he essentially tells the same story from before about drawing the picture of God, the kid.
Big Barda is big.
Well, she is.
She's very big.
There is a moment later that is very sweet. I think it comes up in the second issue that we'll get to, where she's just like, like she's just, I'm too big. It's when they see Granny Goodness. And Granny goes, well, darling, haven't you understood that everybody's too something? And it's just a real moment. Like, that's obviously a thing for her too. But yeah, she is massive. I don't mean like she's just a
Yeah, she's a big lady. It's like Amazon.
But that's kind of she is. But that's kind of what I like about the duo here too, is because it takes. This is gonna sound super, but it takes the gender norms of it
Yeah.
and kind of flips it because
That's-
she protects him a lot.
Exactly what I was going to say. It's cool that in a superhero comic they're able to flip
Yeah,
that.
and that's the thing is where like
because these are always men save women kind of
but
things.
it's
You know,
no, she saves his ass a lot in this. But so Oberon's telling Scott the story about the kid drawing God, while Scott's trying to get out of these kind of I think I don't remember what they
they're
call
like
them.
wrist cuffs.
Yeah, they're wrist cuffs, but they're like Thangarian, like it's some kind of
Sure.
weird, name.
Thingarian.
That he's trying to break out of him. And he's like, God told me they were impossible to break out of. And Scott just does it pretty easily. And he's like, yeah. And he's like, oh, all right. Well, I guess I'll go ahead and work on this. And Scott hears something. He's like, oh, that's Barda. She gets worried. And he's like, yeah, you should probably go talk to her. So she's, you deal with that instead of there. I'll go ahead and work on these things. And we get another dark side is. You see that it's starting to pop up.
It's a lot, yeah.
And there's a reason why. And then Barda comes in.
And what you're talking about is just a completely black
It's
panel.
a complete black panel.
American typewriter font says Dark Side
Side
is, period.
And after this first issue, I'll play a bit to explain that a little bit more. And Barda comes in and she goes, hey, I'm sorry that you don't need any help, but I don't like you working alone in your studio. I heard you talking to somebody. And he goes, I'm not working alone. Oberon's in here working on those cuffs with me. And she goes, Scott, are you okay? And he goes, yeah, I got him off easy, but he's going in and making some twists. And she goes, but Oberon is Scott. Are you okay? Listen to me. And we flip to the next one and we get part, it's different in the font. It's narration that this conversation happened before, but
Yeah.
it's not matching
Yeah.
the pictures we
Yeah.
have. The pictures we have. And Barda says, remember the cancer in his throat, his mouth from the cigars? He passed last month. Scott, you were there. So we find out that Oberon died a couple months before Scott's actual incident.
Like throat cancer.
Yeah, and Scott's the one who actually made the decision to have to pull the plug on him.
Huh.
So he's just like, what? No, he wasn't. He was right here. Like, he can't accept it.
Yeah.
And you can see him even having trouble. Like, he can't sleep now because of
Yeah.
this while this narration's going over, but he doesn't remember that.
Like he can't sleep, Dark Side is. He's getting milk out of the fridge, Dark Side is. He's drinking the milk, Dark Side is. I mean, it just boom,
It
boom,
is.
boom,
And you
boom.
can
Now
tell
it's every
then
other panel.
It is because that growing fear, just that feeling, is getting bigger and bigger inside of him. And while he's dealing with all this, because he's just like, no, he's here. I'm telling you, he told me a story about a kid and a picture. And she's like, please don't do this, Scott. And he's like, no, Scott, no one's here. You're alone. And he's like trying to deal with this while he's drinking his milk and sitting on the couch, and his mother box pings like he's getting a phone call. And he goes, yes, mother box. And he goes, Scott, this is Orion. There's no time. High Father is dead. Dark Side's work.
Oh.
And he's like, Dark Side's power is growing. I've taken control of the forces of New Genesis. We are organizing a resistance. You and Big Barda are required to come home. And I love this though too. So you talked how it was building, and you see the look on his face. And then the next page is just
Dark Side is.
full
Yeah,
page.
full
Sorry.
black page. Yeah.
We close out issue 1 then as they're getting ready to leave. And it's a very human moment. And they're really good at doing this too, as it's while they're waiting for like the boom tube to arrive for them to leave.
Boom
Earth.
tube.
That's what they're called. For
Fantastic.
them to leave Earth to head to New Genesis.
Yeah.
They're just talking, and Barda's like, I got a message from Michelle. She's gonna check in on the cats. And he's like, okay. And then like the boom tube opens up and he's like, Barda. And she's like, Scott, we gotta go. And he's like, something's wrong. Like, I see things, I do things. Like, it's not right. Like, he's trying to tell her. He's like, everything's wrong. I don't know how I can get out of this. And her response is, she just kind of smacks it out of him.
Everybody wants to hit this poor guy.
They do. And she just tells him to stand. And he goes, standing. And she's like, all right, we got a war to fight. We can deal with this later. And he's like, all right.
Huh.
And so they just kind of leave, as it just says, Dark Side awaits. And here's the Kirby, again, the Kirby thing to close it. To other satanic and sinister situations simmering with mounting magnitude, to juggernaut joust, it's Kirby in all of his great glory. With the super escape artist's greatest adversary, he will always be seconds away, swift, relentless, final. Follow Mr. Miracle, enter the next trap. And so it does such a good way of paraphrasing that. But to kind of talk about the Dark Side is, and then we'll take a quick break here. I found a clip of writer Tom King himself talking about how before going into this book of writing it, of how he didn't even, necessarily his thoughts on Dark Side as a villain and just how cool
the aspect of all that was.
Yeah, I thought Darkseid was kind of a lame villain when I sort of first approached it. I hesitate to admit that, but I'm on as well. And I was talking to a webcomic creator named Julian Lytle, and he was telling me about Dark. I was like, yeah, Darkseid's lame. He's just kind of like Thanos, but in the DC universe. Whatever. He's like, no, you don't understand. It's Darkseid is. I was like, well, that sounds funny, but what does that mean? And he's like, dude, have you ever been in a situation where you knew exactly the right thing to do and you did the wrong thing? I was like, yeah, of course. He's like, that's Darkseid is. I was like, what? And he's like, have you ever been in a situation where everything can go wrong that does and you just get crushed that day? I was like, yeah, Darkseid is. And I was like, that's what Darkseid is, man. It's that darkness that lurks inside the whole world that you're always kind of facing. It's always on the edge of you, man. That's Darkseid is. Darkseid's not a person. He's that emotion. He's the opposite of life. He's anti-life. And I was like, oh, okay, now I get it. Now, I mean, because, everyone's had those moments in their life where you're just like, everything falls apart for you, and that's what Mr. Miracle is about. It's about a guy who was raised by his worst enemy, who was sort of tortured in his childhood and has that sort of darkness inside of him, and that's what Darkseid is. It's that sort of that thing that pulls you down that you can't overcome.
So it's literally the dark side of humanity.
In a way.
Yeah.
It's that there's eventually, to me, it feels like it's that ever-present, like no matter what you do, something bad's always there.
Impending doom.
It's that thing.
Yeah.
It's going to spoil a little bit without telling you the story, but even at the end, there's a part later where Scott and Bart are talking, and she says that, and she says, Darkseid is, and he replies with, yeah, but we are too. So it's kind of like that just growing fear, that sense of something bad always there.
Dread.
Which obviously there's a human embodiment of Darkseid too.
Sure.
But the human embodiment mixed with that, I think makes him just that much,
frightening.
Like it makes him fit that devil type character.
Well, he's the shadows in the dark too, kind of thing.
Exactly.
That kind of thing. Impending.
All right, so that's the perfect place for us right now. We'll go ahead and take a break and come back and close out with issue 1 and 2 of Mr. Miracle as things are about to get weird.
Miracle.
Right after this. All right, and we are back into part 1 of our Mr. Miracle discussion here, and we'll go ahead and dive right into issue 2. There is now war on Apocalypse since Highfather is dead. Orion has taken over as the new leader of New Genesis, and Scott, I guess, is kind of, since he's his brother, in a way, his second in command. I guess they're not really brothers, though, because...
No. I mean, they're brothers in that they kind of went through the same thing.
Yes, and they view them as that just because I think that they're brought up as that and Highfather would call them that.
They're almost like cousins.
Yeah, but because Highfather raised Orion, and then Scott obviously was free from Apocalypse and helps to fight for New Genesis and not Apocalypse. So I think he views them as, I raised him as my son, and you were obviously my son. So I think to Highfather, they're brothers, but not necessarily to the two of them. And that'll come up more here. But we go to Apocalypse, which, as you can see, when they do Apocalypse, it's all a red hellscape kind of look. And it shows Scott getting into a battle with a parademon. And so it's a big parademon.
What's that?
That little bug-like thing that he's fighting.
Okay.
They live on... Apocalypse. They're like they're kind of like the orc-like creatures. That,
okay.
Think of Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a bunch of same thing. Like there's I can't think of their name, but they're kind of like a bug people that fight for New Genesis too.
Okay.
But it's a lot of Scott fighting this
I like his little
parademon.
discs on his feet.
That's how he kind of like flare. I don't know what they're called, but that's how he's able to fly around.
Foot discs.
Yeah, they're foot disc, but it has the same thing, the same Kirby narration.
Yeah, cool.
Death lashes out for Mr. Miracle, super escape artist. And I just love the way they repurpose for all of it. And it talks about the X-Pit and Granny goodness, because that's what we're going to get into this issue. The thing that I like this is we get these speech bubbles of where it's obviously Orion speaking to Scott and telling him like where he needs to go. And it's like General Free. And he just goes, yes, Orion. And he's already just become Highfather. And we have a moment of, we have another location, I need you to go here. Like, you need to refer to me as this. You can already tell that he's kind of
like put out.
put out in a way of where is like, I'm Highfather now.
Yeah.
You should.
Yeah.
You know, that's
yeah.
not my name. Show me the respect, and more of it'll come up. It's a very interesting thing of how Orion tends to end up like Darkseid more, even though he wasn't raised by. It's that old, what is it? The nature versus nurture kind of thing.
Yeah.
But this is humorous to me because it's him sending him place after place, and Scott just having to fight his ass off before being sent to another place right afterwards.
This is very Thor-like.
It is.
Like, it's very Thor-ish. And like you said, Kirby just loved Thor
Yeah.
because of the mythology and stuff.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And like this story, obviously not this story that they're telling here, but this world, this whole fourth world
Yeah.
was supposed to be Thor. Like he was going to have Ragnarok on Thor and have it clear everything out. And he was going to tell new stories in the same world.
Oh, wow.
But then they didn't want to do that kind
Yeah.
of thing. So, or he would present ideas and they would take them and not give him credit for it. So that's when he just started keeping this stuff in a pile over to his right to end up going to DC.
Yeah.
But while he's doing this, so it's like, report, take your troops here to, the Mole Mountains of Gabrar from the west. And he's like, yes, Orion. Thank you, Orion. And so then he goes and it's another battle. And he's like, all right, now take your, general, take your armies to the Crown Wall Forest. Yes, Orion, the Crown Wall Forest from the north. Thank you, Orion. Like, is that over and over again?
Yeah, sure.
The thing that also is
Just like
pointed
a
out,
good soldier.
exactly, but it's never for the king. It's never for Highfather. Everything he does is always for New Genesis. Scott is not doing this for Orion. Scott is doing this for the planet.
Yeah.
But he is just going through battle after battle after battle to where he is obviously exhausted. And then we get a very funny, very human moment of where him and Barda are back at the equivalent of wherever they're staying, some sort of hotel kind
Sure.
of. It's like their equivalents. And his first question is, how does the shower work? Because he's covered in all these bug guts.
Yeah.
And she's like, I don't know. Why would I know that? And he's like, there's no knobs or anything. And she's like, ask your mother box then how to. It's a very real kind
Yeah.
of, that's the thing.
Yeah.
Is in reading this, Scott and Big Barda's relationship is one of just the most real and just relatable kind of anything in comic books I've read.
Huh.
And he's like, I'm in the shower. Why don't you ask yours? I'm naked. And she's like, fine, mother box, can you turn on the shower? And it replies, it shows the shower's on. And she goes, it shows the shower's on. And he goes, oh, okay. Am I clean? Like, it's just a funny,
Yeah.
kind of moment.
Yeah.
Then eventually he comes out and he is clean and he just collapses on the bed next to her and she goes, you got it to work. And he goes, yeah, now I'm the new god of showers. And she goes, oh, well, did you leave it on? And he was like, I think I didn't turn it off. So it's just like this very real, just kind of,
The room they're in, it reminds me of the one in Ragnarok.
It does
The
kinda look
movie
like-
where
yes.
Hulk was staying.
Yes.
Yeah, it feels like that.
Yeah. Oh, here's another one we talked about. Is so she's getting ready to go and hop in the shower himself. And she's like, it was easier back on Apocalypse. You get dirty. You just get into she goes, you wade into the Ember Lakes. You burn, yeah, and then you survive. And then you're clean. Just like essentially you walk in, the fire burns everything off of you. And then you're fine. And she's like, you don't survive? Who really cares? And then he's just kind of looking at her and he goes, oh, you're beautiful. And her response is just, I'm too tall. He's like, oh, you're perfect. And he falls back asleep. And that's where it's like, did you leave it on? And he's like, I don't know. I didn't turn it off.
Yeah.
And so it's just a nice, really kind of
very
moment of
relatable
them.
human moment. Yeah.
Then we're taken back to Scott and Barda in front of Orion there on like his iron throne. It's the throne of New Genesis that he's sitting at there. See his little chair with he's holding Highfather's little, Moses Shepherd's crook there too. This guy over here in the white, his name's Light Ray. He's kind of going to be like,
I feel like I've seen him before too. He kind of looks like in Marvel the Guardian guys or the Sentinel.
yes, a little bit.
Yeah, that's what he kinda looks like.
He's like a very lighthearted new god in the old Kirby ones.
Okay.
Here he's kind of used as just Orion's lackey in a way, like his right-hand man, but he does it very well. While they're there, the two of them are standing. Barda and Scott are just kind of standing in front of Orion, who's giving them a dirty look. And Light Ray goes, oh, well, since everything that's been going on with the war and everything, there's been some, pleasantries and stuff that we've let lapse that we just kind of, need to go ahead and bring back in. So it's required that everybody kneel in front of Highfather now. And he's just like, where was it? Oh, yeah. So now, obviously, with greeting the Highfather, it's customary to kneel.
or rather, it's now obviously required you kneel. And there's a moment of them staring off, and you can tell Scott doesn't want to. And Orion's just like, you kind of better. Barda, trying to play the peacekeeper, kneels. I love this scene because she kneels down and she side-eyes Scott.
him, yeah.
And she grabs his arm to pull him down. He never kneels. Like he just keeps staring at him.
It
as he's pulled down.
9 panels for him to finally kneel. Yeah.
But you can tell I love how the way, like, you see the pull down of the arm and everything. Like, you know, he's not doing it on his own accord.
This feels like Gladiator.
It does.
Yeah.
It does. And so finally he kneels and he bows, and that pleases Orion.
Yeah.
And so he tells them, it's a blessings.
Orion's a dick.
He's very much a dick. So he tells them, like, oh, it's a blessing for you guys to be a part of here. As High Father of New Genesis, please accept my gratitude for your service. And Barda's like, yes, High Father. And Scott doesn't say anything, to which Light Ray goes, that's fine. You did great, ready. Really, you can all now stand. And Scott's just like, yeah, okay. Like, he's just so over all of this. But Orion tells them of their new plan. He's like, you know, our dad was very much against using emotions when it came to battle plans and stuff like that. But when it comes to Darkseid and his forces, his general is really good. And it's somebody that you guys know really well. And that's Granny Goodness.
Oh.
And he's like, so I think that using the hatred that you guys already have for her would help us here. And he just like tells him, he's like, you know, trying to emulate our father, I tried to keep emotions out of my battle plans and thus keep you two away from Granny and her soldiers. But I've reconsidered this strategy. A woman whose torture was your childhood may in fact be, you know, kind of an advantage to us.
Yeah.
And so he tells them that, you know, generals, your armies have been reassigned to Light Ray's command, and you two are now ordered to go kill Granny Goodness. It's like a plan is already in motion.
What are all these things around her?
Those are those parademons that he fought earlier.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And he's like, there's a plan already in motion. You guys leave tomorrow.
She looks like Ursula.
Yep, she does. So they're back at Earth, or they're back wherever they're staying, and they're sleeping. And this is another very funny moment. Metron is another new god. He's essentially, he can kind of see the future. Do you remember, we've talked about Marvel a lot. You remember, what is the guy's name? The Watcher?
Yeah.
That he sits there and just kind of watches time. And
Yeah.
that's kind of what Metron is. Metron is.
okay.
It's
It's kind of like metronome.
he's also kind of the voice of God in a sense if you go back to biblical times.
Sure.
So he's just kind of sit there to like see the future and kind of like he likes to make sure that the world keeps going kind of thing.
Okay.
He tells Scott Free, you are not to know the face of God. Do you understand me? You are not to know the face of God. And it's a really funny moment here because Scott and Barda are sleeping, and Barda wakes Scott up and he's like, hey, Metron's here. And she just goes, all right, tell him it's late. Tell him that we have to be up early to go see Granny. Just tell him to leave.
Yeah.
And it's just so funny they're dismissing that he's like, you are not to know the face of God. And Scott's like, yeah, okay. And he just kind of like goes back to sleep.
Yeah.
The two of them leave and they have their mother box take them to New Genesis or up to Apocalypse to go see Granny. As they leave, we kind of have this moment where we see that obviously Scott has more, I don't want to say humanity in a way to him because it's not something that he should show towards her, but he's questioning his feelings for her, for Granny Goodness. Because he's like, hey, do you remember like when we were in the X pits? I remember one time like I was in the Judas cradle, don't know what that is, hanging for days. Like I spilt my milk for breakfast or whatever. But then she came and I know I was supposed to be in there longer. Like I know I was supposed to be tortured longer, but she came and got me out early. She took me down. Like that's something, right?
Yeah.
Like I was supposed to be in there. Like she held me, I guess. I don't know. And he's like, Barda's just like, no, Scott, I never liked her. Like, I don't know what this memory is that you have of this justification you're trying to make, but she was always awful to us.
Mm-hmm.
So
What do they call it whenever you start?
Stockholm Syndrome?
Yeah. Yeah. Liking your captain.
There might be a little bit of that.
Yeah.
I think it's also that just Scott doesn't know a lot of what's going on, so he's questioning a lot of things in what's here. I do love, it's kind of nice. You see a hardened, kind of angry looking Granny Goodness.
She is very angry.
But when they show up, her face does change.
It does.
And we get a my babies, oh my babies, come to Granny, which is so different from the character in general of just how cruel and mean she is.
Sure.
And so she's so excited to see them. you know, and she's so happy to really see Scott and Barda. We get another I'm too tall. That's why I told you, oh, darling, don't you know everyone's too something? Like, it's a very, like, actually kind of like nice little granny moment. And she's telling him, like, oh, I'm so happy you guys are here. There's no need. Oh, now I know your new high father wants us to rush to very important peace negotiations. So that's why she thinks they're there, to negotiate peace.
Okay.
He goes, such an impatient man, the leader of yours, always in a hurry, like the world's beat to his heart. Tisk tisk. He's like, but before we go, I made Jello, right?
Hey, okay. So one comment I have.
Yeah.
We're seeing things start to cross panels, like this here, right? So there's two of them talking, and the instead of just the 9 basic panels, it's crossing over here, and then the one here where they're joining hands.
I never caught that. It does kind of link.
Yeah, it does kind of feel like those are linked. You know, like you're starting to get a little more out of this. Like it's not so rigid anymore. You know, yeah.
It's like I'd love, again, I feel like it was very easy to get into.
Yeah.
And then it kind of gives you a little bit more as it keeps going.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah. So she's like, I made Jello like any great grandma would do.
Yeah,
But
see, now we've got a set of 9 panels on this page, and they all go together.
they all link in it,
Yeah.
but you can kind of
Yeah.
track
Yeah.
because
Sure.
of the line work for it,
Sure.
which I think is great
Yeah,
there too.
that's really cool.
Or even the trail of, because if you took the lines away, it would be just a
Yeah,
giant picture.
it'd just
that
be a
could work
big
too.
Yeah.
But they're there to eat Jello, and this is one of the dark humor moments. She's sitting there, and Granny's like, "I do so appreciate my wonderful children coming to see me, but I got to say that I can't see Darkseid agreeing to any of this, except of course unconditional surrender and the delivery of Orion's head. That'd be what he'd be
Sure.
about for a basket, whatever you guys have to put it in. It really doesn't matter."
Put his head in whatever.
And Scott is having a hard time eating his Jello as we see a man who is tied up and it looks like his arms are cut off as he's just sitting next to Granny staring at Jello.
Yeah.
And she just goes, it doesn't have to be anything special. Like she's still just talking about how they're going to deliver Orion's head.
I don't mean this bad, but he looks very much like Auschwitz, kind of, gas chamber, that kind of thing. Like his head shaved. He's all, okay.
Yeah.
Anyway.
And Scott finally, Mr. Miracle goes, is that Stormforge? Like is that him? Like another one of the new gods?
Yeah.
And she's like, yeah, he led one of your armies against me. I'm starving him to death. But but I like to have others. I like to have him watch others eat. It's so silly. I hope that doesn't bother you guys. And Barda's just plowing away, just eating. She's like, no, I'm not bothered at all, Granny, just hungry.
Well, there's always room for Jello.
And then it's like, hey, remember that time I let you have to show how evil Granny is? She's laughing through this. Remember that time I didn't let you have water for 2 weeks, Barda? Goodness, you screamed and cried like a child, and you were already 4. Granny, please. Oh, you're adorable. Please, please, please. Ah, how the times just go by. It's true what they say about raising children: long days, short years.
Jesus.
Like she's just such a
She's a bad person.
So we now get the cover of night. And Mr. Miracle and Barda are sneaking through the camp to get to Granny's tent,
Okay.
to where they're about to
I
find.
need to ask you about that though.
Okay.
Why is everything spelt weird? So like sneak is SNEEK. And then you get
That's all jump. I think
run
it's just.
RUNN.
I think it's done in a comical way of like this was Scott. Like here's our
Okay.
plan,
Okay.
right? Here's
Okay.
our plan. This is what we're gonna do. We're
Okay.
gonna sneak, like that.
All right.
I think it's done in a because that's the thing too about this book.
Fight FITE.
Yeah. That's one thing about this book is this Mr. Miracle is a lot more serious than previous versions of where
Yeah.
it was more kind of comical in a way.
Sure.
And even in like the kids shows and stuff, if you watch him, he's kind of more of a jokey character at times. This is the version of my Mr. Miracle I like, but I still love that they have the nods where it's still not all like, you want something to, so there's still little nods and things like that in there.
Yeah.
And we get to, and I love the way that it's all very dark.
Oh, this is so dark and
He
red.
does so Mitch Gerads does such a good job of showing you gore without showing you gore, plus of just setting the tones with the colors and everything. It's very great. But they sneak in there and they're whispering, and Scott's like, is she? And about that time we see this like plasma blast hit Barda, and Scott's like, no. And Granny tells him quickly, we don't have time. Come on, get away from the door. And so he's kind of confused and he follows Granny. And she goes, I'm so sorry, my poor dear boy, for so much. And he's like, I don't get what you're talking about. She's like, you just have to listen. There's no time to understand. Did Metron visit you last night? And he's like, no. Well, yeah, I guess he did, but I thought it was a dream. And she's like, good. There's so much you need to know. And we have Barda. Looks like she's kind of like she's not out. Like she's still alive. We gotta, as she's on the ground. Granny tells Scott that Orion contacted me this morning, as in his brother, and tells her that he wanted to warn her that he sadly believed that Scott and Barda intended to break the peace and go in and try to kill Granny. So Granny tells him, like, be alert. Orion said that they'll do anything, he said. And if they did, I was going to be able to repay the betrayal. Like, he wanted me to kill you guys.
Yeah.
He's like, so you need to know that, Scott, but I couldn't do that to you because you're my dear boy. He's like, you know, the Highfather, she tells him, like, what he doesn't know, though, is that I've been a loyal friend to Highfather, for the real Highfather, for all these years. I was the one who let him know that Darkseid had the anti-life equation. Like, I'm the one who told him that. You, Scott, or this is where we get a new part of the story. I did it. I tried to save you. I couldn't let Darkseid hurt my own precious boy. I don't know Orion now. I don't know just how great his power is, but she tells him that she can't trust Barda either, but that the prophecy is, Scott, that it compels them that Darkseid can only die by the hands of his own son. And that's not Orion, Scott. That's you. That's essentially what she's telling him.
Yeah.
Because you're the one who was here on a pot, like all of that.
Sure.
And as he's trying to process that, he's just like, but why would they do, like, why? I don't get this. Or, you know, Orion is Scott's son. And she just goes, is he, Scott? Is he? Or are you? And as soon as she says that, Barda's cosmic kind of
baseball bat.
Yeah, it's a, what do you call it, staff or whatever, just smacks her across the face. And Barda begins to just club Granny Goodness to death.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, in Barda's defense, she's been shot. So she's waking up just to go and do this. And it's a great scene here of just the candle that Granny was holding just out and kind of like a pool of blood. And you get the Kirby narration over again. It said that the ultimate trap, the ultimate tramp. The ultimate trap is the simplest trap. And what could be more simple than entering and leaving a building? But it shows them leave through the boom tube. And as they leave, the light goes away and it's just the blood pool, but it's done in a way that's just so kind of creepy that it's like her face bludgeoned in, but you don't see it all, but you know.
Yeah.
Like, that's the thing I'm talking about. Like, it's not overtly gory, but like, you know, like something bad's there.
Right.
So that takes us into our final issue for the day, into issue 3, where Orion shows up back on Apocalypse with Light Ray and Mr. Miracle. And we see this is a good one because it's Scott trying to, I'll tell this. Orion is basically making the bug people dig up the bones or dig up Granny's body because he wants proof.
Okay.
He ends up and they they unearth her and he beheads her to like put on a pike. Like, that is Orion now.
Wow.
Yeah. Like, he is lost in this. But we also get, I feel like it's Scott kind of trying to make sense of what he did. I'll tell this story because it very much feels like Scott's trying to relate this story that Granny told him at one point in time, maybe to him himself. And it's him talking to Barda. And he says, remember that story Granny always told at night? And it also kind of adds to Granny. When you couldn't sleep, the Christmas story? And of course, Barda knows nothing about this. So she's like, no. And he's like, oh, well, I'll tell you then. I have it in my head. Okay, yeah, here it is. And he's just like, it was on Earth, like before Christmas in the Netherlands. It's like 1942 or something when the Germans had it. A little boy, I don't know, call him whatever, Sven. Sven's in school, a Christian school or Catholic, whatever, with nuns, the whole thing. And it's right before Christmas. And the teacher's telling them about Jesus, and she's talking about Mary and Joseph in the manger. And they couldn't find anywhere safe to have the baby. And she mentions that Mary and Joseph were Jews. And Sven, the kid, he starts talking. He's, 5 or whatever. And he says, they could come to our basement. And the nun who's teaching just stops, just frozen hearing that, looking at the kid, at Sven. So later the police come to Sven's house. They found a family in the basement. Jewish, obviously.
Oh, wow.
They took Sven's father and his older brother out into the trees by his house, and they shot them. Sven and his mom and his 3 sisters ended up in a work camp. For a while, one of his sisters died there. Sven got transferred a few more times. He didn't see what happened to his mother or sisters. Eventually, he went to the showers at Buchenwald. After he was older, he had a few years. He was 7 or something. But the gas didn't kill him. No, he died in the pile beneath the pile of people trying to get out. And they let the gas in, and everyone was climbing each other on each, making a pile. Sven was at the bottom. So yeah, Granny, she'd tell that story, and then she'd say, Merry Christmas.
Yeesh.
And Bart is just falling back asleep while he's telling the story.
Yeah, that's rough.
And he's just sitting there like, pardon my friend, but he's just sitting there just like, what the fuck?
Yeah. Sure.
Like he's trying to process it all as he just kind of rolls over. He gets back up, and we can tell that Scott's obviously trying to process everything that happened with Granny and everything with the war.
And by the way, he still has the bandages on his wrists.
He still
and
has
all
the
that
bandages
stuff.
on.
Yeah.
Like he's still like this is all going on not too long from the attempted self-harm from Oberon. Like he's dealing with a lot mentally right now. We don't know what's all real, what's not, because Granny Goodness told him that no, I've been helping High Father Orion sent you here to die.
Yeah, it kind of screwed up his view on things.
So he takes some medicine and he goes and he pours himself some milk and he sits down on the couch. And as he's sitting there, that's Forager. That's one of the bug people. And Forager just tells him, Orion doesn't know I'm here.
So it doesn't show him coming in.
No,
He
just
just,
like sits,
like, appears.
Yeah, he just appears.
Yeah.
And he's like, I'm on leave. Scott just tells him I'm on leave from the war. This part right here, this scene to me was very relatable in a sense of just because I think we've all been there of where you hit a moment of where either in your depression or anxiety or just the way life is going, where you're so kind of transfixed on what you're thinking and what's going on that you just, not even on purpose, but everything around you just doesn't, just doesn't resonate. And that's what this scene is. And it's done so well. And he's like, I'm on leave from the war. And Forager goes, well, how's that working out? And he goes, you know how it is, Forager. Whatever happens, I still got to make a living. I got to escape show in the morning. Like, I just got to do. And he goes, oh, you're breaking out of something? And he's like, yeah, I am. It's just some small talk between the two of them. And he goes, can I help you with something? Like, you want a drink? And then Forager just says, 6.5 million of my people, the bugs, have already died in this war. I'll also point out it was interesting, 6.5 million since we talked the story before. It's the same number.
Yeah, I made that.
Yeah, so I think they're running a correlation of making you think of, or at least being able to try to be like, oh, Ryan's kind of looking a little.
Yeah.
Because he says, fighting for your people.
Right.
Like 6.5 million of my people have died fighting for your people.
Yeah.
Orion ordered their deaths, purposely ordered them to die before the gods. And Scott's just like, yeah, I need more milk. Like he's just not paying attention to any of this. And he's like, well, if that's the problem, why don't you say anything about it? And he's like, we did. We sent our queen. May she ever breed, which is a weird kind of thing for that to be their phrase.
May she ever breed?
Yeah.
Wow.
He goes, we sent our queen. May she ever breed. And he goes, and he had her, and he pauses, and he's like, he had her executed for treason. Like we went to have her say something.
Yeah.
And he goes, no, I would have heard something if I would have heard about that if that happened. And Forager looks at him and goes, this is me telling you about it, Scott. And so while they're there, he goes, well, what do you want me to do about it? He goes, you're a general. He goes, he goes, we admire you. He goes, I know that of all the generals, you're the one who the least, you've looked out for my people. You have the least amount of deaths for the bug people. You care about us just like everybody else. We're equals as you. We won't fight for Orion. We will fight for you. Is like what he's essentially telling him there. He's like, General Free, Mr. Miracle, the bugs will no longer follow Orion in the war. We will follow you. And he goes, wherever you will take us. And he's like, oh, come on, I can't think about this. If you're following me, you're following Orion. Like, that's what he tells him.
Yeah.
And he goes, if we're following you, then Orion's dead. And about that time, a boom tube pops open. And Forager's there. Forager. And Light Ray's there. And he goes, Forager. And Forager can already tell that things aren't going good.
Yeah, sure.
And Light Ray just says, by the orders of the High Father, as Forager's reaching out for Scott one last time, just Mr. Miracle. And Light Ray just obliterates Forager right there for treason. And Scott just looks at it, and all he gets out of him is just Jesus. And then he just drinks his milk.
He's just like a smoking pile.
Yeah, and he just drinks his milk.
And he's like, Light Ray's like, Mother Box, New Genesis, please. Like, he's just telling him he's about to leave back. And Scott just goes, what he said about Orion fighting that way, is that true? And Light Ray's just eventually is like, the bug was specifically instructed not to talk to you. So he violated his instruction. He accepted the consequences. And Scott's like, yeah, I get that. But was what he said true?
Yeah.
And all Light Ray says is, don't be stupid, Scott. And then leaves. So it's one of two things. Either don't be stupid and think that that's really what happened, or don't question that.
Yeah.
So we have...
And I think it's probably the latter.
It is.
Yeah.
And so it's him just staring off, and he finishes off his glass as he looks at the cup again and just holds it up and goes, Merry Christmas, to tie it all together. So they go and they get back in bed, and Scott is obviously feeling the whole dark side is thing, because he goes, everyone says that, but what does it mean? I bet it doesn't mean anything. Like, he's just sitting there thinking to himself. People just thinks it sounds cool. Like, he's just kind of, as he drifts off to sleep. We get a new trap that he's escaping from. It's him being dropped from the middle of nowhere that he's able to, kind of break free
They
from.
put him
It's
in a
him
box.
doing
They
his-
drop him off the thing.
Then Scott and Barta go to have lunch somewhere.
Scott wearing the Batman shirt.
Yep, there's the first one. And so while they're sitting there, and like he's telling Barta, he's like, hey, or Barta tells him, like, Orion wants us back early. He called when you were performing. And Scott like stops her and he's like, it's not performing. I'm escaping. Like, I'm an actual escape artist.
Yeah.
It's not a trick. And she's like, Scott, who are you arguing with? Like, I know what you do is escaping. He's like, no. Like, he's invading on me. Like, he's doing this thing. And he goes, yeah, he just said he said Darkseid stopped the invasion because he's weak. So this is as good a time as any for us to kind of, our each army to go back at it. He's like, yeah, okay. I'm just, what I do is I escape. And she's like, yeah, that's fine. Like, it's him trying to convince her now that he's still just as good at what he is before. They have a moment, and this is just kind of sad, where he tells her, he's like, I have to talk to him, like to Orion. He goes, after Highfather and what Granny said, and you've seen him, like, something's wrong with him. With Forge, like, something's wrong with Orion. And she grabs his hand, and she's like, Scott, please. He's like, there's something wrong with me. Like, I know there's something wrong with me. And she goes, I know. And we're going to fight this together. I promise. But after the war. Like, we're going to deal with this. But after we're done with this. And it's kind of a sad moment, but it's done really well here with the pictures of it's him literally reaching out to
Just
her.
hands. Yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
But it's him literally reaching out to her kind of brushing him off, and then him pulling back. And it's just told so great there in 3 panels.
Yeah.
But he just kind of goes back to eating, trying to deal with this when they're approached by a fan. She's like, oh, it's all of you. I want to be in the picture. And so it's like a cute little fan moment of them, taking a picture with one of his fans. Kind of
Yeah.
we get Funky for the first time in our book
boy.
as we're about to close it out. These are our last 4 pages.
Yeah.
And Funky comes in and goes, and now Funky Flashman proudly presents the X-Pit Executioner, the Granny Goodness Gutter, everyone's favorite escape artist, sensational Scot-Free Mr. Miracle, like in typical Funky bravado. And he looks back, and Scott's just still like kind of peeking around the corner, and he's like, that's your cue, kid. Get out here. Wow him. And it's just a funny little thing.
Yeah. That's very Stanley.
Orion tells him to clear the room, that he wants to talk to General Free alone. And so he asks Scott, like, where's Barta? And he goes, well, she's prepping the armies. And he goes, well, shouldn't you be prepping your army? And he goes, Orion, he's like, he's come to kind of talk to him. Because he realizes that everything that Granny told him, like, obviously something doesn't seem right. What Forger told, like, there's something wrong with Orion.
Right.
But more importantly, he feels like there's something wrong with him too.
Sure.
So they got to figure out what this is if they're going to be able to battle and, win the war. So he tells him, he's like, Father said that Darkseid has the anti-life equation. Okay. And I've been like, I think maybe inside me, like, maybe it made me cut myself. Like, maybe that's why, like, Darkseid infected me. And that's what this is. He's like, what I need to know is, and what I'm trying to say is just, I don't know, like, maybe if it got to me, like, maybe it got to you too. Like, maybe this is what he's doing.
Yeah, sure.
And he goes, I have you, I mean, Orion, I guess, do you think that it could be inside of you too? Like, you think it could be bothering us?
Yeah.
And it's just Orion staring out into the glass, like in the mirrors here. And he just asks him, have you seen the face of God? And Scott's like, what? And he turns around and Orion like swings at him. And he like, Scott tries to get out of the way. And he's like, Orion. And he goes, I asked you a question. I think after all this time, you would have the courtesy to respond to your high father. And he's like swinging, punching at Scott while he's doing this as Scott is trying to dodge out of the way. And he's like, stop. What are you doing? I'm just trying to. He's like, do I need to repeat myself, General? Did you not hear me? Should I say it louder? And he is just beating the mess out of Scott while he's doing this because we kind of talked. It is. We kind of talked about Scott a little bit. Barda is the one who takes care of Scott more because out of the two of them, Orion is the more like physical, like he's the stronger of the two. Scott has, for lack of a better term, even having to put up with a lot of BS, Scott has the bigger heart out of the two. And so he's less likely to do stuff like this. So it makes sense that he would try to avoid this. But Orion is just pummeling him. And he's like, have you ever seen the face of God? And Scott's just like, I don't. And he just slams his foot down into his face. Like he is just giving it to him. And he's like, I have, Scott. I have witnessed the divine, and it helped me, brother. Oh, and it will help you too. Like he's having this moment of just beating the mess out of Scott while just, monologuing this to him. He goes, look at me, brother. And Scott tells him, you're not my brother, as he's sitting there choking him. Yeah. And he goes, see me. This is the face of God. And that's how it goes, as he just takes his helmet out to stand over Scott. And the beauty that they do here is they have the VHS kind of take over the effect. So you can see how Orion's face almost looks Dark-Sidian in a way. And it's just trying to show you how just like the deep down inner core of Orion is evil, man. Like something has gotten to him and something has affected how he is. And you can just see, even that's how his appearance is. That's obviously not what he is. Like he's just Orion the person has been gotten to. But then we get the cheerful Kirby, has Dr. Bedlam with the aid of the paranoid pill devised the perfect trap for Mr. Miracle. It just fits so well. But that'll be where we stop, and we'll go ahead and save issues 4, 5, and 6 for next week's issue.
That's a beautiful comic.
Oh, it is. I absolutely love
gorgeous.
it. But we'll get into it a bit more than next week and continue the story there. But yep, that is part 1 of 4. I just felt it would be easier for us to kind of spend a little bit more time and stretch it out that way instead of just diving in.
No, it always amazes me when they can tell such a intricate story. A lot of moving pieces here.
And that's the thing,
just through drawing and panels.
This story will take place. I think we time jump a little bit later.
Yeah, sure.
But like, there's things here. We're gonna get to it, and I'll tease you a little bit for next one. But like, there's things that are subtly done. Like Funky Flashman gets hit by Barda's cosmic rod right in front of the cover of Mr. Miracle #1.
Yeah.
Like there's little small nods like that.
Yeah.
There's also some more later on where the reconciliation that's really sweet between the two that will probably get me to tear up just because I'm always full of emotions. But I do love how one of the other little Kirby kind of Easter eggs in all of this is in their apartment. The first cover of Mr. Miracle.
Yeah, it's framed on the wall.
And it's it's just like a tour poster.
Yeah.
But that's how it is in all of them.
Yeah.
So there's things like that. It's really cool. Oh, when they go and they visit, I guess I'll save some of this too for later. Kirby comes up exactly. But they go and they like visit Oberon's grave. And there's a part. Oh, yeah, we get some sexy time coming up too.
Uh-oh.
You get to look forward to that. But like Oberon's grave has the last name Kurtzberg, which is Kirby's last name. There's things like that. Yeah. But we'll get into a lot more of that. But yeah, so that is the beginning of Mr. Miracle.
Huh. Well, I had no clue.
Yeah.
I didn't know anything about this going in. Kind of the point of the show.
Yeah.
But it's so deep for like a DC comic.
It is. And that's the thing too is.
I guess DC has always been a little more deep.
They can,
a little more brooding.
It depends on what it was. The story behind this, and I'll just tell it now because I always thought it was so cool, is Tom King and Mitch Gerards had been working on a Batman book that was ended up being really, comic book fans will know that there was a story done called The War of Jokes and Riddles.
Okay.
That was used as the main Batman story. Like the two of them were just going to do it as kind of like an offshoot Batman story by itself. Well, DC liked it so much that they were like, hey, guess what? We're going to take that story and we're going to put it on the main run of your Batman run then. And Tom King's like, oh, okay, that is really cool, but what am I going to do with Mitch now? Like, because we're going to have, they were like, we'll just have the person who does Batman draw it. He was like, well, what am I going to have Mitch do? I'm like, oh, well, y'all come up with something. And Tom's like, Mitch tells the story where like Tom called and was like, hey, that book got picked up. We got to find something else. I don't know. What do you want to do? And Mitch goes, this is going to sound so weird, but like Batman was my end all be all. The only other thing that even kind of comes close to something I would really feel passionate about working on would be Mr. Miracle. And he was like, I didn't think anybody would say anything because he's such a small character. He goes, there was silence on the other end of the line. And Tom goes, have you talked to anybody? And Mitch goes, no, why? He goes, that's exactly why I'm calling you. So it was like both of them just had, for some reason, connected on the character. And it just works so well. And to me, like, this is just, I've said it before. I read a lot of comics.
Yeah.
Just because I've always liked the genre or the medium.
Sure.
But there is nothing that has come close to this for me.
Wow. There's some reviews on the back of this thing that are amazing. You never see this with a comic. Hollywood Reporter, Vulture, GQ, Wired. You never see that from those type. GQ for real. You know what I mean? I mean that's
it's also
even Vulture.
It's the
Eisner
Award for Best Writer and Best Artist. So they want like a clean sweep that year.
Beautiful.
So we will get into the rest of this as the story just keeps being awesome. But there you go. So that's part 1. Next week, part 2, and then part 3, and then part 4.
That was great, man.
It's going to be the month of January,
Yeah,
but
I'm
then in
excited about
February,
this.
I already have. I'll tell you this, Mike. I already went ahead and downloaded a crap ton of old romance comics.
Wonderful.
So I can just read through, and I'm going to put together. I'm going to find some doozies for us for Valentine's Day.
That sounds good.
For us to get forward to for that, so this will be a little bit more serious, but we are going to have fun, ridiculous stuff coming up then too to clean our palate after this.
Yeah.
But there you go. So
That's really good, man. Yeah,
Thank you,
that's
sir.
awesome. That's awesome. I again always impressed with the depth of your research and stuff.
I appreciate it. That'll do it for us for this week. As always, make sure to check out Rogue Media Network and the Rogue Media Network family of podcasts.
RogueMediaNetwork.com.
And until next week, stay safe, everybody.
Hey, Dolly Khan.
Frozen, heroes. Gonna tell you about Frozen, heroes. Gonna tell you about.
This has been a Rogue Media Network production. This is a Rogue Media Network podcast.
Frozen, heroes. Gonna tell you about Frozen, heroes. Gonna tell you about comic books,
Costumes,
facts,
Boots!
and other stuff.
Welcome into Bros, Foes, and Heroes. I'm Zach, joined as always by the magnificent Mr. Mike.
Old Man New Year.
That is true. This is the first day.
Is it Old Man Old Year?
Oh, well, no, I mean, it's new day, new year. We're in 2024.
But what I'm saying is, like you've got the baby.
Old man, old year fits very fittingly.
You've got the baby. for
Yeah,
the
baby new year. It's
And then
father time.
What? Okay, so it's father time. So what happens to him? Where does he go?
He just gets old.
Yeah, but like, does he stick around?
Father time's always, yeah, I guess.
So he just keeps getting older?
Yeah.
Until when? Until what?
He's no longer old. I don't know.
All right, hang on. What? If
That's not as bad as I thought it was going to be.
If that doesn't put you in the mood.
Oh, we got to.
Second stanza.
I know.
Same as the first.
It's the same joke I was going to make. Ooh,
Well, there you go.
yeah.
Yeah. That was Busy Brit. with bad cover of Old Lang Syne.
There you go.
Hope
Well,
you're all having a wonderful New Year.
Happy New Year,
Happy
everyone.
New Year, motherfucker. No.
Hey, we talked about Rubber Band Man a lot for Christmas.
That's
Why
true.
not just
That's true. And we got some Old Lang Syne.
So usually people think, all right, we'll start off the new year with, something new.
Yeah.
I thought when I was doing this that this was going to come on the 31st. I realized it's going to be the 1st. So we'll
Right.
just go with it anyway.
Yeah.
Because that means then that we're going to have 5 shows in the month of January.
Oh, wow.
So I can still plan, because I'll tell you after this, we're getting into 2017's Mr. Miracle for January.
Oh, very nice.
We'll break that down. There's 12 issues in the whole series, so it'll be 3 issues an episode. We'll knock that out in January. And then February, I've already planned, Mike, because going over this list made me realize how much I know that I've missed them. And I think you've missed them too.
Oh, I've missed a lot.
And it's
I'm
perfect
sure.
for the month of February. I think we're going to have some more romance comics.
Oh, very nice. I love the smell of romance in the morning.
There's nothing like somebody wanting to get a divorce because you had stubble in the morning.
This is not the guy I married.
Yes. Oh, this
he's a monster.
this beast. But so a lot of great stuff to look forward to. But what I
think she just
decided to
had
do
short-term memory issues.
That could be
I think
it,
that's
too.
what it was.
is usually
Kicked in the head by a donkey.
oh
Probably is what it
well
is.
that could for sure be.
Yeah.
But maybe she'll meet twins that have telepathy.
Telepathic twins.
That is another
You don't know-
podcast. If you haven't
don't know
listened
what we're
to.
talking
Yeah.
about, you good for you.
Well,
That's what I'm saying.
there's a podcast on the Rogue Media Network, podcast of families called Jennifer Love Hewitt. Please come on our podcast.
Please be on our show.
Please be on our show. Sorry.
Yeah.
It would help if I would.
It doesn't matter,
Okay.
honestly.
Wow.
Brazil, it's called something else, so it's fine. Brazil, it's called Stupid Americans Do Dumb Things.
But it's filled of fantastic stories, and she bought the Moby Dick of plums.
She bought a big plum. Yeah, she bought a big plum, and her friend Sarah Michelle Gellar called her about it.
So it's great.
Yeah, it's good stuff.
Most people usually do a year in review to end the year.
Yeah.
So with it being though the absolute first of the year, we haven't done anything in 2024, so we might as well just still look back on 2023.
That's right.
And so I thought it would be great if I went through all the mini. There's a lot we cover. I'm probably going to miss a few things here or there, but just all the mini comics we covered over the last year of 2023,
You know
and
what?
just see of how many of these stuck with you.
Yeah, you know what hasn't changed?
What's that?
Is I'm afraid I didn't hit record.
I was honestly
I'm gonna
about
go
to
check
ask you
that.
that. Okay, well, so I'm going to hold. Yeah, no, we'll leave this in because this is part of the show. And this is what you call filling as Mike goes and checks. Oh, we're recording, everyone.
Good deal. Did it.
So,
2024 is off to a bang.
yeah, so 10 minutes in, and we're
Yeah.
still good.
That's right. We haven't started the show yet. Yeah.
But so I think that it's perfect for us to go ahead and take a look back at what we covered in 2023 and see what all, if any of this stuck with Mike and just the funny things that we remember from all this.
Absolutely agree.
January, I know that I went back and I started with a whole new year. Let's look at some origin stories. We covered Superman #1, which was a collection of the first couple Superman stories. And the biggest thing that I remember from that was that Superman was born in Cleveland. He didn't land in Kansas.
I do remember that. Yeah.
Yeah,
That was
it's-
weird as hell.
It is. So, and he was very much like he drugged somebody to take their place to pretend to be them. Remember all this? It was
yeah.
Superman was very weird. See, this is what I expect a lot of this.
Yeah, just a lot of, yeah.
We
I do remember that,
Yeah,
though.
we
Yeah.
also covered early Batman from Detective Comics 27 to 38 and Batman #1. I remember he killed a lot of people early on.
Yeah, he was super violent.
He was there's
Yeah.
that one where he's swinging out of a window and he kicks the dude in the head, and he only has the sound bubble of the neck snapping.
Right.
So he was a violent killer.
He kicked him in the head and it said paralysis. And then that was it. He flew away.
Oh man! And then, see, January wasn't anything too weird or crazy. We kind of stayed on board. We had then we talked about Namor and Aquaman.
We're just talking about this year.
This is all
Or
just
2023?
This year. This is all just
Yeah.
2023.
Yeah.
And Namor realized when covering that is just Roman backwards.
Roman backwards.
But we did find out
It
that
doesn't have the same ring to it.
no, Roman
Here comes Roman backwards.
No, it doesn't. He does predate Aquaman by a good 2-3 years. I think we found out there. Funny enough, Bill Everett.
I like him better.
It's Bill Everett too. Namor, I kind of do too. Is the one who created Namor.
He's more serious. You know, like Aquaman. All right, this is a hot take. You ready? Mm-hmm. I don't like Aquaman movies. I think they suck.
That's
I'm not great with them. That's not my Aquaman. You know,
who is your Aquaman? The Justice Friends
my
Aquaman?
is Super Friends.
Super Friends. Sorry,
Aquaman,
you want the one that?
Whoa! Hang on one second. Hello, Casey Jones. Oh, hang on. Hello, Casey Jones. Hang on one second. Hang on. All right, now, what are you saying?
Well, I got a text. This is about how sometimes my life goes.
Sure.
I got a text from the thing that the bike shop said the bike's ready. They said the only last problem they had was they couldn't get the front brake to work with the gyro.
Oh.
Now, to a layperson, that probably sounds like a pretty bad deal.
Sure, it does.
To somebody who kind of knows what's going on, you realize that the gyro is meant to work with the back brake.
Oh, yeah, that's not great then.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah.
Well, here's what I want you to do. I want you to tell all the listeners of Bros, Foes, and Heroes hello.
Hello, Bros, Hoes, and Heroes.
Thank you, Casey Jones. We were just recording our year-end or our 2024 look back at 2023 episode. And
very good.
We realized that Batman was a murderer when we first met him. He was snapping people's necks and stuff.
Well, yeah, he was. He was trying real hard to not kill people, but
Sure.
Eventually, at some point.
Well, you get fed up.
If you really,
just had enough of these.
Yeah,
people.
I mean, there could be some snap necks where I'm going.
Sure, there could be some snap necks. That's right. Snap necks and misaligned bicycles.
I'm here to pick up my bike.
Oh, Batman. That's fantastic. All right, man. Well, be careful getting your bike.
All right. We'll talk to y'all later.
All right, man. See you. Well, there you go.
Yeah.
You got a little reprieve from us.
I don't know what.
With Casey Jones.
I know a little
about
bit
his
about what he was
BMX
talking about.
bicycle.
There we go. Okay.
Yeah. So Casey Jones used to be he was a big BMX rider.
Really?
Back in the day, yeah. And then life happened, and now he's not. But he's continued to buy BMX bicycles all along the way, and so he had all these bicycles in the boxes still, like in storage. And then he went to see his doctor, and his doctor's like, "Yeah, you need to get some exercise." And so he's like, "Well, okay, so I'll take these things, get them worked on, and see if I can't break my back."
Yeah.
So he took it to a place here in town, and then they apparently screwed it up.
Yeah.
So there you go. Hey, by the way, Aquaman. I think that's where we left off. This show, it's a mess.
It is. Hey, it's a fitting. This is this is the first episode you're listening to, then it's gonna prepare you for the rest of the year.
Yeah, it's not bad, honestly. We
have a good show, but we have fun, and it goes off the rails sometimes.
Yeah, we're unfiltered. By the way, anybody who's listening to this, we get a lot of that here. People come in and they're just like, "Oh, I don't know if you want to give me a show. I am just so unfiltered. You never know what I'm going to say." Shut up. No, we know exactly what you're going to say. It's the same words everybody else says.
Yeah, usually the ones that you have to worry about are the ones who don't tell you that they are.
Yes, very much so. Yeah.
You'll learn that that's how it is a lot of ways in life. Is usually the people you have to worry about being certain ways are the ones who don't tell you they are certain ways.
They are not going to tell you that because then they wouldn't get away with it.
Yep. All right. So Namor and Aquaman. Let's go ahead and dive into February where things started spicing up a bit.
Hopefully my mother will call in the middle of this one or something.
This is going to be an extravaganza.
Yeah. Just we're taking calls today.
We should just randomly call people throughout. It's our New Year's extravaganza.
Yeah.
So we talk about what we do.
We have guests.
Randomly talk to people. Should I go connect? I could. Oh, man.
No.
That's too much. Here we go.
You know what you do need, though?
What's that? More
Hey everyone, this is Stu Fuchs from Ukulele Zen. I hope you're doing well. I wanted to take this moment and say thank you very much.
I think Stu, it was
Wishing
with a
you
G.
a very happy new year. Thank you so much for being part of my YouTube channel and making it a place where it's very
I will say it's very
vibration.
zen-like.
People can come and relate to one another in the comment section.
Although
in a very
I haven't seen him
friendly
blink.
way. Really appreciate all the support that you
See that? He
offered
doesn't
me
blink.
on Patreon.
I don't know about
Thanks
that.
to everyone who's come to any one of my 35 live events across North
35
America
live
and the
events across
Caribbean.
North America.
Dude, he's
You have all
he's
made
killing
my
it.
2019
That's 3 years
one of
ago.
the best years
He
of
could
my
be
life.
back by now.
Oh, one of
I'm really grateful for that.
2019.
So,
Yeah.
thank you very much.
Things don't
Yeah,
go
he
well.
doesn't know what's coming, does he?
Loved ones.
Yeah.
Very, very beautiful.
When I look
New
back at
Year's
this,
Eve.
I was so.
All blessings for the year to come. Thank you so much.
This is gonna be our most fucked show. I'm just saying.
Sure. Oh, look at him. He is. All right, for you people that can't see him, which is everyone.
This is a solid cover. I'm not gonna
He's
lie.
like in a bathrobe.
I don't know about that.
It looks like, or a kimono. Or is that a jacket? I don't know. Dude is taking his ukulele very seriously.
I don't know.
Which
don't
I mean, I
mind
guess you
this.
should take your
I
ukulele
don't mind
very
that
serious.
at all.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, February.
February.
Oh, this is gonna be a long episode.
You're good. We'll get through it.
we went to Nemesis Reloaded #1.
Yeah. Hey, you're
We
having
didn't
a
cover
baby.
the
Let's
re-
blow you up.
We didn't cover the rest
Oh, that's
of
right.
Nemesis.
Is this the second Nemesis?
This is the second one. We
Nemesis.
covered the first issue. Like we talked about it a bit. It was
Yeah.
good. It was a bit different. It just set up a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
So there was things that you kind of needed to know about the rest of like his world in a bit to make it all make sense.
Right.
It was not as over the top as the first one.
Yeah.
It was still good.
Yeah, I remember that.
Still solid, but yeah, we should probably. Well, I'm sure at some point in time finish it, but we only covered the first one.
Yeah, whatever. I'm not super worried about Nemesis.
The one that the gem for me this year, and I have another one saved for this upcoming year too, is there's like a collection of comics that everybody knows are just awful.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to waste all those at one point in time. Or it's some that everybody knows are bad and they've kind of been swept under the rug, and it's up for me to pull them back out to remind everybody.
Okay.
One of them that we got to cover in February, which I loved we did, it was a 5-issue series.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like that, was Trouble. Do you remember Trouble?
Oh yeah, that one made me feel weird.
The covers were actual
It was like
models.
softcore. Yeah, it was terrible.
We didn't know the age of the models,
Oh,
which was
no.
very weird too, because
No,
it was supposed to be kids right out of high school. So
Yeah, I don't.
They looked younger than that.
No. Those kids were younger than that.
But it was a Marvel comic, and it was essentially about Peter Parker's parents.
Yeah.
And his Aunt May and his Uncle Ben.
Not a big fan.
And it's essentially of how his dad, Richie, got his Aunt May pregnant. And in this world, Aunt May is really Peter's mom. But the comic as a whole was just very weird. And
Yeah,
it
it
was
just
like
didn't-
try to be romance, but it wasn't right. It was
No, it just felt you felt like you needed a shower.
It was overly like, I don't know, but it's worth the read just to be like,
It's too
ugh.
sexualized. Yeah.
Yeah, there's nothing better than seeing Aunt May holding
Yeah.
a condom, being like, "You hit the jackpot, Tiger."
Boy, oh boy.
I say that in a way sounding like it's not that. It's just it's funny to me that it was a character like Aunt May that they're kind of redoing like
Yeah, it's like
this.
taking Grandma from the Tweety and Sylvester show and making
See,
her.
I would be fine with that
hot
too.
lady.
I'd be fine with that too. Just don't try to make her be Sylvester's mom all of a
That's
sudden.
true. That would be really weird.
Yeah.
She's
Somewhere on the
literally a cat
internet.
lady.
Somewhere on the internet it
Yeah.
exists.
Oh, yeah.
and
Rule 34.
Speaking of cat ladies, we'll get to some cat ladies later too.
Great.
And then we closed out February with some Frank Miller back to back. We had the fantastic Batman: The Dark Knight Returns,
That is great.
followed by the not so good Batman: The Dark Knight Strikes Again, where it was like Robin turned himself into the Joker, and
Didn't
it
like
was
that.
it was all very overtly sexualized. But the main thing was the art. Do you remember the art from it? Here, I'll pull it up to
Not
remind you while we're
necessarily.
doing this.
I just remember that it felt like a real stretch. You know, like because Dark Knight Returns is I mean, it's arguably one of the best comics ever.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, it's so well done with the art, the story, everything. But yeah, any of that stuff after it, oof.
Yeah, I remember
pretty
that we
rough.
just thought the art looked so bad.
Yeah.
In The Dark Knight Strikes Again, and I'm trying to
Was
find.
it? Is that Frank Miller also?
Yes, it is. And remember, it was like where the cat girl looked like
Yeah,
that. Like she
that's-
changed herself from
Yeah,
Robin.
that's awful looking. Yeah.
And it was all overly styled. Oh yeah, that's right. She carries Adam in her mouth. Remember to get rid of him.
Yeah, I don't like that.
But it was all very much that art style of just
like a 8th grader.
Yeah, kind of.
It's kind of what it felt. I mean, it just felt.
I want to try to find the Joker thing again, but it's a lot different and it's a lot angrier and just not. I don't know. Like you can tell a lot happened in the time between when he did the first one and when he did the follow up here,
Very much
because like that's the art from it.
Yeah, I don't like that. It's just so. It just looks like scratches for the most part. It's just not done well.
Yeah, it's very stylized. Or I loved how like the beat up is just more beat up. Batman just looks more like scribbly.
Yeah,
but
I don't like it.
Anyway,
it reminds me of what are those scribble cartoons? Was it Bill Plimpton that used to do those scribbly cartoons? Anyway, I think he's the guy that did "My Spoon Is Too Big." That thing.
Oh, okay.
You remember that?
No.
You don't remember that?
No.
My spoon is too big.
Mr. Bill?
No.
Oh. No. That's what your voice reminds me of.
Yeah, I know.
In March, we had a couple different things of Jimmy Olsen. We started off with Superman is Jimmy Olsen's dad in a one-off story that we talked about a little bit last week, too. That was just Superman is a terrible dad.
Don Hertzfeld. Sorry.
Oh,
he's the one that did My Spoon Is Too Big.
No, I don't know that.
2008.
Oh, I thought it was older than that, but no, I don't know it.
Don, I'm sorry. I know you were in the middle of something. Don Hertzfeld is a guy that was hired to do these cartoon commercials for like Discovery Channel, and instead he turned in all this crap with like a banana and the kid saying my spoon's too big and all this stuff. It's hilarious. If anybody wants to go look at it. My spoon is too big.
I'll have to hunt this stuff down. No, you're fine. In March, we covered the Jimmy Olsen stuff. We already talked a little bit last week about how just terrible of a dad Superman was.
Yeah, Superman's a dick.
And he like adopted him, but then overheard in like his Superman radio that a son would
Superman radio
that a son would kill Superman, and he was an idiot and thought SON instead of SUN, and realized, oh, well, I got to go fix something in the solar system out there.
KSUP.
But I still don't want to adopt you, Jimmy. We also had more.
That's the one where he took all his trophies.
Yeah. We also had more Jimmy Olsen stories that we did later. Where
My
I think,
pal Jimmy Olsen.
Yeah, our Superman's pal Jimmy Olsen. But there was. I'm trying to remember. I think we had one where they had a robot that he fell in love with. Remember, as a love interest of his.
It was in the closet.
Yeah, and then there was one.
Right? Wasn't the robot in the closet?
No, that
What
okay.
was the one that was in the closet?
So we'll get to that.
Okay.
That's that might have been the year
was
before. It's a Superboy one.
Yeah, that was Superboy.
That was with Bizarro.
He was like hiding a bunch of shit in his closet.
It was Bizarro, and there was Superboy robots in there.
That made me feel funny.
And he
too.
killed Bizarro.
Yes,
and all Bizarro wanted was love.
Bizarro, yeah. It came out that literally in that story, Superman was just a murderer.
Yeah,
and he was terrible.
Yeah, kind of like he is in these Superman's pals Jimmy Olsen stories. We also did some more good Silver Age stuff. We talked about Fat Flash, which was Gorilla. It was somehow Gorilla Grodd made him way over. No, Gorilla Grodd entered his brain somehow and caused him to like gain 1,000 pounds.
We've all been there.
Yeah, it was a really strange story, but funny at the time. It made for a weird kind of cover, but also the joy of that episode, at least for me, one of my favorites was. I believe it was Batman 147, but how could we forget the tale of Bat Baby?
Bat Baby.
And I would argue maybe the greatest Batman villain of all time, which would be Garth the Renegade Scientist. Who
You're going to have to remind me about Garth the Renegade Scientist.
So Garth the Renegade Scientist is the guy who created the ray that shrunk Batman down to the baby.
He was Dr. Shrinker.
Yeah, and then while he's they throw like a smoke pellet to escape while he's being shrunken down. But Garth thought this through and had a camera installed in the ray. So it took a picture of Batman as a baby, and he sent the picture out to the news and was like, hey, you guys need to know, or to the newspapers. He's like, hey, you guys need to know that this is what I've done to Batman. You should let the public know. And so they released the news story of like, oh, Batman can't fight crime anymore. He's a baby.
The issue to me is not that he sent it out. It's the fact that like Spider-Man and Batman both are in that world where it's about the newspaper.
Yeah.
Right? Well, Superman also, right? But they're really bad at news.
They are.
In both of those universes.
No, for sure.
Like they just take whatever comes along and just run with it. They don't vet it. They don't ask questions.
Nope.
They just go, "Up, Superman's evil now. Bye."
It's easier. It's easier
I
to tell those
guess.
stories.
Yeah.
It also includes Batman sliding down a ramp on like one of those toy horses and stuff.
Oh yeah.
I remember he had the mind and the strength of an adult. He just looked like a baby.
Yeah.
It was a great one there. I
like
recommend
Super
going
Baby.
back and reading
Do you
it.
remember the oh shit, what were they called? They were like weird superheroes. They were shit. It was like Birdman, not the Birdman, but it was Cuckoo Man, Baby Man.
No, I'm lost.
Really?
What is this?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and I'll come back.
So that closed out. Oh, and then also in March we covered something serious, and it was one of my actual favorite comic book stories, and that is the Justice League of America and the Tower of Babel, which was a Mark Waid story of essentially where Ra's al Ghul steals all of Batman's kind of safety net plans for if things went wrong. Okay, they look familiar, but
the mighty heroes. Yeah, you had Strong Man, Rope Man, Baby Man, Cuckoo Man, and I don't remember what the other one was called. But anyway, mighty heroes. Yeah.
But Ra's al Ghul essentially takes Batman's countermeasures for all the members of the Justice League and uses it against them to render them useless.
Yeah, I do remember that. It was very good.
It was a really good story. So that's a solid one that I love, and you can go back and do that. April, we covered Justin Wright, who was another back in the old public domain days, but he tied a handkerchief around his face when he fought crime. He like blindfolded himself.
Oh yeah,
it was only like one issue.
Yeah,
and
that
then
was one of those old like 40s.
Yeah. And also around that time we had Bingo, the Amazing Kangaroo.
Oh, I do remember Bingo
because Bingo would talk and get angry and was very animated.
Bingo kicked somebody out of an airplane or something. Yeah.
Yes. Bingo was a murdering, crime-fighting kangaroo.
Crime-fighting, which is weird because those two things are juxtaposed. That they shouldn't go together.
No, that's
you
very
true. You should be a murderer and a crime fighter. Talking to you, Batman.
Are you on YouTube?
Yeah.
Do you?
What you need?
The perfect. I was thinking, but I should have planned this out more.
No,
it's
you're
no
good.
biggie.
Go for it. What do you need?
I was wanting to see if we could find for the next one any of the clips from the Chuck Norris and the Karate Commandos of him giving advice. Because to close out April, we covered all of the Chuck Norris and the Karate Commando series. And we found out that he also did cartoons and gave advice. Yeah, it's like those from there beforehand. And it was just so great of like, sometimes in life, it'll give you lemonade. Or not it'll give you, but sometimes life will give you lemons, and it's up to you to make it, into lemonade.
Sometimes
I remember
life will give you
sometime,
diarrhea.
yeah, he's like, I remember sometime, I think they were the Claw, whoever they fought. I remember one time when the Claw, took us down somewhere, yada, yada, yada.
Chuck Norris.
The intro is great.
Chuck Norris, man of action.
He just says his name like 17 times.
Chuck Norris stars in Chuck Norris Karate Commandos.
Yeah.
Chuck Norris.
5.
He's got nerves of steel and strength to match.
Chuck Norris. Just count for all the music. It is typical, like, late 80s, early 90s cartoon.
Chuck Norris with his team, Pepper.
It's too dangerous, Chuck. What?
Too much.
I forgot about Too Much.
Timo, the samurai warrior. Reed, Chuck's teenage apprentice.
Chuck, I'm going to count
Tanabe, a sumo champion. With Chuck Norris, they battle the sinister forces of the Claw.
It is the Claw.
And the ruthless Super Ninja. I'll finish Norris. Chuck Norris stars in Chuck Norris Karate Commandos.
So
you
like
were very close.
10
dude.
or
That's
11,
10
right?
times. 10 times, yeah.
In like 30 seconds.
Yeah.
So every 3 seconds you're hearing a Chuck
That's
Norris.
wonderful. Yeah.
But
Go
he,
Chuck Norris,
he
go.
would also give I
gave
remember
advice.
one time of, when they sent us down to Florida and some kind of gators. Oh, it was great. So, we found out that poor Steve Ditko did art on one of those.
Oh, and the Chuck Norris thing?
Yeah, that was some of his late work,
Yeah.
is that he had to draw some of the. And it's him working out too
he's just
before
working
he
on one of
starts
those slide
talking.
things, which is
You ever made a mistake?
Nope.
Of course you have. We all have. Many times it's hard to face up to that mistake because it means you may be laughed at or punished.
He's all sweaty.
But when you
with
do
a half
face up
shirt.
to your mistake and
Tiny
know
shorts.
you'll never do it again, and you become a much stronger person. And we needed all that strength on the island of the Walking Dead.
Yeah.
Not to be confused with The Walking Dead.
No. TM.
Yeah. Oh man. So I loved that.
So stupid.
Oh, they were so bad, but they were
Yeah,
so great.
They're very bad, but they're awesome.
At one point in time too, I think like Reed was his son, like adopted son.
Yes,
Remember he
I
had
do
an
remember
adopted
that.
son
Yeah,
before
he was the son, and then all of a
apprentice.
sudden he was his apprentice.
They were
and
like,
then-
this is kind of weird.
Then I like never mentioned it again.
He
Yeah.
did. In May, we went down the music route. We covered Ice Ice Baby, the
Oh,
Vanilla
yeah.
Ice story,
Yeah,
or
that's
at
a
least
good
up
one.
until 1992
Yeah.
when the comic came out. So
Yeah.
we did not hit the downfall at all. It was all the rise.
There was nothing about him renovating homes in Florida.
But he still had gotten into enough problems by
Oh,
then. But the Ninja Rap had just come out, so he was on top when we stopped there. We also
I just remember that one being like, they were trying to convince us what a streetwise person he was.
Yes.
But yet he was like, Mom, I'm going to do this thing or what? You
yeah,
know,
they
he
tried
was-
to do that, but
yeah.
then they would also like throw in just like disses
Yeah.
because they
Yeah.
were like, he gave a name about being this super talented, motorcycle racer. We never found any records. Like, they just purposely like.
It was like at the end of the comic, it was almost like, yeah, we've had enough of this guy. That was,
Oh man,
good stuff.
Those were great. And then we also had the X-Men. We covered a couple of the like specials that they would have in the Dallas Morning News or the Dallas Times Herald at the
When
time.
they went to the state fair.
That's the one we did.
Yep.
The X-Men at the Texas State Fair,
Yeah.
where Big Tex helped them.
See, it's funny. I really remember the ones that are branded with things.
Yes.
You know, like
We also had the one, I don't think we got, or maybe it was the time before. That might have been last year. We did those PSA ones too that I
love
remember about
PSA.
the
Spider-Man was trying to keep kids from
having sex. Yeah, there was one of those.
Yeah, that was
because
good.
it was an alien that was, oh man, those are great. Also, another one that we got to that kind of fits in that branded one, and maybe you do or don't remember this one, but was Craftsman Bolt-On Saves the Justice League.
Oh, yeah. Oh, 100%. Yeah. Because I used to work at Sears. So, yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's great.
it's essentially like the Craftsman service guy was left in the Justice League headquarters to work on stuff when they invaded, and he took out
everything
every.
was like, we got to go fight crime, but the Craftsman service guy is going to stay here and fix the fridge. Or so, it's, what?
And then we closed out May with, do you remember Brute Force? So Brute Force were the animal / robots,
yes.
that were all about environmental.
Yeah.
They were protectors of the environment.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Yeah. That was about the same time as like Captain Planet and stuff like that. I
it
think we
was,
talked
and
about
they
that.
fought other evil,
Yeah.
polluting animal
Yeah.
machines.
They fought the people who don't recycle.
Yeah, essentially. We'll go through June real quick, and
You
then
don't
we'll come back and
recycle.
close it out because we kept an animal theme. We did Animax next, which
Chuck Norris would be pissed off if you don't recycle.
hey, very much so.
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like he's like pro.
Hey, you ever make a mistake? Of course you have.
Yeah, I don't. I'm Chuck Norris.
I don't. I'm Chuck Norris. Fuck
but
you.
We did Animax. We did Animax, which was
Yeah, I
the
remember
animal
Animax, too.
cars
Yeah.
that humans
Yeah.
drove, but they had to wear the
Yeah,
helmets to
didn't like that
communicate.
either. Nope.
And then like they died, but it was really weird.
That was the one where we talked about how that they made it entirely so that they could spin it off into toys.
Yes,
and,
and that's
cartoon,
all they did.
And it never happened.
Yeah, exactly. Like they created the whole comic and then
Yeah.
nothing
Yeah,
ever
yeah,
came
yeah,
from
yeah.
it. I'll go ahead and we'll come back and we'll close out with the rest of June as well as I feel like I'm going in and out. Maybe it's my headphones.
I think you're okay.
Okay.
Yeah, you sound fine. To me.
But
It's that time of year.
we'll come back and close out our look at the rest of the year from the last half of June on right after this. Welcome back in to Bros, Foes, and Heroes. And it usually would be a year in review, but since it's the first of the year, it's still a year in review, but
Yeah.
of 2023.
Yeah.
Looking about
are looking back on all the things that we kind of covered and dove into, realizing a lot of crazy stuff, but a lot of fun.
The other thing is like you've made it. You've made it to 2024, folks.
Yeah.
You know, it was touch and go there since about 2019. 5 years down the road, we've made it.
Back when the ukulele guy was having his banner.
That's true. That's true. Oh boy,
I hope.
I really want to take a
out
deep
for
dive
him.
and find out where he's at.
I hope
now.
he's doing okay. Okay, Mike doesn't. I do. We closed out June.
That
we'll wrap
robe.
that up.
I didn't like that robe.
With Nightcat, which Nightcat was
Nightcat.
awesome for so many reasons, because we got to listen to music from Nightcat
Well,
too.
not only that, she's like a real person.
Yeah, it was a real person, Jacqueline Tavares, or at least that's what they
Wow, look
named
at you.
her in.
Yeah.
I can't see all. I don't know why it stays up here,
Yeah.
but
well, we've talked about that before. Like I can't find my way home, but I can remember a
Yeah.
commercial from 1972.
exactly.
Yeah.
And so they took her and they branded her and they made an actual like album and made a song.
Oh,
It was
she was like there's pictures on the internet of her going and signing the covers and all that stuff.
So it's all out there, and it's
she
just
had a whole tour.
Yeah.
Like where she was actually performing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's crazy that all that happened, but it's so Stan Lee makes an appearance in it and talks about how he's going to make her the next big thing, but
Oh,
she's
sure.
a crime fighter slash, singing sensation.
Well, isn't she the one that like her dad doesn't know she's going out and singing at night?
And he's a cop, and it was against her.
And then he gets killed.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
And then she goes on,
That's
has
why
like
she fights crime.
the greatest concert of her life the night he dies.
Yeah. Yeah, she's like, oh.
He dies protecting her, remember?
Yeah.
And he realizes then that,
My dad is dead. I got to go sing. Okay.
Oh, man. Then we get into July. We talked about it coming up for February, but we had more romance comics.
Yeah.
Always great because they're always ridiculous. We'll have more coming up for those
Was
in
that Too
February.
Fat for Love?
That
Or
was
was
the
that
first
earlier?
ones. Those were earlier.
Okay.
These were the ones we came back with through was like the one where I think like.
This was Dear God, Your Stubble?
No, that was the
Was
first
that
one too.
earlier,
This was
too?
the one with I was jailbait. And it was like the guy spanked
Yeah,
her
he would
in
spank
front
her.
of
Yeah, in front of her
It was
parents. Yeah.
weird.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, it's all strange.
do
It's all
remember that,
hilarious.
yeah.
There's going to be a lot of great romance
God, I
comics
love
there
those
too.
things.
We
Those
also
are the branded
did,
ones, man. That is my jam. I
we're
love
getting
those
to another
things. Yeah.
branded one, which was Marvel and the Electric Company.
Oh,
the
yeah.
different Spider-Man
Spidey.
adventures. There was one where he fought the Tickler, who had like feathers taped to his
Yep,
fingers.
Yep. It was always such cheap props.
Yes.
Like, it was, okay, what do we got sitting around? Okay, you're the tickler.
Was he the one? Or no, maybe it wasn't the Tickler. Maybe it was the Jokester or something because he like threw measles at people too,
Yeah,
right?
he had that
it was a
spotted
bag
thing.
of it was just a bag
of measles. Yeah. That's how
There was also the brick wall that he fought.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
But they got into a fight out in the Mets game in the outfield, so they
Yeah.
both got kicked out. So it
Yeah.
ends with both of them sitting on the bench outside the
Yes.
Shea Stadium.
Yes. Yeah,
those are great.
Electric Company's a ridiculous show. If anybody out there doesn't know what we're talking about, just go on YouTube and look up the Electric Company from like the 70s.
Oh yeah,
Ooh,
it was
baby.
great,
Ooh,
man.
baby,
That was fun.
baby.
Then we also had
Morgan Freeman.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
he
yeah.
narrated some of those.
Count
that we went back and
Blackula,
watched
yeah, and then he would do the narration of the
for the
Spider-Man
Spider-Man
stuff.
ones. The Whistler, who would scare criminals by whistling.
Yeah.
And then we also for July we did the origin of the Battletoads that was in the Nintendo Power
I
issues.
know a shiver goes right down my leg anytime somebody whistles.
It was like notes, like he would just and they would all like they
Yeah.
wouldn't be able to move. It
I
would
think we
like
talked about
petrify
the brown
them
note
in fear
during that too, right?
We did.
Yeah.
And then we also covered the origin of the Battletoads
Yeah,
from
the
those two
Battletoads,
issues of
yeah.
Nintendo Power,
Yeah.
which was kind of cool just to
Sure.
be able to look to a video game magazine.
Sure.
But
Yeah.
August, we went back to the 40s for a little short story about Angel and the Armless Tiger Man.
Oh yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, this stuff's like all flooding back now.
Exactly.
Yeah.
See, when I was making this list, I was like, wow, we did all of this year.
We've done a lot.
We have. We also did an issue of Strange Adventures, and I did a couple of stories from there. One was The Man Who Could Vanish.
Yeah. So is that the one where he was drawing himself in the comic, or was that an earlier one also? Remember when the guy was like drawing his own fate? or
Yeah, okay,
whatever?
so that was all in these Strange
Yeah,
Adventures
that's what I
here.
thought, yeah.
It was The Man Who Vanished, or maybe, no. That might have been the
Halloween one we did from
maybe.
2022 with I think it was a Tales from the Crypt, maybe.
Yeah, maybe it was.
That's the one, but
I
yeah,
remember-
where he drew his tombstone
He like
and
sees his
yeah.
own like yeah.
No, this was the one, the guy who could vanish, and it was also Mr. Wilkins Sees the Future.
Oh, I do
where he
remember
had that magazine, and it was like
Yeah, yeah,
he
yeah.
was on the
He was-
cover, and
he
he
was
can never figure out why.
The most normal guy.
Yes,
or the
that's
most
what it
plain
ended up
guy
being.
in the
He did
universe.
nothing
Yeah.
extraordinary.
Yeah. He was like the non-extraordinary man.
But it's always fun to look back on those old ones. September, we kind of went down a little bit of a strange path for a couple weeks, but they
No
were
shit.
fun. We always do. But the first one was Batman and Elmer Fudd.
Yeah, that was good.
That both
I
of the-
actually enjoyed that.
Even the Batman story and the Looney Tunes story, because
Yeah.
the Looney Tunes story was very Looney Tunes in there
Yeah.
of how what you would want of like Batman getting, you know, the whole rabbit season or bat season, rabbit season argument
Yeah.
with bugs and stuff,
Yeah.
and it was fun.
But it worked.
Yes.
Which was so weird to me.
And then, because I love at the end to trick Elmer, the two of them look at each other and they go, Robin season.
Yeah.
And he like has summoned the whole
Yeah.
Bat family to
Yeah.
distract Elmer.
Yeah.
And it's funny. But then the actual serious one that they did.
And Elmer's a drunk.
Yeah, in the serious?
serious
Yeah,
one, yeah.
he is. And Bugs is just kind of a
All of it.
asshole.
Yeah.
It's really good though.
It is good. Very good, yeah.
And then the week after that, we did Wonder Woman and the Tasmanian Devil.
Yeah, that one wasn't as good.
It wasn't as good, but it wasn't bad.
He spoke to her in pictograms.
That's right.
Yeah.
Like she could read his thoughts. I forgot about that. She could read his thoughts. They essentially retold then for the Looney Tunes story in that one, the whole Odyssey, or at least the Battle of Troy.
Yeah.
But it was solid still.
Oh
And then we also started our kind of Marvel history look back, and that kind of covered at least a little bit through the rest of the year. We would have episodes here and there of just kind of at least setting up how Marvel got through the 60s and just telling, I think, a very interesting story
Oh,
there.
super interesting. Yeah, yeah. We did several episodes on that, and then ended up the year with Beneath the Trees.
Yep,
Nobody
and
Sees
that's
and that
so.
kind of stuff. Yeah.
In October, we also covered the very first issue of Fantastic Four.
Oh, yeah.
Got to see how that started, which was actually really cool to see the kind of birth of Marvel Comics, because that's the one that started it all, and see how they transitioned from those like monster comics and stuff into the
Yeah.
superhero world, and it was just very interesting to see and very different for its time.
And that was the one that got DC all riled up too, right?
Yeah, yeah. It's so like Fantastic Four is the reason that Marvel would eventually surpass DC and hasn't let go since.
But that's when they really started
Yes,
fighting.
they started.
Yeah,
Yep,
yeah.
right there. We also covered, as Mike kind of brought up, Beneath the Trees Where
Yeah.
Nobody Sees. We
It's a
covered the
great
first
story.
issue there in October for our Halloween.
Good stuff.
We just covered issue 2 a couple weeks ago here in December. I think we're enjoying it a lot, so I'm probably going to
great.
keep. We will keep covering that until it's over.
I love those.
The art, the story, all of it's great. Also in November, we
Pigs eating
covered.
pigs.
That's true. In November, we covered Mr. Miracle issue
Yeah.
introducing Funky Flashman.
Funky Flashman.
But also kind of got a little tease of Mr. Miracle as a character. We'll get into more in the month of
Yeah,
January.
we've been introduced to Mr. Miracle. We've been introduced to Big Bertha.
to
right?
Big Barda,
Big Barda, same thing.
Oberon, all those characters.
Yeah,
but
all
Mike
of
will know
those
them, yeah.
during that one, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
And
and this is the same Big Barda that
Kirby-
Superman tried to.
Yeah,
work?
yeah.
Okay.
That because of that, I can't remember that guy's name. It was like Sludge or something.
Yeah,
He was
something
like,
like that, whatever.
yeah. Some alien tried to talk
Sludge.
Superman into a sex tape. That's back when you can go listen to it. It was Action Comics 587, I think.
Ooh, boy.
Superman and My Wife. I'm pretty sure
Yep,
it's the title
that's
of
exactly right.
it. Also in November, speaking of Superman, we did Superman Speeding Bullet,
Oh yeah.
which was if essentially Superman landed in Gotham and was found by the Waynes.
He was Batman, Superman. That was cool.
It was
I
cool,
enjoyed that
and it was really fun until
until he
Lex Luthor turned into the Joker. No, it wasn't even Lex Luthor turning into the Joker. It was the helicopter.
just has a propeller
blade.
bust out of his ass. And
Yeah,
he's
he kind of
flying through
turned.
the sky.
Yeah, he kind of turned into Inspector
Yeah, he was Inspector
Gadget a bit.
Yeah, yeah. Was that
so-
the Claw also in the Inspector
Yeah.
Gadget? Okay.
Yeah, yeah. Our Professor Claw, Doctor Claw, something like that. And then for December, we
Professor
closed out.
Emeritus Claw.
We closed out with the Beneath the Trees issue 2, and then we did not one but 2 different Woolworths Christmas books.
We did, and those were fun. Enjoyed them quite a bit, and I can remember those because it's just like yesterday.
Yeah, yeah, just like yesterday,
or maybe 2 days ago.
Maybe. Huh.
Yeah.
So there you go. That was the year we had, and then
It was great, man. I really always enjoyed doing the show with you. The fact that you're here now as part of Rogue Media is a big deal.
It is. It makes it easier for us to get this done.
It does
too.
definitely make it easier for us to record. We don't have to do it on Saturdays anymore or Sundays. And I think that going forward, you and I are going to find some really cool projects to work on.
I think so,
because
too.
you're here, and I mean, there's a lot of sports stuff coming, but I think there's some weird stuff coming too.
I think there's some weird stuff, and I think there's some cool stuff even here on the nerdy side of this stuff that we can do too.
I'll keep making weird stuff and dragging you through it.
Oh, and I will gladly just let you drag me with me. But so there you go. That was 2023.
Great.
We're going to have
It was
a
a good
lot of great stuff coming up in 2024. I kind of teased what's coming up in January, but I can tell you we have just as much craziness. Since we're going to do something more serious, I have plans for the ridiculous things to follow as well, including a book that I don't know if you've ever heard of called Marvel, which is like a 7-issue series back in the early 2000s, I want to say.
Okay.
Bill Jemas, who was the president of Marvel at the time, who never wrote a comic before, they essentially had a competition between themselves. It was, I'm trying to remember. I think it was.
So was he an artist or what? Was
No,
it?
he wasn't. Like he just wrote the book.
He's just a guy.
Yeah, he was he was just high up in Marvel.
Oh.
And
he had never written a comic book, but he wrote
and he
this
thought that anybody could do it. And it like starts as like it makes fun of DC the whole time, and like Ted Turner, and then it just like spans into like his thoughts on the creation of life, and it's all over the place. It's bad. It has terrible jokes, like, and it was printed by Marvel. They thought that it would be a thing, to the point where the last like issue 7, I'm pretty sure, is just the guidelines and the instructions for like how to enter Marvel's writing contest. Like they didn't even, and it was all just based off of a bet with like Peter David and Captain Marvel, to where Jemas kind of thought like, oh, I bet you I can outsell you even never doing anything like that.
Wow.
It's all kind of, it is
I'm
bad.
looking
I have
forward to
that
that.
saved for this year.
That'd be cool.
I have a lot of things like that. So there's a ton of craziness for us to get into, tons of things to look forward to. But as always, we appreciate you guys being along for the ride.
Yeah.
And
have a great 2024
for sure.
Keep listening to podcasts. Please.
Keep rocking in the free world.
Keep rocking in the free world. And we're pretty well wrapping this up, right?
Yeah, we are. I'll just say,
Okay, go ahead.
we appreciate you listening as always.
Yeah.
And until next time, stay safe, everybody.
Golly con, but here's Tom Waits. How did this guy get popular?
I can't say anything. I love Bob Dylan.
Well, I mean,
I actually like a lot of Tom Waits songs too.
Tom Waits, I've never been a huge fan of. But he's got that one song, "Big in Japan."
Yeah.
Oh, I love that song. It's just him saying, "I'm big in Japan." That's about it.
I like this. There's a gruff kind of realness to it. I like it.
It's definitely real. I always thought it was a character, you know?
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
I think it's probably like 7 packs a day. I don't know how much.
Do you remember that Coffee and Cigarettes movie that Jim Jarmusch made? It's all in black and white. It's got Bill Murray in it, Tom Waits in it, all that
Vaguely.
stuff. They're just like sitting in a coffee shop a lot of the time, smoking cigarettes and drinking coffee and talking to each other.
No.
Anyway.
Huh.
Yeah, I don't know why I brought that up.
I don't know. That's a perfect place to end. All right, bye, everybody.
Bye.
Frozen, heroes. Gonna tell you about Frozen, heroes. Gonna tell you about.
This has been a Rogue Media Network production.
Grey's Anatomy, the most iconic binge-worthy drama, is back, along with answers to the biggest cliffhangers. Will Teddy survive? Will Joe and Link finally find happiness together? Meredith returns along with fan faves like Arizona. You can now stream every episode of Grey's ever on Hulu, and new episodes next day. Watch new episodes of Grey's Anatomy Thursdays at 9/8 Central on ABC and stream on Hulu.
This is a Rogue Media Network podcast.
Frozen, heroes. Gonna tell you about Frozen, heroes. Gonna tell you about
comic books, costumes,
facts,
Boots.
and other stuff.
In this week's issue,
Christmas Storybook, a gift to all Santa's children from Woolworths. Santa and the Snowball Patrol.
Welcome into Bros, Foes, and Heroes. I'm Jack. Whoa.
He's Jack Frost.
It is. You know what? Forget it. I'm not
Yeah.
going to read it.
You're Jack Frost.
I am Zach, or in this case, yeah, it's Christmas
It's
Day.
Zach Frost.
It's Jack Frost, Zach Frost. I don't know. I'm Zach, joined as always by the merry one. I was trying
That's
in my
your-
head,
That's your like radio overnight name.
Jack Frost.
Zach Frost.
Oh man, you always notice how, but I'm Zach, he's Mike, just like always. I was
That
trying
really
to come up
is
with
good,
something
though.
merry.
Like if you were
Zach Frost.
Yeah, like if you were a radio DJ, Zach Frost in
Well,
the
that's what
morning.
I was- it fits very much with like a rock station or like one
Yeah,
of those like
sure.
FM.
Sure.
I have like
Oldies in the morning with Zach Frost.
working in radio forever, like you work with people that kind of have those,
Yeah.
type. Granted, I never worked with anybody here in this area that much, but you would still bump into some guys. No, I might have worked with one or two, but anyway.
Yeah.
But it was always just like they had like the little bit of a wacky kind of FM DJ voice in
Yeah.
it, but like the Casey Kasem, hey, we're spinning it back to back and beat to beat, kind of like that.
Keep your feet on the ground and
Yeah.
keep reaching for the stars.
This one comes from little Susie, who says, her
My,
dog.
my father died in a terrible fire.
That was
The only thing that got me through it was the song by the Spinners.
Here's Rubber Band Man. Oh man.
Yeah, there you go. Happy Christmas to you.
Merry Christmas, everyone.
Her dad died in a fire.
That is the one thing, and I promise we're gonna get
Yeah, we
into
will.
Christmas theme, but that is the one thing that always kind of made me feel, I don't know, awkward about those replays of the old Casey Kasem.
Oh, yeah.
Because all the dedications were super sad.
Yeah, they're super sad. They're like, my boyfriend left me while I was eating a hoagie. And now I can't eat sandwiches without thinking about him. The only thing that got me through it was Rubber Band Man. Again? Everybody's number one song, Rubber Band Man.
Hey, let's not forget, he's the voice of who he was the
He was Scooby Doo.
Scooby. We're not
No, Shaggy.
Shaggy. Yeah, there
Yeah,
you go.
he was Shaggy.
Yeah, which is kind of funny too, because it
Ruh-roh.
doesn't really fit. But yeah, they were all can't eat
Me and my
sandwiches.
friends were solving crimes.
When
we took off the mask of the mayor who had been killing kids at the amusement park. The only thing that got us through it was the song Rubber Band.
Again, a third time in an hour.
A third time. We got to vet these better.
All right. So
You just hear that. Ba-dum, bum, bum, ba-dum. Ba-dum, bum.
Hey, y'all, prepare
All I-
yourself for the rubber.
All I can
band.
think of is like it was like a Staples
I do
commercial
love
or
that song,
something
by the
like
way,
that. You remember that?
Oh yeah, with it was the guy
like-
from My
it
Name
was
Is Earl.
Crabman. Yeah.
Oh man.
So funny.
All right, there you go.
All right.
I'm gonna listen to Rubber Band Man on the way home today. That's a guarantee. But we covered a little bit a couple weeks ago. The first of these, there were 3 that I could find. We'll save the other one for maybe next Christmas. But there are these Woolworths Christmas
Save it for
storybooks.
next Christmas if
I
we're
mean,
all still around.
Well, here's the thing: like, it's not going to do us any good to do it next
Sure.
week
No,
because
no.
we're out of the Christmas season.
Yeah,
Today being
screw
Christmas, it makes
starting
sense.
on the 26th.
But I have something special planned for next week. I decided for us to kind of do a year in review to
Yeah.
kind of just look back at
That's
least
gonna
to
be
see
fun.
what you remember of everything we covered in the last year. I'm sure that we'll remember some things just casually talking about it today. I was reminded of the issue that we covered where Superman adopted Jimmy Olsen and just how much of a super dick he was to
And
Jimmy
the only
Olsen.
thing that got me through it was Rubber Band Man. I
all
was
right.
adopted by the world's strongest man.
It was the world's worst dad. We'll do a year in review next year,
It's
but
not
we'll
like we
do.
practice this
No,
before we come in or
we
anything.
don't. We
Yeah.
just that's the thing is we didn't prepare any of this, and we have given you a solid 5 minutes on the Spinners and
Yeah.
Rubber Band Man and Casey Kasem.
I'm just surprised that when I said the Spinners, you knew it was Rubber Band Man. I think it is.
I'm pretty sure. Here's,
Yeah, I don't
you
know
know
for
what? I
sure.
have it on my phone, but
Oh,
I'm telling you, I love the song. I genuinely do. But so we're gonna cover the year in review next week, and this week we will cover the second of 3 of the Woolworths books. But we did 1952 last week. This week we will be doing 1953. My dad was born in 1953.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, the dad that I ate. So I figured that was a great tie-in on
Sure.
segment for Christmas episode.
Sure, that sounds
for
wonderful.
people first listening in. There's a long story there that we'll get into later. It has to do with spreading ashes. It's not like I'm a cannibal or anything. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, everybody.
Rubber Band Man is sung by the Spinners. Yep. Okay.
Good. Nice job.
Thank you. Anyway, in Woolworths, they released a Christmas storybook in 1953. And what these were is it's a collection of it had a comic story in there.
Yeah.
But it's essentially like the Toys R Us. I mean, Toys R Us technically isn't around anymore, but like whatever it is now. For when I was a kid, it was the Target Christmas catalog. Remember, those things were like thick. It
Mine
was
was-
Target, it was Toys R Us, it was Sears,
Mine
it
was
was
Sears, yeah.
Yeah,
Sears
there
Big
was.
Book.
There always seemed to be like every holiday season, there was like one store that had a really
Yeah.
thick book, and you'd go
Sears
through and
is-
circle stuff.
Yeah, Sears
and
is the one where I circled all the Star Wars figures.
all the
original ones.
the
Kenner.
Kenner. There you go.
Yeah.
But so that's essentially what
I
Woolworths
had
did
one
here.
of those Boba Fett's that they then recalled. Remember the one that he shot a missile out of his back?
No.
And they recalled it because kids were choking on it because they were shooting a missile down their throat, I guess. And so they recalled it and made it where the missile didn't come out anymore. But I had one that fired the missile.
Oh. Ooh,
Yeah.
you were fancy.
Oh, yeah. That's why
Did you
I'm
try
s-
to check
That's why
yourself
I'm
on it?
still working because I have it. No.
Did you try to choke yourself on it?
Sure.
Okay.
Well, it was that age. I
Well,
was
what
trying to choke
does it-
myself on everything.
what-
It was fun. Ego, more.
Woolworths in the 50s decided, hey, what if we added a Christmas story in here to
Yeah.
try to sell our toys too?
Yeah.
And so we have this week, Santa and the Snowball Patrol is our story to go along with what Mike loves the most out of all these, which is these
The ads.
old toy
Yeah, the
ads.
old ads.
So
Christmas Storybook, a gift to all Santa's children from Woolworths. Santa and the Snowball Patrol.
there you go. You open it up, and the front page there is
And
books
the only
that you
thing
can
that got me through it. No.
Rubber Band Man. Books you can color and cut out. They already have
Yeah.
an ad right on the front in there. But
Yeah.
we get into our story because they don't want to bore you with ads to begin with. And very much so, like we had Bobby and Billy, and they like names that have.
I love Lucy cutouts.
Oh, is that what's
for
on
a
the front
quarter.
page?
Yeah, I love Lucy cutouts. That'll give you a time frame on this sucker.
1953.
By the way, down at the bottom it says prices slightly higher in West. What West? Just in the West?
Like, yeah, in the West in general, or like the town West, or like.
Yeah, because I don't think it was a town West. Because this was put out printed in the USA by Western Printing and Lithography Company.
Oh, it's the lithography
It's
that
the
gets
lithography
makes
that-
you have to
yeah.
charge a little
That's
bit
right, it's
more.
a little more. Okay, sorry.
No, you're fine.
Little people.
Yeah, so
Janie,
and what's his other name?
Turd Ball.
No, it's J names. Jimmy. Janie and Jimmy.
What's the parrot's name?
Gabby.
Gabby says, "Let's see the snowman get ahead." Quack.
Yeah, very much. Gabby,
Thank you.
he's annoying through the whole thing.
Oh no, come on.
Yeah. But
He's got earmuffs on the no bird ears. He has.
well, he's a parrot. He gets cold in the winter. So the kids make a snowman outside. He kind of looks like Frosty. They're called in for dinner by their mother, and they go to eat dinner. And they're all, you notice, they're all drinking milk, which is kind of weird for dinner.
By the way, this snowman looks swell.
Swell is
What
very
they say,
solid.
looks swell.
The kids tell their parents, "Hey, you think if we go to bed early, since it's Christmas Eve, that we'll get our gifts from Santa quicker?" And their parents are like, "Well, I guess that's possible."
And they're like, all right, then we're going to get ready right after dinner and go to bed.
Well, the father says, that's very possible, children.
Like he never thought of it before.
And then the parrot right behind him, very possible.
Well, he's doing what a parrot does.
Can you imagine living with this thing?
With a parrot?
No.
Oh,
God.
That had to be the worst. So it looks like they're getting...
The only thing that gives me solace is knowing this was that long ago, so this parrot's dead.
Well, I don't know. Parrots live for a long time, I feel like.
Don't spoil my...
Sorry.
Don't yuck my yum.
I would never...
I love dead parrots. That's my...
I would never yuck your yum.
Yeah.
Mike.
Golly, Christmas Eve is the most exciting time of all.
Yeah. So the kids are getting ready for bed when all of a sudden they hear a tap on
no.
outside their door, and the snowman's just come to life. We don't explain how.
They're not even surprised.
And they're not phased at
and
all.
There's no hat
He's
that
just-
makes him come to life.
And that's what he says. He's like, "Hey guys, you essentially, I'm paraphrasing, but you guys forgot to give me a hat." And they're like, "Oh, hey, you're right." And Gabby goes and grabs their dad's top hat, and the kids are like, "He never wears that. You can have it."
What's
so
that effing parrot that brings it to
it
him?
does. The
How's that, everybody?
Because the kids weren't going to go find one.
Get out of here, parrot.
But then the snowman puts the hat on, says, "Hey, that fits pretty good."
Puts him in a party mood.
And then he's like, hold on, where is it? He goes, "This hat, puts me in a party mood. Why don't we all go to my house for a Christmas party?"
When did he get a house?
He's always had one.
Okay.
But the kids don't even question it.
Yeah.
He's just like, "Wonderful. We'll get our hats and coats," is what they
Yep.
say. They're just like, "Yeah, sure, weird snowman who just came to life and he's not going to murder us." Granted, I guess, it's nice for the children to be able to just not have that type of...
To slowly drift into insanity by a snowman that talks? Yeah. Yeah, it sounds great.
I don't know. I guess like the wonderment of a child, if a snowman came and talked to you,
Sure.
you would follow it. But looking at
Sure.
it now,
Straight
if
to
a
hell
snowman,
is where you
if
would
a
follow it.
snowman came and talked to me, I would have questions first before I would just be like,
Yeah.
yeah, no, let's go to your house. That sounds fine. Mainly like, how are
Well,
you talking or why?
I think,
but again,
I think maybe
it doesn't work for the story. I
if a
understand.
horse started talking, I'd have fewer questions than an inanimate snowman I just put together that's telling me to go to his house that previously didn't
I realize
exist.
that, and I also realize that we are seeming to attack very hard
Yes.
a children's
Yes,
Christmas
I'm going
comic
to
for
all day
no
long.
reason.
And this damn parrot.
Logic. No, I get that it's Christmas magic, whatever it is. I just find it funny that he's like, "Man, I want to party. You guys want to party? Yeah, we love to party, snowman. Let's do this."
Keep going, because there's some other stuff here.
There is, yeah. So he takes them to his snowman
His house.
Yeah, he's got a house
With a door and everything.
and he opens it, and there's his
Furniture.
wife, who's just Miss Snowman, doesn't have a
Mrs.
first name,
Snowman.
and they have a snowman son
Oh, my Lord.
whose name is Snowdrop. Don't like the name
I
Snowdrop?
don't like this name, Snowdrop.
Okay.
It reminds me of Godzuki.
A little bit.
And I just don't like Godzuki.
I don't like Godzuki either.
Pooh. That thing. Where he did that. It's, gross. Get out of here.
But while they're there, they're like, "Hey, we'll feed you guys snow, all flavored snow," because that's what. Which here's the thing, I know I made the joke earlier. It now seems fitting. If their snowmen are made out of snow, wouldn't that mean that they're eating?
Yeah, they're eating
other-
themselves.
Yeah.
Well, what
Flavor is that what you want?
What
to get
frightened me a little more is it says yummy chocolate snow.
to? Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying that brown snow came from somewhere, and if they're eating the snowmen,
You know what I just realized? Because the only other flavor we get is lemon.
yeah. Well, that's what see. Round the back, the fudge is made. That's all I'm saying.
I'm not making that joke.
Yeah, the lemon icicle is delicious. Squawk.
Oh,
That did it.
wow. I'm not going to take the
I'm just
step.
saying.
No, that's fine. That's fine. My mind is not going to make the leap that I think that it wants to.
The fact that
just
the
how
snow
they're
people
that's
are
how they're
feeding children their poop and pee. Yeah, that's exactly what's happening.
This took a terrible Christmas turn. Let's try to get it back on track.
Mm-hmm.
The parrot Gabby is shocked because he is resting on some type of antenna, which
Yeah.
gets a signal.
Crackle.
And the signal says North Pole calling Snowdrop.
Oh God.
And Snowdrop answering North Patrol. Come in, over.
North Patrol.
Yeah. This is Santa Claus. Can you bring the
North
Snowball Patrol to escort me on my Christmas journey? Over? Because you can't talk on walkie-talkies without saying over after
Sure.
everything. And then Snowdrop to Santa Claus. I will summon the Snowball Patrol and join you immediately. Over and out. So,
Snowball Patrol sounds like a soft core movie. Like, Snowdrop to Santa Claus. I will summon the Snowball Patrol and join you immediately.
Oh man. The kids, Jimmy and Janie want to go with them.
Can we go with you?
Yeah, so can we go with you? And Snowdrop says, of course. Oh, but before we go, you might want to take a dive down the hill of flying snow.
What?
And they're like, what? Flying snow? And here's the thing, to make sure that kids weren't just like, hey, what are we going to do if kids roll themselves in snow and try to fly? We'll tell them that this is the only place in the world that they can find flying snow.
Got it.
But the kids essentially roll down a hill.
They just throw themselves down a hill.
They do, just with reckless abandon. And they get covered in snow around their stomachs, kind of like where it looks like they're part snow people, just their arms and legs and head sticking out. Snowball tells them if they take in a deep breath, and it kind of helps them float so they can fly, just like everybody else thanks to the flying snow. We'll pick back up with our story, but next, it's Mike's favorite part. It's our first set of ads.
All right. So right here, let's see. Hang on. I'm still looking at these kids floating in the air. Okay. So Christmas toys and delicious candies.
They tried to push suckers last time, too.
Yeah. Well, they had some left. Line up toy. This is that damn parrot. Line up toy soldiers, beat drums, toot saxophones, all bright plastic with delicious cello wrapped pops and hard candy.
Hey, so all that plastic we can't get rid of, we were pushing in full force back then.
Your grandma was going to love it. Saxophone party horn.
So that saxophone, I just looking at it, I can tell you that I somehow had like a little horn like that too. It's the little plastic and I don't know, like some people of a certain age probably had, but it had the little buttons on the side, like you could push them. Yeah.
Yeah. You probably had a little bit nicer one than this saxophone party horn.
Maybe, or just a slightly newer, hopefully.
Yeah. Then there's a soldier who stands at attention. All of this is basically just holding
suckers. Yeah.
Santa rides in the soapbox derby. Okay. Spotted giraffe on turning.
On turning?
Carries 2 patches of hard candy. 6. Didn't even tell me what that means.
It's a
on
7.
turning.
I guess the wheels.
I guess. You can play this drum. Comes complete with 2 drumsticks. Holds 6 pops and 2 pouches of candies.
I wonder if it's like, I'd pick one of those drums. Which drum do you want, sir? I would like to. You can play this drum.
You can play this drum, please. Big stocking and toys. That's one of those crappy stockings that's made out of like.
Oh, here's
you know
the
what
thing.
I'm talking about?
You brought up prices earlier.
I see it. Yeah.
But they added. It now says prices slightly higher in South and West.
Yeah. So the next one's going to be the price is slightly higher in North, South, East, and West. The last one is the reindeer that pulls Santa in the wagon.
I wonder if it had to do with like plastic prices or something like that.
I don't know, man.
We have dolls next.
I think the E. Rosen Company is just fleecing people.
Maybe. All these dolls freak me out.
Beautiful dollies that cry. Turn heads. Open and close eyes. The only reason I say that way is because there's exclamation points after all of these. Their molded hair is quote unquote combed. Their bodies are extra soft - latex.
That's weird.
Latex rubber all stuffed with foam and sponge rubber, and they have vinyl heads. Like that's a selling point. Vinyl heads. You can hear them cry, and it's got a little picture of them going wah. See them nod. Isn't that just shaking the baby?
I think that's
and watch the eyes blink. So there's Darling in lace trim pinafore dress. There's Big Girl wears patent belt on dress.
Like a patent leather belt.
Yeah, patent leather. Yeah. And the little girl from the story is telling us they're cuddly as real little girls can't break even if they fall.
And these dollies
Unlike real
cry
little
when
girls.
you squeeze them.
Yeah.
Hold on. These dollies cry when you squeeze them. Just like babies would.
Just like babies. But they cry. They keep crying. You squeeze a real baby, it stops at some point.
Oh, wow. This is very dark for
lovely blonde braids. Yeah. And then put up this dolly's waves. They cry, they shake head, they close eyes.
All those dolls are
If
weird
you take that out of context, that's how somebody dies. They cry, they shake their head, then they close their eyes. That's what that is.
That's true. It's just like, and then boom, down.
This is made by Jolly Toys.
Nothing jolly about those.
Now, next one is toys to shoot, throw, float, build. There for us and our kid
Oh.
brothers and sisters, says the little fart.
That lamb goes ba and wags his head and tail is back again.
Oh, yeah.
They were there last year. It's
Yeah.
like the little thing you pull on a string and it like its head would move up and
it's
down.
like a pull after toy, you know, like
There-
the little popping thing
Yeah.
that you push or whatever.
It looks like they gave him some sort of like cheap like horseshoe ring toss game in there too.
Yeah, there's a toss rings
Oh.
and horseshoes. There's alphabet rattles that float in the bathtub.
Oh, those
of
are-
course, in the same ad, you've got the jet rifle that shoots 6 balls at one loading. Then you have the dart
Brag
pistol
much?
and target set, improves your aim. And then we had
It's
these
the-
also, the build-a-block things. We had those in another ad.
Oh yeah, you're
'Cause
right.
They look like little snowflakes.
The handgun, the dart pistol, it's the one too with like the suction, the plastic
Yes.
with the suction
Yes.
cups on the end. So
Yeah.
they make that, thuck sound when they
The next one is grown-up dresser sets for little girls. This is exactly like the last ones that we
That-
had.
where it's just
2-piece
kinda like-
set, 6-piece set. Yep. And the girl says, "Picture of your favorite fairy tale princess in the back of the mirror and brush." You don't know who my
It's-
fairy tale princess favorite is.
It's Belle. Mine's always been Belle.
Okay. And then there's just balls.
You're not gonna share?
No.
I shared mine.
Mine is Diana. The the last thing on this page is just balls.
Yeah.
Big balls to bounce and roll. Hey kids, you can play indoors or out with these soft rubber balls. And
Hey,
look
you
at the
gotta-
bright designs.
You got to sell them balls somehow.
59 cents for the 16-inch
Oh.
and 89 cents
Don't
for
worry,
the 18.
balls are only prices are slightly higher in the West for balls.
Oh,
You
great.
can get cheaper
Great.
balls in the South.
What
I
are they
wonder
doing
that-
in the West?
So everything has always been more expensive out there. I think because
Where is out there though?
the West.
Okay.
Follow along, Mike. It's the West.
According to where you are, the West could be a very different place.
That's true, but I think that maybe it was slightly higher in the South at the time because maybe it had to do with plastic prices.
Maybe.
And rubber is fine though in the South.
Probably had something to do with racism too.
Well,
I would imagine.
if it had to do with the South. So we're back to our story where Snowdrop whistles and all these
That's how his
flying
whistle sounds like.
snowballs in like
With
cadet
hats.
hats
Yeah.
show up. I should mention that Snowdrop's
I
wearing
told
like
you.
a drill sergeant hat.
I told
too.
you this is from the soft core. It says snowballs. Look at them come. So all the little snowballs just like line up like little
And like a
officers.
V, yeah, they're like in a V formation with Janie and Jimmy flying in front with Snowdrop and Gabby the parrot. But the little snowballs keep hitting Jimmy as they fly because he can't
Yeah.
really see where he's going.
Yeah, because Jimmy's an idiot.
So they tell Gabby to go down into this tropic area to see if they can find somebody to help guide them around.
Freaking, what's his name? Snow Crusher?
Snowdrop?
What? Snowdrop?
Crusher.
It says Janie and Jimmy are so large they can be our super bombers. All right,
they're
just dial it back a little
B-52s.
bit.
Hey, Snowdrop doesn't hang out with a lot of people. He's a snowman
Snowdrop's
child.
a turd. Snowdrop, I'm bumping everyone because I can't see to the right or left of me. You need a navigator to give you directions. That's how he talks.
He does talk like
Hey,
that.
kids.
So
Look at my balls.
They send Gabby down to look at the island down there.
They're flying over jungle country. What is that? What's jungle country?
It's racism, Mike.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
It looks, I'm assuming that it's supposed to be somewhere in Africa. But
Well, I mean, it could be South America, right?
yeah, but it wouldn't make sense if they're headed to the North Pole. You have to
That's
think
true.
that these are American kids.
Where's the jungle country between here and the North Pole? There isn't one, right?
No.
Is there jungle in Canada?
No.
Dear Santa, is there jungle in Canada?
So they go down and find two birds, though, that apparently are Gabby's cousins. And I
Yeah.
love this, though.
Well, all birds are cousins.
Because he says, hey, I met two of my cousins sitting in a palm tree. What a small world.
Mm-hmm.
And they tell them that they'll be their navigators. But they say, we hadn't seen Gabby since the day he was hatched. Then how do you know it's for
You
sure
don't
your
know.
cousin?
You don't know.
That's some guy just went in there and he
that's
was like,
just-
hey, guys, I'm your cousin Gabby. And they're like,
This
okay,
is-
we'll leave our house and navigate these strange flying children for you.
This is also they can just slowly gaslight these children into something.
So they now have navigators. As they fly towards the North Pole, they see that somehow there's a message in the snow that says help.
But
and they figure out that the reindeer are lost.
Snowdrop says we must be getting neap the North Pole.
I think it's supposed to be near.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
And then the reindeers They're just crying out to
Snowdrop. They're lost, but they knew how to help in the snow.
Balls.
So they tell Gabby, "Hey, wait here with the reindeer. Basically, you're going to lead them back. You're going to help them back to the North Pole with us."
What is the deal with these reindeer? Aren't they supposed to have like some sort of guidance system or something in them?
Hey, remember when the reindeer ate that sentient candy rocket ship?
Yes, that was the last one.
That was kind of horrifying.
Yeah, these guys are just going to eat all these snowballs that are talking to them.
So Gabby helps the reindeer, and they all eventually get back to Santa's house. And while they're there, like Snowdrop just tells them, "Hey, Santa, this is Janie and this is Jimmy." And he's like, "All right, welcome, children, but I have bad news. Don't know where my reindeer's at." And the kids are like, "Santa, we got you covered there too." So Santa seems like he does not know what he's doing here at all.
Santa has no friggin' clue.
Thankfully, these children are saving Christmas.
Thank God Woolworths is there.
Oh, man, what would we do if not for Woolworths? But Santa does give them a tour around the shop, showing them like the dolls he's made and some of the trucks and things like that.
This is the room where the dolls and teddy bears are made.
My favorite is, for some reason, though, is Jimmy is shooting like a shotgun kind of, but it's a cork gun. And it says like
it's a double barrel.
The cork shooting shotgun is keen. Like that's weird for a child to say. But also Santa goes, well, I see you found the Western Ranch toys.
Western Ranch toys, where prices are higher.
Oh man, it's accurate. That is where prices are
They
higher.
are loading this. Now they're loading Santa's sleigh.
Yep, they're loading Santa's sleigh.
It doesn't look like enough toys.
It does not, and they're getting
It's like
ready.
6 things.
They're getting ready to go out and make all their deliveries. And I think that is going to be, you know what? Actually, let's go ahead and let's take a look at these toys here, and then we'll take a quick break.
Balloons that look like clowns, animals, girls.
That clown, the green one in the bottom right, scares me.
Does it?
Look at that.
Oh yeah, look at that. Ooh, it looks like Jimmy Durante clown.
And look, one of its teeth is even yellow in the picture. Like they're trying to
Yeah, that's not great.
Jimmy
Jumbo
Durante
box.
clown.
This is just boxes of balloons.
Yeah, well, one of them has like seals on it, I guess, with mouse ears.
Well, yeah, one of them. Yeah, I don't know what that is.
Those are all weird.
That's 20 balloons with blower.
Yeah, it's the hand pump, or
yeah.
does it come with a person?
I'm sure it's just somebody in there that's.
You open the box and a full-size human crawls out. And they're like, "All right, what do you need me to blow up
Learn
for?"
new party games. Santa says hours of games and fun for pennies. Yeah, those are balloons.
How much
Santa.
fun-
Those are balloons, kid. You're not having a lot of fun with balloons.
What do you think the most fun somebody had with a balloon is?
That kid that floated in the air, Balloon Boy. I think that's the most fun anybody's ever had with a balloon.
Or the guy that tied all those weather balloons to his
The guy
lawn
from
chair.
Up. The old man from Up. He's the one
yeah.
that's had the most fun with balloons.
Not really though, because it got really sad
That's
before he
true.
did that.
Well, I mean,
Well,
you
the
gotta-
balloon part, I guess.
You got to
is
trade
cool.
the life of your wife for
for a
flight.
flying house. Yeah. That's the real moral of the story.
That's it. All right, next one is look, kids, most are solid die-cast metal. Lots of
Most.
them have moving parts. Their rubber wheels turn and won't make noise or scrape floors. And what he's talking about, kids, are these wonderful, wonderful metal trucks. There's a farm set with 5 pieces to teach you your new job. Big tow truck with winch you can wind. I used
With
to
the
be married.
winch you can
I used to be
wind.
married to a winch you can wind. Tow truck with movable hoister.
You get a lumber truck with 5 logs.
With 5 logs. Streamlined racer with driver. Cement mixer turns when truck moves. A fire engine with shiny pumper top. Auto transport with 4 cars. Yeah.
Here's the thing: looking at that auto transporter, it looks more sleek than our current day ones do,
does.
and
It
more
does.
futuristic. Kind of. That's
Yeah.
kind of weird.
But just remember, kids, that prices are slightly higher in South and West. I don't understand that.
And this happened within a year because we didn't have that
Yeah.
notice in '52.
Yeah, no kidding. Okay, 2 more ads real quick. Scale model trucks, planes, fire engines, farm equipment. Oh, my.
Oh, these are also real quick. These are also higher, but it's the same. It's more from the Hubley Manufacturing Company.
Bastards.
Yep, I'm sorry.
Wings fold on Navy plane. So that's kind of cool. The plane
Yeah.
that the wings fold up. Tractor with spring seat because why not? Hook and ladder.
What do you do with this?
I don't. That's what I'm saying. I mean, who are you putting in it?
You just sit there and just
You
like flick it.
You
and
just
goes.
put your little figure in it and go boing, and he just flies off, just like on a real
Oh
farm.
man, Randy was farming a little too hard today.
Hook and ladder with turning turret. Steer road scraper from driver's seat. Tractor with thick treads. Oh, I knew a girl with thick treads. Truck dumps by itself. That
was my nickname at one point.
That's the fine print you see in those IBS ads. Truck dumps by itself. Steak truck has drop tailgate, and then cattle truck with trailer. Oh, nice. Kids, for only $1.69, you can see where your food comes from.
Is that what it says?
Transport the cows to the slaughterhouse. Reenactment.
Knee action wheels.
Knee action wheels.
What is a knee action?
Well, it's when your knees are in action. I don't know, man. Knee action wheels, parking wheels fold, cab lifts to show engine. I don't know.
12.5-inch long plastic after it's talking about all this metal. And then lastly,
we have ships. Ships and cars.
Build them yourself. These are models.
Oh, these are models. Oh. Seafarers and landlubbers, ahoy! A hobby for the whole family, says little pirate boy.
See, now this, if you're in the West, you're fine. You don't have to pay more than everybody else.
Real, scale, model, ship, old-time autos. That's not a sentence.
A 1914 Stutz Bearcat.
Yeah, man.
The hot rod of its day.
Yeah, it is. And it's got a little doomed soul in the passenger seat. He's not driving on the right side.
No, he's not.
He's driving on the English side. And as we all know, that's wrong. 1903 Model A Ford, like Grandpa used to drive.
They're all driving on the English side.
Yeah.
But wasn't the Model T, like that was or the Model A, that was an American car.
It was, yeah. Yeah. But it comes complete with picnic hampers on side.
Like Grandpa used to drive.
Yeah. You don't know my
First
grandpa.
of the famous fivers, complete with picnic hampers.
Picnic hampers.
On the side.
Then there's a 1911 Rolls-Royce Town Car, made you very important. You'd have been the toast of the town in this luxurious car for 89 cents.
Oh, man. That's
Then there's a special gift set. And here's how they get you, right? They sell you these things for like 69 cents, 89 cents, whatever. But then you got to buy the paint and the paint brushes and all that. It's $3.45.
Well, but I think that's why you get the gift set, because it has parts for 5 model cars in each
for
set.
real?
Plus paints, cement, thinner, and brush. Everything you need. $3.45 and $4.45.
We saw some cement the other day. It was
there were people eating.
AI had generated a cement eating contest, which is
you know what we should
wonderful
do?
thing.
And I just had this idea. We should make our own AI generated comic
We
book.
should, yeah.
I don't know how they would do that. Like we would just, I assume, make up the story, and then it could.
We've
just
not tried it though. I mean, it may just freaking do it. You know, we just go, hey, make me a comic
and
book.
then we can just cover the adventures of our once a month. We can
Yeah.
check in on our own comic.
based on the life of whoever.
I don't know.
Mahatma Gandhi as a superhero.
Maybe we have like a rabbit who like solves crime with his telekinetic turtle.
Liking all of this.
I don't know.
I love all that.
All right. Well, let's go ahead and take a break here real quick. And then when we come back, we'll wrap up the greatness that is this 1953 Woolsworth Christmas book.
Ho, ho.
Okay, and now it is time for us to get back into part 2 of our Woolworths Christmas book from 1953.
Welcome back, kids.
We have
Snuggle
to
up, grab some cocoa.
And I know that you guys were patiently waiting to hear what was going to happen to Janie and Jimmy and Gabby and Santa and all of them as they're now leaving the North Pole to make their trip around the rest of the world to deliver
on the
toys.
edge of my proverbial frozen seat.
And let's not forget that Snowdrop, I'm just kind of resetting the scene, that Snowdrop is there with the Snowball Patrol, which is just a bunch of flying snowballs.
It's just flying faces.
And cadets hats.
Is all it is, yeah.
So Santa loses his hat.
Whoops.
Yep. And just, oops, my cap. But one of the snowballs saves it for
one
him.
of the disembodied heads saves it for him.
And as they're flying over, Snowdrop points out, Santa, look at that strange square island down there in the ocean. And it does. As you see, it just looks like a square of
just
ice.
a big square.
And from here, from the first time we see it, it looks like maybe 5 houses and maybe 4 people there. But later it seems like there could be more.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, that is strange. You know, maybe we should land there to get a closer look. But there's these rectangle look like
This is so weird.
Fighter planes, dude. I'm telling you.
It's just boxes with faces on it, with like little square wings and a propeller coming out of the top of
Yeah.
their head, and very mad faces.
Very mad, and they're like, "Oh, they're trying to land. Well, we should take action." And they go and they try to attack Santa,
attack Santa, yeah.
and the snowballs, go and attack them and
They're
cause
told
them
to
to
dive
crash.
bomb 'em. Yeah.
and
And they do.
These like evil robot planes crash land into the water around the island. To which there's a bunch of these square people just made out of a bunch of cubes that say, "Look, they've knocked down all of our robot planes." So that's what those were.
Yeah.
And Santa lands there, and they decide to charge because they think they're being invaded.
Yeah.
Well, the Snowdrop says, "Santa, here come others of those with pointed icicles." So they're using pointed icicles as swords, I guess.
Yeah.
And Santa says that we're going to use the water pump on the toy engine here, and that should stop them. Somehow it has water in it.
So a toy fire engine has enough water in it to stop these guys.
It fills up just one bucket,
and
they give the bucket to. Here's what I don't get, right? So at first, the parrots are sitting on Jimmy and Janie's shoulders, like they're like
so big compared to the size of the children.
they are, but like the kids are going to grab the bucket and the parrots are going to fly them up. But then it's like they
It's the other way
realize,
around.
no, there's flying snow.
It's flying
So, but here's what I don't get. So the children do not grab the parrots with their hands.
No.
They grab the parrots with their feet.
Yeah. Well,
How? They have shoes on.
It's magic.
Or in between their legs. Like,
yeah.
I don't know
It's
how
just in
they're
between
doing
their
it.
legs. Yeah.
Which is weird.
Yeah. There's not a one of us that hadn't grabbed a parrot from between our legs.
I'm kind of in that boat, I think.
Oh.
Sorry.
So they just dump the water on these
Right on them,
blockheads.
and it freezes all blockheads from Gumby.
Yeah, it is kind of blockheads, isn't it?
And it freezes them in place because that's never been a problem before on an ice.
That's what I'm saying.
island.
I mean, they live on this ice island anyway. So,
Yeah.
oh, by the way, my Roomba is stuck. I just got a message saying my Roomba is stuck.
It gives you updates like that.
Yeah, it
That's
tells you when
funny.
it's stuck.
And so the block people are like, "Man, this water turned us to ice and it froze us to the ground." And Santa's just like, "Now you can't harm us. I need to speak to your leader." And one of them goes, "I am the leader of the squares." And he laughs at that. He's
He
like,
thinks
"So
that
you're
is
squares."
So funny.
And he's like, "Yeah, and this is Cube Island. Why are you invading us?" And he's like, "I'm not invading you. I'm Santa. And that this is Christmas Eve." And they're like, "We've never heard of you. What's Christmas Eve?"
Oh,
All these angry Cube people.
Yeah.
And then it says, "Christmas is the time for joy and gift giving." Gift for me? Imagine that. So immediately after the ice melts and they're free with their gifts, Santa obviously blames that on the warmth from Christmas spirit.
Yeah.
Kind of like the Grinch's heart growing sizes.
Two sizes, three sizes?
Three sizes.
Three sizes.
And so all the Cube people are happy and they're like, "Oh, I feel friendly towards everyone. We should give something too. Hold on." And they come back not knowing what Christmas is, and they just have this giant thing of candy ice cubes.
Ice cubes with a big bow on it.
And they're like, "Hey, give it to all these children. We don't know who you are, Santa Claus. We didn't even know that Christmas existed, but we do understand the concept of children and gift giving now after 5 minutes. So please give this to
Bless
everyone."
Christmas and bless you, Santa.
Again, I realize this is
Yeah,
all.
yeah.
I know what we're dealing with here. I'm not that mad. It's just funny.
And
That's
now he's just taking these kids back home.
Yeah.
But they're covered in these giant snowballs.
So
That's not going to be weird.
No, not at all. So their next stop is going to be Jimmy and Janie's house, and they get there. But before we can get there, we have more toys to tell you
ads.
about.
Ready to roll. Big, strong road builders and trucks with moving parts. The little kid says heavy gauge steel will last for years, big enough for outdoor play. You've got a tow truck that actually hoists. Winder up and watcher go record truck. Dump truck's body raises, unloads automatically. Steam shovel.
That steam shovel is actually kind of cool.
It is
looking.
kind of cool. Yeah. Car revolves on tractor base. I wouldn't mind having one of those. 14-wheel trailer truck, cabbies and
The
logs.
steam shovel or the car that revolved on the
Both,
tractor base?
yeah.
Okay.
And then there's the grade your own roads. Boy, there is not a kid out there that doesn't dream of grading their own roads. And by the way, prices are slightly higher in the South and the West. The next one is dollies. More of these stupid dollies. It says, look at those bright eyes. Look at those dimples. And there, okay. So when you're looking at this ad, one of these babies stands out to me.
Okay.
Can you tell me which one?
On the whole ad?
Yeah. Just look at them holistically here and tell me which one you think.
Either the very bottom right one.
Which one looks like a wrestler?
Oh, see, I thought about that too. I thought you were talking about the one that was like half and half, like the dean from Community.
No,
there,
this one, he looks like
mini Arn Anderson.
Yeah. He just got his singlet on. And
he's not as stylish as Ric Flair, but he's coming. He's the enforcer. So they all do. Honestly,
he's got a lot of muscles for a baby.
If you look at them though, like the other two are wearing kind of like old bathing suits, but they could kind of be like a weird tag team too. Like that's a
The next one gives us cuddly crybabies with real clothes, and that stupid parrot says you can dress and undress these dolls yourself. Keep it in your pants there, parrot. Price is slightly higher in the West. Then the next one is toys that make sounds when you move them, and one of the floating snowheads says how the very young kiddies will love these musical toys. There's a musical carpet sweeper. It looks like Mom's.
They do like to push that a lot too. We noticed that last year, like, hey, do stuff at home.
There's a happy helicopter that goes whir.
Just whir.
Then there's a pole bee.
Okay, so I've seen a bee like that. Yeah.
That goes buzz. Then there's a push chime tinkles.
Oh man.
No joke needed there. Train chugs, bell rings.
They're just telling you, like, that's the thing is there's not toy names. They're just telling you what it does.
Then there's a dog that plays a xylophone.
That's the Mary. Oh, I'm sorry.
He's a Mary Mutt who hammers musical keys.
They're very on the nose.
Yeah. And then down at the bottom, you've got Mickey Mouse metal toys. Fill your day with fun. One of the reindeer is telling us Mickey and his friends play right along with you. No, they don't.
And we noticed also last week with the Mickey Mouse stuff, like none of it really looks a lot like Mickey either.
No, it looks like Marty Mouse. Mickey leads parade on drum.
Yeah.
See Mickey pour for Mickey on. See Minnie pour. I was going to say for Mickey on T set, and then watch Mickey's band play. Hear him as top spins.
Ooh.
By the way, price is slightly higher in the South and the West.
I like that. All right, so we go back to wrap up our story with just one page, and then we get more ads to close it out.
Sure.
Essentially, Santa gets to Janie and Jimmy's house, and they're up on the roof. And they tell Snowdrop bye, and Santa's like, all right, we'll go down the chimney here to go ahead and, deliver your toys. And when they go down, the snow, all that just melts all right off of them. Yeah. And here's the thing is the parrot decides to go down the chimney too. I don't understand why.
They fall down the chimney and land right on their coccyx.
And they tell Santa, hey, all of our snow melted off. And Santa's like, yes, and here are your presents. And it's a gun and like a brush set. And Jimmy just shakes Santa's hand, which is funny.
Thank you, Santa, for a lovely transaction.
I think of kids and you think of like running up and hugging and excited to see Santa, but Jimmy's just very much matter of fact. It's like, you gave me your gun. I helped you save Christmas. Like, you're welcome, Santa. Until next time. But their parents come back in and it's Janie, Jimmy, how did you guys get your gifts so quickly? And they both go, Mommy and Daddy, meet Santa Claus. Oh, and he's like not there.
Oh, he's gone.
Because they're like, I don't see anyone. And they run to look out the mirror and he's flying away. And it's a Merry Christmas to all and to all a good night.
How sweet.
Then
he's followed by those snowballs.
He is. Then we get a Connect the Dots, which I can tell you it's a big one because it goes all the way up to 78. But it's Snowdrop. I can just tell you by looking at it.
The day after Christmas, the children are thinking about somebody. Can you guess?
So tomorrow, you all should be thinking about Snowdrop. Think about Snowdrop today and tomorrow.
Follow the numbers and draw a line from dot to dot. And then you get...
and then we close it out with more ads.
Little golden records. We've gone over those. Famous Daisy toy guns. The one I really like at the bottom, though, is the Pop-'em shooting game with crows that spin.
I just saw. What is it shooting? Hold on. Does it? Oh, crows. Hold on. Crows spin on a wire set in a metal base. When you hit them, your gun is 14 inches long and has break in quotes action. 5 corks. Okay.
Corks. So you're shooting corks at little metal crows.
And it's just. So do they move back and forth? Or does it just like vibrate?
I think they just vibrate. I think they give you a complex. You know, the thing you can say about this, though, the prices aren't higher anywhere else.
Well, no, it's guns. We want them cheap everywhere.
Yeah, guns need to be cheap. And then, oh boy, we've got a couple more. So then next we've got Yippee, Wild West guns and holsters. Parrot in a cowboy hat says they look like real guns and shoot caps with a bang.
Bang.
Gene Autry guns, puff and smoke.
There's a lot of Gene Autry
guns. Something.
Hold on. 4 out of the 6 are Gene Autry guns.
Yeah, Gene Autry was huge. at this time. And then wow, at the bottom, you get wow super double holster set. These are exactly what you think they are. They're just metal guns. The next one is racers and trains and tools, just like Dad's.
So
Dad has a lot of trains.
Yeah, they wanted to make sure, like, hey, we got to push other stuff on the kids. These prices are also slightly higher in the South and the West, but there is a carpentry set. It says, want to play carpenter? There's also a 22 farm animal set. That's just, it looks like the plastic ones, kind of like the
Colts, calves, pigs, piglets, sheep, hens, roosters, ducks, turkeys in fine detail in box with cellophane window. I like how the cellophane window is a selling point. You can look right through the box.
The next one seems kind of cool.
Slightly
though.
higher in South.
Yeah, the blocks and stuff. Like we
Okay.
didn't have blocks last time, and some of these seem like things that I had or at least knew of.
Yeah.
Like, and maybe you can go on a little bit more.
And this is before Legos.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to ask about. There's two things that I wanted. There's American logs, which I wonder if those are kind of like Lincoln logs in a way.
Yeah.
So I played with Lincoln Logs some. I don't know if anybody else. I feel
think
like
I
they
had
were
some
before
American logs.
I feel like I don't know. I was right on the tail end of that log. Everyone wants a log.
What rolls downstairs, alone or in pairs, rolls over your neighbor's
Dog.
It's on your back and great for a snack. It's log.
Log. I've told the story, but I have not said it in at least a year or so. That my grandmother hated that show.
Yeah.
And her thing was always because that she caught them whizzing on an electric fence.
Don't whiz on the electric fence.
Oh man. But I
No,
wonder,
you've got
are
bricks
those
and logs
plastic bricks like Legos
Plastic
then?
bricks. Well, I think they're just bricks. I don't think they interlock.
So you would just like stack the little plastic pieces?
Yeah, they're washable, sturdy plastic, movable doors and windows, actually open, transparent. Transparent what?
Where's that at?
Jalousies? And pictures windows. I don't know what a jalousie is. Green roof, instruction book included, American plastic brick. Yeah, these don't interlock.
Yeah, that is jealousy. I'm gonna look
Jalousies. I
I'm
don't
gonna
know
look
what a
that up.
jealousy is.
Then.
The next one is build your own Christmas town with Plasticville toys. They've got all the little stores and stuff. There's a 5 and 10 cent store. There's a hospital. There's a church. There are 16 people with everything for painting them.
Okay.
A supermarket, a barn, a firehouse, 18 pigs, horses, cows, and sheep, a Cape Cod house, and then a railroad station and an airport hangar.
You want to learn? You like learning new words?
Yeah, I do.
Then? So
Absolutely.
you want to know what a jalousie is?
What is a jalousie?
It is a blind or shutter made of a row of angled slats.
Oh, well, kids all know that.
Yeah.
I mean, what kid doesn't know what a jalousie is? Exciting stories, beautiful pictures, and little golden books. That's the next one. You've got Janie here saying Mickey Mouse, Donald, and Pluto, Howdy Doody, Christmas, and Bible stories. All in the same thing.
Those things.
Oh, yeah, okay. Oh, like the little slatted windows.
Yes.
That move back and forth. Okay.
Yes, those are what jalousies are.
And then one of the last ones says that it has Jimmy and Janie's little cousins, 2 of the little Hitler Youth here, saying that you can do all your Christmas shopping with just a small deposit on Woolworth's layaway plan. Ask any Woolworth store for details.
There we go.
1953 was some kind of year.
Yeah, it was.
Let me tell you, it was great for jalousies and talking snowballs.
Yeah, and
Big
if
Christmas.
you wanted lemon and chocolate snow.
Yum.
So there you go. Merry Christmas.
By the
That
way,
was Woolworth's
kids,
1953.
don't eat yellow snow.
And don't, if a snowman asks you, invites you to his house, don't go.
It's just water.
Yeah, you're
You're
just,
not filling up on
It's
that.
Kool-Aid, if anything. Would
It's-
you drink chocolate Kool-Aid? No, that sounds disgusting.
That sounds awful.
Yeah. Like Yoo-hoo.
Oh, yeah, I like you.
I know a lot of people
Watery,
do. I know
watery
I'm in-
chocolate milk.
I know I'm in the minority.
Chocolate
there.
Soldier too, same thing.
Oh, okay, yeah.
It's like the knockoff version of a
Yeah,
Yoo-hoo.
no, I've had that before too. I'm just not big on it.
So Christmas,
Yeah.
it is today.
It's happening. We're
Happy Christmas to all of you, and
Yeah.
happy holidays to the rest of
we're
you.
not actually here on Christmas if
no,
you're worried about
but
that.
we're in your ears, in your head, and
Yeah.
you can't get us out.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Follow the light. What do you think you got for Christmas? Let's go ahead and predict what we're getting.
I think, like, do we want real
Are you gonna get a
predictions or
grift?
fake predictions?
I mean, a gift, a grift.
I'm going to get a grifter. I feel like somebody's going to gift me, somebody that's going to teach
Have
me
you
how to be able to
asked
grift.
for something?
That's the okay. So
I don't ever ask for anything.
I'm at the point in my life where I feel like, and I think that we all kind of get to that point. Maybe it's where like if there's something that I really want, I get it.
That's what we say every year.
And it's the things like if I haven't got it, it's because it's really expensive, and I don't want to ask other people to get me something that's you know. So it's just like, yeah. So usually what I'll do is I come up with, like this year I came up with a list of the books that I just haven't bought myself yet that I know I'll read, or, you know, clothes, stuff like that. Like there's things, but I don't know. I'm not too worried about it.
I asked for a new hip.
Can Santa bring that?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know if he's qualified.
Oh, okay.
No, I don't ever ask for anything, honestly. Again, my wife and I are like to a point where if there's something we need, we go get it. You know, I mean, it's just, I'm not holding out buying you some socks until Christmas. You know, I mean, that's just silly.
I get it. There's some, but that's the thing. So I don't know. I'm sure I got something. I'm sure I liked it. I mean, I'm not too hard to please. So
I'm going to predict that on Christmas morning,
I'm
going to open nothing. How about that?
Are you going to at any point in time during
No,
Christmas
I don't
Day?
think I'll get anything.
At all?
Yeah, I don't think so.
From anybody?
Nah.
Well, now I want to.
Why do I need anything? I just don't. I tell people not to give me things because I don't want it. My wife brought home a couple of things from work yesterday. She was like, well, not yesterday, but you know, yesterday to the day that we're talking about now. She brought on a couple of things. She goes, I really appreciate it, but I hate when people give me stuff because then I feel like I got to get them something. And that's very true. That's why the Christmas thing I don't like as much as the Thanksgiving stuff.
I see, and I get that because, and I wish that I could let people know, but it's hard for us to do that.
The Christmas train coming through town.
It is the Christmas train. I'll just let it. I'm not worried. It's not messing up too much.
But
the thing is, like, I've always liked giving gifts.
Yeah.
Like, I really enjoy doing it.
Better than getting them.
Yeah.
Yep.
And but I understand, like, I don't want to make somebody feel like they need, because I'd give it without expecting something, but I get as us being human, it just feels like we need to do something in return.
Yeah, well,
so sometimes I just feel like, as much as I want to, maybe I don't get them something because I just don't want them to feel like they have to back too. But
yeah. No, I don't need anything. I'm good. Thanks.
Yeah.
You know, but thanks anyway, Santa.
Yeah. Well, I hope everybody else had a great Christmas.
Or Krampus.
Whoever you want to
Love
use.
that Krampus.
Yeah. He's kind of mean to kids.
It's my favorite. I want to see him beat some kids with some sticks and put them in a sack.
I think that's the perfect note for us to end on.
There's never been like an animated Krampus tale.
Are you sure?
I don't think so. I would
in
love
Germany,
to see
there's
one.
not a
maybe. I think it's probably those creepy puppets for a shadow tail kind of.
But well, it would kind of fit for Krampus.
That's creepy though.
Oh, you don't want
those are always creepy.
They are, but I thought that's what you would want with Krampus is creepy.
No.
You
I
want
a
fun
nice
and
little cuddly
adorable?
Krampus. Yeah.
Adorable Krampus.
Why can't I buy a stuffed Krampus?
Disney's Krampus.
Disney's from the makers of Frozen 3 comes Krampus. Hardly knew him.
And then as it comes out, we'll tie it all together as it's like Krampus coming to theaters this holiday. Hey, y'all, prepare yourself for the rubber band.
Krampus man.
Yeah. Oh, man.
Yeah.
All right. So I can't believe I sang. Anyway.
That's great. You did a good job.
Thank you.
Yeah. Merry Christmas to you.
Merry Christmas to you, buddy.
To all the people you know. Happy holidays to everybody. I don't care what you celebrate this time of year. Just take a day off, you know, and be with family and stuff. That's all that really counts.
That's perfect. I can't say it any better than that. So
that and alcohol.
Well, yeah.
No,
whatever you got to do to make it through. Well, no, not whatever you got to do.
Yeah. Stop it. Murder.
Peace on earth and goodwill to all and all that. Merry Christmas.
Yeah, happy Christmas. And by the way, you guys that are fighting, stop it.
Yeah, let's hug it out.
There we go. Done.
Appreciate it as always. You guys taking the time out to listen. Next week we have a year in review. Looking forward to that. As always, make sure to check out Rogue Media Network and the Rogue Media Network family of podcasts.
RogueMediaNetwork.com.
And as always, stay safe, everybody.
Hey, Golly Khan, and Merry Christmas.
Ho, ho, ho.
Hey, y'all, prepare yourself for the rubber band. Man, you've never heard a sound like a rubber band. Man, you're bound to lose control when the rubber band starts to jam.
Frozen, heroes. Gonna tell you about Frozen, heroes. Gonna tell you about.
This has been a Rogue Media Network production. This is a Rogue Media Network podcast.
Frozen, Frozen, heroes. Gonna tell you about Frozen, Frozen, heroes. Gonna tell you about
comic books, costumes,
Facts, boots,
and other stuff.
In this week's issue,
Beneath the Trees Where Nobody Sees, issue 2.
Welcome into Bros, Foes, and Heroes. I'm Zach, joined as always by the magnificent Mr. Mike.
I think that's landed on a little thick, but sure. Thank you.
Hold on, now? Like,
Yeah.
we've done
Yeah.
how many of these, and this is the first time you're going to tell me it's the... Well, yeah.
It's early.
This is really early for us.
It is really early. It is 9:20 in the a.m.
Not like it's early for us to do things during the day, but it's just early for us to record.
To record, yeah.
And I feel like, I know at least for me, and I feel like maybe more so for Mike, is I open up more as the day goes on. So I'm very more just kind of like quiet and just to myself in the morning.
Yeah.
But I don't know, maybe that helps us stay on topic.
Do you watch the news or TV or anything in the morning?
No.
Yeah. I get up and I turn on the news and I watch about 10 minutes of it.
So
and that's only because I'm dazed and I need coffee. So.
See, when I get ready, I'll listen to stuff on my phone. Like I'll listen to podcasts or audiobooks or stuff like I have things going like one. Yeah. But a lot of times, and I mean, I find the news to be depressing.
Sure.
And I'm already depressed about a lot of stuff in life. So I'll catch up on it later, but I don't want to see it first thing in the day before I leave out kind of thing.
I turn it on CBS and that way nothing's depressing on there.
Really?
They just do happy news. Yeah.
I used to.
Vladimir Putin has a cold. Stuff like that.
I know it's cheesy. There used to be an app that I followed, or like on Twitter. I don't remember what it was. But it was where essentially that's all they did was report good news, or even if it was bad news, like they would report it in a way of where it was just like,
exactly.
Yeah, it's like, hey, this sucks, but you probably need to know this kind of thing. And it was like, oh, okay. The less sensationalized it is at times, sometimes it, I think you're able to process it better. But anyway.
So, do you remember the Naked News?
It was, I don't remember what country had it, but yeah, I remember.
Yeah, it was just people getting undressed as they're telling you the news.
Is that what you?
That's what it was. That's what I
hoping?
watch every morning. Yeah,
Really?
just naked people telling me the news. But
But
they're
we
behind a
don't have
desk,
it
so it
here.
doesn't matter.
Wait, that makes it professional?
It's a very tall desk.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So it's just up to their neck. No, they look like Wilson from
That's right.
Home Improvement. All you can see is their
Hey
eyes.
there, neighbor.
but they
Vladimir
just-
Putin's got a cold.
But they just throw clothes over
that's
the fence.
it. You got it. It's like any movie from the 50s where a woman's getting undressed behind one of those
they
screens and
toss it
throws
over.
the
Yeah.
things over. Yeah.
So last week we dove into
Last week on Bros,
Foes and Heroes. We dove into a little bit of holiday cheer.
Yeah.
With a Woolworth Christmas ad / comic.
Lots of rubber toys.
There were a lot of rubber toys. We are going to have, I found 2 of those. So we're going to cover the one, we did the one from 1952. We'll do the one from 1953 for next week for our Christmas episode, because it makes sense for us to talk about Christmas stuff on Christmas. So we have another Santa adventure thanks to Woolworths coming up.
Woolworths.
Which, by the way, I noticed that we have a place that's called Woolworths Sweet.
Yeah.
I don't think that's related, though, is it?
It is. It's where the Woolworths
Is that
used
where
to
it was,
be.
honestly?
Mhm. Yeah.
So look at that. I learned something from this book. I saw it when I passed it the other day.
Yeah, we used to have a Woolworths here back in the 1901s.
At least the 50s, because that's when those books
yeah,
came
something
up.
like that, probably. Yeah.
But what we're doing today is a bit of a departure from that, because we're going to go from that, awesome, cheery holiday goodness and go back to something a little bit more darker and demented, which
I
is
like it.
Yeah, I love to. The second issue of Beneath the Trees Where Nobody Sees came out. And we covered the first one a couple months back after it came out.
Been a little bit, yeah.
But this comic, written and illustrated by Patrick Horvath.
Thanks, Pat.
It's been really fun, really interesting. And just kind of, I like to think, I'm not taking this as my own description from it. I saw it somewhere and I think it fits, but it's the busy world of Richard Scarry meets Dexter in a sense.
Yeah.
So just a recap of issue 1. But that's what it.
I know. I want to see that worm crawl out of that apple and kill somebody.
That's the next movie once it goes into the public domain.
Starring Jonathan Major.
Is he? Yeah. Okay. So, just a recap of last time we dove into this
I think
show.
he might be in trouble.
I didn't know if he was still alive.
Jonathan Majors?
Jonathan
Kang.
Majors. I'm thinking
Yeah.
of
Lee Majors.
Yes,
Is who you're thinking of. Yeah. Fall
oh
guy.
my goodness. Yeah. No, I was thinking of Lee Majors.
Not Lee Majors.
Jonathan. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Jonathan Majors.
That
as
makes a
the
lot more
Richard Scary Worm.
Why? Like the voice?
I don't know. No, these are real people in costumes.
We're not having another Cats debacle. Let's
I
not
am
do that.
all about the practical effects. Get in that
okay.
worm suit, Majors.
So our main character in Beneath the Trees Where Nobody Sees is a bear named Samantha, or
Right.
Sam for short.
Sure.
And we find out that Sam lives in this very peaceful town called Woodbury. It'll come up again. I'll correct myself there
Sure.
when it comes up. And that it's this very peaceful town that you would think of just, everybody's been there forever. It's like
where everybody knows your name.
yeah, what's Andy Griffith?
Mayberry.
There you go. That's what it is. It's like just the wholesome Americana town you can think of, full of anthropomorphic animals. Because that's the thing about this. Why I said The Busy World of Richard Scarry. If you haven't looked at it, when you look it up, you'll notice that it's all anthropomorphic animals.
Yeah. If you want to see something that kind of matches that whole Mayberry thing you brought up, and it's a little off, SCTV a long time ago did like a Mayberry thing, but it's serious. Like it was like a drama, but it was set in the Mayberry town.
That is
it's very
hilarious.
good. It's very good.
I'll have to go back and look that up then. But we do find out that everything's not like it seems.
Floyd's a freak. I'm just telling you. Yeah.
Spoiler alert. But
yeah, sorry, it's only 30 years ago. Sorry.
But we find out that everything's not as it seems in this perfect little town, as our main character has a dark secret. She likes to kind of drive, to the city, which is 2-3 hours away, and find and kill victims. She's a serial killer.
She lives in that little like Golden or Gilmore Girls town.
Yeah, that's
right?
Starry Hollow.
Yeah,
the Mayberry. That's why
Sure,
we're
sure.
Starry Hollow works.
But
too.
then she drives to what?
Like
town?
the big city. It doesn't. It
Does
doesn't
it just say big city?
It just calls it the city.
I like that.
So yeah, it's just kind of like a I guess
Porksville.
Yeah, like upstate New York, and then you drive into New York City
Manhattan,
itself.
yeah.
And she does it because she always picks random people, does it not to be caught. She has this whole very gruesome process, but it like helps her find her center. Is what we find out. But we find out that she is a deranged killer who also, when she's not killing people, owns a hardware store in this quaint little town, and she loves keeping things there as peaceful as possible.
Perfect cover.
The town is turning 200, I think. They have a giant parade for it. When it is discovered through an accident, remember the mast of the ship kind of snaps off of the mayor's float, who is a turtle. Birdie is his name. And it reveals that an old goat who we met earlier had been murdered and kind of just like strewn up there.
Yeah.
And now the whole city has seen this.
Yeah.
So the whole city knows that, or town, I guess, since it's small it is, that there is a killer on the loose kind of amongst them.
Sure. Because that doesn't just happen.
No.
You don't just, whoops, I got crucified.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so it kind of sends everybody there into a panic, and it creates a sense of panic in our main character, in Sam, because she's afraid now that because somebody else was kind of stupid enough or just sloppy enough to do this, she's going to get caught.
Sure.
And also, they're messing with her little like control. Like,
yeah.
So that recaps what we have going on in issue 1 before we get here into issue 2. And I will say I love the cover. Like these covers have been great. It's a pig walking by a butcher shop, and we'll get into the woman is one of the main characters in this issue. And the pig is staring into the butcher shop, and it like has like a
The woman is the pig.
The woman is the pig, yeah.
That's not a political statement.
No, it's anthropomorphically drawn here, latte in hand. And she sees like other pig heads, and so it's like her steering in with like this weird sense of uneasiness.
Yeah,
it's just a really cool.
Yeah, it's
like,
very
all of
cool.
these are.
Yeah.
So
I don't know why they would have that in that town.
I don't. Well, we also talked about how some animals aren't.
Yeah.
It happens again here, like blatantly. So I don't know if it's a thing or if it's just like it's a world where some animals are and some aren't kind of thing.
Yeah.
So it's just like I wonder if it was kind of drawn as animals to get by certain things, obviously, as a
be.
comic.
Yeah, could
and
be.
it fits, and so you can still have. But either way, it's an enjoyable story. We'll go ahead and get
Oh,
into
yeah.
issue 2 of Beneath the Trees Where Nobody Sees. And it opens, I love this too, how the inside covers like the newspaper to
yeah.
cover the event of, local found slain and grisly
Yeah.
murder scene.
But it's also got your credits. and-
Exactly. It's
yeah,
got your
that's
credits
cool.
and your IDW thing at the bottom. So really cool. We open up to see that
IDW. What is that?
that's the publisher.
Oh.
So
okay.
like
All right.
DC, Marvel,
Yeah.
IDW is the publisher on
Huh.
this.
I wonder what does that stand for?
I honestly don't know right offhand. I just always know them as IDW.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No, you're good. Don't worry about it.
My
I just
comic
didn't
book
know.
knowledge is lacking there. We show, and for me, a lot of this was kind of very, I don't know, it seemed relatable in kind of being around in a small town for stuff, but I feel like a lot of it's kind of even relatable here as we live in a city that's not necessarily like massive, but we still have some kind of like small town qualities about it. They're having a meeting in the church after this. Like
Okay.
everybody's huddled together. So it's like, hey,
Safe space.
yeah, everybody in the community, let's get together. And it's like, she's the mayor, or I guess not the mayor, but whoever. Oh yeah, it is the mayor. Sorry, is testing the mic, and she's and she hands it to the Bloodhound, who is the chief of police, which would make sense.
Mhm.
Just, but I just love. There's a moment where she hands it to him after she tests it, and he's like, "Oh, I'm not really too good with these things. Can everybody hear me if I talk loud?" Kind of like
Oh,
there's a
yeah.
moment in the
Yeah.
comic where it's just kind of
It's very humanized.
Yeah, exactly.
Honestly, yeah.
And so it relates to him, and essentially he just tells them like, "Hey, everybody by now you all know what happened. Everybody saw, the body or know that we found our librarian Martin dead.
Yeah.
This is the first time anything like this has happened in like 40 years. Like, but
40
it's,
years.
It's just a reminder of like,
Sure.
things are still scary here. Even
Sure.
as perfect as they are everywhere else, it
Yeah.
can happen to us anywhere." He says, we're all in a state of shock, but just to help us all, we're going to start a curfew. Like, everybody out, it's starting tonight, 9 p.m. Everybody stay inside. And he's like, we've got a killer at large. So everybody kind of he's doing his best to just kind of prep them for everything that's coming. To then we hear, I also want to stress, he's talking to them, that I also want to stress that there's a chance that the killer could be one of us too. Because he's telling them it could be somebody coming in.
Sure.
Could also be somebody local. And he goes, but, and why he says that, the pig that we met at the beginning of our cover, we found out her name is Cherry Gherkins.
Cherry Gherkins. Sure.
People do not like Cherry in town because she
Okay.
stands up and says
Well, number one, her
immediately,
name's Gherkins.
well,
So,
that's her
yeah.
last name. I don't know.
Yeah.
She just stands up and she goes, I want to know why you haven't already arrested Birdie, the turtle.
Oh, yeah.
Like it was on his float.
Yeah.
Why hasn't it already been arrested?
Yeah.
You're not doing your job. Like this is all BS. Like she just points at him.
Sure.
And he's like, hey, I understand that you're that you're upset. Let's just calm down. Let's not lose ourselves.
Yeah.
And he goes, we have suspects. We're going through. We're checking them. She essentially tells him, I'm not scared. I'm angry. Like somebody has to stand up to these people.
Yeah.
You're not doing anything. Come on, Howard. She grabs her husband, who's an owl.
Howard the Owl.
Who I love his face where he's like, oh man, because
Well, he's
she's
also-
making a scene kind of.
He's also got a gigantic head.
He does.
Yeah.
But she's making a scene, and she's
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
as he's pulling it, she's like, "This was just a waste of our time." As she leaves, and I love the mayor and the chief of police. They're just sitting there like, "Oh, Cherry freaking Gherkins, man!" Like they already know that she's just.
She just makes a stink everywhere
Yeah.
she goes. Yeah.
So
She's a Karen.
She is, and I think that she's referenced to as that later on too. But she's making a stink and kind of creating unease throughout the town.
Wait, what's her Cherry?
Cherry.
Okay.
Cherry Gherkins.
All right.
We finally see Sam as her friends. You remember the elderly mouse woman and
Yeah.
her son? That's her
Yeah.
best friend.
Yeah.
They ask if they want somebody to walk home with her, and she's like, "No, I'm good." But it's time for her to think more, and she's trying to figure out where can I find, or what are the steps for me to go about to find who this person is. She realizes to herself, I need to go talk to Birdie. The turtle whose float, our dead goat was found
Did you
on.
say Birdie was the mayor?
Birdie, I thought Birdie was the mayor at the beginning.
Okay.
He might not have been. Birdie is the turtle, though, whose
Yeah.
float.
Yeah, it was their float.
So see, this is what I'm talking about with the anthropomorphic.
There's a dog there.
There's
And
a dog that's a
bird.
dog and a bird that's a bird,
Yeah.
but Birdie and Sam are still.
And the dog only says arf arf. He can't speak.
We see though that Birdie has a nice little shiner on his eye, like somebody's gotten to him. Sam shows up to ask him questions, but in doing so, spooks him, and he does the whole like head in the shell to get away from her because he's spooked there, which I thought was kind of funny. She is nice to him and kind of, gives him a sucker. But she's just the thing here that I get from it is like everybody's obviously been after Birdie and accusing him of something that he hasn't done. But he's so afraid because he has to give himself a pep talk to go out to throw away the trash, is what we're seeing. Like he's very kind of, does not want to go out of his house. So Sam talks
really
to him.
blame him.
Yeah, Sam talks to him and is able to kind of soothe him out. And she's like, hey, I know you talked to the cops, but, sometimes when I'm doing the dishes, like ideas come to me that I didn't even think about.
Yeah.
And he's like, oh, well, now that you mention it, and he thinks back to when they were working on the float the night before.
Right.
And we're introduced to Melody Davis, who is a cat.
She's a Siamese cat.
Who was helping him with the float. And she comes in carrying a giant thing of lavender and she sneezes as she does. And Birdie tells the cat Melody, like, hey, are you okay? And she's like, I didn't realize I'd be so allergic to this.
Yeah.
Like, it's really getting to me. And he goes, don't worry about it. I'll go ahead and finish it up. You go home.
Okay.
And then he said that she left and he's sitting there working and he hears a sneeze again. And he goes, bless you, Melody. And then there's nothing. And he's like, Melody? So he realizes, he's like, I thought she had already left.
Yeah.
Maybe she had hung around. And that's what Sam says is maybe she was still just hanging around to wait for you to leave. Or maybe there was somebody else there also allergic to lavender.
Right.
So she has at least, it's a small clue, but she has a clue that something else has happened. She decides to go back into town. And as she is going into town to go to her hardware store that she owns, she runs into the Bloodhound cop.
Okay.
Who just asks her, like, hey, quick question. I heard that, you went up to the city the other day. Oh, they do give it a name. He's like, just backtracking Martin's last couple days, said that he came in asking about something. You met with him and then you went up to the city. She's like, yeah, I went to Centerville. I do it every month or so. A couple shops. I kind of like to go there, this and that.
Sure.
And she goes, but I thought Martin could have told you that, which is her assistant there.
Yeah.
And the Bloodhound gang. The Bloodhound goes, oh, no, they could have just clarifying some things.
Yeah.
And we see a look. I love that because when he's like, well, I appreciate the help. I'll be back. And she's just anytime sheriff. But you can see the look on her face that she's very annoyed.
A lot of bear side eye.
Yeah. We find out that a lot of people are coming into the hardware store buying locks, buying bars, like just anything they can do to secure their home where they are. It has created a panic throughout the entire town.
What would happen?
Exactly.
In a small town, yeah.
And so it's created a panic everywhere. And then we get a run-in with Cherry Gherkins yet again. As she straight up parks in the middle of the street to run in to grab her latte.
Yeah. I know that woman.
Yep. And like there's a part where like there's somebody parked behind her and he's like, you can't do that. You can't just leave your car. And she's like, yes, I can, idiot. Like she's just yelling at him. Like she's just, nobody likes her. Sam sees her over there, walking into the coffee shop, and she asks her mole assistant or, coworker Martin, you need any coffee? He's like, no, I still got the pot going. She goes, what about a hot chocolate? He's like, oh, yeah, that sounds great.
Moles love hot chocolate.
They do. She
should see them dance when you pour hot chocolate right down their hole. Something.
Wow. Okay.
It's a mole hole.
A mole. I see what you're saying now. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
The mole hole.
Yes.
I'm reminded of, there's an old joke that is silly, but my dad told it as a kid and I still remember it. There's a family of moles. Mom, I know this is what you wanted to hear a joke in the middle of this.
I do.
A mom, a dad, and a baby mole.
Okay.
They live right outside this, nice country farm. And one morning, early in the morning,
the farmer and his wife wake up early and they start making breakfast.
Okay.
And just the the smell
Sure.
of just
Smells
breath
great.
from the kitchen
Yeah.
just wafts out and comes to the outside, and the father wakes up first. He smells something in the air. He climbs out, sticks his head out of the hole. He's like, oh, pancakes. Oh man, I love pancakes.
Yeah, pancakes.
Then the mom, she smells like and warm syrup and bacon, like the both of them. And the baby tries to come up and can't get through. I fucked it up. Anyway, the baby tries to come up and can't get through, and can't get past the two of them. And he goes, well, I don't know about you guys, but all I can smell is molasses. I realized I said
that's good. I like
syrup.
that.
I realized I said syrup, trying to think of
Yeah.
something else though.
That's
but
okay.
Yeah,
That's great.
So there you go.
I like that. All I can smell are molasses.
So Sam is going to go across the street to.
When did he tell you this? Like, how old were you?
I'm pretty sure I overheard it.
Oh,
like
okay.
it wasn't like he told me
Okay.
directly.
All right.
Probably like 6. I don't know. My
Kids,
dad was
gather
like,
around.
Let me tell you dirty jokes.
Let me tell you the story of the moles.
Well,
He liked those jokes?
he liked dirty mole jokes.
Dirty mole jokes, mostly. Yeah. Sure.
Oh man. So
You stop telling those camel jokes. Only
mole
mole jokes in
jokes.
this house.
So Sam is going to go over, and it seems like she wants to confront Cherry Gherkins.
Yeah.
And I think that this is as good a place as any for us to go ahead and take a break real quick. And when we get back, things are about to amp up for the
All
rest
right.
of the issue here on Beneath the Trees Where Nobody Sees. So we will be right back after this.
If you go down in the woods today, you're sure of a big surprise. If you go down in the woods today, you'd better go in disguise. For every bear that ever there was, every teddy bear who's been good is sure of a treat today. There's lots of marvelous things to eat and wonderful games to play. Beneath the trees where nobody sees, they'll hide and seek as long as they please. That's the way the teddy bears have their picnic.
All right. And so now we are back. Oh, sorry. I didn't do what Mike likes to do. Welcome back in.
Welcome back.
As
into the show.
I always tell Mike, and he's going to get tired of the joke eventually, that it's the Welcome In gang every time I
Sure.
start there. Because
The
I don't know
Welcome In
how else to start the show aside from
No,
Welcome In.
it's perfect. It's great. I just made an observation one
You
time.
know, we've talked about other things
Yeah.
and other shows in the future.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do my best at whatever I do next to not
Not
say
do a
welcome
welcome
in.
in.
Yeah,
Yeah, okay.
that's my goal.
There's nothing wrong with it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you're being pleasant to people. It's fine.
So
You can say, "Get the hell out of here. We're back."
that's true. All right, so back to Beneath the Trees Where Nobody Sees, issue 2, and Sam is walking into the coffee shop where we get to see Cherry Gherkins yelling at the barista.
Oh.
Why would we have to go through, or why do we have to go through this every time? Just give me my latte and I can go. I don't have time to wait. I'm double parked.
Oh.
Because she did it.
Yeah.
Like, she's the reason she's double
Yeah.
parked.
Sure.
And like everybody else in line is like, come on, like they're all waiting. Like she's holding up everybody in line, and she's like, I'm telling you guys that if you would just let me order from home, this wouldn't be a problem. Like she's blaming them for why she's holding up, and all. Some of it might be fine.
She got a point.
But the barista, you can tell just by the
But
font.
not to park in the street.
Yeah, just by the font and the way
Yeah,
that they draw.
yeah.
She's like, of course, ma'am. Yeah, like
Yeah.
she's
Every damn day
every
with this
day she
woman.
gets berated by
Yeah.
Cherry.
Yeah.
And she's just like, yes, ma'am. Of course, ma'am. And Cherry just keeps yelling and yelling. And she's just like, I don't have to put up with this. I can take my business somewhere else. Like, just still yelling at the barista.
Yeah.
Of course, ma'am, as she's working on it. And
I love
then,
the pearls around her neck. They're just so tight.
yeah. And then she's like, and don't bother with that stupid flower on top. It's a waste of time and it never looks good. Like, she is just yelling at them.
Dang.
I do give it to Sam, though, who goes into that. She talks about, man, I just saw Birdie and the black eye he had. Must have, somebody must have hit him pretty hard there in the head. And then, she's like, poor little guy. It must have been some hothead, too. Like, she's right behind Cherry, like, just poking at her.
Cherry's a very sweaty.
The more angry
Pig
she,
lady.
well, the angrier she gets, the sweatier
Sweatier
she gets.
Yeah, of course.
And she's just like, it must have been some hothead who jumped to conclusions.
or to think that he could have done anything about that. And she just goes, whatever the hell he told you is a lie. And like she turns around and she's about to snap because she's like, oh, that's a really short temper there, Cherry. Were you the one, who killed Martin that night? And that's when we get listen, you furry bitch. Like she's just angry. So, and she just goes off and yelling, say another word, and I'll sue you to hear it, yada, yada. So she
says the big
yeah,
bad
she
word.
goes, so F off. And Cherry shoves Sam, like pushing her down, basically telling her, we don't have to be bullied by you guys anymore.
Yeah.
Like as a pig, you would think obviously not necessarily a predator, more often the victim. So it's her in a sense. I at least understand, obviously don't get the way she's doing it, but it's the reasoning is at least a little understandable in a sense.
Well, there's some history. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess to say that. And so she goes and she pushes down and she goes, or the barista tells her that her latte is ready and she grabs it. And then she's like, ma'am, you have to pay for that. And she's like, no, I don't have time for this BS. And she just kind of leaves.
Wow.
So Cherry has pushed Sam down and surprised the hell out of Sam too.
Yeah.
So then we cut to Cherry at home with her husband, Howard the Owl, and they're watching the news. And it's one of those very, sensationalized reports of like, tragedy struck the quaint town of Woodbrook today. That's not Woodbury, Woodbrook.
Yeah. It's a lemur telling you that.
Oh, you're right. It is a lemur. And so Cherry passes her husband and she's just like, every time something like this, comes up, the vultures or the way you looked around.
It stopped.
It did.
The hum is gone.
We talked about that before. Nobody knows. We talked
that's
about
true. We didn't think
it
it
was
was
just
a hum.
between.
Yeah, sorry. Now people just think I'm nuts.
Yeah. Oh well.
The hum is gone.
I'll leave it in when we edit, so
Yeah,
it'll be fine.
please do.
It'll just confuse them.
I like
even
her
more.
shirt. Think pig.
Yeah. But she's just on them like every time something big comes up, like they just come here like vultures to like sensationalize and take advantage of us to
She's
scare us
not wrong
locals.
with that.
Yeah.
But yeah.
And she's putting on her shirt and she goes, and they want you to think anybody could be a victim instead of holding people responsible for their own actions. And he's like, curfew or not? Like because she's getting ready to go like run.
Yeah.
And her husband's like, curfew or not? Like there's still a murderer out there. You need to be careful.
Yeah, exactly. Sure.
And she's like, oh, you're such a pushover. But like, not like me. But she's like, they'll walk all over you if you let them. That's why I married you. And she walks over and like kisses him, kind of just like, you get to see like Sherry, or I keep calling her Sherry, but Cherry is obviously mean and just a lot.
How do they copulate?
It's not brought up.
Oh, okay.
It's
an owl and a pig.
But we do see a nice little relationship. Like we do see that there's at least a little bit of humanity in
Yeah,
her
I got you. Sure.
between the two of them. And he seems that.
Well, he's wise.
Well, exactly.
He's an owl.
But even through all of it, like he seems to obviously really care for her.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
So she tells him, you'd be lost if you didn't have me watching out for you. I love you, sweetie. Just kind of like a cute little moment.
Sure.
And then she leaves to go running. And then she says, if some idiot decides to mess with Cherry effing Gherkins, it'll be the last mistake they make. As she starts. So she's just like, she stood up for herself. She's feeling good.
Yeah.
I can do this.
She's empowered.
So she's on her walk and she passes by the school and she hears something and it's back.
The hum's back. Yeah. Hopefully you guys can't hear the hum.
And she hears something and it's that spooked kind of hello?
Spooked?
Spooked.
Oh, sorry.
Hello? Like as she looks down the alleyway
Yeah.
and she doesn't see anything. But there's
Starts getting a little
leaves
sweaty.
blowing by. Yeah.
Yeah. Leaves coming by.
So she picks up her pace a bit and
Yeah.
she walks around. Like the car kind of drives by and it
Yeah.
freaks her out a bit. She's she's a little nervous. And she
Sure.
runs into
She should
somebody
be.
and she goes, oh, like she's surprised. And she
Mm-hmm.
goes, didn't expect to find anyone else out here tonight. Well, I'm glad to see that, there's somebody else out here who at least has and that person pulls out a knife. As she says, balls, which is funny just because it just says balls.
Yeah.
But, and then afterwards she goes, listen, pal, I don't scare easily. So you can F right off. And she points her hand out and swoop. And the knife cuts off 4 of her little piggy fingers.
4 of her fingers.
To which she takes off
scared, running.
Sure.
Here's something I should have pointed out earlier that I kind of liked about this issue before I get into the story itself.
They don't have hooves.
Is the speech bubble itself.
Yeah.
The way they did it, because it's just, like, oh my God, over and over again. But I love the way that they made it work there.
Well, it flows inside the speech bubble and like all the way up
It
to
fills
the,
the
things,
entire
like it's
space.
more and more and more.
Yeah.
Just like, oh my God.
And
oh
it's
my
so
God.
panicked and freaked. I love that. There was also another scene. This was weird. Like, speech bubbles and just the ballooning are so kind of important things that you don't notice until they do cool things with them.
Sure.
Oh, to show the honk of like how it just kind of distracting it was. Look, they have it go over the speech
Over
bubble
panels
and like
the
it's
bubbles.
it's like, so I don't like, it cuts off the word. Like that's
cool.
a very smart kind of decision because it's distracting even to read.
Sure.
And so it's things like that I found really cool.
Yeah,
But
that is cool.
so she runs
Just in the way that the story flows.
Yeah.
It's kind of nice.
So
Makes
she
it kind of cinematic.
Very much so. So Cherry is running now, holding her hand that's now missing 4 fingers, looking for help. Just she climbs up a fire escape somehow. She's yelling, "Help me, help me!" And she goes to like find a door and it's locked. So she bursts through the window. Like she has a lot of like, I got to get away from this.
Yeah.
And she runs, like she crashes down, and she's in a lot of pain. But she noticed, like, I can't stay down. I got to get up. They're coming. Very much like a horror movie style, except it's not like, the one where it's you see somewhere it's the victim of like, and they make all decisions.
Yeah.
It seems like she's like, no, I got to keep going. And she's pushing through a lot.
Sure.
She gets up and she's running down a hall. And then there's stairs that she's coming down. And you hear a stomp, stomp, stomp. And then you see a handle stick out in front of her foot.
Oh, yeah, an axe handle.
A axe handle, and she trips over the handle
With a
and
bloody stump.
collapses down to the floor. And as she's with a giant thud, and as she looks up, you see the feet with somebody sitting there holding that axe handle that was used. We don't see who, we just see the feet. And they do a good job too, because, well, wait. So, and they just look up and please, like, and then don't. And then I love the way that they show it, because it's just don't, slunk.
Yeah.
And you can tell by
She
the
just
change in
goes
the
white.
face. That it happened without showing any of the. It's different
Yeah,
from.
it's not super graphic.
It's different from what we got the first issue, which was
where
so.
she quartered up that person. Yeah.
So we got extremely graphic, and now we get just as graphic and just as hard hitting in 3 panels here. Just very well done.
Yeah.
So then we cut to the next morning. I also liked how, again, it's small things. You can kind of tell the difference between night and day as it splits the coloring on the page
that's
there.
very smart.
So the raccoon, I guess, principal, dean, whatever you want to call, shows up at Woodbrook Elementary. And he runs into another badger who's like, lovely morning today. And they're, just exchanging pleasantries.
Yeah. The badger who is walking a dog.
He was walking a dog.
Yeah.
And then we get, as he walks and unlocks the door, you see a horrified expression on his face.
Yeah.
And we get these little, they're like pieces of notebook paper kind of that look like a diary. And it's just dialogue from Sam.
Right.
So, I don't know if it's supposed to be in a diary, but it's her doing it. And it says, when the news spread about Cherry, you could feel it in the air. Like the pressure just dropped. I'm going to read her little thing and then I'll. And the tornado was right around the corner, because what we see is he immediately runs out, blows his whistle, and we get to see of what he's walked into. And it's Cherry's head on a spike.
Oh, wow.
With a bucket full of
her guts.
Yeah. And it just says head of the class smeared in blood behind her on there.
Yeah.
Like just a very just horrific looking scene.
Well, I got to say, if anybody deserved it, it might have been her.
Maybe. And then it cuts to another newscast of where it's like, another gruesome detail. And we see Birdie, who is, even though obviously she's the one who gave him the shiner, like he is watching the news horrified and petrified.
Right,
still.
sure.
Because we see that, like, that's not.
Well, he's got to think that everybody's going to start cluing in on him.
Maybe,
at this
yeah.
point.
And you can tell his dog's even worried about how he's reacting. And then it shows to
I'll just read another gruesome day here in the village of Woodbrook with another victim and killer on the loose. The people want to know who would be capable of such brutal act and when they will be stopped. It shows like the back of her cutting the scene, and then it cuts back. It looks like they're at the church again.
Yeah.
Or at least, or no, I'm sorry. It's not. They're there.
It's like a press conference kind of thing,
yeah, well,
right?
yeah,
Or they're filming the reporter.
They're filming the
Everybody's
report
behind the
behind,
lines.
behind the lines. And Howard says, who is Cherry's wife, with a sheriff like this, maybe we'd be better off without one.
Ooh.
And the rest of the townspeople just say, yeah, and they're cheering him on.
Chicken
so
says,
we have anarchy amongst the townspeople, a second townsperson dead, and no idea still who it is.
Well, this is a very truthful trope, though. Like, think of Jaws or anything like that. Once they get the news, the whole town just kind of turns on whoever's in charge.
Yes,
Yeah.
and we're going to continue to do this series because
Yeah.
I have
It's a good
enjoyed it
series.
so much.
Yeah, it's cool.
Also, I like the next issue. We talked about Melody Davis. We
Yeah.
don't exactly know what it is.
Yeah.
She's there, and I love the way it gives. It's like a half view of her,
Yeah.
and there's somebody laying in the bed whose hand is limp off
Looks
the
like they're
side.
dead, yeah.
So, it's obviously
That's
that
cool
could
looking.
be anything.
Lots of shadows.
but it does
all
give a
kinds of-
nice little tea.
Yeah,
Yes,
very
I just
nice.
love. It's so good.
Very well done art.
The alternate cover also very like.
Well, the original cover is by Patrick Horvath, and the
Oh,
alternate cover
is by
Riley Rossmo.
Riley Rossmo,
Rossmo.
and it's like Sam with a knife coming out of the pig's mouth. It is really, but it kind of looks like a Professor Pig from Batman kind of pig.
Yeah, sure.
But yeah, so that was issue 2. I think issue 3 we won't get to until the new year, probably sometime in January or February. But still, a lot to look forward to. Just really fun, really exciting. I know we kind of. I gave you the rundown of the story, but there's still so much more that's in there, obviously, with all the dialogue and stuff. And there's other kind of underlying stories. It's just really good, really well done by everybody. I also, I'll be honest, I don't mention the letterer sometimes just because I don't want to butcher the name.
Yeah.
But I brought it up of just how well it was done in here
Yeah,
that I feel like I
yeah.
need to.
It's a very well
So
put together
it was,
presentation.
Yeah. So Hassan Asmani Alau, I could be wrong, but still, I apologize. It just everything about this book is fantastic.
Yeah.
So it deserves all the credit it gets. But still, if you haven't, I'd say go check it out. The first 2 issues are out, and I have enjoyed both of them really just a lot. So
By
I
the
can't
way,
recommend it enough.
Hang on one second. Let me. I had some information for you.
Oh, Mike has information for me. While he does that, I'll
me a
go ahead
second.
and remind you. Next week we'll go back into holiday stuff with the Woolworths book. Yes, sir.
Ideas and Design Works. That's what IDW stands for.
Ideas and Design Works. There you go. I do know that they make. I'm pretty sure it's IDW has these like artist editions, or artisan editions of collections they have that I really want. And what it is it's like they've found the markdowns and like made like the giant originals that the artists would have like made copies on. So like Kirby's, they have whole comics collected where it's his notes in the margins.
Oh, that's
and
cool.
it's without all
Yeah.
it's in black and white, like no coloring.
Yeah.
But they do that for like a bunch of different artists and stuff. So it's really cool to see and actually do. So I'm pretty sure it's IDW who has a lot of cool things like that. Infographics Comics has a lot of cool things too.
It doesn't say what Melody Davis does, right?
No, we don't know yet.
She's just helping, and she
She's
tears
just-
up and she sneezes.
So she could be.
My guess is she's like a.
I think she's a red herring.
Yeah, I think that she works like in an old folks home or something. I think that's what that picture was.
I think so too.
Yeah.
But I mean, and I don't care at all. I think.
Oh,
I look
no,
at it.
I'm just saying that's my best guess.
No,
Yeah.
I think I'm with you there too. I think my guess makes me think that as well.
The nice thing about this comic is besides the little promos, there's no ads in these
No,
things
not at all.
anymore.
No.
Are there in normal
Yeah,
comics?
yeah,
Are
there
they?
are at times. It depends on what it is. A lot of them are
What
also.
did that one cost?
This one cost $4.
Oh, okay.
$3.99, but that's actually on the cheaper end.
Is it really?
Yeah, that's one of the cheaper. I bought. Dynamite did Darkwing Duck, like they redid Darkwing Duck, and I'm always a Darkwing Duck fan. But I also got it too
You're a
because
Darkwing Duck fan.
Dude, yeah. My mom made a homemade Darkwing Duck costume for me for
Very
Halloween
nice.
when I was like
Good
5.
for you.
I'll have to hunt down the picture. But I remember picking that up partly because, like I liked Darkwing Duck, but also because it was like $2 an issue. Like
Yeah.
sometimes I'll pick things. Oh, that's what Mark Millar, his nightclub about the vampires was only $2. And
Oh,
so
wow,
like I
really?
bought that whole series. Like that was part of it. It was kind of like, hey, I wrote this, story and it's affordable because most comics, just regular paperbacks right now, like DC Marvel, depending on what you get, it'll either be $4 or $5 by itself. Then they like to sell the variants and the
For
more
more.
hard stock.
Yeah.
It's like the card stock kind of.
Right.
And that adds like another $1 or $2. So I could pick up one issue of 26 pages of like, and I had like Wonder Woman 1, like $7, $8 for,
Yikes.
So,
I had no idea.
yeah.
I think last time I bought comics, they were under $1.
So I do a lot of digital stuff now. Like I prefer to have the actual comic.
Yeah.
But I'll do a lot of digital stuff now.
Oh, it's
Especially
so much
I
cheaper,
quit. I also quit, and I think Mason and I have talked about this before. Doing single issues for the most part, unless it's something that I'm really into and follow, like this, like
Well, it's just too expensive.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I'll wait for it to come out. Like a lot of times after they finish a story, or like they'll they'll come out as a collection, and I'll just buy that to read through, and it's all there in one.
Yeah, it makes way more sense. Yeah.
It's still
Well, it's like binging,
Yeah,
basically, right?
Exactly. It's weird to me that the comic industry, at least when it comes to printing things, in a lot of sense, is still the same as it was,
Years ago.
Years and years ago.
Yeah.
It's something that hasn't changed much of, hey, we're going to do individual issues, and then after a while, we'll do collected issues, and then every so often, we'll reprint a new version of it all collected, and we'll just keep that kind of going.
Yeah.
I remember when we talked about the history and stuff that at one point in time, Martin Goodman, when he owned Marvel, had the mandate of like, we're not doing cliffhangers anymore. Like each issue you have to end. Yeah.
What?
It was like each issue has to be a self-contained story. We don't want people accidentally picking up issue 2 and being confused because they didn't pick up issue 1.
That's dumb.
That was back in like the 50s and stuff. And maybe
Yeah, that's
even some
really
of the
stupid
60s
though,
before
because
they could.
like, what kind of crappy story can you tell in one comic?
I don't know. But anyway, so that was Beneath the Trees Where Nobody Sees issue number 2. We will have issue 3 when it comes out. But yeah, something really
Yeah, it's
fun.
very
You
good
should
though.
go
It's
check it out.
very cool. Very
Yep.
well done. Yeah,
So
I love it.
that does it for this week's episode.
That is it.
As always, we appreciate you guys taking the time out to listen. Make sure to check out all the other great podcasts on the Rogue Media family network of podcasts.
RogueMediaNetwork.com.
Nice. As always,
It's my
we
Radio
appreciate-
Row voice.
I like it though. I like it. As always, we appreciate you guys taking the time out to listen. Until next week, stay safe, everybody.
Hey, golly gone.
Frozen, Frozen, heroes. Gonna tell you about Frozen, Frozen, heroes. Gonna tell you about.
This has been a Rogue Media Network production.
Grey's Anatomy, the most iconic binge-worthy drama, is back, along with answers to the biggest cliffhangers. Will Teddy survive? Will Joe and Link finally find happiness together? Meredith returns along with fan faves like Arizona. You can now stream every episode of Grey's ever on Hulu, and new episodes next day. Watch new episodes of Grey's Anatomy Thursdays at 9/8 Central on ABC and stream on Hulu.
This is a Rogue Media Network podcast.
Frozen, Frozen, heroes. Gonna tell you about Frozen, Frozen, heroes. Gonna tell you about
comic books, costumes, facts,
boots,
and other stuff.
In this week's issue, Woolworth's Happy Time Christmas Book 1952, A Trip in Santa's Ribbon Candy Rocket.
Welcome into Bros, Foes, and Heroes. I'm Zach, joined as always by the magnificent, marvelous, merry one, Mr. Mike, since we're in the holiday spirit.
Ho, ho, hello.
Ooh, that's nice.
Yeah.
We talked about a little bit last week of what we were going to do, and I know that we had teased issue 2 of Beneath the Trees Where No One Sees, but
they postponed it.
They moved it back a week.
They
did,
yeah.
Exactly. So it will come out this week, and we'll pick it up and we'll do next week's show.
Yeah.
So we'll just split the Christmas episodes, and we'll do a Christmas episode
we decided
early.
to go back 70-something years.
Yeah, we went back a long time. I came across these when I was trying to find Frosty comics for us to go over.
Yeah.
But I'd stumbled upon Woolworth's Christmas books.
Woolworths.
And I did not know what Woolworths was. And so
Yeah.
I had to get Mike to go ahead and educate me a bit. And it's kind of like a department store.
It was a department store. Yeah, it was like a giant 5 and dime kind of store. Like they sold a little everything. So if you think Montgomery Ward, Sears, Woolworths,
Okay.
same kind of store. Kmart, same stuff.
Gotcha. So that makes sense then. So it's and
They were a staple like in the 50s, the 40s and 50s. They were a big deal.
And it makes sense then because these are from the two. We're going to cover 2 issues. We'll do the first one, take a break, come back with the second one. But 1952 and 1953. I also found the one for 54, but I figured we'd just go back the earlier 2 first.
Do you know when Rudolph
It's
was
39, I
so
believe.
39. So
that's Montgomery Ward, though.
Right. And so what I'm saying is Montgomery Ward had a genius idea to come up with Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer.
It might have been earlier than that, but I know it was.
And so I feel like Woolworths and all those other companies were always chasing them, trying to get their own, just like Coke with the Santa and stuff like that.
Yeah, and that's, well, the whole red suit kind of jolly Santa we know is because of the ad campaign that Coke did too.
Right.
Back in the early 30s. Because before then, Santa could be shown as anywhere from like a tall, kind of like gaunt man, just, to like this weird elf kind of dude. So like the Santa we know is thanks to Coca-Cola too.
Gave him diabetes.
Well, yeah,
sure.
But like this Santa that's on the cover of the
Santa lost a foot because
of the
of Coke.
Woolworths Happy Time Christmas book 1952.
Yeah, I love the name of this. Number one, Woolworths Happy Time.
I don't know why they added Happy Time in there.
And then Christmas book. Now, this is a rare occasion where I'm looking at the comic at the same time, right?
And I wanted to make sure that you would be able to see these.
Yeah.
Because I don't have the printout like I'm usually able to show, but also because the ads that are in here, I just thought you would love to see because you're a big ad guy, especially these old ones.
I love the old ads, but I do want to make a comment on the cover. A trip in Santa's ribbon candy rocket.
Yeah.
So ribbon candy, if you remember, is the candy that your grandmother would give you that was all stuck in one big chunk. Ribbon candy, no one has ever enjoyed. That's
somebody had to.
Nope, nobody ever liked it. It was just something you had to do. And then the cover of this, so I'm trying to figure out, like, number one, how is this airplane powered?
It's
Because
never explained.
It has no propeller.
Spoiler alert, it's never explained. There's a lot of things about this rocket that we're going to get into once we get to the story.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, in the rocket with Santa, who looks just like the Coca-Cola Santa, the old-timey,
Yes.
there are several...
Does it not look, though, now that I'm looking at the cover, like this is a 1952 Photoshop job?
That's what I was going to
where
say.
It's different art styles.
And the thing about this is this took a while to get all this
sure.
in there. Yeah,
For sure.
because this is truly paste up. So there's a couple of black and white seals, or no, one black and white seal with a color ball that I guess
The other
is
one's a bear.
just it's floating over his nose. There is a monkey trying to get out of the airplane. Then there's a little bear. There's a pixie girl. It looks like a kid that maybe just shot his first rabbit. There's a reindeer, and then a doofus in a blue costume that only one eye is sticking out.
His name's Caboose.
Caboose.
Yeah.
Perfect. Yeah.
So
he's
they're
the
all
guy
siblings.
in any 80s movie that was always like, "Oh, where's the hot dogs?" That kind of thing.
Caboose.
Yeah. Booger. Caboose.
I knew. I know somebody who has the nickname Booger.
There
I
you
don't
go.
know why, but
And I love how when you open this book, the absolute first page is an ad.
what's the inside cover? You would have to think
Yeah.
you'd open, and right here
Yeah.
is for coloring books of all things.
Coloring books keep youngsters busy and happy.
Yeah, see how low priced they are at Woolworths. So
Yeah.
there are a lot of ads,
Yeah.
all of it for Woolworths. Like
Sure.
it seemed like this is a Christmas book. So it's probably something you would pick up while you're out shopping during
Yeah.
December.
Yeah, absolutely.
There in store, you get to take home. It's for your kids to read. Oh, there's a story, but also it's an advertisement to the kids too.
And for some reason, Woolworth's mascot.
Howdy doody. I just saw that. Howdy doody.
Well, Woolworth's mascot is a dolphin.
I thought that was a whale.
In art gear. Well, maybe it is. Maybe it is a whale.
It's a fish of some sort.
It's a fish. Yeah. I don't know how that started, but he says, I'm going to Woolworth's to get a coloring book for every whale in the class. Oh,
So
it is
it's
a
gotta
whale.
be a whale.
Every whale in the class.
Man, we should really read and get
We
context
should,
clues
yeah.
from that.
My favorite part of this whole ad, though, I like the Howdy Doody, Flash Gordon, Bugs Bunny, Roy Rogers, and Dale Evans, each only 25 cents. But my favorite part is the Doris Day doll book.
I saw it down there and thought that would be
Yeah.
nice.
I have seen every Doris Day movie ever.
Really?
Yeah, because
Que sera, sera.
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I used to watch the Doris Day show. So when I was growing up, I had a little like 9-inch black and white TV on a TV tray right next to my bed,
Uh-huh.
and my parents would go to bed, and I would just leave it on. And the only thing on were like old movies
Yeah,
and
yeah.
stuff before the static and the Pledge of Allegiance came on or whatever, you know. And so yeah, I watched every stupid Doris Day movie ever.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah.
I've seen a lot. I mean, I used to watch a lot of Nick at Night because of that.
Mm.
Granted, that we had
I
cable
was
at that
Nick at
time.
Night. Yeah,
that was later. Like I remember early on in my youth that we had one of the dial TVs where I had to turn it to like
Yeah.
UHF. and
Well, you
then-
were the remote
would-
control.
Yeah.
Because you had to get up and change the
Yeah,
channel.
exactly.
Yeah.
But I had one of those in my room, and I remember on Saturdays, like I could pick up WCW wrestling.
Oh, yeah,
I could
sure.
pick up like sometimes you get like WGN and watch a Cubs game that
Oh,
way or something
yeah,
like that.
there was a lot of Cubs games on.
Yeah, but it was random. Like you were at the mercy of what was on TV, and then even when like sometimes when cable came and you had a wider selection, but even it was small, like. You had to catch things when they came out new, or else it would be months before you saw it again. Well, maybe not that long, but
folks that are listening,
we're going on the
movies. They would go to the theater and they'd stay there forever, and then it would take years for them to show up on
come on
TV.
TV? Yeah.
and then it would be the mother flipping farts on this flipping flopper. They're replacing all the words. and all
Never
that
Fight a Stranger in the Alps is the one from The Big Lebowski. I remember.
Really, Never Fight a Stranger in the Alps.
Yeah, Never Fight a Stranger in the Alps. It's the John Goodman scene, where
It's
he's with
perfect.
the
Yeah.
Or
By the way, I just
Melon Farmer, I think, is the word
Melon
that they
Farmer.
use in Die Hard
instead of MF.
Yeah, I think it's Melon Farmer.
Yippee-ki-yay, Melon Farmer.
It's something like that. Weird.
Wow. Yeah, that holds exactly the same.
Which, by the way, Die Hard, fantastic Christmas movie.
Die Hard is a great Christmas movie. I just saw part of a movie called Please Don't Destroy. It's those guys from Saturday Night Live.
Yeah. Isn't that their
Treasure of Foggy Mountain or
is
something?
it good?
It's funny. It's stupid.
Yeah.
But John Goodman at one point is the narrator.
I do love me
And
some
then
John Goodman.
as they're driving like into the jungle to go find this stuff, he's like, and I'm John Goodman from Big Lebowski and a bunch of other shit. Bye. And that was it. It's like the end of his voiceover. Yeah, it's very good.
Oh, that's funny. All right. So we get into the story itself is a fairly simple story. We're just going to focus on some of the funnier parts of it instead of necessarily the actual story itself. It's the kids that we have here, and I'm trying to find their names. It's Billy, Betty, are the boy and girl, and then their little kid brother is Caboose. So
Billy, Betty, Caboose.
Billy, Betty, and Caboose, and they
BBC.
walk by this old
They're
man.
big BBCs.
They walk by.
You're welcome.
They walk by.
Santa's candy shop. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll take over.
Thank
Santa's in the window there making ribbon candy.
Yeah, and it
Which-
looks very thin and not so. It kind of looks like he's holding a tapeworm.
Right.
at the top
They're
of
like,
it.
hey, we can help. We're BBC.
But they show up and they're and.
My thing is Santa doesn't really want to be seen.
No,
Why is he in the window making ribbon candy?
Well, he tells them to step right in, and he's like, "Hey,
Yeah.
do you guys want to see a secret?"
Ugh.
Like, which this is my problem with these books.
Yeah.
It's just because
Well,
where
the baby,
we are now.
It's the baby. It's cold outside conundrum, right?
Yeah, where it's a little weird. But he's like, it's an old man. He's like, "Hey, kids, you want to see a secret?" And they're all like, "Yeah, let's do this."
I sure like this song. It's a little rapey, but yeah I love it. Yeah.
So he opens up a hatch like to go downstairs, and the kids just follow him. and he has to like light a candle as they go down.
They don't
He's
even
like,
know this dude's Santa.
No, they don't yet.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. Spoiler alert. They don't figure it out until he like puts on the suit. Like
Yeah.
they're dumb kids.
Well, this could be Pizzagate, basically, right? I mean, something's happening in the basement here.
A little.
Yeah, he's taking the kids down there.
Yeah, for their
Get it.
adrenome or whatever.
That's right. Caboose has got a ton of it in the back of his skull.
Oh, Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, everybody.
But Santa tells them, hold on, somebody's following us. And it turns out to be a little white bear.
Oh,
That's the
yeah.
bear we saw on the plane.
Yeah.
His name is Marsho, the marshmallow bear.
So I believe Marsho was like a marshmallow fluff candy.
Okay.
I believe. I may be wrong.
Hold on.
Yeah.
So this just might be more
I think
product
it's
placement.
all product placement. I think is what all of this
Then
is.
this makes so much more sense.
Yeah.
I did not pick up on that part, obviously.
Because why would you say the entire name? He says, why? It's Marsho, the marshmallow bear. Yeah.
I thought
just
he
call
was-
him Marsho.
I thought he was just trying to explain why he was white.
Yeah. Well, that didn't need explaining back then, but yeah, sure. That's what.
Well, I'm just.
Nobody had any rights back in the 40s.
I
you
know,
that.
but see,
Yeah.
when I Google though Marsho the marshmallow bear, nothing
Yeah.
pops up.
Really?
Unless it,
Okay. Well, maybe not.
oh, it changed. Yeah.
I'm just thinking maybe Woolworths was selling little marshmallow bears.
See, I didn't mean Marsha the marshmallow. bear.
Marsha. That's
It's
a
Marsho,
different.
right?
That's a different website. You're
Yeah,
talking about.
nothing is popping up for
Marsha and
Marsho
her
the marshmallow
marshmallows.
bear.
Okay. All right. Well, it's just what I thought.
I don't know. Was there like Marsho candy?
That's what I'm thinking, but maybe not. Maybe not.
Um,
Anyway, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I like the fact that Marsho argues with Santa, and he says, "Trying to go without me, eh?" He goes, "Well, I wouldn't say that. Well, I would. I'm going anyway. I'm going with you."
Yeah, he's kind of an angry, gruff guy.
Yeah,
yeah, that kind of stays the whole time.
He
But-
goes, very well, Marsho, come along, and then all the kids say are humph, Humph, humph,
harumph,
humph. It's not even a harumph.
That's true.
It's a humph.
So Santa shows him their. It looks like kind of
What do
like
you-
a candy cane rocket is what it's supposed to be. It's like red and white and green.
What do you call those things on the back of a camel with a lisp?
Humps.
Humph.
Hump. And he tells them all like, "Hey, tonight," or he goes, "Hey, everybody, let's like hop in this candy rocket that I made." And the kids are like, "But it's Christmas Eve. I don't want to miss Santa," because he can't tell because he's wearing
Yeah.
a chef's hat.
Yeah.
And he's like, "Don't worry." Marsho already knows though because he's got a grin on his face,
Yeah.
and he's like, "We won't miss Santa. We promise." He.
Well, before that, can I preempt it
Yeah,
with
go ahead.
something? They walk down into the basement, which is basically what this is, and there's a bunch of candy cane sticks sticking up out of the floor.
Yeah.
And she says, "Yummy! These are all made of candy." And he says, "Yes, Betty. This is my rock candy cave. Eat all you wish." Gross.
It's creepy.
Gross.
This whole that's the thing is both
And then he
of these
says-
have moments that are just kind of weird.
And then he
creepy.
says, "And look yonder," and points to the plane.
That's,
Yonder.
I would say that's how Santa talks.
Sure, Santa.
That's how Santa talks.
I will
Look
bring it yonder.
So
Hop in. We'll all go for a ride.
So they all hop in and they have to wait for Caboose
Yeah.
because the reason he's Caboose is he can't talk. First of all, I should
Right.
say that, but he's always following behind them.
Oh
That's
my
why
God,
they call him
killed Kenny.
Caboose.
That's what he reminds me of.
So he tells them, "All right, we're gonna go up to the North Country. Everybody, hang on." And it
The
doesn't-
North Country.
That's what he says.
Yeah.
And it doesn't explain how they're flying. They just
Yeah.
fly.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, it is fun because they all say "wee."
That's true. Marsho's like, "We're traveling so fast, like I can't even see where we're going."
Okay, you're a bear made out of marshmallows. It doesn't matter.
And the Marsho says, "It kind of feels warm, doesn't it?" And he's like, "Yeah, it does." And they look out and they see palm trees.
Ah.
And they realize Santa's taking them to the wrong place. But we'll get back to that after we look at Jolly
But
Toys with
Marsha.
yummy.
Marsha literally says "gadzooks."
He does it. Gadzooks, palm
Gadzooks.
trees. But
Yeah.
we'll get back to our adventure after we hear about Jolly Toys with yummy lollipops.
Jolly Toys with yummy lollipops. Now this is what did you say their names are? Billy and
Betty.
Bitchy. Okay, twice the fun. They're candy and toys in one. Let's hurry to see them at Woolworths. And by the way, just want to read this part.
Uh-huh.
Take it as you want.
Uh-huh.
Gay to see in Christmas stockings or under the tree. Brightly colored plastic toys, delicious pops have cardboard safety sticks, cellophane wraps.
Well, here I was looking at these things, and there's one that's called Hi Ho Santa, and it's like a plastic toy of Santa, and I think it's supposed to be on a reindeer, but it doesn't
Yeah.
look like it has horns. It looks like it has weird ears.
Yeah, it's like he's
And
on
it's
a
white.
jackrabbit.
Yeah, it's
That's
he's
what
on
it
a
looks
white
like.
jackrabbit with 4 legs and
Well,
hooves.
it's a 3.5-inch Kris Kringle,
Astride
astride
reindeer
reindeer in
in-
Santa's packer 4 lollipops.
And that's the thing. Like he
Only
has a
25
bag
cents.
and it has 4 lollipops. sticking
I want
out
to
of it.
know why ringing Santa looks like a robot.
I don't know.
You see that?
Yeah. Oh, that's the train.
Yeah,
Those are
ringing
the-
Santa is rough looking. He is an 8 3/4 inch.
Oh, he's bigger.
Saint Nick, swinging Merry Christmas bell, 12 pops in pack on back.
For 80 cents.
I didn't think swinging would be
How much
followed
do
by
we
Merry
think-
Christmas, but
How much do we think 80 cents was back in 1952? I'll look that up.
Yeah, please look
But
at
then
that.
the next page was cuddly, lifelike dolls for every little girl.
oh, let's see. Cuddly like dolls, and Bitchy or Betty or whatever her name is.
Betty.
It's saying, well, you got Marshall first, and he goes, "Aren't they the cutest dolls you ever saw?" And then Betty says, "Oh, Woolworths has almost real babies to play with."
Almost real babies.
You could put that a different way.
Okay, so that's 79 cents, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to say that you had a deal and you got it for exactly 79 cents
Sure.
at Woolworth. How much do you think that would have cost you? Today?
Today, I think it's $7.
You're not too far off. $8.95.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. I'm just saying $4.95 for one of these dolls. That was a lot of money back then.
That was. Should I do that then?
Because this is a doll with a saran wig.
What, saran?
Saran. So it says blonde-haired darling dressed in pink, blue, and more with matching slip and hair bow. Hair can be washed, combed, waved, and
Ooh, why'd you
restyled
ooh
to
that?
suit her mama.
Oh, okay. Now that one's the weirder one to suit her mama.
Yeah, I just washing the baby's hair to suit me, the mama. Yeah, that doesn't sound weird to you?
No, that does.
Okay.
That part does.
There's a blanket doll. There's a baby doll.
Oh,
and there's a blonde
damn,
charmer.
that's kind of expensive.
What is
actually.
it now?
$55.40.
$4.95 would be $56 basically.
Yeah.
Then the next one is toys for the youngest members of the family, and now this reindeer can talk. Caboose just says because he
can't talk. Yeah.
He's being left behind in society. The deer says they'll all make wonderful playmates for the children. Okay. So that's one of those phrases that, like, if you say it in a cartoon voice, they'll all make wonderful playmates for the children. Or if you say it in a regular voice, they'll all make wonderful playmates for the children.
That's not
That
a
is-
regular voice,
that's
though.
different.
You got a smidge creepy on it. But even in a regular voice, it's still,
Yeah. They got a roly-poly clown.
Is that, see,
Uh-huh.
I saw that. My favorite one is the goat that you pull that
Yeah.
just nods its head up and down.
Yeah. Well, it's Ba, the talking lamb.
But when its
Yeah.
head goes up, it does
Tail
bah,
wags, head
apparently.
moves, and plastic lamb says, "Bah!" Mounted on bright plastic wheeled platform, wonderful pull toy, 15.5 inches tall. That's a big lamb.
It is. And then our
I
last...
don't think he's really saying "bah." I think he's saying "kill me" or something like that.
Probably. And then our last ad on the page is
Yeah.
for molded plastic dresser sets.
Moldy plastic
which
dresser
is like
sets.
combs and stuff
How
for
pretty.
I assume your dog. It says pretty dresser sets of pink, blue, or clear plastic.
What's a junior
Mir-
Mrs. set?
See, yes, mirror and brush backs have lovely
Hmm.
patterns. Brushes made with sturdy stylon bristles, 3 pieces in each set. Essentially, hey girls, here, comb your hair to look pretty for your husbands.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, and that's the way it was set back then, right? Because the girl says, Bitchy, you said her name was?
Mm-mm.
What is it?
Betty.
Betty. She says, "How pretty." And then little goofball says, "Maybe that's what I'll ask Santa to bring you." And it's underlined, from Woolworths.
It's like,
yeah.
I don't comb my
I ain't
hair.
no girl.
Yeah.
That's right.
I'm a man. I
That's
don't
right.
comb my hair.
Yeah. Combing hairs for sissies. Get out of here.
So,
Oh,
we're-
shoot. I looked ahead. Their plane is starting to melt.
yeah, so Santa and them, we get back to our story of they're over the tropics.
They're in the tropics.
Because Santa's like, we're going to the North Country, and then immediately headed south, which does not bode well for the jolly elf to be terrible with directions.
No. No, it does not.
But yeah, the plane is melting when they come by a
The
house.
balls of fire,
of
he says.
balls-
Balls of fire. I believe our rocket ship is melting.
Oh, he does. Yes. They pass some monkeys there in the tropics,
Yeah.
and Santa just asks, "Hey."
The monkeys who can talk, by the way.
Yes, the monkeys who can talk. Caboose can't, but the monkeys can.
Yeah.
we're going to come across all the animals can, because Marshall has too.
Yeah.
And Santa goes, hey, would you give us a little push to head us back the way we came? And the monkey's like, sure. And the monkey just pushes the plane the other way.
Hey, monkey, could you push this sticky ass mess we're flying through the sky, please?
But here's the thing. He's able to push them the
Yeah.
opposite direction somehow. But they find out as they're flying, he does get stuck to the outside of it.
Oh, good. Okay.
And they pull him off, and he's in the plane with them now. As
Oh,
they're
I
headed
get
back
it.
towards the North Country, where we know they're headed the right way now because we see seals
Okay.
and an iceberg.
Sure.
And they're feeling cold again. And Santa's like, well, now I need to prepare to submerge this thing underwater.
That's a
And
great
he,
idea.
hear me out. He pulls out diving goggles for the rocket ship.
Sure.
The rocket ship is smiling and has eyes.
Yeah.
We haven't talked. I'm going to bring this up, and it's very important for this, for something later. I'm going to say, since they have not explained to us how this thing works, it has to be like not necessarily a living being of some
Yeah.
sort.
That was melting just
That
a
was
few minutes
melting
ago.
itself, but now it's back. Like it's it's smiling. It's
Yeah.
happy.
Yeah.
It needs goggles to go
Anthropomorphic.
underwater, right?
Yeah.
So there's something alive about this rocket ship. that
Yeah,
they're on.
I think someone has gone to purgatory and they have to
Come
their
back as-
soul has come into this ribbon candy.
Just okay. I just want to remember that for here in a
Yeah,
minute.
I got you.
So and then they dive underwater.
He's
and
got a
when they're there-
periscope.
He does have a periscope.
Pops right up out of this living being.
And they go underwater where they run into some wells. Like they actually hit one of the wells.
That happens.
And then the parent well is like, "Hey kids, there's a candy ship," and they try to chase it down because they want candy.
Candy.
Santa and his gang do the best they can to get away from the wells chasing them, and they run smack dab into an iceberg.
Oh no.
And the littlest well that was chasing them apparently
Still.
swims up through the vent in the back. So he crawls through a living creature
Yep.
to come up into the port there with them.
Well, not only that, now Billy's holding him.
Yes.
And they are all underwater, but they're in an air sealed
So
airplane.
how did he get from the water in there without any water getting
And how
in?
is he not dead at this point? Like
He's just living fine.
yeah.
In the, yeah.
No, instead he just says, "Hiya."
I mean, granted, it's a kid's book, so we're looking
Sure.
into it way too hard.
Well,
but
he says he must have swum in through the rear rocket vent.
how's water not getting in that rear
It's
rocket?
the
vent?
airplane's butthole is all it is. That's all it is.
It is the little well crawled
A little whale crawled through the anthropomorphic
the
butthole of
rocket, the candy rocket's butthole.
right after it had reformed because it was melting. Yeah, this is gross.
It is.
This is like the you ever see that movie where the guy comes back from space and he starts melting?
No.
Incredible Melting Man or something like that.
No, that doesn't sound
okay.
familiar.
Yeah.
Sorry.
That's the same thing.
Let's go ahead and take a break here real quick, and we'll be right back after that. All right, welcome back into Bros, Foes, and Heroes as we continue to look through the 1952 Woolsworth Christmas book. If you're wondering, hey,
Monkey pushes him.
what's gonna happen to Santa and them underwater after they hit an iceberg? We'll get back to you on that because we got more ads.
Screw you. We got to talk about colorful balloons for holiday fun.
Yes, and there's an ad in the next one for balloons too, and one of them just creeps me out, and we'll get to that on the next one. But it is.
Here's my favorite phrase so
that?
far. See them grow as you blow. That's my favorite.
I didn't notice that.
See 'em grow.
See, I just read the story
As you
and I
blow.
skipped past the ads because I'm like, oh, Mike will look through all these. He'll find this stuff, and
See
sure
'em
enough, he
grow
did.
as you blow.
See them grow
Yep.
as you blow.
Right under the bridge. So yeah, we got Box O Fun with a bunch of we got Bluebird assortment, although it's red. Then we have Gems of Glee, which does not look like a balloon.
It looks like a blow up.
It looks like a marriage enhancer is what it looks like. Yeah.
Is that what you call it?
Sure. Box of Fun has 40 wonderful holiday balloons with animal heads and painted cartoons, various sizes and colors.
I guess that's a seal that's supposed to be on there.
Yeah.
Even though it has mouse ears.
Yeah. Game suggestions are on the box. I think the game suggestions are blow it up
And don't
look
pop
at
it.
it.
Or pop
Yeah.
it. Then we get more dolls.
More dolls.
Because we can't get enough of that.
These
Gosh,
are,
they're all so cute.
Yeah. And little Caboose says,
He does. That's all he just. No, he says, ooh.
Yeah, but it's the same thing. You know how that came out of him.
Yeah.
He's like, and they say, oh, he likes it.
So you think that Caboose is the guy from the Goonies?
I think he pretty much is, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, he's a lot
Well, that's
smaller.
why he's got that thing pulled down over his head because his eyes are all wonky.
I don't see my favorite one, and I don't know why I find this phrase funny, is on the next one after the dolls, is it
Yeah.
just says safe rubber toys to brighten
See,
Christmas days.
That's it. Well, and in the Safe Rubber Toys, there's a Donald Duck.
I saw that.
These are the first like branded things
Okay,
we've
here's
seen.
the thing, though. Do you not see the one that says Mickey Mouse fire truck? Does that look like Mickey Mouse, though?
No, that's more like Marvin the Rat is what that is. That's not Mickey Mouse.
Oh, they even have like cat and dog dolls. Those are kind of
Yeah, they're creepy.
Wiggity Wags doll is
Wig-
what it's called.
Wiggy Wags dog and Susie So Soft cat.
Is that
Yeah.
So Soft?
So Soft. Yeah, Susie So Soft.
And Wiggy Wags.
Yeah, and then there's the my favorite part on this ad is the Dolly's hot water bottle.
Red rubber
Rubber bottle with stoppers so it won't leak when filled.
So it's just it's just a small bottle.
Well, what it is you used to take these and you would get them and they would be, the size of a dinner plate, and you'd fill them up with water, and it had a one-way, you could blow it up or you could fill it, and then it would seal itself, right, until you like pushed it back together, and then it would come out. The water would come out. So these were a lot of the times used for sore muscles. You got a headache. Menstrual cramps, things like that. That's what these water bottles are always associated.
Oh, the red one. I
with.
got you. Yeah.
Yeah. So if you're
I
Dolly,
thought you were talking about the toy nursing.
oh
bottle.
no,
I was
no,
like,
no,
I see
the
what you're saying.
hot water bottle. Yeah, if your Dolly has bad menstrual cramps, make sure you get the 15-cent Dolly's hot water bottle.
You never know. More rubber toys for indoor and outdoor fun.
Yeah.
The well set it's the animals talking again. It's a reindeer and well. They're favorites with kitties everywhere. Like the reindeer would know.
Yeah.
And the well goes.
Well, he's
"And-
eating a few kids.
And with parents too. These rubber toys won't scrape up furniture or floors.
Or the bottom of the sea. Yeah. They are long-lasting, safe, and scratch-proof. Children love their true-to-life lines. Okay.
True-to-life
Yeah, you got a train set. You got a pump engine. That's what I used to be called in high school. Large tractor, toolkit, super racer, and oh, dear Lord. Something wagon and something. Oh, wagon and team. Hitch up the two horses with their separate harnesses. Attach the wagon, and you're ready to haul. Turn and buck up. 13 inches long.
I love it. Some of these toys. I feel like I had that tractor toy, but the guy was not on there. It was just the metal die cast tractor. Oh, that's rubber.
Yeah, these are all made by Auburn Rubber Company.
Yeah,
Thank
I
you
do.
very much.
Also, I noticed each page is all specific to a certain company.
Yeah.
Because if you scroll up to the one before, it all says made by Sun Rubber Co.
Yeah.
And then there was another one where it's like, oh, the balloon made by National Latex Products Co.
Yeah.
Oh, the full name, by the way, is FW Woolworth Co. I noticed that too.
So
not just Woolworth.
Auburn Rubber Company was a rubber products manufacturer best known for its line of children's toys. It was probably the largest producer of rubber and vinyl toys, thank God, in the world through Norway's Tomte Laderal, Finland's Plasto, and Sweden's Gallignidibird. They were major. They were major European producers. And it says, let's see, Double Fabric Tire Company was started in Auburn, Indiana in 1913. At the outset, Double Fabric made tires for the Auburn. So they pivoted is what they did. They were already making rubber stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And so, hey, let's make some toys for these dumb kids. During World War II, the company continued to make soles now for combat boots and also gaskets, so-called jerry cans. I don't know what that means.
I thought you were an expert in all things Jerry.
A jerry can is a fuel. That's an old reference. Is a fuel container made from pressed steel and more recently high-density polyethylene.
Don't you love the references that only you and
Yeah,
I
that
get?
only we get. Yeah, yeah. If you guys want to hear something really stupid, go listen to
Brushes with Jerry.
Jerry's.
Jerry's,
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah, Jerry Halliwell makes a guest appearance on that from the Spice Girls.
Oh yeah, it was Jerry to. I forgot about
Yeah.
Jerry to Jerry.
Yeah, it was just Jerry to Jerry.
Oh
Yeah.
man! All right,
Jerry to Jerry.
between two Jerrys. So back to Santa and their adventure. Here's what I don't get. If you look at that first panel when we
Yeah.
come back, it looks like they hit the iceberg
It does.
right at the top of it.
Right.
Does it not?
Yeah. And I think historically, the top of the iceberg is not really the problem.
No, it's
Yeah.
the underneath.
Yeah.
But the way they draw it there, it makes it look like it's the very tip top, like it's an
Mhm.
underwater ice mountain that
Yeah.
they hit. But they decide, no, instead of just, going over it, no, they're going to turn his nose into a drill.
Sure.
And they burrow themselves through the iceberg. Here's what I don't understand either. Look at the trajectory.
Yeah.
It looks like he's going in at a down angle.
Sure.
But then a couple panels later, because they
Just
have a couple
straight.
black panels to show
Yeah.
that they're in the middle of that. When he comes up to the surface, he comes in at a completely different angle up
Yeah.
out of the iceberg.
Well, I think it has. I think my favorite part about this drilling into this thing is it says, with a grimace, the Candy Rocket transforms its nose into a corkscrew.
Also,
and that plane does not look happy
No,
about
he
this.
does not. And also, with the diving goggles on,
Yeah.
does it not look like the Candy Rocket is just blazed out of
It looks
his
like
mind?
he's drunk or high. Yeah. One
He's
or the
just
other.
like,
Yeah.
all right, dude, I'll
Yeah.
go ahead and do it.
Where are we? We've come out of the top of the iceberg.
And they see seals.
And then he just starts piling in freaking seals. Now.
Yep, he just steals a seal.
And by the way, Marshall's already worried that they're overcrowded.
And Santa does not care.
No, I didn't give a shit.
So they finally arrive to the North Pole hours later.
Sure.
And it says, here we are. And they land and they're like, it's a farm. Hey, Betty, look at all these reindeer. And then they get out and Santa goes, hello, Donner. Hello, Blitzen.
Daughter.
And
Hello,
they're like,
Blitzen.
huh, those are the name of Santa's reindeer. And then Miss Claus comes out and says, well, you're just in time, Santa.
Santa.
And they're like, she called him Santa.
Santa.
And
Are
then he's
you?
like-
Can you be
Yeah.
Santa Claus?
We already knew you stupid kids. That was mean.
Oh, that's right.
they're
I
not the
am.
brightest
No,
of
that's
us.
what Santa said. Yeah, you dumb kids.
And then they realized so remember all the conversation we had about the rocket? The reason I wanted to have that conversation.
Oh, God. Yeah, I see it now.
Because of what we get to.
Yeah.
Because I wanted to figure out how to feel about this next part.
Not
so
good.
Santa's like, ho ho, all right, that's right, I am. And then the seal that they picked up, right? They've just landed. They
Yeah.
forget the
Yeah.
candy ribbon rocket
Yeah.
outside.
The
seal goes-
anthropomorphic, probably endowed with a human soul, Candy Rocket.
Yes. The seal looks outside and goes, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. And Santa goes, what's the matter? And you see the reindeer
Mm-hmm.
just eating the rocket. And the seal goes, your reindeer have eaten our candy rocket ship.
Yep.
Do you think anybody is concerned about this human creature that may or may not have been, whatever this thing
Nope.
was?
Nobody
They're
cares.
not. They're just like, now we'll never get back home.
Yeah. Yeah.
And Santa's like, don't worry, I'll get you home safely. And he decides, hey, I'm going to take you with me when I go and deliver gifts.
Yeah, nobody says, well, that poor soul's probably back in hell now or anything after he gets eaten by reindeer.
Nope. Maybe they thought we'll address this in our
Yeah.
Christmas in July issue. And
Right.
they never got around to it.
We'll address this when we go to church.
Yeah.
later.
And the rest of the issue is Santa flying everybody back home and like returning the kids while giving them gifts for Christmas. And it kind of ends. We'll close out. I'm going to skip past the last bit of ads just to close out the story, and then we can go over all that. And so it ends then with Santa bringing Billy, Betty, and Caboose back home.
Bitchy Betty and Caboose.
And they're there, and and it goes, and now what would you three like for Christmas? And they tell them that they would like to keep Marshall the bear. And Santa goes, you would? And Caboose says his first words, and he just says, yep.
Oh, wonderful.
And then Betty points out, Mommy, Caboose said his first words, and they're so excited. It's a Christmas Eve.
Yeah. It's Christmas miracle.
And Marshall's just like, hold on a minute. I don't know if I want to stay. And yeah, there are. And the two old Billy and Betty say, but you're so cute and we'll love you very much. And that's all Marshall needs to hear. And he's just like, all right, that's fine. And then Santa flies away and says, Merry Christmas.
If you look at those two panels,
and then there's just ads.
in the one panel, Marshall's pissed. And then the next one, he's like, oh, okay, you'll love me? Great.
Yeah, that's all. He's just like so
Yeah.
upset. And then he's like,
Yeah.
oh, yeah, I didn't think about
This
that.
is a marshmallow bear that's seen some things. Is
Yeah.
what it is. Yeah. Well, this is great. I think that these children have been unsupervised for quite some time now, including the one that may have like emotional problems in Caboose.
Mhm.
I think that something has happened to him, and by an old man that they didn't know who he was. And now there's a talking marshmallow bear in their house, and the parents don't even say anything. It's fine. Sure. Let him live with us.
Yep.
Great. If we don't like him, we'll eat him.
Nope, I think that sounds great, though.
Yeah. Now, I do want you to notice one thing.
Maybe he tastes like a marshmallow. Like, so
I bet he's marshmallow-like.
Is he marshmallow or is it just? 'cause
Why
of
didn't the
his
deer
color?
eat him?
Because they were full on the candy
full
ribbon.
on the
That's
the
you wanted to know
doomed
who
soul
loved
of the candy ribbon
candy.
ship.
It's reindeer.
Yeah. One thing I do want you to notice: no Rudolph.
No Rudolph at all.
Yeah, there's a little deer that comes up to him and says, "Hey, I want to go."
And he's
say,
like, "Oh yeah."
They
And he's
say
like,
you're too
"Next
small.
year." Yeah. They don't say who it is.
Yeah, but it's
He
not
doesn't have
Rudolph
a red nose. It's
because
just a
that's Montgomery
small
Ward's.
deer. That's true. You can't
Yeah.
have department store beef over Christmas stuff.
So the first ad is for Happy Tune plastic ukulele because boy, it's for your holiday gaiety. Caboose says plink. The anthropomorphic marshmallow bear says bet I could play that. And then
The Billy says, "Let's go to Woolworths and find out."
Yeah, you bitch. Let's go to Woolworths and find out, you marshmallow bear.
And then they have bouncy play balls in Mary designs.
Yeah, don't they?
You could
Bouncy
get
play
5-inch
balls.
balls for 69 cents or
sure.
6-inch balls for 89 cents.
Yeah,
I don't think it's inch, is it?
I love a good 6-inch. Yeah, that's inches.
It's got to be
5 inches, 6 inches.
Zowie, these balls are as much fun as a 3-ring circus.
It's a ball. Of course, I guess if you're a seal, that's pretty much the end all be all,
Is
right?
that is a seal.
Yeah, it's a seal. All right, and then the next one is genuine scale models of giant trucks.
Oh boy, these are all wonderful. Let's go to Woolsworth right away.
Yeah, this one says lift the hood, see the motor,
These
plastic log truck.
These were all made by the Hubley Manufacturing Company.
Yeah, there's nothing funny about these vehicles.
No.
This is just blue collar workers being mocked with toys is what this is. And this is a 2-page ad for these folks. Blue collar workers being mocked. That's right.
I want to start a band, and that's the band's name.
Yeah, the next one is Bright Metal Wheeled Toys. So I think this is the
that's
same
by-
company, right?
No, that's made
it's a
by
different one?
All Metal Products.
Oh, this is the great plastic metal rubber debate that we've always heard so much about.
Yeah, about who makes better toys.
And by the way, the girl says, and Woolworths has a stroller for my baby too.
Yeah, because we got to make sure and we
Stay in your place, girl. That's right.
They wanted to crush dreams early.
Next one is Toy Wonders to delight every child. Good luck with that.
Let's take another ride.
says
Look
the
at the tea set,
bear
just
made
like
out of marshmallows.
Mommy's.
Yeah, just like Mommy's tea set. Mommy's having a lot of tea.
They have a metal drum.
That's not tea Mommy's drinking out of those cups, but sure. There's merry-go-round. This is all made by Chen and Company.
Yeah, I think so.
And then
There's another connect the dots of some kind of like Marsho is an artist who likes to paint big things. Connect the numbered dots with a pencil, who somebody already did. And it shows us it's a
I can
whale
tell
with
what it
glasses.
is. Yeah, it's just a whale.
Little Golden Records. So I remember the Little Golden books.
Yeah.
I did not know they made records of them.
They did. So what these were is you would open the you would start the record. It would tell you when to open the book, and then it would go bring, turn
I
the
had
page.
cassettes for Disney ones of those.
Yeah,
it was the read along. Yeah,
these are little 45s. Yeah,
Okay,
it was the same thing.
So it says Willie the. Okay, that's a lie. I'm gonna call this a lie on this
because that's a puppy.
That's Pokey Little. That's the cover for the Pokey Little Puppy,
Yep.
but it says Willie the Whistling Giraffe on it.
Yeah, that's not a giraffe.
No.
Then there's Fuzzy Wuzzy, the bear who lost his hair. There's Rudy Kazootie. He's a TV favorite and his friends. He's also got on the other side of the record is Polka Dotty Polka. There's Santa Claus is coming to town.
Here
and
it
then
is. There is Rudolph.
The one that the kids all love, Irving Berlin's White Christmas. Kids love
First time on a 20.
Irving Berlin.
It's the first time on a 25-cent record. The wonderful Christmas classic on both sides.
Okay, so yeah, it's the same damn thing on both sides. Here's one thing I want you to understand. These are 78 RPM. So these are not even 45s yet. Have you ever played a 78 RPM record?
It's the small. You have to put the adapter in there for. Wait.
Well,
no.
it is like a 45, but they
Yeah.
had the normal hole, I believe, in the middle of
okay.
them, and they were thicker. A 78 played at 78 RPMs, so it was very slow, right? No, it was faster.
Yeah, yeah.
But you had to. So if you go and look at old record players, there's a 45, a 78,
the little
and a long
knob. Yeah,
play
yeah, yeah.
LP. Yeah, that's what LP stands for. It's
It's
long play. That's all it is.
And there were EP was
78s
extended
didn't
play.
last a ton of time.
I have
They were
some
big in the
78s that are pretty thick.
Yeah, that's a nice brag.
I don't have anything on that.
And then, yeah, you're right. There's a Rudolph here. And this is Little Golden Records. So this is Simon & Schuster who made all this stuff.
Yep, it is.
And then you've got Peter Pan, all this stuff from Walt Disney down at the bottom.
And then the famous Junior Toy Bikes is next from the Junior Toy Company.
Am I missing that? Oh, look at that. Golly gee, did you ever see such neat bikes? That is not a word.
Let me hop on the back.
J-A.
Did you? Yeah, let me hop on the back and we'll ride to Woolworth.
Says the monkey to the boy on a bicycle. It's a junior toy bike with rubber wheels, thrift priced, $398, $798 for the Velocipede, and then there's the 16-inch Velocipede that cost $10.79, and the 10-inch Velocipede that was $598. Yeah. Those are fun. Those are all made by Junior Toy Corporation.
It's the generic, like what you would think the tricycle.
Yeah, it's just a tricycle.
It's like the. I don't know if it's like the one. I'm starting to think that it's a big wheel in The Shining, so never mind.
Yeah, it is a big wheel in The Shining, but it's the
same
old concept.
It's the classic kind of tricycle you would think of.
Yeah. Then the next one is Plasticville, USA, Woolworth's wonderful toy village. So think of this. These are little, like the little things you see on.
Like there's animals and stuff like the farm.
When I see this, I think HO scale trains is what I think. Yeah. Okay. So this is like HO scale trains, and the bear made out of marshmallows says, "Golly, they look so real. We could move right in." Maybe you, buddy, because you're made of freaking marshmallows. But I don't know about normal sized people. Yeah. Next one is Santa's pack is chock full of fun toys. Bitchy is saying, "Oh, Bobby Woolworths has everything," and Busty says they know what kids like. That's why. And then there is a snowflake interlocking block.
It's like just those little plastic puzzle pieces you see.
Yeah, they just go together.
Yeah, they just like different shapes that kind of fit together.
Horseshoe and ring set.
There's a gun that shoots plastic balls. It's the Jet Automatic Repeating Rifle. You see
Repeating rifle. And I want you to understand that it does say it shoots 6 harmless plastic balls in one loading. Aluminum barrel, red, yellow, or brown stock, 25 inches long, now at a new low price of only $298.
Toys that teach and entertain is on the next one.
There's so many ads.
Yes, that's.
I did not realize there were so many freaking ads.
Yeah.
Okay, we gotta. This is too many ads.
No.
The next one is like those pull along toys, like the kids. You don't
even have to just whatever like focuses on they pick on, just move and go.
Well,
there's one. The thing that I know is that I noticed that I found funny was the next one is that it's all just like guns and holsters.
Yeah, that's the one I wanted to talk about.
It's rootin' shooting holster sets for junior cow punchers.
Cow punchers. Yeah, and the monkey now has a cowboy hat on and a little kerchief. And he says, "Gotta get GIT to Woolworths before sundown to meet all my little Bronco busting pals."
Yeah, they wanted to make sure to lean into that hard.
Well,
then, God.
Go ahead.
No, I was moving on to the next one, so if you had something else to say about
that. I just want to point out this is Texas Star Range Deluxe Double Holster Set, a Lone Rider 10-inch set, Texas Ranger set, Gene Autry set. Yep. You know who Gene Autry is?
I do know who Gene Autry is.
Speaking movie cowboy.
Rudolph.
Oh, yeah. I didn't think about that. Mm-hmm. Texas Ranger set for toddlers. Teach your kids well as a teeny tiny baby and put a gun in their hand.
Gene Autry set is Santa Fe leather holster front.
Santa Fe leather.
Embossed belt. 8 1/4 inch repeater pistol, has gold finish and automatic release brake barrel.
Yeah.
Puffs real smoke when fired.
Yeah, it sounds safe. Then the last one is just golden books, and they're the regular golden books that you would think.
If you didn't want the
because, well, I'm saying this is a regular golden book like everybody's seen, including the one just called Prayers. Yeah.
Or the little golden book of dogs.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Bug Bunny gets a job. These were hard times. Bugs Bunny had to get a job.
I want to read Bugs Bunny Gets a Job. I do love the last thing on the back of the ad is about
it's all about layaway. Yeah. Small deposit holds any purchase on Woolworth's layaway plan. Did you ever put anything in layaway?
Yeah, way back in the day. I can tell you in high school when I had like my first job.
Yeah.
Or maybe even in like junior high before. I don't know, probably.
I think Walmart.
It was older. I had one. Walmart had it, and I had.
I think they still have it. I think they have layaway still.
Game Boy Advance.
Yeah.
No, I was in junior high still, maybe.
Yeah.
And I put on layaway, and I was able to, as I got stuff like going, paid off, and eventually bought my own Game Boy Advance that way.
People are like, "You can't pay for this $29 thing."
Yeah, no, I couldn't.
Yeah, I get it. Sure, I understand.
I mean, it was
layaway was huge. Kmart, I remember, was big in layaway. Dillard's used to do a lot of layaway.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because Dillard's had expensive clothes, right?
I mean, they still do.
Yeah, they still do. Dillard's is one of the only places I can think of where you can still go get a package wrapped You know, they have that desk where you can get packages wrapped. That used to be a big deal too. Like when I was a kid, we would take our packages there and get them to wrap it. Or they would have a closed down store in Richland Mall, inside the mall, that would just be a package wrapping station. So it would be like the vets or, you know, some charity or something, and they're wrapping packages for people to make money.
Huh.
Yeah.
Would you bring your own stuff in from?
You
like,
bring
It
your
wasn't
own
stuff you bought there. Like you could buy it from other
No,
places.
you bring your own presents, and then they would provide a box and wrapping paper and, you know, bows, arrows.
I got you.
You know, shotgun shells, things like that. Sure.
I got you. Let me ask you, and we're going to do this on the fly just because I'm
Let's do
thinking
it.
about this. Should we, instead
Yes.
of just taking a break and going to the next one,
Yeah.
should we just make that a whole nother episode on its own?
Let's do that because I think that you can't get enough Christmas.
Yeah, and so then that way we'll just hold off and we'll do the 1953 one for our second Christmas.
Yeah, so you can look forward to Christmas Storybook, A Gift to All Santa's Children from Woolworths.
Because that way then we can dive into more ads and a more ridiculous Christmas story instead of just using them all up both here.
Santa and the Snowball Patrol.
Yeah, and there's
Yeah,
there
buddy.
I'll tell you there's such thing as flying snow.
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
you can kind of see on that cover. It's a bit this one is
Well, this has still got Bitchy and Billy in it,
no,
right?
it's Janie and Jimmy.
Oh, okay.
But no more Caboose.
Kids from well, he's dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, he died at the end of the
He did. They don't tell you Marsho the bear.
Marsha the bear ate him.
Yeah.
Which is really ironic.
Yeah, and then they had to put Marsho down.
Yeah.
Merry Christmas, everybody.
Goodbye, Marsho.
All right, so we'll just leave it there. So that was our first Christmas issue.
That's great.
We'll do another one, though. We'll cover the second Woolsworth because it's fun just to look at weird Christmas toy ads.
It is.
Talk about the toys and then also the ridiculous comic that went with it. But
Yeah, I
there
think
you go.
that's the true story of Christmas, right?
Yeah.
Capitalism.
So we got to find that reindeer eat anthropomorphic rocket chips.
Right, if they're made out of ribbon candy.
If they're made out of ribbon candy, of course.
Yep.
All right.
Great.
Well, that will do it for us then. You can look forward to, we will have the second one of those coming up, as well as issue 2 of Beneath the Trees Where No One Sees once that comes out. As always, we appreciate you taking the time out to listen. Make sure to check out all the other great podcasts over at roguemedianetwork.com.
roguemedianetwork.com.
Love it when you do that. And until next time, stay safe, everybody.
Golly God. And Merry Christmas.
Frozen, heroes. Gonna tell you about Frozen, heroes. Gonna tell you about.
This has been a Rogue Media Network production.
This episode is brought to you by Reese's Peanut Butter Cups. In breaking news, leading scientists worldwide are conducting experiments to determine if Reese's Peanut Butter Cups are the perfect combination of peanut butter and chocolate. However, it appears the study was inconclusive, as the scientists couldn't help but eat all the Reese's. Because when you want something sweet, you can't do better than Reese's. Find Reese's now at a store near you.
This is a Rogue Media Network podcast.
Frozen, heroes. Gonna tell you about Frozen, heroes. Gonna tell you about
comic books, costumes, facts,
boots,
and other stuff.
In this week's issue, Funky Flashman and Mr.
Welcome into Bros, Foes, and Heroes. I'm Zach, joined as always by the marvelous one, Mr. Mike.
Hello.
Oh, that's a very
That's good
marvelous
stuff,
tone
huh?
for you to swing in.
Well,
swoop in with.
it is December here. I don't know what month it is where you're at, but
Or when you're listening. I have a feeling it might be the same month where you're at,
It could
but not
be.
when you're listening.
It could be. I'm looking forward to January 1st because Mickey Mouse will be available for all of us to misuse.
Only the Steamboat Willie version.
Right, and that's good enough for me.
Yeah, I mean that's
my mouse.
So then, do I get to
this new Mickey? Not my mouse.
Can we use not Bluto?
Bluto.
Is it Bluto?
No, it's Pluto.
Pluto.
Yeah.
No, Pluto's the dog.
Pluto's the dog. Goofy's the other one.
Brutus.
Brutus is
What is it's Pete, or is it Pete? It's Pete. It's Pete.
The
It's
rabbit?
Pete. No, the big bad guy, the big burly
Oh yeah, you're talking
cat
about the
guy.
big guy from Goofy movies.
Yeah, that's Pete,
Yeah.
but he's also in Steamboat Willie.
Oh, is he really?
I'm pretty sure.
Oh, I didn't know that. Oh.
Yeah.
Steamboat Pete.
I'm looking this up right now.
Steamboat Willie and Gasboat Pete.
Gas
is what it is. That was their big falling out.
You know, I
It
have
wasn't like
something.
steam.
I'm gonna go ahead and maybe dislocate my shoulder doing this.
Sure.
But I just wanted to bring it up to you because you were involved in it too.
Mm-hmm.
I was reminded this week that we did a podcast for not for this, but about Tom Wilson.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, I didn't forget, but
Yeah.
you know, just
Yeah,
sometimes
I
things
get it.
happen.
Sure.
And I just went back and I was like, you know what? I haven't listened to that in forever. And I went back and I just picked one of a random episode
Yeah.
and I started listening. We did a damn good
We did
job,
a fine
man.
job. We really did a good job.
Like, I just,
yeah.
like-
your writing was excellent. I
Well,
thought
I didn't mean
thought,
it to-
no,
I
no,
was
no,
just
no,
as a
I
whole,
know you're
but-
not fishing, but I'm saying it's with the sounds and all the stuff and the reading and all that. I thought it turned out
But
really, really well.
I just meant to go in and listen to like a couple
Yeah.
minutes just to be like, oh
Yeah.
yeah, and I listened to at least the whole episode, got into the next one.
That's
I was
awesome.
Like, we did really good.
We did a great job. Yeah.
So,
and you know, if we were making that today,
Mhm.
I would submit it for all kinds of awards and stuff. You know,
Same.
yeah. So the next thing we make, that'll be the plan.
But I mean, still, if you haven't done it, go. I'm looking up Steamboat Willie. That's
Look
what's
up,
taking me.
go find
An
Invisible
Invisible
Icon, the story of Tom Wilson Jr.
It's really good.
He's the first guy to play Freddy Krueger.
No, he's not. That was Robert Englund stuff.
Oh, I get those two mixed up a lot.
Didn't he always play Freddy Krueger?
He did until what's his face that was
Iwerks.
Rorschach played him.
Rorschach.
Not
not
Horshack.
Yeah,
but
no, Rorschach.
Yeah.
Who was also in.
He's got 3 names.
He does. It's like Billy Joel.
Billie Jean King.
No, because he's also in Preacher.
Yes.
And he's in. What is
Yes.
his name?
Billy.
I know who you're talking about.
Billy Krueger.
I'm trying to find Okay, the song Steamboat Bill. That's the song. It's
Hello, I'm Steamboat Bill. Watch me.
Yeah,
as I
see, there
use
he
some
is.
Steam.
There's Pete in Steamboat Willie.
Oh yeah, look at that. Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, I do remember that now.
So,
But that Mickey Mouse is very close to the real Mickey Mouse.
well,
And
he
honestly,
has skinnier arms.
honestly, that is the real Mickey Mouse because it's the original one.
That's the original one.
Is Oswald the Rabbit available, you think? It has to be, right? Because that was the first creation before Mickey. It was
Really?
Oswald the Lucky Rabbit.
Yes, I would
Mhm.
think for sure, but it's maybe just something people don't know. Well, also we're like what? After we get Mickey, we're just like 2 years away, 3 years away from being able to
Landing
use
on the moon?
Batman.
Oh.
No,
Yeah.
but it's
I think it is next year. I think Batman's next year
Is it
also.
already next year too?
I think it's the same thing, but
But
it's the
it's
floppy
it's-
year Batman.
Yeah, the very first original one
Yeah.
that
The Batted Man.
the Batted Man. No, just Bat-Man. That Bill Finger helped Bob Kane create, and Bob Kane got all the credit for it. We talked about that here too. Seems to be something that happens a lot
It
in
does.
comics.
Yeah. Well, and just in art in general.
Well,
I would
and
think,
we talked
yeah.
about Disney. I brought up Iwerks. So that's what happened there too. Like
Yeah.
did all the work and decided to branch out and make his own studio. And
That wouldn't be
work
a
out.
bad. That wouldn't be a bad story to tell.
No,
Just that
that's-
original Disney story.
Yeah.
That'd be kind of fun. That and the Warner Brothers stuff. That'd be
There-
a lot of fun.
There's so many cool stories out there
Oh,
to tell
yeah.
just
Oh,
about
yeah.
anything.
Well, and you get to a point in your life like me when you've hit your 17th century, and the stories that I know, other people don't.
Yeah.
At this point,
Yeah.
you know, I'm like, if I'm talking to a 20-year-old kid, they don't know what the hell I'm talking
And that's
about.
the
I can tell them. I can tell them a lie. I don't. You know. Yeah, I invented Mickey Mouse. I don't know.
No, but like that's the thing is that some of these stories then that seemed like so commonplace for us,
Yeah.
kind of have a new life
Yeah.
then in a way
Oh,
because
yeah.
of that.
Yeah. They're not interested, but
no,
yeah, they,
but
they have a new life.
occasionally when they are, people will listen for like
Mhm.
30 seconds and they'll be
Mhm.
like, "Oh, you could have made that shorter." But
Well, that's what I use the van for these days. I just trap them in there and tell them stories.
you kept the van?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, kept the van, just hadn't repainted it. And it just says free hugs on the side instead of drugs.
Did you just like erase the top and the bottom part of the D?
Oh, come on, man.
So one side of the H is still kind of curved.
Give me some credit. Come on. I painted right over that sucker.
And then just black out the R.
Yeah.
So it's
Yeah.
the H space rugs.
H.
So it could,
rugs.
it could be free H rugs.
Free H rugs. Everybody can use a good free H rug. I think that's what those massage parlors get shut down for. Free H rugs. Oh no, that's Tugs. I'm sorry. I had that mixed up.
Oh, I can't. All right, let's move on before we get into any. We have been talking a lot over the past couple weeks, months about just kind of the story of Marvel in terms of two big creators.
Is that thing
therein.
coming loose?
No, it just bugs me that when I move it, like it
yeah.
wiggles, and I just don't want it to fall. I'm afraid
By the
I'm gonna
way, we're
break
talking
stuff.
about the microphone arm.
Oh yeah,
That could have
I
been
guess
taken
context-
in many different ways.
Context
Yeah.
would have been helpful
Yeah.
there. But we've been talking about the relationship of two kind of creators in general, the main being Stan Lee and Jack Kirby, and what kind of all went on there at Marvel. I talked about it a bit, and I thought it would be funny for the first issue of Mr. Miracle that we do talk about at all is from Jack Kirby's original run back in 71,
Yeah.
72.
Oh,
And,
Funky Flashman.
Exactly. And that's what we're going to do. This is the issue where he kind of parodies Stan in here. And there's just things that you can tell. It's humorous. There's nothing to me that's too, I say that. I guess if you were Stan Lee, you would be upset by some of this.
Sure.
I think that unless you knew some of the stuff, maybe you might not get it. Again,
Yeah.
I don't know. I wasn't around in 71. Either way, it's a good Mr. Miracle story in general, and it's great Jack Kirby art, and I still just love reading these things. So we'll go ahead and jump into Mr. Miracle issue number 6.
Super Escape Artist.
From February of 72.
Okay. All right.
So
Great
where-
year.
I'm not calling you out, but when were you born?
69.
Okay, so you're
Yeah,
3.
So I'm 3. Yeah, I'm
Okay.
3.
So
wait, what month?
Oh, February. You might only be 2.
No, two, and it's May, so 2.5.
Wow,
something
so,
like
yeah.
that.
So this is not on your radar at all.
Yeah. No, I'd already had a job though.
Oh,
Yeah,
really?
Yeah.
Well, what'd you do?
Clean bottles at the baby
At
factory.
the baby bottle. The
Uh-huh.
baby factory.
Baby
not the
factory.
baby bottle
That's
factory?
what my parents called their bedroom, the baby factory. Yeah. It was
And you clean bottles in their bedroom?
well, it wasn't milk bottles. I mean, it was like, mostly whiskey bottles. and
Oh, I
things
got
like
you.
that. My mom
to
would-
recycle them or
she-
reuse them?
Yeah, she would buy the bottom shelf stuff and put it in top shelf bottles.
Oh, I got that.
My
So-
dad never knew.
Oh, that's nice.
None of this is true, by the way. I'm just putting that out there. Absolutely none of this is true.
See, I think we always have to do that because I feel like Mike and I can just start going on a tail
Oh,
and just keep going, and we
absolutely.
have to reel and be like, okay,
This
none
is
of what we did was.
with you, with my friend Casey. Y'all are two that I feel like I can go on those runs with.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah, we will sometimes, like, we're going to a concert tonight. We're going to
Mhm.
see the Dwarves, which
All 7 of them?
Yeah, which their fans are known to punch each other in the face during the show. So that should be fun.
Are you going to get punched in the face?
I don't know. We'll see how the night goes.
Okay.
I know we're going to go to Gus's Fried Chicken first.
How good is
Gus's
Gus fried chicken?
Well, it says on the side of the cup that you get to keep. If you haven't had Gus's, you haven't had fried chicken.
Oh, okay.
It's very
Damn,
good.
that's good.
Gus's is different because you sit down and order like a restaurant.
Uh-huh.
No, that's it.
Oh.
Yeah, they bring it out to you. It's excellent.
How is that different from what?
Because, like, if you go to a normal chicken place, normally you just go up to the counter, you order it, and you take it and sit down.
It depends. You ever been to Babes? Babes,
No.
you sit down at a table.
Yeah,
and
but
you order.
Babes, they bring you 17 whole chickens for the table
No,
to
it's
enjoy.
Not. No, it's not.
It's a lot like Babes, yes. It
It's
is.
your sides, yes. It's that
Yes.
family style.
Family style.
I don't get why
I
it's-
hate it.
You hate family style?
I don't like family style. No.
Why?
I think it's a cop out. Put my stuff in a bowl. Come on.
That's a lot of extra dishes you're making them do, Mike.
Okay. I'm having to tip.
If you want to go back and wash their dishes for them, maybe.
I'm having to tip everybody these days, so put it in an extra bowl.
Oh man, shake your fist at the clouds.
That's it. Old man yells at clouds. That's right. No, I don't know that I've ever been to Babes, honestly.
I enjoy it.
But
I love it.
Gus is. I actually inquired as to what it would take to open one, and they never answered me.
Oh.
But they're like a franchise
That
place.
means then,
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how expensive it is. It can't be that expensive.
or maybe they're worried that if we open too many, it'll make it not as good.
Well, shit, like they just opened 2 in San Antonio. They've got a couple in Dallas. I mean, they're all over the place.
Well, then never mind. I don't
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But the chicken is. I don't know how this became a podcast about chicken, but
Do you want to do a podcast about
I would
us
love to
eating
do a
different
podcast
chicken?
about chicken. Sure.
Dude, I would so do that.
Any kind of let's eat something and talk about it.
Why don't we do that?
Well, like we can.
Let's do a food podcast.
Zach, the sky is the limit. Honestly,
We're gonna have
nobody
so
knows
many
what we do here, and nobody cares. It's fine. This is the way I have set this up. Yeah, but it is battered, but it's not heavy batter or anything. Like it's just the quality of the chicken is very good.
I went to Cracker Barrel the other day.
Yeah.
Just you saying that reminded me. of
Right.
this.
Just wanted to be reminded that there's racism in the world. Is that why you went?
No, wow.
Sit on the porch there and talk about those different people. That's how they do it.
No.
It's hard to say that name without thinking
I
that,
get
though.
it has a very.
I went to Cotton Patch the other night.
No,
Same deal.
I get that. It could be a
Cotton Patch. Come on.
But I was just there for the food.
Yeah. Do you like their food? Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. That's the correct response right there, because you do have to think about it, because the food is not fantastic.
See,
it's okay.
There's things about it that are.
Now,
Okay.
that hash brown casserole that they now make into tater tots, holy farts, that's good. They cover it in little bacon bits and cheese and shit like that. Ooh, baby. Just stand across the room and fire those into my mouth.
Oh man, no. So I eat there maybe once a year or two.
Yeah. Well, we took Casey there for his birthday. the other
But
night.
it's like, so I
just
grew-
because it's near our house. That's really the only
it's
reason.
near our house too.
Yeah.
So I grew up in, I don't know, like I really like a lot of like that, just like Southern
Yeah,
country cooking.
sure.
So there's not a lot of places that do that.
Well, it's one of the only places you can go and get collard greens or something like
Yeah.
that. You know, yeah.
So like I'll go there for that, and that's like I was just craving something kind of like, you know, that's Southern cuisine. So I got there. They have like their fried chicken batter.
Yeah.
Man, this makes me sound like a fat ass just saying that, but on just regular like chicken breast.
You just drank the batter.
No, but it's like chicken. So it was like the
Yeah,
flaky kind of, but on
chicken fried chicken.
yeah, essentially, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But they call it something. I guess it's a little different. I don't know. There was some difference
Yeah.
between it, but with mashed potatoes and macaroni and cheese.
Yeah,
and
there you go.
Gravy and then
Their gravy
biscuit.
is pretty good.
And
Now
it was a
their-
little Southern boy's dream.
Their chicken fried steak does disappoint me.
I never get their chicken fried steak.
Yeah, their chicken
You're
fried
right.
steak is
there's
not.
better places here.
Yeah, well, it's Cotton Patch. Cotton Patch is excellent chicken fried steak.
I will.
Very
one of-
crunchy. It's just
One
excellent.
thing that I feel like I do make really well
Mhm.
is a chicken fried steak.
Really?
Yeah,
That's a lot of trouble.
it is. But I
You
so-
dredge it and all that.
Yeah, twice.
Oh yeah.
And I'll put
Dose
even a little.
dredges.
Here's what I do that other people might not. Not a lot, but just enough to like. I use.
I make it out of family pets.
No, I use kind of more like a little bit of a cornmeal with the batter, and a little bit of some cayenne in there.
Oh yeah.
Not enough to like we're like.
Yeah,
but, you
sure,
know, it's
just to give it a bite.
A little bit of
Yeah.
a, and it is.
Mm-hmm.
Make
Do you
my own
make good gravy?
Yeah.
Yeah. How do you make your gravy?
So
welcome to comic book talk.
Obviously I do like the whole, like, you know, you can make your brew, your flour, milk, all that kind of
Uh-huh.
stuff. Or if I'm feeling lazy, I'll just do a packet of sawmill. But
okay.
um,
So I put a little grease in a
Yeah.
pot. I let it start to bubble.
Mhm.
Throw some flour in there, mix it up. It gets all clumpy.
Mhm.
Then pour my milk in and just stir it. That's
And
it.
that's- yeah.
I mean, that's all there is to gravy.
it is, and that's
It's
usually
easy.
what I'll do the same way. If I
It's
don't
the
have
salt and the pepper that makes it.
yeah, and if I don't have, I've done it before where if like, you know, I'll try to use like a little bit of oil or just something to like, I don't know.
I've gotten to where I use butter because it just tastes better.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
true. You don't use margarine, do you?
No.
Yeah. You know what Big Butter used to do back in the day?
Big Butter.
They made margarine dye their margarine pink.
Oh,
so
really?
that you knew, yeah.
Oh, I didn't
so that
know
you
that.
could tell the difference. And they were like, "Oh, why would you want to eat something? It's pink. That's not natural.
Yeah.
Butter's yellow."
Yeah.
But they did that, so like that was one of the things. You can make it, but you got to dye it pink.
Huh. Wow. Let's pour margarine, folks.
I think they're doing okay.
I think they're doing okay too. It's
All
just
right.
it's just oil. It's just solid oil.
It is. We've ran.
It's gross.
I don't get what it. I mean, but technically, butter's just fat. So
Well, it's different though.
that's true.
Yeah.
I love how that argument from me, that's different. You just go, yeah,
Well,
that's
it's
true.
because
That's
I'm already
true.
on the
It's
butter
good
side.
argument.
I'm already on the butter side, so it's not going to take much.
And whoever is out there eating unsalted butter, you're a monster.
Well, here's the thing.
Salted butter.
I use it for different things. I use it depends on if I'm like, no, I'm thinking about it. Salted butter usually works better for everything.
Even cookies or whatever.
Yeah, that's what I was
salted
thinking.
butter's
But a
better.
nice little
Yeah.
touch of salt in there brings out some of the sweetness a little bit more.
It does. Yeah. That's why I'm so sweet.
We talked about I'm a
'cause so
massive
salty.
baker too.
Are you really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I made 2 desserts for Thanksgiving.
What'd you make?
I made a
hot dog casserole.
No, I made a honey lemon glazed Earl Grey loaf.
God bless you.
Yeah,
What?
so-
What?
Yeah.
Like tea?
Yeah.
Huh.
So I made essentially, you want to hear?
I do.
Here's what we'll do. We'll go through food talk. We'll take a break. We'll come back with
Yeah,
the
yeah,
comics.
yeah. Let's do that.
So, I took the whole process is like I had to
It's
boil.
people listening, they get another 20 minutes in. They still haven't taken a break. They're talking about hot dogs at this point.
But so like I had to simmer some milk and I
Yeah.
like steeped my Earl Grey tea bags in that for about 2 hours or so.
Wow.
And so you let that sit and then I made like the actual like dough and baked.
The fuck am I hearing? I don't know. It's a damn parade.
It is the parade.
Hey, by
There's
the
a
way,
Christmas parade
yeah, if
going
you
on.
guys hear anything, there is a Christmas parade down on the bottom floor. Last night, there's a Christmas thing set up over here next to this building.
Yeah.
They shot off fireworks last night that I swear to you went on for 20 minutes. And it's a different thing being up here and having fireworks go off like 5 feet from the window.
Yeah.
Oh, that'll scare the
mess out of you?
The poop out of you. Yeah. Yeah, it was rough. Anyway,
That's
you
fun.
steeped your tea
So
bags. in your
steeped my
milk.
tea bags. Yeah, I made the dough, and the milk. Like once it was done, I used in the dough to make it. Baked
yeah.
the loaf in the little loaf pan.
Yeah.
And then made a glaze out of like confectioners or
Uh-huh.
powdered sugar,
Yeah.
honey, lemon juice, and then
Yeah.
like put it over, and it kind of glazed it, and I let that sit.
Wow.
Then I also
So
made,
it cuts like a banana.
Yeah, you would just cut it
bread
down
or
like
whatever. Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay.
And it was weird because it had, it was a loaf, but the aftertaste, like you would taste the tea.
Oh wow.
But it was like it turned out well, and I liked it.
Well, I'm sure the lemon and the tea and the sweetness and all that stuff.
I
goes well
had
together.
my cousin absolutely loved it and might have eaten half the loaf by himself, which
There
is
you go.
fine. I'm glad that people liked it. The other thing I made was a cookie butter cheesecake.
Cookie butter cheesecake.
Yeah.
Is that so? You use cookie dough in your butter?
No. So I use cookie butter itself.
Cookie
You know-
butter.
So cookie butter
Yeah.
is. You ever have any of those Biscoff cookies?
I don't know what that
They're
is.
like the little. What was?
See what I'm saying?
What in the world?
Fucking Santa on his Harley.
But they're like little. They're like. I don't know what to describe them as. Kind of like not shortbread, but they.
We had a lady bring an
are-
entire shortbread thing the other day. It was like as big as a pie.
I'm
It was
looking
all
up
shortbread.
I do love shortbread, man.
Yeah, there's a like a charity here in town. They have a special needs kitchen, and she has taught them all to make this wonderful shortbread that they then sell at all these farmers markets and stuff to
That sounds
fund the special needs place. Yeah, it's very cool.
It says Biscoff cookies boast a delectable blend of cinnamon, brown sugar, and buttery flavors that are warm, sweet, and rich.
How do you it's cinnamon, brown sugar, and butter. I mean,
So
that's
like here's
gonna
the
be good.
cookies. The cookies look like that essentially.
Oh yeah,
But
yeah.
they're the little sliver ones.
Yeah, I know
right?
what you're talking about. Sure.
So they're those.
They're like the oblong ones that you get in that tin. Like if you went to your grandmother's and got a tin of those
her
cookies,
sewing
but
tin.
they're-
No, not
well,
her.
well, they're one of the shapes.
Yeah, it's that shape,
Yeah.
but it's not that
It's not the same.
flavor.
Oh,
or it's
okay.
not that kind of cookie. I don't know. I'll have to
All right.
bring one up. It's
I
kind
would-
of. I don't know what else to describe it as. Anyway, though, cookie butter.
Bring it on, Biscoff.
It was made by that company, to the one I used, and it's
Okay.
essentially like peanut butter. It's in a tube, like in a peanut butter container,
Mhm.
and it has the same consistency.
I have seen that,
but it
yeah.
tastes like those cookies.
Oh, okay. All right.
So what I essentially did is when I made my cheesecake, I mixed some of the cookie
Yeah.
butter in there.
No, that's excellent.
And then I made the crust out of those cookies itself, and I layered the top part with the cookies.
Look
of the
at you.
cheesecake, and then I melted down some of the cookie butter and drizzled it over the top.
Tell Rachel Ray I said hi.
I haven't seen her in a while, but okay.
That's great, man. That's awesome. I wish
Yeah.
I could bake.
I love baking.
It
helps me find my
your zen,
Yeah.
your inner place. It opens up your third eye.
Yeah, I gotta breathe through my eyelids.
Sure.
Isn't that what he told Nuke Lelouch to do in Bull Durham?
Yes, he did. Told him to breathe through his eyelids. I can't believe that you remember their names, but yes.
It's freaking Bull Durham. It's what is Crash's last name? Dang it.
Crash Bang.
No, what is
Crash Smash?
It's whatever Kevin Costner's.
Bandicoot?
Yeah, Crash Bandicoot. Oh man.
Well, food is good.
All right.
Time to take a break.
Yeah, let's take a break. We'll be back to talk actual comics after this.
Gravy.
This episode is brought to you by Reese's Peanut Butter Cups. In breaking news, leading scientists worldwide are conducting experiments to determine if Reese's Peanut Butter Cups are the perfect combination of peanut butter and chocolate. However, it appears the study was inconclusive, as the scientists couldn't help but eat all the Reese's. Because when you want something sweet, you can't do better than Reese's. Find Reese's now at a store near you.
And we are back.
Hello.
Hey, let's finally get into some comics.
Hey, let's do that.
So, Mr. Miracle.
You like beef jerky?
Number
No,
6.
just
No,
kidding.
we
I'm
are
just-
sticking. I'm not going to be deterred,
Just
Mike.
kidding. Okay,
So, if anything, not to necessarily you people listening at home, but if you're able to pick up the issue and follow along with us or just to look at it, the one thing I will guarantee you, at least
Turn
for
the
me,
page.
is I love Jack
Kirby.
Jack Kirby, and I love Jack Kirby art, and this is obviously for me, this is what I love my like classic comics to be.
It is.
Everything kind of falls into a certain genre, and this is when I pick up something from this era, this is what I want. I want big, I want bold,
Yeah.
I want in your face, and
Yeah.
he is so good at all of this.
Yeah.
But
So the cover is like Mr. Miracle chained up on a rocket chair.
yeah, we see the rocket chair
And then
actually come.
Who is
sorry.
that on the cliff?
So that's Oberon.
Oh,
That's kind
okay.
of his. So a little bit of backstory here.
Yeah.
And we'll go into it a lot more before we actually break into. We're going to take, after this Mr. Miracle today, we're going to break from Mr. Miracle talk. And then when we come back, we're finally going to cover the 2017.
Okay.
We just have a new issue of Beneath the Trees Where No One Sees coming
really?
up.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that.
And I figured we'll do something Christmassy coming up.
Yeah.
But we're setting this up. So, and when we do that, I'll have more of like, here's Mr. Miracle, like what he's all about kind of before we get in.
I want more of those crappy Frosty the Snowman comics we did before. Those are fantastic.
I'll have to hunt those down then. I think
those are really good.
Okay.
Or Little Dot. If we could get Little Dot Does Christmas or
Okay.
Richie Rich's Christmas or
I'll
something
see.
like that.
I'll see. I'll find
That stuff
those
is
old.
so dumb,
It's so dumb.
but
It's
it's
so
great.
corny. I know.
Yeah.
I love it. So I'll find those for our Christmas stuff. But,
Casper.
Oberon,
Any of those Harvey comics would be great.
They're great.
Yeah.
And they fit just for. I did Frosty last year.
Yeah,
didn't
we
I?
did Frosty. We did a bunch of those.
Oh,
little
we did.
strips
We
and
did the
stuff,
Frosty
yeah.
ones, and we did random ass Batman ones,
Yeah.
where it was like,
Yeah.
I think there's one that Batman has to fight a Christmas bear that I don't know if I've gotten to yet or not, but. Oh, that's where Batman sang Christmas carols with the Gotham police.
That's right.
And
Yeah.
no crime
Yeah.
happened.
Yeah, there was no crime. Yeah. I was watching something last night. I watched those shitty YouTube videos to go
Yeah.
to sleep or whatever. And there was you know how in Pokemon, they'll do like a shadow of the Pokemon and you guess what it is, right?
Yeah.
Well, there's one that's like Dig something.
Dig
He's like,
Dug.
like a little mole.
Not Dig Dug.
It's like a little mole
Diglett,
looking
yeah.
thing. Yeah, Diglett. So it's like, who's this Pokemon? And then it pulls out and it's Batman pointing at the screen. And he goes, it's what'd you say?
Diglett?
It's Diglett. And then it ends up being a tombstone. It goes, your parents. I really enjoyed that. That was pretty funny. Anyway,
No, that is good.
Your parents.
So we will go ahead and we are opening our issue.
Oh, you were going to tell me about Oberon.
Oberon, thank
Yeah.
you. He's essentially when Scott Free escapes Apocalypse, which is the evil hell planet that he's from, to Earth, he befriends Thaddeus Brown, who is just an escape artist named Mr. Miracle.
These are great names.
Yeah.
Thaddeus Brown.
Thaddeus Brown. Oberon is kind of like his, and for Mr. Miracle too, kind of like his second in command. He like helps him with his traps and stuff that he tries to escape, but he's also like a father figure in a weird way
So
here
it's like
on Earth.
it's like
too.
the little wizard guy from He-Man. You know, the little wizard guy that wears a little wizard hat.
Watch much He-Man.
Okay, I didn't either, but I
But
just kind
yeah, I
of assumed
think I
that's what it
know.
was.
But-
So he's his Obi-Wan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. He helps him with, that's a good comparison. He's his
Okay.
Obi-Wan.
I knew I'd get there.
So we are introduced to a man named Funky Flashman to start the issue here. And it is a bald man with a clean-shaven face in a bathrobe. And he's talking about how that every week he has to wait for his allowance to be allotted out from Colonel Mockingbird, who has passed away. But
Colonel Mockingbird.
But he gets money delivered to him every week in a statue mouth. Like that's what he's reaching in to grab.
Yeah.
This.
Are we supposed to think that Stan Lee was really bald?
Stan Lee was really bald.
Was he really?
Yeah. Have we not? Hold on.
I don't remember that.
Okay.
I do remember him. He's got a mustache, though, right?
No, that was later.
Stan Lee?
Here, let me show you something.
Oh, that's right. At that time, yeah, he was just this bald dude.
Yeah, he's just here because I can find a picture of the two of them together that you'll see it, and I feel like I've shown it to you.
I just need a
before.
picture of Mr. Mockingbird.
Yeah, so like there are the two of them
Mr.
together.
Mockingbird. Oh yeah. Okay.
So
Got
as
it.
you can tell,
that looks a lot like him then. Yeah.
But also when Stan, just so you know, then too, let's see, like 1968. When Stan Lee would go out to colleges and stuff, though. Here we go. This is from like 1968.
Oh, wow. He's got a whole beard and a toupee.
Okay. So you see that now. I've shown you both these pictures for when we get to something later.
Okay.
So Funky Flashman is his name, and he's essentially just telling him that, he has a butler who is mirrored after Roy Thomas here, which was the Marvel editor-in-chief at the time, too.
Okay.
So he's taking a shot not only at Stan Lee, but also
Just
at,
anybody and
at Roy
everybody, yeah.
Thomas.
Yeah.
It's just these two. But Roy Thomas in all of this is essentially just like a yes man to anything that Funky says.
Okay, gotcha.
So that's how he's
Why
played through
Funky
here.
Flashman, you think?
I do know that just reading a lot of Jack Kirby, like alliteration in some aspects is, I don't know if he liked it more. I don't know. I think maybe he just always felt like he was a seller. He kind of like gets into that more with some of this, and we'll get into some
you
of the
couldn't call him
dialogue.
Sleazy Slenderman
Yeah,
or something,
I mean,
so Funky Flashman.
I do know that like because I rewatched a documentary within the last week, and I know that this was brought up in there, and that years like when Kirby ended up coming back to Marvel from DC later, that like Roy Thomas was talking to Jack Kirby and brought up like, hey, like that hurt Stan a lot. Like, and there was some, just kind of weird things there that happened, but I don't know if from the story I heard is that it was supposed to, when he started doing the story, it was, I think we talked about it, was supposed to mirror somebody else completely. And then when he started finishing the story out, that I think just more and more of things that he saw in Stan came into the person. And so it just kind of turned into what it was.
That makes sense.
But to the story itself, so he's talking to, Funky is talking about his new...
Old Funky.
I'm just reading through this. He does like to ride him with a lot of vim and vigor with his words.
Okay.
By the power and the glory and the pathos that Funky Flashman, it's true. Just a lot of stuff
that's
like
Stanley.
that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like all of those things through here. But Roy brings up to him that I see your new prospect. They're talking about Scott Free or Mr. Miracle is essentially going to be Funky's next target of who he's going to represent, of who he's going to help bring to the masses kind of thing. He's going to, Funky Flashman is going to use his skills to make everybody love Mr. Miracle, right?
Gotcha.
And you can see that he has to present himself
he puts
to
on a
go out
toupee
and
and a
meet
beard.
his public.
Wow.
Like after knowing this, you see this and you're like, it's Stan.
You definitely see it. Yeah.
And he tells him essentially like, where is this?
That's funny.
Oh, I love Imagine. So him and Roy are talking, and Roy goes, "Imagine a super escape artist. Is he very good?" And Funky says, "Well, I wouldn't call him a bum. He's got some good gimmicks." And then Roy goes, "His gimmicks imply great risk. This venture could end quickly." To which Funky replies, "So he breaks a leg or dies. I'll just sit in my martini by the ocean and wait for the next fish to jump." Like, he's very much just like, whatever. I don't care about these people. I'm just going to get my next thing.
That is rough.
Yeah.
When you know the story.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, we then cut to, so we know that Funky is going to try to come and talk to Mr. Miracle about representing him, I guess, about as a world-renowned escape artist. We are seeing then that rocket sled from the beginning that is from the NASA Proving Ground. It says so on the side of it. And he and Oberon are testing it as Mr. Miracle is completely like just locked in and shackled in.
It says rocket sled NASA Proving Ground.
But he's just shackled into this thing.
That's a real thing.
Yeah,
a rocket sled.
He's going to try to escape after being chained in from this rocket sled.
Yeah.
We'll find out before being shot off the edge of a cliff.
Okay.
I do love down here too with the blocks. It says supervising, theorizing, and pencilizing by Jack Kirby.
Pencilizing
with nuts, bolts, rivets, and brush by Mike Royer.
Oh, that's cool.
I just think it's a cool way of saying it. But so,
well, Jack liked his wording also.
He did. Jack has at times
he dead?
Yeah, 94.
Okay.
He's for a while. But in the documentary I watched, Steve Englehart liked to call his dialogue very clunky. It depends. Some people like it, some people don't. I enjoy, if anything, just these great action shots.
He does great explosions.
Oh, just
stuff.
everything
Just
is just
action.
so-
He's very good at the action.
But spoiler alert, Mr. Miracle escapes from the rocket. So
Oh my goodness.
the bigger thing that's
Who would have thunk?
I know. The bigger thing in here that's fun to me is we flash after he escapes from the sled. Mr. Miracle tells Oberon, "Hey, we got this meeting with Funky Flashman. We should head back to go talk to him."
Funky Flashman.
Big Barda is already sitting there at the table where Funky's there. And I just love the way they have Funky talk here because it just makes him a little more just like sleazy.
Yeah.
Barda is just holding, for some reason, I don't know why, but she has a gun in her hand, right? And she's just saying, like, your earth weapons, like, they're so primitive.
Yeah.
But they're so, they have a use here.
Sure.
And like, so she's just sitting there just kind of like spinning it around in a circle, just kind of, like twirl, what do you call it? Like, I think like Doc Holliday.
Like a old
Gunslinger.
West gunslinger, yeah.
That's how Big Barda's just sitting there just kind of playing with it. While she's doing that, we have Funky saying, "Make love, not war, chickie." I hate the term chickie. He goes, "You're packing more ammo than you can put in that gun."
Oh, okay.
Because of course Barda is a
Yeah,
clad,
she's very big and
bigger,
she's very
pretty
scantily
lady.
clad. Yeah.
And I do love this quote, though. While she's sitting there spinning the gun, she tells him, "You've come to see Scott Free, mister. Just keep your thoughts on Scott Free."
Oh.
Bam.
She could take him.
Yeah, she could.
Yeah.
Well, there's been numerous times where in my time of reading Mr. Miracle where it's her with him over her shoulder, like taking him. She's definitely the more badass out of the two.
Yeah. She's the dom.
Yeah. Yeah, probably. To which we get another, "Oh, that's good, Chickie."
Chickie.
Yeah, that's good. Women's lib dialogue and Bonnie Parker talent. Great, Chickie. Great act. Like, they're just making him so sleazy.
He is very sleazy.
But so while he's sitting there trying to, sell her on stuff, she eventually just kind of gets tired of it and just crushes the gun in her hand. And she goes, "These guns are, sorry." So he gulps kind of at seeing her being able to do that. And he kind of backpedals a bit then seeing how strong she is.
Yeah, I think I would too.
And there's like a chickie, again with a chickie, "Booby baby."
Booby baby.
Yeah. Did you think for 1 minute that Bitty Buddy Funky would be unkind to you?
Booby baby, bitty Bobby.
Yeah, he's
Funky.
just but he gulps and he's like backing up from her. And she's like, "The gun bit kind of changed your line, huh?" And she just takes it and slams the parts in his hand.
What is the deal with this dialogue?
I don't know. And tells him, "Smart move, Funky. That was real still. I think that I could do a bit more damage to bone and gristle," and just kind of leaves him there.
What year is this from?
71.
Okay.
So that's why.
That makes sense.
It makes sense. And also, when you're trying to talk up somebody, is a hot selling Flashman.
Well, this is like the you ever watch the original Dragnet?
Yes.
Like whenever there's a hippie on there,
Yeah.
that's what that dialogue
A little
is.
bit.
Yeah. Make love, not war. It's just pills. It's great.
And then as she's leaving, I love the crazy lady. I'd like to rebuild this.
Crazy.
I'd like to